Secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition here on DFW Sports Station. And we are live, as always, Sean Sharif in studio and from their own homes in Rockwall. And I still don't know where Bobby lives. RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt.
Oh, Roanoke, sir. You got me confused with Butler Peyton over there.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And I'm in studio.
Peyton's in studio. I hear the nice echo in RJ's media room. Bobby Belt with the San Francisco radio host as his background this morning. Bobby, do we have you?
Yeah, these are my dudes. Old Bonte and Salami Joe. Those are my guys. And I live in Flower Mound, Sean, so I'm up north. And I know you got to be just sitting there this morning. You're bitter that you're sitting there, and we ended up at home.
Well, I'm going to get more credit from the bosses, so that's good. Forget about doing a radio show. If you show up here and risk death like Peyton and I, you get more points. Shout out to Ryan as well. So we'll be on top there. Look how giddy RJ is, though. That's what makes me bitter. His giddiness. The man will jump on Twitter real fast to show his weather updates and his Buffalo, New York snow situation with blue dots on his license plates. Very nice job thinking of the neighborhood there, but take us through your own home situations and the weather. Choppy, start us off.
You know, like literally as soon as we got home yesterday, I'm sitting here and about 30 minutes later, I start to hear like a tinkle on the roof. And I was like, what the heck's going on? It's not supposed to rain yet. And I look outside, and it was like just pellets of sleet. It wasn't freezing. It was like that sleet. So it was little balls, little white balls coming down. I was like, what is this? It's already happening.
What is that, thunder sleet? What is thunder sleet?
I think it's just a thunderstorm that contains sleet. That's it. I think it's that simple, but we make it seem like this big thing. And it was like, for the next 3 to 4 hours, it was just coming down. So we wound up having like, in parts, like maybe an inch or two of it. So it's pretty wicked. Like, you know, like you see a lot of stuff like 35 and 35W and 407. There's tractor trailer. That's right by me. Tractor trailer flipped over or sitting on the side of the road. It's bad, man. And then like I've been told like maybe like 10 miles east, it's completely dry. Like where my kids live in Grapevine, like they're like, it was like 4 o'clock. They're like, no, it's fine. Now I may have had something. I didn't tell them last night after, but it may have hit, but we got it pretty bad during the afternoon.
Bobby, your situation?
Yeah, so I went out. It wasn't too bad around here in Flower Mound last night, and so I had gone out and actually drove. I was texting you guys about it. I went out to drive and see how the roads were handling, and right around the neighborhood, everything was cool except bridges. Obviously, those were pretty slick. So I was like, okay, well, I'll check in the morning. So I got up 4 a.m. club this morning and got in the car and hopped on Main Street in Louisville. Everything was fine until Main Street in Louisville. Main Street in Louisville, then the little traction sign was on the whole time, and I kept drifting into a lane. And so I turned around and came home. How was your drive, Sean?
Nice sarcasm in your voice. I like that. Around my house is pretty much nothing. Pretty much nothing around my house whatsoever. And then when I merged on from 30 to 75, it was wet. So I didn't know whether that was going to be icy. That's what I was worried about. And as I got more towards the radio station, a little bit more light rain, but I had no rain and basically nothing near my house. So hopefully, as RJ has already sent out the day off alert for tomorrow, 8 a.m. sleet does not get me on the way home. And then we got Pepe, who the station splurged for, going and checking out the different hotel rates throughout the Metroplex. Where did you end up staying and sharing needles?
So I did not share needles. Bobby gave me the rundown last night. So I'm at the La Quinta. It's about 800 feet away from here. So I made about 3 left turns, and then I was at the station. So I think I woke up at like 3:40, got here by 3:55. So
Totally
really
fine,
easy.
though.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it makes me want to move here, because I mean, the drive from Rockwall can kill you sometimes.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
So I might be, maybe on my day off, Thursday and Friday, I look at some properties around Dallas.
Now, how many nights did you book the stay for?
So I did not book anything. It was already booked when I got there. Now I did have to run a credit card, so I got to see, what the situation is. Is it going to be charged, or is it just like because what do you give a credit card just in case no one pays? Is that how that works?
Oh my God!
Yeah, they call it incidentals, but I don't think there's incidentals at a La Quinta.
Hey, let me tell you a word you need to become familiar with right now, Peyton. Concur.
Yeah.
Concur. That's the word you need to become
Can you
familiar
use it in a
with right
sentence, though?
Yes.
I needed to use concur to report my expenses and get paid back.
Well, I've done that before, though. I've booked hotels the last, 2 years now, seems like.
Yeah, but he's talking about getting reimbursed from the station. So it's not on your card. Because you put your card out first, and then you got to go through the process of getting the station to pay you back. But you said they booked it.
Right, they booked it and everything.
So the only
and it's 2
incidentals
nights.
is all the porn that you ordered.
That's right. That'll be on my card. I don't want that on the company's card.
Yes.
But
so
2 nights they booked. So
2 nights they booked. Excellent. You're living
We're
life.
here.
You're living life right there. So moving forward, what are we looking at today and tomorrow? As I heard Brunoff on our sister station downstairs say, it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Yes, worse before it gets better. It's supposed to be like this morning, like around, like I said, 8 to 10 a.m. We're supposed to get hit with more, and then continuing all through the day. And then I don't think there's much happening tomorrow, except for the fact that it's just going to be cold still until about 3 o'clock. So I think from as of last night when I saw that, they said around 3 o'clock on Wednesday is when everything's going to start melting a little bit.
And, of course, all the kids are off of school, right? So, Bobby, we may be getting some guest appearances on the show this morning on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Yeah. Actually, school got canceled, and it's the youngest's birthday.
Ooh.
And so she had already gotten, donuts to take to class this morning as part of her birthday celebration. But, the table is all decorated. It's a tradition in the house to decorate the dining room table with balloons and presents, so when they wake up, it's done.
Wow.
So she's
a joyous move from the parents after what happened during Christmas, Pat Bev. And you blow balloons. Very, very nice. You going to take her to the park as well today?
Well, not today. I mean, we did go out in the park in 40-degree weather the other day, and I got yelled at for not putting on a heavy, one of those NFL sideline jackets on her. But no, this will. The youngest is aware. She's turning 7 today. She knows that your table's going to be decorated, but when you get up, if I was home, she was going to need to be very quiet. So we're going to have some quiet present opening, probably 10 feet away from me at some point.
Okay, maybe we can get an overhead cam. We can go ahead and get a live present opening. Hopefully it doesn't hit the wire in your house like the football game. We didn't talk about that yesterday. All right, so let us know on the truckwreck.com text line where you are and what to look out for. Don't text and drive if you're sitting there dealing with ice, but it feels like east, fine. And then Weatherford, the Roanoke's of the world, obviously Flower Mound, much, much worse. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Did your parents say anything about Rockwall? You checking with them last night on how it was looking?
Oh, yeah. Well, because
I know you guys are actually dealing with fire out there.
Yeah, we had the boats, the lake caught on fire, man. I don't know what happened there.
I was just looking out there. The real estate agent said, what is it, Channel Island, Channel Landing or something? What is it called? Channel Island?
Maybe. I haven't heard that term. But,
okay.
Well,
I don't know if I go that
boats
far.
in a better
outside.
spot, huh? You keep your boats in the no fire zone.
My boats are
Peyton.
my boats are in the garage on a trailer. But yeah, what was it? Space heaters, RJ? Is that what you heard?
Yeah, I saw that
Someone left it on?
online. Like, so people don't want to winterize their boats, so they just put like space heaters out there. The problem is these boats contain this little chemical. It's called gasoline, and sometimes the space heater and the gasoline catch fire and creates what you might know as an out of control 5-alarm fire issue that happened.
Chandler's Landing. That's it.
Okay.
Have you heard of that?
I have not.
What do you mean you haven't? It's like right there on the water.
It's the dock. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, like where the boats are kept. Chandler's Landing. I was looking at a house there recently. Now, RJ, have you, before I make a joke, have you heard about any people that were there? This is a non-casualty situation.
Yeah, I have not heard of anybody that was actually in this. Most of the time, like these boats are just like they're just kept there for the winter. So I haven't heard, but I haven't really also looked.
I'll hold off. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here with Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. As I was leaving the station yesterday, I had to stop and pause in the hallway because I saw the breaking news that Kellen Moore was hired just like that, and Luka returns for 53. Be careful out there. Glad you're waking up with us. We're going to keep you up to date with all the weather and traffic as well. A Tolo Tuesday, just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, what moves will the Cowboys make next?
Again, 25 losses. Still work to do. A 51-point night and counting for Luka.
Look who's back. That was the audio on Bally, Sean, and RJ, along with Bobby About live here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. 53 points in his return game. It took all of it to beat the lowly Detroit Pistons at the AAC. I guess I was half expecting them to say, no, we're not going to play this game. We don't want people going back and forth from the arena, but it looked like a pretty packed house to see Luka's return, and they got a treat while Doncic was chirping and trash talking. Thank you to the Detroit Pistons assistant coach who decided to rile Luka up throughout the entire game. Luka said it in the post. He said it to the media in the second post that guy wouldn't shut up. Guy would not shut up, and Luka absolutely welcomed it and loved it, and he comes back with 53 daggone points. Ooh. Good Lord, Choppy.
And look, I mean, I say thank God because this would have been a disastrous loss, but there really is no such thing as a disastrous, regular season loss in baseball or basketball. It would have sucked though. Like they have no business losing to the Detroit Pistons.
Well, you could throw it on the pile. It's not right. A disastrous loss, but they have a number of them that, depending on their seeding and home court advantage, we will look back at and say, look at these 5 games that you guys screwed around in and didn't win.
Yeah, I mean, and it may be more than 5. I mean, I think it was 5 like a month and a half ago. I mean, now we may be looking at about a little bit more than half a dozen. But yeah, they've had some stinkers this year against teams they have no business losing to, and they almost had one last night. I mean, they were getting pretty handled in this game until about midway, late third quarter. They started to chip away, but it seemed like every time they chipped away, once they got to 3, Detroit immediately got it back to 9. Like the entire second half. They immediately got it back to 9 points.
The most disturbing thing in this game is something that Bassick brought up. It wasn't, I guess there's 2 disturbing things. The Pistons played it close. Spencer Dinwiddie had 2 points through 3 quarters. 2. He ended up 5 of 16. So he did get off 16 shot attempts, but Bassick was saying how this stretch while Luka was out has shown that Dinwiddie can be maybe a true number 2 or a number 2 for this team. And then he's got 2 points heading into the fourth quarter where he ends up scoring 10. And I'm not going at Dinwiddie here. I'm just talking about the Mavericks' involvement in Jason Kidd and Luka keeping him involved, because I think if I check the halftime numbers, he had like 3 shots or something really, really low, disturbingly low, Bobby, as Spencer Dinwiddie kind of goes off in the fourth.
Yeah, look, this has always been the concern when you talk about trying to find somebody to play with Luka. Like, that was always the benefit of Jalen Brunson, was what Brunson could do was Brunson showed, okay, I can be your 40-point scorer, I can run the offense, I can do everything you need to do when Luka's out. And when Luka's in the game, I know how to play off of Luka, get my shots without being greedy, get effective looks, know how to play off the ball from him. And that's what you missed when he left. And so Dinwiddie is somebody who clearly shows, like, okay, when it's on me, like, I can go out there, I can be an ISO player, I can be ball dominant, and I can score. And then it's just like, man, as soon as Luka gets back in, it disrupts your rhythm. You forget how to, play with each other. And so that to me is just again, what it reminded me of more than anything watching him last night was it reminded me what you lost when you let Brunson go, which is just a guy who knew how to get his shots and play within his own game regardless of what you were asking him to do.
3 shots. That's what I saw. 3 shots on Twitter for Spencer Dinwiddie, and that's where Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal go at Luka in terms of saying you got to get everyone else involved. You can get yours whenever you want, but thank you to that Pistons assistant who went ahead and ticked him off. Choppy.
You mentioned that, but like, just what are we missing that the Barkleys and the Shaqs of the world are seeing when they talk about Luka getting everybody else involved? Like, it seems like none of us think that he fails to get players involved,
right?
But the guys who were in the league are like, no, he's not really doing a great job of getting guys involved. It's like, okay, I mean, obviously there's a built-in credibility that you have there. So like, what?
They're missing it. We're not missing anything. The fact that they are the 4th or 5th seed every year tells you everything. The fact this man is dragging and carrying this team to a top 6 seed in the Western Conference, I mean, that's where Kevin Durant called out Shaq the other day for not really watching basketball, and Shaquille went back at KD's hairline and went at him because, it's they kind of have like their, and Choppy always says this, I love them for entertainment value. Shaq does not watch basketball, and Charles sometimes has his old man go-tos that he relies upon. It's just, you got to make everyone better. Look at the teams that Charles Barkley played on. Charles Barkley didn't drag this team in Phoenix that Luka has to the NBA Finals. He had a squad. He had a Hall of Fame roster in Philadelphia, and then he went and joined up with old Hall of Famers in Houston. So I don't want to hear Charles talk about dragging anybody to anything when you have Dan Marley and Kevin Johnson and the Phoenix Suns who were playing like the old school, like the Warriors back in the day.
Yeah, I think that part of what you see too is, they see selfishness just because they don't have an acknowledgement of the supporting cast. Like, I think they see it and go, these are NBA guys. Like, these are the same guys that were making shots in the playoffs last year. These are the same guys that got hot and were making things from three. Luka's got to get those guys more involved. Well, first off, how many triple doubles do we talk about him having, or 50-point triple doubles, 40-point triple doubles? It's what Luka does. Luka's one of the best, I think, at distributing with a weak supporting cast, even while he's getting his own shots up. But they entered the fourth quarter last night. I believe Luka had made 14 shots, and the entire rest of the team had made 14 shots. And Luka had done it on 19 attempts. They had done it on, I think, 39. And so that's the type of that's the type of efficiency you're giving up when you're asking Luka to just, you got to defer more. Why? Why do you have to defer? Has there been all this discussion about, LeBron's got to defer more? Like early in his career where they you really need LeBron to just, give it up to Daniel Gibson. He's really got to get Wesley Person involved, or whoever else he was playing with early on in Cleveland. But it's a ridiculous standard. I think it's just nitpicking because they got to find something. And
of course, what matters the most is how the rest of the league views it. Are they viewing Luka as a gunner? Are they saying, I wouldn't get the ball if I go to Dallas? Dinwiddie is red hot, and he's getting 3 shots in the first half. Hopefully the rest of the league doesn't hold it against Luka when it comes to possibly coming here. Someone continues to screw with the Dallas Zoo. We've had birds, we've had cats, and now we have monkeys. The zoo alerted police yesterday 2 of their monkeys were gone, and their habitat had been intentionally compromised. So zookeepers were searching the zoo for the animals. They apparently generally like to stay close to home, but they were not found, according to the article I was looking at this morning. So someone is raising hell. A bad contract negotiation? I don't know. I don't know what type of zoo drama you can have with the employees, but someone get some daggone cameras installed at this place. How are they bypassing the security system as now the monkeys have been let out?
Dude, this is insane. It's every week there's something new going on. And that's a cute monkey too. Did you see the beard? You see how that groomed beard that thing had?
It's better than Peyton's beard.
Looking. Yeah, that was a great beard.
That's it. I'm shaving.
Was that is that a primate? Is that what those are monkeys primates? Is that what it is? I have no idea. I wanted to sound smart and official, but it's a wonderful looking monkey. I would have that as a pet tomorrow. How do you let this thing out? What's going on? This is definitely an inside job. 100% an inside job. This is PETA. I'm calling him out. This is PETA.
No, it's not PETA, because what they've done is when they let the cougar or whatever run loose and things like that, you're jeopardizing Texans with firearms who say, I'm gonna defend myself if I see that thing out in the wild. And so you're jeopardizing that animal's life, I think, more just by letting it go. PETA would take them somewhere, I think. So just letting them out, I feel like, is a move of an anarchist. So I think we have a zoo anarchist, ultimately, is what we're looking at here.
I wonder what the charge is for all this. If they get one person of the group for all 3 crimes, you go to jail for a while? What are the crimes here? Messing with endangered species with The birds, the eagles. I think those were eagles that they messed with, or vultures. It was the vultures.
Yep, I want to know the person who did this. How did they get their job at the zoo? What was their qualifications?
Well done.
What?
Well done. Don't try to top it. You can't. You can't top it.
It's disgustingly.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. What does it mean that Kellen Moore got hired within hours of the Cowboys letting him go? Are we going to end up regretting the Kellen Moore decision now that he's moving on to what we think is a better quarterback situation? Is Kellen Moore about to stick it in all of our faces? Next on The Fan.
Keep the From our fan studios secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Let us know what you're doing. Up and Adam, myself, Peyton Russell, and Ryan live in studio. We got Bobby and Choppy doing the show from their homes. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, as yesterday at around 11 a.m., the news broke that the LA Chargers were hiring Kellen Moore. And RJ, you said it may not be a Rex Ryan situation. Well, was it Rob Ryan? It was a Rob Ryan situation.
Yeah, it was Rob. Remember Rob Ryan when he got let go from here? He said, I'll have a job in 5 minutes. Well, it wasn't 5 minutes. He had a job eventually, but it wasn't 5 minutes. I don't think Kellen Moore was unemployed for 18 hours. Like, this was pretty remarkable that he was hired this fast and with multiple people asking for him. And he went right to the one spot. If I was an offensive guy, that I would go and hang my hat. You know, whether or not Justin Herbert has exceeded or met expectations or whatever, like, he's got talent. This guy's got all-world talent, and he absolutely does. So it's a great landing spot. I mean, you talk about landing on your feet. You land on your feet. I mean, they got no expectations out. They have no fan base. There's no pressure, and you've got a great quarterback. Or somebody with great quarterback talent, yeah, that's the way to go.
So Kellen Moore just upgraded to the Chargers of the Cowboys of the AFC, as one Tolo put it, which they are.
They are. Oh yeah, they are. I mean, they find ways to lose in the most preposterous of fashions, just kind of like we do. We do it in the last play of the game. They just do it over the last 2 quarters of the game. That's kind of how this works, but. Yeah, I mean, look, Herbert's a better, he's got more talent than Dak. I don't know, he hasn't like shown he's better throughout the course of his career, but the talent is certainly an upgrade.
Bobby, is this a little seller's remorse? To me, this is like in fantasy when you drop a player and then bam, he gets picked up immediately and you're like, why did they get picked up so fast? Did I just make a mistake? Did I have a brain fart here when the person I thought was not good enough for my team gets snatched up quickly?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's one of those things where, typically if you let somebody go and then they can't get a job, you're just looking at it like, see, I was right. When this happens that fast, it does make you go, oh, crap. Okay, so does the rest of the league view him really highly? I mean, I think everybody around the league, everybody on social media especially, like, loves Brandon Staley and thinks he's like the next genius. And so if that's your case, does it make you pause and go, why does Brandon Staley like immediately want this guy on his coaching staff? Why are they like, this is the guy to handle Justin Herbert? He wasn't the guy for Dak, but he's the guy to handle Justin Herbert. And so, yeah, I think it gives you a little bit of remorse.
I don't know if people are feeling that way about Brandon Staley anymore.
I think people love Staley still. There's an increased amount of critics, but I think there are plenty of people who still think he's great.
He's probably the smartest coach in the league.
In what sense?
He's the only one that has embraced analytics. Makes him the smartest.
Oh, okay. But, I mean, I think the thing that you look at here is, that makes you feel a little bad. I think Cowboys fans need to remember this, though, is regardless of some people who I saw the term Ross Tucker, I know, used the word fired yesterday, with the Cowboys firing Kellen Moore. And, I've seen some discussion about, mutual, sure. 100% certainty I can tell you this was mutual. Kellen Moore was ready to go. And it makes sense. Like, I mean, if you're talking about, the approach and all the work that he's done. We mentioned this yesterday. Look at all the work that he did, to have this as a top offense 3 out of the 4 years. And really, as I saw somebody on Twitter say yesterday, the fact that they finished 14th in yards and like 16th in points in 2020, running out several games of Dalton, DiNucci, and Garrett Gilbert, I think is stunning that they even finished middle of the pack in offense that year. And so, he had a very good resume, and it's probably a lot to just say, why am I going to shoulder all of this public blame? What am I doing this for?
Right.
Like, I don't need all this.
Right. I'm trying to think of my top 3 or 5 most disrespected people in the history of the Metroplex that we've covered. who did a job as well as him, and we were like, screw you, get out of here. I'm trying to think who would be on that list and who would be higher than Kellen Moore.
I know number one.
Go ahead, Choppy.
I know number one. Tony Romo.
That's the one that came to my mind.
Oh.
I do the troll bit, but I mean, Romo got way too much heat during his time here in Dallas. Just like I think Dak gets too much heat now. So that's one that stands out to me.
But didn't Romo get better at the end? Wasn't he more appreciated towards the end? Yeah. I had more respect for him at the very end.
He was. Yeah, he was thought of as a choker early on in his career. There was that choker label. He was thought of as that. But, I mean, at the end, it was like, I think after the 8-8 seasons, people started feeling sorry for him,
Yeah, I mean, I remember somebody had the line years ago that they said Tony Romo, and I can't remember which analyst this was, but they said Tony Romo is my litmus test for, am I talking to somebody who actually understands football, or are they an idiot? And if they are saying, Romo's a choker and you can't win with Romo, I go, okay, then you don't know what you're talking about. And if you properly analyze Romo, I go, okay, if you can get Romo right, I trust you can get other stuff right about the NFL. But yeah, I think that there was probably a period of time where Michael Young was pretty, especially during the World Series run. A lot of people were trying to run off Michael. Yes, you guys both can cock your heads. But I'm saying there was a point. You remember the hashtag was PADMY, PADMY, was what they used on Twitter consistently because they said past a diving Michael Young. That's what they would say about his defense.
Well, maybe that was at the very end. He was always a beloved figure while I've been here.
I think that there was a lot of bitterness starting around 2009 with the fan base with him. And he played really well during that time. 2009 is when Elvis Andrus came in. That's when he first requested the trade. And that's when things started to go sideways with some fans.
Okay. 877-881-1053. I want to see some names on the truckwreck.com text line. Not whether you think Kellen is disrespected, but just who else in the last 10, 15, 20 years have we disrespected? We've had right, the black sheep, the whipping boys, the doormats, but who really put up numbers or did well?
Yeah, we got 469. We got Byron Jones. Anthony Spencer's a good answer. You know who's the most it just dawned on me. Greg Ellis. Greg Ellis was never able to outrun the Randy Moss thing, and he was a really good player for them for a decade. And nobody ever let him go.
There's another. Greg Ellis was. You're right. Doug Free was definitely disrespected.
Yeah. Yes.
Doug was a good player. He was a good player, and he was completely disrespected his entire time here, and only because he was also on a really good line. That was. Yeah. And he followed up. I should say followed up some good players in that line. I think he followed up Colombo at right tackle, if I'm not mistaken.
So we upgraded.
A good player.
Yeah, we upgraded then. Todd Archer, Cowboys Insider, was on with the G-Bag Nation, and they asked Todd, I know you're listening, Mark, was Kellen Moore fired, or was this actually a parting of ways, like Bobby Belt said?
It's easy to say, oh, yeah, it's mutual. The fact that he landed a job so quickly, to me, indicates it was mutual, that he was ready to go. They were okay with him. The Chargers, the way I understand it, asked for permission to talk to him last week when there was first wind that he might not be back or things might not be stable here. So they put in a request to talk to him. The fact that he got this job announced within, was it 12 hours? I don't even know.
Yeah.
Tells you to me that this was mutual. He was ready for a fresh start, a new challenge, and the Cowboys were ready to start off in a new direction from Kellen Moore. To me, again, from the Cowboys, and Broadus, you've talked about this before. I know with the guys there, and to me in conversations, when you're the owner, when you're the coach, you already have 5 names in your desk drawer of who you want to be the next guy.
Yep.
You got to hope Mike McCarthy already had those names going.
That brought up another issue from some of the Tolos. How did this get done so fast? We want some NBA tampering charges. We want some investigation here with tampering because Kellen obviously had this lined up. Whatever. Who cares? right?
Yeah, well, and I mean, if you're given approval, if you're given the thumbs up, if you're told, like, I mean, they asked permission, they got it. They went through the proper channels. It is just interesting to see how quickly, like, even once chatter got around the league that, hey, he may be open, Chargers were like, let's request permission. Let's get him here. They clearly had an eye on Kellen Moore, and they there are a lot of people around the league. I know we saw chatter yesterday from Ian Rappaport that the Buccaneers would have been interested, and so he's somebody who there is a little bit of, like, be careful what you wish for. Grass isn't always greener on the other side. I do think something needed to change in the equation, so I don't hate the move.
Yeah.
But you may come out of this going, that wasn't the problem.
So Todd Archer was then asked the follow-up, do you believe that Mike McCarthy, Nick Eatman yesterday was very hesitant in believing that McCarthy will actually call the plays. Does Todd Archer believe it?
I'm not, because I've not been told that. I was told that's to be determined at this point. Could it happen? Sure, it could happen. Maybe it will happen, but I haven't been told that just yet. But clearly I think he'll have more say into the offense than he's had in his first 3 years with the team. And I'm more curious about what's this offense going to look like. And I know you guys have talked about it before. Is it going to be what Mike ran in Green Bay? Is it going to be what the Cowboys have done here for years under Kellen Moore and Scott Linehan and all these guys? Or a combination of the two? There's a lot of things that they'll have to solve here this offseason.
Why are you smirking?
Source off. We got a source off. David Moore, Todd Archer, Nick Eatman. We got a source off.
Can we get a dance for that on the fan cam, like a Zoolander, a source off between Archer and David Moore?
Which I gotta say, I trust both those guys a great, and Nick Eatman too. When they hear things that makes me feel really confident about a news story. So when they both are hearing different things, that makes me Sean, gosh, stop.
I'm reporting I'm dancing with my pen. This is my Zoolander shorthand, like Mickey writes with.
when they have that, when you've got guys like Nick and Todd and David Moore that all hear different things, to me that says there's genuine conflict or disagreement or whatever else. So it does at least say to me nothing's set in stone.
I think the big story here, this is literally the most anybody's ever heard Archer talk in a sentence. Nobody has ever heard him put more than 4 words together. There's never been punctuation, never been commas in his speech. No one's ever heard this from Archer.
Yeah, he's a Mr. ESPN TV star.
I know, right? But even on his live shots, it's like 3 words.
Yeah.
Back to you. Back to you in the studio.
Back to you. So now Kellen Moore is going to take over an offense. And look, RJ, this is setting up for us to look dumb and Kellen Moore to look smart, because just to simplify it down, as you would say, you're going to the better quarterback talent. So all of a sudden, right, the Chargers, they had another horrific ending to their season, an embarrassing ending to their season. So now the bar's low. Kellen Moore's going there. You get a better quarterback. You get more quarterback talent. And that will be the easy setup for Dallas made a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be the easy setup, and there's no way to, ever say, they would have done this with this coach. They would have done that with that quarterback. I mean, you can always kind of play that game. But this is the easy one. Like, if they go out there and, Justin Herbert has his best year, the fewest interceptions or whatever, or his highest QB, whatever it is, pick whatever stat you want. People are going to point to it and they're gonna latch onto it. And that's just the nature of it. It's going to happen. It happens no matter where you go, no matter what. We were all looking at what Jason Garrett was going to do with the Giants. When he went there, we were all looking at, it's okay. Let's see if he goes there and Daniel Jones all of a sudden becomes this wizard.
Yeah.
How dumb are we going to look? But obviously that didn't happen. But who knows? I think the likelihood is that Justin Herbert, no matter who the coach is going to be a talented player. Either way, his talent ain't going anywhere.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. So we go from Kellen Moore basically being, not traded, but the Chargers pick up Kellen Moore as their acquisition. Are the Mavericks going to make any acquisitions? There's a report yesterday that Mark Cuban, and don't laugh. I know we always instantly laugh. The Mavs are willing to go all in. Tim McMahon, Mavs insider, on the possibilities with Bobby giggling on the fan cam next with Sean and RJ.
injury, lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Alec Burks, a shot. Luka, rebound. Ball game over. Put it in the win column for Dallas. Behind 53 from Luka. Mavs 111. Pistons 105. Mavs are 27 and 25.
They survived last night on Bally after Luka returns, drops 24 in the first quarter, 53 for the game. And you heard Follow-Up with the update on the Mavs record. This is his NBA-leading fourth 50-point game of the season. He's dropped 50 or more 4 times already this year, 17 of 24 from the floor, 5 of 11 from 3, and 14 of 18 from 3. Wait, let's see. 5 of 11 from three-point range, 14 of 18 from three-point range in his return after missing 1 game with the ankle injury. That doesn't make sense.
Free throw line, I think is what they meant.
Yeah, they meant free throw line. You're absolutely right. So there's Luka becoming only the 4th player in the last 50 years to score 4 50-point games before February, joining Mike, Kobe, and James Harden. Mavs had to rally from down 11 in the third for the W, but another magical performance at the AAC, Choppy.
Yeah, and 2 of those players you mentioned were are really, really good, and the other one's James Harden. But no, that's good company. That's good company if you can find a way to be in it. He continues to impress. He just does. He continues to amaze every single time he plays, and that's why when he's out there, when he's not out there, you just can't watch this team. But when he is out there, you really can't miss it. You don't want, at least you don't want to miss it. You obviously could miss any baseball or basketball game in the regular. You don't want to. Because he is that special. And to have that many 50-point games, and here we are, we're barely halfway through the season, is just remarkable.
And now the report from Callie Kaplan of the Dallas Morning News. The Mavericks are open to trading. It's hard not to laugh. It really is. The Mavericks are open to trading just about anyone not named Luka on their roster in hopes of landing a superstar caliber player. Well, thank God. I mean, thank God that they're open to trading anyone on the roster not named Luka in order to bring in some more help.
That's brave. This is a brave organization. That's what I when I think of Mark Cuban, that's what I think of, just bravery. Everybody should be on the chopping block. If you're not going to, re-sign Christian Wood long term, if you're not going to, actually take advantage of his skill set and what he brings to the table, then all right, yeah, then if he's not somebody you're going to play, then everybody but Luka should be up for discussion. And I know we like Dinwiddie and the way he plays, but if any deal comes along that makes sense for you, either in terms of clearing up money, clearing up some of these longer term contracts, bringing talent in here, bringing draft capital in here, whatever it is, yeah, everybody but the name Luka should be on the table. That's just an easy answer right there.
0-6 without him in the lineup. No one else on the team averages more than 20 points. And the name that we're throwing up and offering out there, our biggest selling piece, Dorian Finney-Smith. Dorian Finney-Smith. Are you kidding me? Tim McMahon yesterday, this was on his own podcast, right, Peyton?
I think it was with Zach Lowe. I think so. I think it was on the Lowe podcast.
This was on the Lowe podcast. Thanks to Ruben Portillo. I checked my home Comrex unit, my technology at home, in case I got snowed in. We got Choppy and Bobby doing the shows from their homes with the weather, and I called the studio to check the equipment, and Ruben's answering. And I'm like, okay, we good to go, He goes, I'm sending Mavs. Don't forget Mavs. This guy's taking over from Bassick as the Mavs insider inside the station. He went and got the audio of Tim McMahon talking about the Mavericks' biggest trade piece, biggest trade chip, and some scenarios.
They're not trading Dorian Finney-Smith by himself. If Dorian Finney-Smith gets traded, it's going to be Dorian Finney-Smith plus multiple picks, and it will be. They're not giving up Dorian Finney-Smith unless it is for the bona fide, this dude can be the co-star that Luka needs to compete for a championship. I doubt heavily that happens before this deadline, in part because they're handcuffed on picks.
All right, so it wouldn't be Dorian straight up. We'd have to throw in some other garbage.
Oh, you mean Dorian Finney-Smith straight up for a legit number 2 isn't going to happen? I mean, are we?
No, child. Dorian and maybe Hardaway, or Dorian and maybe Dwight Powell. That'll get it done.
Yes, excuse me. I forgot about throwing those guys. Yes, absolutely. Dorian and Tim Hardaway are not going to bring you back like Anthony Edwards. Is that what you're telling me? Like they're not going to bring you back a legitimate another superstar in the NBA? What was I thinking? Thinking that could actually happen. I mean, we were so close, Sean, to getting Carmelo for Roddy B. We were so close to having that happen. And it's just a thing. If this front office was a little bit more creative, they could find a way to flip Dorian Finney-Smith for Bradley Beal. If they were just a little bit more creative, they could figure that out.
And now what about Christian Wood? What's his market value? What's his market value this summer and trade value, Tim?
I don't know that he's going to get more money on the market this summer. I talked to a lot of teams. I've yet to find one that's really eager to sign up for the Christian Wood experience. Maybe you've heard something I haven't. I think if we're looking at Mavericks rotation players most likely to be traded before the deadline, it is Christian Wood. Having said that, I think that finding value for him is going to be challenging. I was talking to an executive with another team and kind of saying, what do you think the market is? And he says, I think they can get basically what they gave up for him. I think they can get back. Ugh. And he said, basically, I think they could probably get like a late first round pick if they're willing to take salary into next season.
So, Bobby, I think this is a case of us. There seems to be a Christian Wood stain throughout the league. I even know some people in the organization, and we get a lot of sources from someone on G-Bag who there's always a you know what I mean? They're not just outright thrilled with him. There's always a hesitation of, yeah, but defense. Yeah, but is he a professional? Yeah, but. And it feels like we're kind of stuck here with either having to overpay him because we're so desperate for talent or trading him for what you gave up to get him. The one thing we can all agree on in DFW, when they traded for Christian Wood, we laughed at the Rockets. We're like, really? That's all we had to give up? We ripped you off. We held you up and ripped you off right there at basketball gunpoint. But it doesn't sound like, Bobby, Christian Wood's first half with the Mavericks has changed many people's minds.
No, and I mean, it's obviously, we've talked about this before. It's got to be things in the equation that we're not seeing. There's some, jagged, messed up piece to this puzzle that, we don't have, that if we put it and go, oh, there's the whole picture. This is why everybody's, soured on him. I mean, what? He's, the way I look at it, he must be David Irving, essentially. Like in terms of work ethic and things like that, where it's like, you're an immensely talented player, but you're not a pro.
Yeah.
And so that must be their problem. And I'm not saying that's the case, but I mean that's got to be their perspective at least on him, because Jason Kidd has just fought tooth and nail to make sure he doesn't get on the court. And the only way he got on the court was when they were down 4 players and they had to. But there's I'm just surprised because you look at the NFL. People will buy in on talent regardless of the red flags, whereas you've got an issue here where talent only gets you so far, like with Christian Wood or Dennis Schroeder's another one like that, where people think he's really talented but he's got way too many red flags, and so he's never gotten what he the type of deal or the type of investment that maybe people expected. And so I guess Christian was just one of those guys. But the thing is what did you expect? Did you not know this about him? If this is his reputation around the league, why did you trade for him? Why did you think you could fix it?
Well, they didn't give up anything. And this is the situation that we're in. Some people can go and buy things at wholesale, at full cost, and the rest of us have to buy and wait for the expiration date on the steak. We got to go into the store, and we got to hope there's a clearance sale. And that's how the Mavericks have to shop. If we're going to add someone here for this deadline, we got to start looking at other teams' problems. We got to start looking at other teams' overpaid contracts. We got to start looking at other teams' misfits, other teams' players who are not happy with their role. That's the way we have to shop. We have to go to the store and we have to get the meat on the day before the expiration date. That's the way it is for the Mavs.
Yeah, in a salary cap world, it's good to do that because you do hit on those guys sometimes. Sometimes you find diamonds in the rough. The problem is that you just can't go shopping there for your number 2.
Yeah,
that's where you shop for your 3.
Yep.
Or worse. Really, that's where you shop for your 3. And that's just the reality of it. The concept of going and finding somebody else's problem and saying I could fix that guy, that will never die in sports. Doesn't matter if it's a cap league or an uncapped league. Every single general manager is and should be looking for somebody else's problem. I want somebody else. I'll fix somebody else's problem because you're gonna
want the problem.
Yeah, but not as your number 2. You want it to fill out your roster because you want the depth, and you're like, okay, maybe we get. He's talented. This is a Bill Belichick thing, right? Give me a first-round draft pick that hasn't ever hit his peak, ever reached his potential, is a little bit of a problem. Just give him to me. I'll worry about the rest later. Just give me the talent because you can't fix talent.
Do you know what the Mavericks' record is when Christian Wood plays between 30 and 35 minutes?
No, I hope it's really, really a lot over 500.
0-9. Now, here's the thing. There's a little bit of a chicken and the egg theory there because is Christian Wood only getting into games when they're getting, dog walked? And kids empty the bench, put him in that. I know there have been instances of him hitting the 30-minute mark when they didn't, they were getting killed and they were just resting guys. Or, they're down a bunch of players. They're injured, so he's getting minutes. And so there's a little bit of the chicken and the egg question there, but man, 30 to 35 minutes if he plays that. 0-9. 27 and 16 in every other game for the Mavericks.
Another team's problem would be Zach LaVine, right? Super talent in Chicago. What's going on there? Tim McMahon on the Zach Lowe podcast talking about him as a possible Mavs fit.
Well, and LaVine is a guy that we've talked about here before. I do know that there are people who have some juice within the Mavericks organization who are Zach LaVine fans, but there's all that wouldn't be one that they're doing backflips about because there would be concern about the durability. There would be concern about the defense, especially if you're giving up Dorian Finney-Smith in that deal and perhaps Josh Green. So you're giving up 2 of your 4 guys who actually can guard for somebody who doesn't. That would be concerning. Like I said, the durability, the defense, the dollars, it's a big, big contract. At a certain point, though, the Mavericks might not be able to trade for the perfect co-star. You just have to get a co-star, and it's a tough position. It's a really a tough position. But Zach LaVine is definitely at a certain point. You have to pounce on what might be available, and we'll see what else. Who else might be available. If he's the best on the marketplace, the Mavericks might eventually have to make your play there.
So there it is from Tim Mack, Mavs insider. Last night asking Luka about getting into it with the Detroit Pistons assistant coach, and Luka gave a demented smile, yeah, I like it. I like it. I really like the trash talk back and forth. I ain't scared, is what he said in the post. We can talk. I like it. I ain't scared. And Luka's all over TV this morning. I got 2 different feeds on, and it is nothing but Mavericks Blue nonstop, as he has another 50-point game in his first 5 years. He's tied with LeBron at 5. Michael had 17.
Oh, that's high. Wow, that's a lot. That's quite a bit.
17 50-point games in his first 5 seasons. Is an airplane the absolute worst place to ever break up? Next on Sean and RJ, we got a Brooks and Dunn ticket giveaway for being a Tolo right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, what moves?
Headlines coming up at 7 o'clock. We're live as always here on a Weather Tuesday. What are we calling this? Tuesday. Sean Shreve in studio along with Peyton and Ryan. RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt at home. Some of the Tolos are asking what your food situation is. Have you gone to the store? Are the shelves clean? How many non-perishable food items do you have just in case we have an Antonio Brown situation? RJ, delivery options, food, what are you doing?
I don't
alcohol.
I don't think I have any delivery options. Maybe a few. There's not a whole lot out here. But I've got some fish and I've got some chicken, like those basically chicken nuggets. Basically, that's what I've got. That's enough. I think I can get through. It's gonna be tough though. It's gonna be like I'm rationing because my issue is I'm out of like everything else. Like I have meat, but I'm out of drinks. I'm out Powerades and stuff. I drink a lot of Powerade. I'm out of butter. I'm out of cheese. I'm out of everything I would use to go with it. Sarah's here, so she can maybe figure something out. I can't. I'm a moron. I do have a bag of chips. Okay, so I get by with a bag of chips. That'll give me some sustenance, I think, but it's empty calories. But I think we can do it. But that's only with the meat. We don't have any sides really.
And alcohol, I know you have.
Yeah, but we don't have any shooters right now. Okay, we've got alcohol to sip, but we don't have anything to shoot. We've been liking to shoot things a lot lately.
What are you in high school? You don't need a shooter.
Wow. Peyton from the top row.
I mean, shooters. Why are you taking shots at home?
Well, it's just easier than just having a whole drink. It's quicker.
Yeah, you're going to sip on something nice that you're drinking. Like, what are you shooting? What bottle cost are we talking about here? You're not supposed to.
Cheap. We shoot cheap.
Yeah,
we shoot cheap.
Okay.
We shoot cheap. We sip expensive.
Okay.
So we have no problem spending $50 to $100 on a bottle of bourbon, but when we're gonna shoot it, it's $18 out the door.
Man, Bobby.
This was a wonderful time for me to start soda because everything there is non-perishable.
Yeah.
And so like dead serious. It's been that has been a comfort to know that I've already got all the food off to the side, and so there's nothing to worry about there.
And the kids.
Yeah, wife went out Sunday and bought a ton of water. Like bought 4 cases of it in case we got iced in or there were water issues or whatever else. So she went and got a bunch of food on Sunday and stuff as soon as Danny Brunoff's email came through.
So she's a panicker. She's a storm panicker over this type of stuff.
Not a storm panicker. We run through so much freaking bottled water in this house, and so she needs to make sure. She wants to make sure we have enough. We'll go through.
Why don't you get a Brita? Are Britas still a thing?
I'm fine with the filter. We get the pitcher filters, you fill them up and you just put them in. I'm fine with that. My daughters are fine with that. We got one of those at the beginning of COVID when we thought are we going to be able to go get a bunch of water? And so that worked out well. But then the filter ran out and I'm lazy and I've never gone back to fill it again, and she doesn't like it, so she's not going to fill it.
And of course, I'm the most jealous of Peyton, who's living that hotel life. I love staying in hotels. Are you just
La Quinta?
I don't care what it is. It's free AC. It's a bed. It's no one around, and it's a TV that works.
Mm-hmm.
You're
no
good to
Bally
go.
Though. That was disappointing. I had every channel but Bally last night.
Oh, you're 95% of the Metroplex then.
Whatever U.S. cellular stream they had to go in on the TV.
So are you just picking up meals, delivery, and
I went to Jack in the Box because it's 10 feet away. So I went there. I grabbed some stuff from some sandwich stuff. I can do sandwiches all day for lunch and all that. So cheese, meat, mayo, that's all I need.
Okay. So look at you roughing it from Rockwall. And alcohol?
No alcohol, just water. We're going to be good for these 2 days.
These 2 days.
But then on my day off, then that's when, I go to RJ's to get some shooters.
That's right, man.
Did you meet up with RJ when you were partying in Fort Worth this weekend?
No, RJ said he had plans. You had the kids, RJ? Is that what?
Yeah. I had the kids. When I have the kids, I'm not down in Fort Worth. I'm up in Roanoke when I've got the boys. When I don't have the boys, I'm usually down off at Sarah's place in Fort Worth. But yeah, I was up here this weekend.
Yeah.
And did you rage?
Yeah, day drinking turned into night drinking and stuff. We just bar hopped it again, so it's 2 times in 2 weeks I've been out there, which from Rockwell, it's a long ways. I'm halfway to California, basically.
Yeah, how long is that drive for you?
It's about an hour.
And you're sleeping out there?
Yes, yeah, because that's a deal I run with my friends out there. It's like if I come out there,
deal I run.
If I come out there, someone's got to let me crash because I'm not driving all the way back. So they're open to it. I'm like, okay, that's fine.
And you had no Molly temptations this weekend again to go back to the strip club?
Oh, there were temptations. One guy even brought it up, said, "Hey, let's go back. Just me, you, and someone else and stuff. Let's go back." And I was like, financially, I really don't want to go down that hole. You gotta give me a couple more paychecks, man.
Man,
I know.
You gotta go back.
If you would have texted us,
you're talking
said,
about
hey,
you're 43-year-old shooting cheap liquor. What do you get on him about for his budget? Look how you're saving. You're taking shots.
I need to put my Venmo out there or something, man.
That's what I'm saying, Peyton. Is that that's show content. If you would have texted me and said, guys, I need a little donation. I want to go see Molly. I would have happily Venmo'd you, and then you would have had resources to go visit Molly.
No. Don't trust him for anything. He talks a lot.
So my friends brought this up because they all know about the strip club story and all that, and they were like, "Would your not knowing the company Odyssey? There's like, would your company fund you like $500 to go there? Like every weekend just for like a strip club review thing?" and I just kind of smiled and I was like, Wow. I was like, I don't think so. I was like, 500? I don't know if 50. I don't think so.
I'll tell you though, Peyton, that the strip club you went to, the best thing about that is that it's one of the few places in Fort Worth where you can park for free. Those people who have taken over Fort Worth, the people who have taken over Fort Worth, and I'm talking straight to you, Bass family, y'all are crooks, okay? Y'all have taken Sundance Square and West 7th and turned it into a $30 park fest. That's all you've done. You can't find a free parking lot. You can't find a free piece of street parking out there. You're running every business out so you and your little crony little friends can open up a purse shop on Throckmorton. That's all you're looking to do.
I hate the new trend of download the app, scan it, and then the whole app parking just to park your damn car.
Yes.
Drove me to. That's what we ran into at Billy Bob's a couple weeks back when we went there. Was we had to download this app, and that's almost enough. If it was not for the wife wanting to be out, that would have been enough for me to go, I'm going home. I'm not doing this.
So this is one family that you calling out one family here, Choppy?
They own everything. They own it all. They know it. They know who they are. They own the entire city of Fort Worth. They bought up all the property in Sundance Square, and they're just raising those rates. Can't find any validated parking anymore. You got to pay. You got 2 spots that'll validate now. I mean, run all the good restaurants. They're running them out. It's becoming a ghost town down there.
All right. Is this the worst possible place to ever break up? Choppy, set us up for what happened on this airplane.
Man, I feel bad for the other passengers on this flight. I really, really do. This was a woman on a plane who was broken up with. Now, she was broken up with mid-flight. So the way the story is going is that the plane had basically landed, and the boyfriend had already told her, "We're done. This thing is through." And you see the people with the yellow jackets on, the yellow highlighter jackets that are running around down on the tarmac. Well, they're on the plane, and here they are with this girl screaming mad after just getting dumped.
Hey man, wear your mask. Oh my.
That I
break up with her.
I should have listened to that because I don't think I would have played that. That was tough. That's when you got to grab her arm and go, "We're back together. Don't worry, we're fine." you got to get back together with her or lie about getting back together with her because this is a huge issue for me of making scenes in public. Oh, That's like a top number one rule for me. Like, do not make a scene in public. Do not make a scene in front of my parents. Like, we're not to argue in front of any other people. Do not do that. And this would be my worst nightmare.
I agree about the making a scene in public. If that were to, something like that were to occur, first off, that guy should know her well enough. This couldn't have been a surprising reaction to him.
Right.
And if he knew a reaction like that was coming, why would you do it? Now, is he thinking that, I'm going to leverage the situation by breaking up with her on a plane and she can't react this way because we're on a freaking plane?
Right.
Yes.
Like, I guess maybe that's his thought, but then you risk if she does, now you've got an Odell Beckham Jr., you're getting carried off the plane situation. And so
Bobby,
for me, I agree. If there's any sort of scene being made, I will literally walk away. I'll go, if you start making a scene, I'm walking away. I'm not even going to be around.
But you can't on a plane. There's nowhere to go. And I think you're exactly right. He knew she was going to act this way. This is on him too. You have to know the room and know the person that you're breaking up with. Some people are like, okay, fine, I don't need you. Others are going to have a meltdown like this. And he knew, and he did this on purpose, thinking he was protected by the other 150 passengers on a high alert situation, which is an airplane. And, he was wrong. He was wrong.
And where else have you all dealt with the breakups? Out in public, obviously behind closed doors. That can get intense, but out and about. Or the argument or the fight somewhere out publicly. Peyton?
Well, the fight publicly I've dealt with. I've never had a breakup in public.
Your previous one, I feel like you could fill the whole segment of stories.
I could fill a whole segment with public fights. I could fill not a segment. I could fill a show.
Yes.
I could fill a week with the public fights. But never the breakup. We don't break up, I don't think, in public. Maybe she yelled, I'm done. And I was like, okay, whatever. Right. Or I said it, and she was like, okay, whatever. But never an actual public breakup. That's, man, you've got to know the room. You got to know the person you're dealing with.
No breaking up in public. I got Kristen smacked me at Pete's Piano Bar one time.
Great place.
That was
great place. Great place.
It was, and it was like 1 a.m. Wow. And so, like, you guys have been there, so the tables are like right up front, those like premium spots.
Yeah.
Somebody had left, so we all scooted up. There was a group of us, including my sister, and Kristen walked off to the bar to get another drink. We were all a little bit tipsy at this point. This girl comes back and says, my phone, oh my gosh, I lost my phone. And I just reached down and I picked it up and I was like, here you go. And she goes, oh my gosh, thank you. And she grabs me and she kisses me. And then Kristen comes back and as soon as she comes back, the first words out of my sister's mouth while Kristen is drunk is, some girl just kissed Bobby. And so then I got like the immediate smack, and then it like turned into, wait, hold on.
Dana Belt over here.
Yes. So then it turned into a no, you don't understand the context of what just happened.
Yeah.
And so at the end, I think we both ended up placing more blame on my sister for not the line to lead with. It's not just Bobby just kissed a girl. Well, no, that's not exactly how it happened. And so that one put me in a little bit of a bad situation. But otherwise, I don't get in fights because I walk away. I will literally leave.
I left Amanda at a crab legs place once when we first started dating. I literally hopped the fence, or not a fence. I hopped like the bar rail and had my Uber ordered and walked right out and into the car, leaving a crab leg place. But we're out of time right now.
Way to send a message.
I have so many follow-ups.
Way to send a message. Headlines.
Leaving her there like Jameis Winston.
Headlines and a Brooks and Dunn ticket giveaway to hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. We're going to get a special weather update from Dan Brunoff right after the headlines. Kellen Moore has already gotten a job. Next.
But let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct.
From our fan studios secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Former Cowboys offensive coordinator Kellen Moore got swooped up just like that yesterday. Almost 24 hours ago, the Los Angeles Chargers hired him to try to take Justin Herbert to the next level and maybe save the job of Brandon Staley. So Kellen Moore goes from Dak Prescott to Justin Herbert. Dak led the league in interception rate this year, 3.8%. Herbert had the seventh lowest interception rate at 1.4. Brandon Staley said, now he's a defensive guy, he was going to look for leadership in a system that resembled Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan. He said the offenses I think are the most challenging to defend, the ones that put a lot of pressure on you every snap in terms of marrying the run game to the pass, putting a lot of pressure on you with personnel. See if y'all think this sounds like Kellen Moore, okay? Personnel groupings, pace, motion, being able to get to the explosions consistently. The Chargers offense ranked 10th last season. They averaged 22 points a game, but running the football was a problem. They averaged 90 yards a game. That ranked 30th. Kellen had his offense in the top 4 in points per game, 27, yards per game, and third down conversion percentage. So Kellen Moore, RJ, gets picked up very fast.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he got picked up as fast as you can hope for to be as a coach who was removed or mutually parted ways, whatever you want to say. He got picked up real quick, and he went to a pretty good situation. I mean, I think like if you were going to look at all the situations you could have gone to, he could have gone to Carolina, he could have gone to Houston, he could have gone to Tampa, he could have gone to Arizona or Denver. You know, this is the one to go to. This has got a legitimate, about to be or already in their prime quarterback, young, a coach, a head coach who would love to give you 4 downs on every possession, so you know you're going to have a lot of leeway to work with to formulate your game plan. Man, I think this is a great situation for Kellen to be in, and it really puts us in a tough spot. Like, it's more likely than not that we look up here and their offense is humming because he's got a good quarterback and he's got good weapons. They got good weapons too. And you know, now they have to play Patrick Mahomes twice a year, so there's at least one loss every single season. But the win-loss number is not going to be what we look at when it comes to Kellen Moore. It's going to be the points scored, the points per game, and all that stuff, how the offense looks.
Yeah, I think that the checklist he just gave Brandon Staley for what they were looking for. All right, you know, stressing with personnel groupings. Yeah, all right, he can do that. Playing with pace, absolutely. Like when Kellen does a really good job of prepping the offense to get in their fastball offense and go up tempo. He's really good at that. Hitting the big plays consistently, I don't know. Like, I feel like that was one of the issues, that even as efficient as Dallas was a lot of this year, I felt like much of the year we were sitting there going, like, the big, like chunk yardage plays are too far, they're too few and far between. I mean, the biggest one I can think of this year, just off the top of my head, and I'm sure there are others, but like the biggest like chunk play I can remember this year, okay, you've got, the T.Y. Hilton catch against Philly. You had the catch and run from Pollard in Minnesota. But there's not a lot of, I don't feel like there's a lot of like really aggressive down the field shots that they were taking advantage of.
So now, Kellen Moore, this is setting up for us to kind of look bad if McCarthy is not as good as Kellen, if the Cowboys offense doesn't score 27 a game, and if the Chargers really do improve. Todd Archer, Cowboys insider, was on with the G-Bag Nation, and they asked him, you hearing about anyone that could become the next offensive coordinator in Dallas?
Yeah, the obvious ones, right? Brian Schottenheimer, he's in the building. Ben McAdoo was in the building last year, a long history with McCarthy up in Green Bay. The guy that I'm intrigued about for a couple of different reasons, and one is his ties to Dak. 2, you'd be weakening a division rival. Is Brian Johnson, the Eagles quarterback's coach. He's been up for a couple coordinator gigs, and Dak has spoken highly of him when we've talked about him to him about Johnson in the past. He worked with him at Mississippi State. We've seen what Jalen Hurts has done in his 2 years as the Eagles starter with him as the quarterback's coach. So I think that's a guy that you at least investigate to find out what it's all about. Those would be the names I would think. I don't see a Cliff Kingsbury. That would be a Jerry Special to get the guy who's making $8 million as a head coach, and you pay him $150,000 as the offensive staff. It's the Belichick deal and how he did with Patricia and Joe Judge to a degree up there. I don't think that's going to happen. And all these coaches also have to weigh how long of a future does Mike McCarthy have with the Cowboys coaches to make this a palatable place to come to. If you think he's on a 1-year deal, you might be better off staying where you are if you have a job, or you're taking a bit of a gambit to say, okay, I believe in Coach McCarthy and what the Cowboys here, and this is going to be something that lasts beyond 1 or 2 years. Great point we had not brought up on maybe a one-and-done situation.
And that's the tough thing. If you're an offensive coordinator that is qualified to take over a team, let's just not say qualified, but that people would really want to get to take a team from a division round team to a Super Bowl team, which means that you're thought of very, very highly. Are you going to take a job knowing that the head coach doesn't really have more than a year left, or assuming the head coach doesn't have more than a year left? That's a great point. I totally agree. I think it's going to be very difficult to get somebody to leave a current job they have, or maybe if they're a free agent, not take a better job or a different job with more long-term security, even though long-term security is not really a thing in the coordinator market. You're not signing 10-year deals to be a coordinator. but do you really want to go down the road of being with a one-and-doner?
Yeah, and I mean, I think the type of people this job would attract are like the guy he mentioned there, Brian Johnson, where it's like, okay, I get a chance to work with Dak again. But I think also anybody that you're attracting here, it'll be an interesting question. Are you coming here for Dan Quinn as much as you are Mike McCarthy?
Yes.
Like when you're evaluating if you want to be an assistant here, do you go, am I okay working for both of these guys? Because there's a chance in a year this might be my boss.
Yeah.
And so
this feels like a Jerry Bridge where Jerry goes, hey, like he made McCarthy maybe take on Kellen. He tells whoever comes in, you have job security here because Dan Quinn is the backup plan.
Yeah, and I mean, it's you look at a guy like, you remember, I think one of the only assistants they added was Kitna in 2019 when everybody felt like Garrett was a lame duck. So you had to basically take somebody who did a great job, well-respected individual, but you had to basically pluck somebody from high school to the NFL to get somebody that fit that quarterback coach role that was willing to say, okay, I'll come here and then have an uncertain future after a year. One of the other interesting things I thought Archer said yesterday, did you guys hear how much he said Joe Philbin made? He was getting paid $2 million a year.
What?
He was getting paid $2 million a year as the offensive line coach.
We had talked about that. We had talked with the Cowboys, offensive, not offensive, but assistant coaches. For one, they had 27 of them, but the other, they had coaches that were making double or more than double than their contemporaries around the league.
That dispels the Jerry is cheap notion.
Yeah. I mean, he said it was funny. Archer said Skip Pete was one of the highest paid running backs coaches too, and he said he was making around $500,000.
And you know how much Dan Quinn is making?
It's probably close to McCarthy.
5.
Yeah.
Choppy.
Okay. 5.
Going
into last year, McCarthy was making. He was making 4 last year, not 2022, but 2021.
I think someone told me Mike is now making 6, and Dan was sitting there at 5.
That's insane.
That's how you keep him. That's how you get him to stay.
It is how you keep. He's making $5 million, and he has no expectations. He doesn't get judged by wins and losses. That's not on him. He doesn't get paid to win games. He gets paid to have a good defense.
I want to know how much is Dan Quinn making opposed to other head coaches in the NFL? How many other coaches is Dan Quinn making more than when they come to guys actually as the head of their football team? Speaking of head coaches, it sounds like DeMeco Ryans and the Texans is about to happen. Josina Anderson saying that was kind of being pushed through at the final stages. So the Denver Broncos are still searching, and Brock Purdy with a torn UCL, recovery 6 months. Take that, Reggie Bush, you dummy. Sitting there tweeting nonstop. Man up. Start throwing left-handed. Toughen up. Get out there and play. Torn UCL for Brock Purdy.
Yeah, and maybe Reggie can donate his the ligament that they're going to use for full reconstruction on Brock Purdy. Yeah, so we're seeing 2 things in terms of timelines. One is a 6-month, and one is the full 9 to 12 months. And the 6-month one is not the full reconstruction. They say it's a complete tear, but the 6-month one is where they just repair it, sew it back together, and everything. The full reconstruction is where they take the ligament from another part of your body and completely form it on there. That takes like 9 to 12 months. That would mean he is basically done for the entire 2023 season if it's 9 to 12 months.
Wow.
The 6-month one, he'll be back by training camp.
So Purdy torn UCL, Garoppolo broken foot, Trey Lance fractured his fibula and had ligament damage that required 2 surgeries on the ankle.
Ugh. And then Josh Johnson can't play quarterback. So it's like, I mean, yeah, Josh Johnson is the most limited of all 4 of them. But that just sounds painful because that's that nerve, like right. That's that one that you can like hit and like sends a shock down your arm. And that thing tore. Gosh, it's honestly, it seems like a miracle that he was even able to throw 5-yard passes.
Guess who's back?
Looking for win number 27 of the year against 25 losses. Still work to do. A 51-point night and counting for Luka.
51 for Doncic at the AAC as they beat the Pistons 111-105. Luka now has 5 50-point games in his young Mavericks career. Dirk had 2. Can you name the other 2 players who dropped 50 for this organization?
Oh.
Mark Aguirre.
No.
Okay.
Let's go with Jason Terry.
No. They're decent names. They're not very obscure names. So it's not like a
50.
trick question.
So, did Michael Finley ever do it?
No.
Let's Steve Nash.
No.
I think Josh Howard capped at 47.
Not Josh Howard.
Jamal Mashburn.
Yes, there's 1.
Jim Jackson.
And there's 2.
Oh, man.
So there you go.
I was going to go Rafe LaFrance as my next guess.
Rafe LaFrance. So the Mavs' second highest scorer last night had 12 damn points.
That's not good.
And Dinwiddie had 2 heading into the fourth. He had 10 points in the fourth quarter. He was their second highest leading scorer. 53-12. And then you had Reggie Bullock at 9. Headlines here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Choppy and Belt are doing the show from their homes. I'm looking out here. It does not look to be too much traffic on 75. And let us know the areas to look out for and what your status is this morning as you are toloing with us. And to hook you up for listening, despite the weather conditions and maybe not being out on the road, listening on the Odyssey app, a Brooks and Dunn ticket giveaway. And let's go downstairs for a special guest. What areas are the worst? What are things looking like out there in the dark? And what are we looking at over the next 2 days? Dan Brunoff pops in from our sister station, News Radio 1080 KRLD, right after this. But look, with Dan Brunoff, our weather expert here in the building, downstairs at News Radio 1080 KRLD, as things are getting shut down throughout the Metroplex. Sean Sharif in studio. Peyton Russell staying at a hotel last night. Rai made it in to run the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. RJ Choppy out in Roanoke, and Bobby Belt home in Flower Mound. Bobby, have you gotten any movement there in the Belt household with the kids waking up for her 7th birthday this morning?
No movement yet. I mean, the youngest is awake. I went back there and said happy birthday to her already. She's laying back there with mom. But everybody else is asleep at this point, so she can't really get her birthday started yet. And so I'm sure we will hear probably around 8, the end of the expressway, something like that.
So is the plan for everyone all 4 of you just home, or 5 all day long in the apartment together?
Yeah, all 6 actually. Her mom's here too. And so
lovely.
Yeah. So her mom's here, and we've got to she's got to get to the airport Thursday. So there was a concern that are we gonna have ice all the way leading up till Thursday, and I'm not gonna be here. So she was crashing here last night, and so we got grandma here, and then the 5 of us, and we'll hunker down. I'll watch film. I'll nap. It'll be great.
Film of what?
Draft film. I got to get caught up, man. Broadus is way too far ahead of me.
And how many prospects have you watched so far? When's your second draft show?
It's allegedly Wednesday. I don't know how much that's going to happen unless we're doing it from here. But I'm 20 players in compared to Brian's 105. Ooh. So I got to get caught up.
Every year I feel like Broadus is going to quit it. And he's going to be like, this just isn't worth my time. But he can't let it go. It's a drug.
No.
It's a drug. Let's bring in Dan Brunoff. Weather is his drug, and he's joining us now on the Diamond Factory hotline, hunkered down in the Brunoff residence, trying to keep all of us up to date with what's going on out there from News Radio 1080 KRLD. Good morning, Dan. Thanks for joining us. What's the latest out there that our Tolo listeners need to know about?
Well, best thing to do is just stay at home until, late Thursday morning. If you have errands to run across North Texas, get them done here in the next hour or two. We have a lot of sleet, and that is rain that freezes before it reaches the ground, little balls that bounce everywhere. And that sleet is now working its way into North Texas at the present time, and it extends all the way down to almost the Texas-Mexico border, down through the hill country and around Del Rio. That's about 400 miles to our southwest, and it's all cruising our direction.
Wow. What areas are the worst right now, Dan, with the 1080 team out and about? What areas are the worst?
Well, the worst fell yesterday during the day on 2 county roads that butt up against the Red River along the Texas-Oklahoma border. So that would be the Highway 82 corridor from Sherman over towards Henrietta, which is southeast of Wichita Falls, about 15 miles, and also the 2nd County Road that runs pretty much, I will say, from Farmersville, McKinney, and especially into Denton. That's where some of the worst fell, an inch of sleet yesterday. And due to the warmer roads and the sun still penetrating through the clouds, it melted a little bit but became slush. And that happened during the late afternoon. And then when the sun set, it all refroze. And I think it was 10 years ago, we had what was called a cobblestone ice event here in North Texas. And that's like driving on cobblestones. So it's worse to the north right now, but everybody gets walloped with a ½ inch to an inch of sleet today. Easier to drive on than freezing rain. But guess what's coming tomorrow?
Freezing rain.
Up to a ½ inch of freezing rain on top of that. That's why we have a winter storm warning in effect for most of Texas until Thursday morning. So it's just going to get worse before it gets better. And temperatures are going to stay in the mid to upper 20s today and tonight, upper 20s tomorrow. Then we'll get above freezing sometime before noon on Thursday. So anything that falls today, tomorrow, will stay on the ground through noon on Thursday. So it's going to get bad, really bad, and power outages are going to be a big concern starting tomorrow when the freezing rain starts.
So that was a change then, right? Because it was supposed to end on Wednesday, wasn't it?
Well, some people were saying that.
Oh, shots fired! I like it. I like it. A radar off. Yes.
I don't bash people, but I was talking about this last Thursday, and then Sunday, I didn't think we'd get above freezing until Thursday. So winter storm warnings were issued, ending at Wednesday morning. And then the National Weather Service, as new data came in and the temperatures started cooling off more and more and more and more, they keep extending it. So either way, everybody's working hard out there, all the meteorologists. And I want to give a shout out to all the emergency responders and all of the folks that are working in the hospitals and people that are going to be working on the power lines here Friday when the sun comes back out through the weekend. Please, thank you so much for what you do, because without them, we'd be in a world of hurt.
Dan, are you getting a ton of reports of power outages right now, or you think the worst of that is to come?
No, sir, not yet. They're sporadic right now. I don't have it. I should have probably checked the number. I could Google it, but we've got kind of a time constraint here. Maybe a few thousand right now, but we're going to talk, maybe tens of thousands if by Wednesday evening. It depends on how much of this falls, but some of the model data I'm looking at has anywhere between a half inch to isolated inch totals of freezing rain, fall starting tomorrow morning and really picking up tomorrow late morning into the afternoon and evening hours. And that's when it builds up like live oak trees, because they still have their leaves on them, right? And so it gives more surface area for this rain to freeze on. So the branches become heavier than the foliage that don't have their leaves. Either way, all of the trees can lose their branches and plow into power lines. But the live oak trees, the ones that are still holding their leaves until early spring, until they get new leaves, those are the ones that, tree companies are going to be chomping at the bit, and they're going to be very busy, as well as all the power companies Friday through the weekend. So make sure you have the necessary things at home, non-perishable food to be able to eat on in case power goes out. If you got grills, make sure you got propane, and don't bring those generators inside your garage and close your garage. A lot of people make that mistake because of the carbon monoxide poisoning. Make sure you have candles and some spare cash in case the power goes down and the ATMs are out. So lots of things to think about here coming up. And I haven't seen a storm like this since the late 70s around here. Whoa. With a prolonged 48 more hours of winter weather to come.
Wow. Dan, thank you so much. We know you're slam, man. We appreciate it. Keep up the fantastic work.
Heck yeah. Thanks, guys.
Since the late 70s, have not seen a storm this bad around here.
That's surprising. Didn't we just have one? Like, I would think the idea that the one we just had with all the when everyone lost power for like 3 days, that was worse. But what do I know?
Oh, this is till Thursday now.
Yeah, add a day to it. I mean, like we thought it was going to be done Wednesday afternoon. It was going to be 35 degrees.
Bobby, look at his face smiling. He can't even hide it. He's so giddy. His 4-day work week is finally almost trying to come to fruition. Look how giddy he is.
We got major problems, Sean. My Keurig is broken. Okay, I have no coffee. So
last time I remember you getting it delivered, you had to get an Uber Eats or try to get that order brought to the house.
Yeah, that was during COVID, right? I was out of coffee. I was just out of coffee then. This is not. I have plenty of K-cups, but my Keurig is broke. It will only fill a half a cup right now, or a quarter cup.
I just had to replace mine. I have the new Keurig. I have no K-cups. So,
I'll trade you.
And Peyton, did you not make coffee? Did you no coffee today?
I did not.
Okay.
I slept. Well, because I slept in, so I didn't need it. I got to sleep in because I'm 30 miles closer.
Okay, what time do you usually wake up, and what time did you wake up this morning?
So I usually wake up at 3.
Oh.
And I woke up at 3:40. So 40 minutes ago.
You wake up at 3 every day? What time do you go to sleep?
I'm usually asleep by 10 because I can't go to sleep before 10 o'clock. I'll take because I get the nap and stuff in the afternoon. So if I get 4.5, 5 hours of sleep, I'm fine with it.
What's the nap time?
Usually 1:30.
1:30 to how long?
Till 3:30. Although last week I made a mistake. I fell asleep at 1:30. I was so tired I woke up at 6.
Yeah.
4.5 hours. It was deep sleep.
Caught up with you. And what time did you get up, RJ?
I got up around a little bit later than normal time. I went outside. I took one look at it. I was like, I almost slipped. I was like, yep, I'm out. So I didn't get it. And then I went back to bed. And then I went, once I went back to, once I knew I was like, I'm not coming in, I went right back to bed.
And Bobby, you went out and did a drive around last night and this morning.
Yep, last night was a little better than this morning. It had all that time to, I guess, freeze up over on over towards 35 in Louisville, which is the direction I was trying to head. And so a little slick out there and had to turn around. Couldn't get the little traction light to come off. It kept popping up and going nuts and saying, nope, your tires aren't touching the ground. So, it ended out working out, being able to stay here. And then I just want to know if you packed enough to be able to stay at this. Like, are you going to be able to get home?
I will slip and slide home outside versus staying here. I will do pirouettes on the ice outside of my Jeep. I'll be Nancy Kerrigan out there rather than being stuck in this building. I guarantee you that. I'll be out of here and home. Even if I leave here at 10 and get home at 1, I do not care. I will not be in this building laying on these infested couches.
Pre or post tire iron to the leg, Nancy Kerrigan?
Post.
Yeah.
I'll limp down.
Wow.
I'll limp down 30.
Yep.
I'll limp down 30 right there.
You know, and you mentioned if you don't get home the 1. There was one time we left the station, and it had started to snow, and it took me 3 hours to get home.
Did it?
Yeah.
3 hours?
This was a couple years ago. I was still in Trophy Club, so probably about 2013, 2014. It took about 3 hours to get home.
I know one thing. I better see a boss up here by 11 a.m. That I do know.
11.
11.
I bet
you're sticking around, huh?
No, I'm gonna ask someone to tell me. I'm gonna get people to report in the hallways. I bet there better be a boss up here at 11.
No.
After all this,
I don't think so.
I mean,
we might start to get.
They barely show up at 11 in the summer in the building.
You're lucky.
Like, what are the chances? Will Spittle or Tim stay at home? Either one.
Tim might, because if I'm not mistaken, he lives up north, and I think they may have gotten hammered a little bit more.
Yeah.
Spittle, I think, because he lives close to the station, and he may not have gotten touched yet with the ice.
Yeah.
He may show up for a half day.
He lives close to me, so I didn't have anything this morning. So we'll see. In order for him to keep up the peer pressure, he's got to come in.
Yeah. He's
got to come in.
Oh, I bet he comes in. I bet Tim stays back today just because, I think he does live further north, and that's where, that's what I was running into. And so, I bet Gavin comes in, and I bet he comes in at like 9. Like he'll be there and making sure that you get a chance to see him there.
Right, yeah, make an appearance. But look, I came in today to the studio, so I don't feel any guilt if I get hit with it and I have to be home tomorrow. So my guilt is my guilt is gone. You texted yesterday, really early, that Chiafalo was already having problems, Bobby?
Yeah, he was saying, he didn't come in yesterday. He was, because you remember that was what Choppy and I were looking at with the weather map yesterday during the breaks, was that the one area that yesterday morning seemed to be getting hit around the Metroplex before it became widespread was kind of over near where Choppy lives, and that's near where Eric lives. And so, Chiafalo, everything shut down, I guess, immediately around him. And he was saying that, everything's closed up. I can't really get out. And so he ended out getting the Monday from home too. And he doesn't have a Comrex, so I don't know if we're going to see him this week.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh my gosh. I'm getting this from, let me make sure this guy's legitimate. Atolo J sent me this. Carolina Panthers verified. Okay. 60,000 followers. It's a legacy account. Joe Person tweeting, Panthers running back coach Jeff Nixon has an interview set with the Cowboys for their offensive coordinator job. Nixon, who called plays in 21 after Joe Brady was fired, did a nice job with Deontay Foreman and Chuba Hubbard this season after Christian McCaffrey was traded. So this is Jeff Nixon, Panthers running back coach, getting set to interview with the Cowboys. Oh. Thank you, Tolo J.
Hey. All right. Sure. When I think of elite offenses that I want running here, I think of the Carolina Panthers.
Well,
where's the connection? Where is this connection? There's got to be somewhere back here. He's worked with somebody. Oh, I think that might be it right there. I think he was on staff with Dan Quinn in Miami. I think that might be one of them. But yeah, it's I don't know much about him at all.
Don't just gloss over that. Let's see if there is a Dan Quinn.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Let's see if there's a Dan Quinn connection there.
Oh, no, they missed each other by a couple years.
Okay.
So, but this is interesting. Where
That would have been very important. Here's also something interesting, as I don't like you doing live research on the air. Just tell me when you get it. This is Todd Archer on G-Bag. Is there a pattern? I want y'all to listen to this because someone made a phone call to me, and you want to talk about possible pettiness. Todd Archer, is there a pattern to which the coaches were let go with the Cowboys, and why?
There may be a pattern there. I think a lot of it, honestly, and Mike mentioned it in part of his answer, he used the term economical. There's economics behind this, too. To my understanding is Joe Philbin was among the highest paid offensive line coaches in the NFL, more than $2 million a year. Skip Pete was among the highest paid running backs coaches in the NFL. The rough figure in that is, I want to say $500,000 and above when you look at what running back coaches make. So, and Jerry didn't want to have 29 coaches on staff. Yeah. He brought that number to us. Was it the start of training camp where he mentioned the number of coaches on the contract?
Yeah.
That's not something he wanted. So I would almost say it's more economical. And look, Kellen was making $2.1 million as the offensive coordinator. Well, guess what? Jerry doesn't have to pay him $2.1 now. I don't know what he's making from the Chargers, but there's some offset there that he'll be saving some coin that he can put into some other coaches going forward.
So someone called me and went through all the coaches who were let go. And this person suggested, I'm not reporting this like I did rumblings earlier last week, but someone suggested that there was some pettiness. There could be some pettiness in the way these guys left this organization. Bobby, you can write down 2 columns for me maybe and tell me what category these individuals belonged in. Were they a McCarthy guy or were they a Jerry guy?
Gotcha.
Okay, so Joe Philbin is going. He's a McCarthy guy. Jerry's not paying that salary that Todd Archer just talked about. And someone suggested to me that maybe the reaction was, okay, all right, Jerry, you want to get rid of one of my guys? I don't need Leon Lett really that much around here. That's a Jerry guy. And then Jerry said, okay, well, Rob Davis, that guy who's your mole, that guy that nobody, again, this is just a theory that was floated to me. Rob Davis, he can go. I'm paying an empty salary, $300K for what? And then McCarthy said, oh, okay, all right. George Edwards? Fine. George Edwards can go, who was stunned to find out about his firing. Then Jerry bounces it back, ping pong, to one of McCarthy's guys. Is there someone else you could fill in the blank of? Another name that was one of McCarthy's guys that maybe was let go?
No, because the other ones that got let go were Kyle Valero, Doug Nussmeier, obviously Kellen. I mean, those were the 2 big ones for him were Joe Philbin and Rob Davis. But also, as I'm looking for connections here, I'm guessing, Sean, that's where we're getting the Jeff Nixon recommendation, is he spent 4 years as the running back coach under Joe Philbin when he was head coach with the Dolphins. So I'm betting that's a Joe Philbin recommendation because I don't see another obvious connection there. But, yeah, Philbin and Rob Davis were...
So there you go.
Yeah, and everybody knows each other in Pittsburgh,
right?
And we know that's a big one for Mike.
So I don't know. Someone just floated because Kellen was a Jerry guy. Okay, so someone just floated to me. Maybe there was a petty back and forth of, oh, all right, you want to cut down my staff? Well, I know that you like Leon Lett and Skip Pete and George Edwards and Kellen Moore, and there was this possible back and forth.
I hope this is true. Okay, because I refuse to believe that NFL teams fire coaches and go do a Rochambeau of pettiness back and forth between the coach and the owner if they're all trying for the same goal, which is winning. But if they did, this would further prove that even the NFL teams are admitting that coaches don't matter. I love the corner that this is just backed everybody into right here. I love it. I hope it's true.
Bobby, is this a crazy notion?
I really don't think that the theory would have to say that Jerry has the power to purge McCarthy's guys, but doesn't have the power to save his own. Like that would be my only thing there, is that I think that Jerry would, if Jerry wanted somebody to stay, he'd say, well, he's staying.
Right.
And so there's that aspect of it. But look, I don't think that McCarthy necessarily willingly. I do agree with the idea that McCarthy didn't willingly get rid of Joe Philbin and Rob Davis. I mean, you heard him talk about Rob Davis in the press conference last week. That was
his brother.
He sounded like somebody who lost his dog or something.
Yeah.
That one bugged him. I think those two were the ones that really spurred his frustrated comments about, disgustingly, that, it's just that the reactions to this are just awful. But it's an interesting theory. At least they're definitely, Leon Lett has been around here for forever. He was the longest tenured guy on the coaching staff. Kyle Valero had been a holdover from the Garrett era, had been here since 2014. So, I mean, they definitely did get rid of some guys that had been here for a longer time.
All right, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. The boss is texting. Dang, I was going to use the weather as an excuse. I guess I'll come in now. By the way, currently hearing thunder in Dallas. So weird. So that's Gavin Spittle with the weather report, as it's looking nasty. It is looking nasty out there. All right, Bobby, you're new to this, but RJ Choppy will sometimes give a life update on his pops. Gets a ton of positive feedback, helping others who are maybe going through the same thing. So, Choppy, what's going on? What's going on with Ralph Sr.?
So Ralph Sr., for those that don't know, is in a home. He's got dementia. He's had it for, I guess, 9 years. But we didn't really know he had it for at least 4 of those. We suspected. I mean, things were always, we just thought he was having senior moments. So we finally, got him tested, and they said, yeah, you've got dementia, which is, it's the umbrella that Alzheimer's falls under. So he's been in a home for a little bit over a year now. And he just continues to get worse. Like they always told us, the moment he goes into a home, he is going to deteriorate faster than anything else. Basically, they drug you up. He is so sedated because he's become very violent as a dementia patient. Like he has attacked other, guests or residents, whatever you want to call it. He's walked around naked. He's a wild man. He really is. He's living his best life right now. Well, he continues to get worse. He can't really walk now. He's in a wheelchair. It's one of those wheelchairs. I always said, it's getting bad when they put you in a wheelchair with a headrest. All right, because he can't keep his head up, so his head's kind of leaning back, right? Well, it's gotten really tough on my mom and everyone, and he continues to go downhill. So my mom calls me up on Friday or Saturday, and she was like, "Hey, I want to get your thoughts on this." She's like, "I'm thinking about putting your dad on. We're gonna put your dad on hospice." And I was like, "Well, what's that?" And she's like, "Well, that's basically what they put you on when, you're ready to go, I guess." But also and I was like, "Wait," so I said, "Is he that close?" Because I can't tell. She's like, "No, he eats still. He's eating. As long as he's eating, then, he's okay." So it could be a few weeks, could be a year. You never know. You could be people have been on hospice for several years.
Yeah, I always wonder how they determine that. Like Amanda's grandfather, my mother-in-law was taking care of him at their house and then put him into a nursing home. And then she's like, all right, they're putting him in hospice, like it's time. And I was like, I think he had stopped eating though. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
How is hospice different from a nursing home? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. So he still is eating. He doesn't eat on his own. Somebody has to feed him. Oh, it's disgusting. They got to puree the food, man. I can't watch him eat. It's all over his face, all over his hands. Oh, it's not gross. It's just it's so sad. It's he's been reduced to this.
Yeah.
So I guess my understanding is this allows them to, so when he does have kind of his time to go, let's say he has a heart attack, they don't have to take him to the hospital. The hospice nurse can handle medication and do everything for him. So it's it gives an extra layer of care as they go through towards the end days. And my mom seems to be at peace, and if she is, then that's fine with me. I mean, she's there every day. She goes and visits them every day. I don't go every day. I go, and I probably should go more than I do, but I go as much as I can. It's not terribly far from me, but it's it's going to take some of the burden off of her and off the hospital or the nursing home staff, which obviously they've got a ton of patients to deal with. So I don't know. I don't know what this means in terms of how long he's got, but he's officially on hospice.
Awful.
That sucks.
Awful.
Yeah.
And is your mom come to terms or dealt with the reality? She's ready?
She's fine. She's at peace. I think we all are because, none of us have really had a relationship with him for 4 years now. Like, I haven't had a meaningful conversation with him in a couple years. I haven't talked to him on the phone in forever because he can't use the phone. He doesn't speak now at all. He mumbles. He met Sarah not too long ago. I took her over there. And it was weird. It was like a moment of kind of clarity that he had. Like I said, hey, this is my girlfriend. He looks at her and he points to me like, you're with this clown. It was kind of like one of those days. Like, whoa, okay. I can't believe that he actually picked up on that. But yeah, it's we've already lost him. So she's really at peace.
Yeah.
Is this something that, for you, when you mentioned that, because we always, when we went through that kind of thing with my mom, where it was one of those things where, at the very end, it was something that we kind of all saw coming. And so when it hit that point, it was more just a marker of, hey, this is here's the finish line. I mean, is that how you're kind of viewing it, as just hey, this is just the signal and we've done a lot of our grieving already?
Yeah, this is final lap, that's what this is. Yeah, we've already grieved. We've already thought about it and prepared for it. I mean, it's still going to suck.
Yeah.
I'm still going to, I'm sure I'll still get emotional over it when it finally does happen. But we've pretty much prepared ourselves. I mean, everybody really has for when he actually does go, which, I mean, you never know. I mean, it could be, my mom said over Christmas, she goes, I think this is our last Christmas with him. And I was like, well, I think you said that last year.
Yeah.
I think you said that last year too. It's but joking aside, she's probably right. I mean, sooner or later he's going to stop eating, and then he's going to forget how to breathe or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's just it's the next step.
This is nowhere near on y'all's scales. But I'm kind of I have reached a point of desperation. I'm not in the best mood today, not because I had to come into work and risk my life driving home, but today is supposed to be the day that I possibly put down our dog. He lost his back leg use. He's a French bulldog. They get these issues. He's only 6, but he lost his back leg use around the day before Thanksgiving. I was up here with Peace-a-thon and went on over to MedVet. He's got they get these back conditions, degenerative and stuff like that. And I've gone through chemo treatments. I'm doing everything possible to keep him alive. I have him over in Eastlake. Wonderful people over there. This guy Juan is like a drop from God, an angel. He ends up being a Tolo. He's giving me updates. He doesn't need to be giving me all the updates that he does, but I've basically been paying $40 a day because they have to exercise his bladder. He can't pee on his own. And he's got no back leg use. And I don't want to keep him in a cage, right, and torture him. They tell me he's still happy. He still eats. He wants to run around and play. If I was able to, and I'm trying to get him adopted or have him go into an orphanage or someplace, and I haven't been able to do it. And this has been now, since November, the day before Thanksgiving. And I'm I don't know what else to do. They can't take him in his medical condition, but it's just too hard with a 2-year-old to and then when we're not home, right, taking him out every few hours to have him pee. But he's only 6. He wants to eat. But today, and I'm going through all these options. My mom, my wife, they're just, you don't want to have him doing the bad life, but I'm he's not living a bad life. So I'm desperately looking for a pet orphanage or someone. Oh, Gavin, our boss's dog, has the back legs, but he can pee on his own. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now 6 years in, I'm supposed to have the meeting. I keep figuring out ways to delay and cancel the inevitable. I'm all right, so I'm going to cancel today because of the weather. I'm not going to go over there today, so I'm just waiting. Dad's like, talk about it on the radio, put up a picture of him. So I'm looking at crazy options like flying him to a place that would take him. So if y'all looking for a French bulldog with no back leg use, but still ton of energy, eats everything else normal, needs some help going number one, please hit me up. Please hit me up. So there it is. Your very encouraging 15 minutes here on Sean and RJ.
I have I'm trying to picture how they forced him to pee.
They squeeze his stomach.
Oh,
yeah.
Just they just squid, or do they massage, or do they just basically?
Yeah, massage, take him out. Look, a dog. Before they sit there and you go 8 hours without peeing anyway, right? If you're sleeping overnight, not getting up to let him out until the morning. But the reason I can't mess with it at home, if he is sitting, in it, then it can cause an infection and that can get bad. So I just wanted him to be in a center where people can take him out. He can be around people. They can give him his medications as well. So that's what we're dealing with. But man, I don't know how RJ has dealt with this, because my wife thinks I need to go to therapy to talk about death, even a dog. But you dealt with this with Sarah when y'all found that the dog in y'all's home.
Yeah.
And it is I just cannot deal with it. So talking about your dad, man, I already know I'm a shut down. My wife is opposite. I get mad at her. I'm mad at her and my mother because I think they're coming across as cold, where they're like, hey, I know it's a dog, it's a pet, but it's a dog and a pet. And they're like, you're just burning money. You're literally lighting money on fire. And me and my dad are like, no, you got to do everything possible. He's a family member. So I don't even like talking about it with the women in my family. They're ice cold. Ice.
Everyone.
They're not ice cold. I'm going overboard, but
yeah,
they're like, we've done this long enough.
Yeah, you got to deal with death differently. I deal with it in terms of I try to joke about it, or just compartmentalize like a sociopath. Which I could do. But see, there you go. I go joking again. It's like my defense mechanism when I think about that. And we dealt with this with when Sarah's dog died in July. It was here at my house. It was just laying there on the floor, just dead. It was crushing. She was laying on the floor, hugging her dog, giving it CPR.
Yeah.
She did not. This dog was almost 15 years old, so she was it's been basically since she was 18 that she had this thing.
Yeah. And, I can't even go over there and see him, because I don't want him to get excited, think he's coming home. Then I'm like, he doesn't really. I'm trying to convince myself he's not really missing me. As long as he has someone petting him and giving him attention, he's not mad at me or ticked off. But I'm getting ready to. I'm getting ready to exercise some crazy options. I'm gonna get a little private plane to fly him to Nebraska for a dog sanctuary to keep him alive for 5 more years and take money out of my kids' mouth. 877-881-1053 truckwreck.com text line. Let's hook up the Tolos and let's get to some conference weekend overreaction or not. Burrow Mahomes is already better than Mahomes Allen. Mahomes doing all this was more impressive than Tom at 40. Micah starting a new NFL trend. Travis Kelce is the best tight end of all time. Nick Sirianni's elite. NFL overreactions or not to get you ready for the Super Bowl after we hook you up.
That's right, Tolos. All right, 877-881-1053 right now. Caller number 10 wins a pair of tickets to see Brooks and Dunn when the legendary country duo rolls through Tarrant County to perform at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on May 6th. Tickets on sale right now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
But first, Sean Sharif here for DFW.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Shout out to the Tolos, Bobby Bell fist pumping at home in Flower Mound, RJ Choppy in Roanoke. Like a dummy, I'm sitting here in studio with Peyton, Russell, and Ryan, and things just took a little turn here in Dallas. Right here, 75 in Fitzhugh. It's starting to get white. I told the boss, you're at home right now. If you see that it's getting bad, I'm walking up out of here. I am not getting stuck in this radio station. So if it starts getting, man, they timed out 8 a.m., Choppy, what you were talking about on our group text.
Yeah, they hit it. You know, we give weathermen and women some grief every now and then, meteorologists, but they nailed that 8 a.m. They said 8 a.m. is going to start to hit. And boy, did it ever. 8 a.m. right downtown Dallas.
So all the buildings now are starting to get covered, but I'm checking out the road. So what is that going to be like driving home? Peyton, you're staying at the hotel again, right across the street?
Yeah, I'm about 600 feet away. So, hey, if you need a place to stay, I mean,
You know what? Maybe I'll get a hotel room.
You be right next door. There's no one next door to me. We could be like roommates.
How do you know that?
Oh, I haven't heard them, so I assume they're not there.
They could be dead.
Freaking Aaron Andrews.
They may have OD'd.
Oh, jeez.
Aaron Andrews over here drilling holes and drilling peepholes in. So it looks like it is. It's gotten worse here in Dallas. It was nothing East Dallas when I woke up this morning. It was totally fine, but now it looks like it's coming down. Dan Brunoff joined us about 45 minutes ago from 1080 and said this thing's going till Thursday. Worst winter storm he's seen since the 70s. But Bobby, we still got some of the Twolos and YouTube. As I almost burped. Yeah.
Yeah, the Twolos and the YouTube are popping. We got a bunch of people in there, and so even when the folks aren't out there on the road listening in their car, we know we got them stacked up on the stream because they are everywhere right now, man.
Thank you guys for tuning in. You're appreciated.
You're appreciated.
All right, Choppy.
Here's the map as we're currently looking at it, Sean. As you can see, a lot of sleet here around, especially South Dallas. I don't know how to do it. There we go. South Dallas, like right around there. If you live out further, where is that? Is that east? Yeah. East. Yeah. If you live out further east, as you can see, it looks like Barney sneezed. It's just a lot of purple, and it's disgusting. And be safe out there, people.
Is that an up-to-date map that you just did your weather forecast on?
I just took it from AccuWeather. So as you can see here, there we go. And back to you, Sean.
Nice job. Choppy used to have the best backgrounds on this show, but Bobby already trolling the San Francisco radio hosts with Pastrami and Rye, and now he's being Bobby Delkis with the meteorology.
Yeah, I dropped the. I can't find my green screen. It's upstairs.
That's a hard
somewhere.
thing to lose, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's upstairs somewhere. Plus, I've got a 90 caliber bullet from World War II. I figured that was cool enough, but whatever.
Whoa, is that?
Yeah, it's my grandfather gave this to me. It was like one when he was in World War II. It's like
Holy
a mortar.
crap.
I guess one of those mortar rounds, like where they go clear, and the thing shoots up in the air.
Whoa, that thing's a monster.
Yeah,
I thought it was
huge.
something.
Man,
I know
that's
very
a two-hander right there.
It is a two-hander, but you just think it's heavier than you know what. You take the top off this thing. I mean, look at the side. That's the bullet part. That's
Look
what
at the
goes
size
through
of that
you.
head, Sean.
And it's sharp. It's got a nice tip on it. A very nice
Yeah, it
tip.
does. Just the tip, though.
There you go. 90 caliber.
That's
America.
That's a beast, America.
That's how your grandma lived to be 100.
That's it. That's exactly how she lived to be. Wrong grandma, but this was in her 90s too.
I thought that was the thing that killed her.
Yeah, it may have been.
All right. Talking about enough death on this show. Conference championship game weekend. Let's get to some overreactions or not. Ralph James.
All right. Let's do it. Burrow-Mahomes rivalry is already better than Mahomes-Allen.
Ooh.
Not an overreaction. Man, it's tough because I mean, nothing. It's hard for me to top anything than what we saw with Allen and Mahomes in the playoffs last year. That game it's going to go down as an all-timer, and I think it just shows like, look, this is what elite quarterback play looks like when you can go back and forth like this. But in terms of just these games that they've played and how intense they've been and how this rivalry has grown, then yeah, I think it's fair to say the most intriguing matchup that exists in the NFL right now is Burrow versus Mahomes.
Not an overreaction. I think that because of the trash talk, because of Burrowhead and Travis Kelce, Mahomes Burrow is better. Plus, the fact that Burrow still has the edge makes it more intriguing to me. Now that Buffalo has taken the biggest knock. Have the Bills gotten, by the way, killed as much as they should have for getting eliminated? Or should they not get killed that they're taking on the defending AFC champs, but they got smoked in that game?
Yeah, I mean, to me, like they're
not taking any national heat, right?
None. They did lose to a great team. They did lose to a great quarterback. So it's not like they couldn't have. Nobody could have seen that coming, But the Cowboys take way more grief than the Bills do. But listen, the Chargers blew a 27-point game. We've forgotten about that. They didn't catch any heat, really. The Cowboys caught way more heat than the Chargers did. So it's just the nature of who you play for. You play for the Cowboys, you're going to catch heat.
I think Mahomes Burrow is better than Mahomes Allen, so not an overreaction to me.
My thing with this is like you said, the trash talk. Mahomes is boring. Allen is boring, personality-wise, boring. Burrow is the only one with personality. I think you got to have him in there.
Burrow didn't even say anything, and it became trash talk. It was his teammates.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
Here you go. Another one. Another Mahomes one. Mahomes' legacy needed this win over Burrow more than he needs to win the Super Bowl in 2 weeks.
Bobby, this is your legacy topic. Repeat.
So he needed to beat Burrow for his more than he needs to win the Super Bowl in 2 weeks, getting over that Burrow hump.
Not an overreaction. He had already shown he can win a Super Bowl. He's been to 5 AFC titles. Burrow was a question. Like, it was an issue of what we all sat here on the show. We kept referring to Cincinnati and Burrow as his kryptonite. Like, and I mean, you talk about, we referenced it yesterday. The only guys he's lost to in the playoffs are Brady and Burrow. He was 9-0 against everybody else going into that game. I don't think it would have hampered his legacy, but if you lose that game and you've lost 4 in 2 years, including 2 playoff games, you're talking about at home as well, then yeah, I think some questions start coming up and going, all right, is this, is Patrick Mahomes, is he dealing with his version of Tom Brady that Peyton Manning had to deal with? So no, not an overreaction.
Not an overreaction, and a very, very interesting question.
Okay, thank you very much. Another Mahomes one. Mahomes doing all this by 27 is more impressive than Brady doing all that after 40.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. You put the after 40 on it.
Do you have the resumes?
Yeah, so obviously Mahomes won 5 straight AFC championship games.
Title.
And winning the Super Bowl. And after 40, Tom Bean going to a new team, winning a Super Bowl, and he had another Super Bowl with the Patriots as well just after he had turned that 40.
So 2 Super Bowl appearances, 1 title, led the league in touchdown passes after 40?
Yeah, because he won in 2018.
Ooh.
He won his last one in New England, and then that's 5 years ago, and he's 45 years old, and they of course won it in 2020, right? So there you go. There's your years of Brady plus lead the league in touchdowns, going to a new team and winning without Bill, or going to 5 straight conference championship games, now 3 Super Bowls, having one in the bag already for Patrick Mahomes.
This is a great question.
Thank you.
Overreaction.
Why?
Because I think that, just look at, the QBRs Brady put up since he's been 40. 70, 68, he had a 55, but then a 66, 68, 50. To be able to do that, lead the league in touchdown passes, ramp up his attempts higher than he ever has before. I mean, we're talking about this guy's throwing 800 passes a year almost now as a guy in his mid-40s, went to another team, immediately won a Super Bowl with them. It's honestly kind of similar in a way to sort of the Jordan LeBron question, what Jordan did as a champion versus well, yeah, but look, LeBron's in in the finals every year, and even though he hasn't won as many, like look what he's done here. But I would say no, and they're both incredibly impressive. I don't want to discount either, but I think Brady doing what he's done after 37 is insane.
Tom's is more impressive. I had to think about it, though. No one will ever do what Brady did ever again. And someone could do what Mahomes has done. Donovan McNabb, right? They weren't all at home, but 4 straight NFC championship games, the Buffalo Bills, like we've seen that. I don't think we'll ever see Brady again, even though medicine and age and people playing older, I don't think this will ever happen. So Tom's is more impressive to me.
Yeah, I agree. Just the amount of things he's done over 40, it's really remarkable. Like it's like you said.
Think about yourself. Like it really gets put into perspective with us.
Yeah.
Like I'm sitting here and I'm like, yesterday I was like, am I having a heart attack? Like my chest is a little jumpy. And then this morning, and then my neck, I slept wrong, but I was like, okay, that means it's going up through the left side. That's what they say. And then I'm like, oh, my right hip this morning, did I sleep the wrong, this, that. I'm 40 years old. And this man's getting hit in NFL games.
Oh,
it's stupid.
He is? I thought they flag you if you even touched Tom Brady.
Oh, there you go.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I'm thinking about Chop. Remember your back? 2 weeks ago, you couldn't move with your back for a week.
We exchanged, me and RJ exchanged heating pads.
Yeah. Yeah.
We had a heating pad in studio here.
Yeah.
No joke.
A little bit different. Little different than us and Tom. Okay. Travis Kelce is the best tight end of all time.
Oh, Bobby, say it. Oh, Bobby.
Why are you doing the Kenneth Kniff voice from the Eminem albums?
Say it.
Kenneth Kniff from Connecticut. It's not an overreaction for his entire career. At the time, last year when I said that, Sean, we were talking about just where they were at as players just then. But Kelce has, ramped it back up again. He's playing great. And what was the note I sent to you guys the other day? He's second behind Jerry Rice in career playoff receptions, yards, and touchdowns. Everything else, he's ahead of everybody but Rice in playoff receptions, receiving yards, and touchdowns as a freaking tight end.
Wow. Peyton, the new school pop quiz for you. So Kelce or Gronk? Best tight end ever.
New school.
Kelce, without doubt.
Without a doubt.
Yes.
RJ?
I think Kelce.
Is Gronk still more physically gifted? I got to see the games played too, because I do have to hold it against Gronk a little bit. If I had one game tomorrow to win, I'm probably picking Gronk, but career-wise, I think I'm leaning Travis.
Yeah, if I had if I was in the red zone, if I had one touchdown I needed to get, I'm taking Gronk every day of the week.
Yeah.
But Kelce, dude, he's a great route runner. He's got speed. He's a really tough mismatch. Good hands.
You can't knock one for quarterback, right? You can't give one the benefit because one played with Tom, one played with Pat.
Yeah, they both play with elite quarterbacks, and it's now Gronk's quarterback was different, right? It was more a timing situation, whereas I wonder how much Kelce gets because Mahomes, scrambles and finds the open man, but different players. But man, I think Kelce has it.
All right.
Boy, I forget how just freakish an athlete Gronk was.
Oh yeah. Probably the biggest freak in the history of the National Football League athletically at tight end, with Antonio Gates right up there. Gronk is the biggest freak at tight end ever.
Agree.
I don't think it's close.
Probably, I'd have to think and see if there's anybody else, but yeah, like I said, we saw at the end him limping and how much he lumbered, and it just kind of makes you forget. But I'm just looking at his testing here from the comment. He was an insane athlete.
And Aaron Hernandez was too. 877-881-1053. He was. Don't give me that look.
Literally an insane athlete. You're right. He was an insane athlete.
He was an insane athlete. All right. Overreactions or not from Conference Championship weekend. Luka goes off for 53. And does anybody know Major League Baseball's new cover boy? We'll talk about it on the home of the Rangers with Sean, RJ, and Bobby next.
segment here brought to you by Window Nation.
Alec Burks, a shot. Luka, rebound. Ball game over. Put it in the win column for Dallas. Behind 53 from Luka. Mavs 111. Pistons 105. Mavs are 27 and 25.
They were down. It took all 53 for the Mavs in Luka's return to survive against the lowly Detroit Pistons at the AAC. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. The boss gave me the green light to roll out and get home, but I think I'll stay to the end of the hour. Ryan, you're in Fort Worth. You need to get out of here now. So set up the camera, Twitch, YouTube, and roll on out for that drive. But it's starting to get covered here on 75 with the whiteness. We got Bobby in Flower Mound. We got Choppy in Roanoke. And hopefully you guys are being safe and careful out there. So Callie Kaplan, Dallas Morning News. I don't know whether she's Mark Cuban's mouthpiece like they say Brad Townsend is, but she reported yesterday that, and everyone's got a mouthpiece, right? And good for you being the mouthpiece. That's not an insult unless you're unable to be objective. That's why Hagelin always attacks the Dallas Morning News writer, who I don't think I've ever met, but like David Moore, Jerry. Am I going to get in trouble for this? Whatever. Everyone knows anyway. Jerry Jones or someone at the Cowboys still thinks that newspapers are in existence. And whenever a big story comes up, look at Bobby's smile. He's so happy I'm saying this right now because I'm the one. Whenever a big story comes up, everyone believes that Jerry will leak it to David Moore, Dallas Morning News. And I want to ask Jerry one time, hey, why don't prioritize the newspaper anymore, especially the Dallas Morning News? What are you doing? Give it to 105.3 The Fan. Come on here and break news. That's how David Moore got the Kellen Moore story / Mike McCarthy, because David Moore gets fed this, we think, from the people up top in the Cowboys front office, just like Brad Townsend apparently from Mark Cuban. That's what everyone says.
Who would your mouthpiece be, Sean?
Who gives me info?
No. Who would your mouthpiece be if you were in that position? Who are you this is who I'm feeding all my stuff to?
Oh, what reporter?
Yes.
I think I could probably start off the opposite end of who it wouldn't be. No, I'm joking. I don't know. I'd have to think about. I'd have to think about that. Who I really, really like. My Cowboys person would be you, Bobby, or Broadus. Although I don't know, people Broadus. I'm more scared about taking off Broadus than Jerry Jones. Broadus might make another phone call because he really what's it called when you're making sure that you flush
Verify?
it. No. He really tries to check everything, so he might make another phone call. If I wanted to totally completely stay in house, I may give it to Bobby Belt because Broadus may make a second or a third phone call to another GM. And it'd be on a G-Bag segment. There you go. I got it out of that smoothly.
In your face, Slater. Sean would pick me.
Sandler for Rangers. And then, I don't know, for Hoops. Choppy?
In-house, I think I would probably...
I wouldn't give it to Bassick. Bassick would call 15 people, too, for basketball.
Yeah.
You got CA there. You got KG.
Touchdown.
I'm trying to think who else covers.
Ruben. Yeah.
I mean, McMahon. If McMahon followed me on Twitter, I'd give it to him. He doesn't follow me, so I would. I'd eliminate people through pettiness. You know?
That's
Levi Weaver. I don't like that guy, Levi Weaver. He doesn't follow me, so I wouldn't give that to him over with the Rangers.
I like Levi.
Okay. If we're going outside the house, I'd probably do Archer because I know he doesn't talk at all. He never says more than 5 words, so it would never get leaked. Yeah, he's a vault. It would never get leaked. In-house?
Mine would be Edwarder.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I can see that. I can see that happening. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, if you want to get it out, though, you got to get it out with somebody with a voice. I would give it to Sean.
Oh.
If you want to get it out.
And I'm a blabbermouth, too, when the microphone goes on. So there you go. Okay, so Callie Kaplan, Dallas Morning News, says that Cuban's willing to trade anything except for Luka. Anyone on the roster. And Tim McMahon was on Zach Lowe's podcast, Great Mavs Insider, despite not following me. And he went through a possible Mavs trade scenario with DFS.
They're not trading Dorian Finney-Smith by himself. If Dorian Finney-Smith gets traded, it's going to be Dorian Finney-Smith plus multiple picks, and it will be. They're not giving up Dorian Finney-Smith unless it is for the bona fide. This dude can be the co-star that Luka needs to compete for a championship. I doubt heavily that happens before this deadline, in part because they're handcuffed on picks.
Okay, so who else can we throw into a dodo package?
I mean, it makes sense. Look, you can't trade Rodrigue Beaubois for LeBron James. You can't trade Dorian Finney-Smith unless it's like a super stud, because he's just that critical, I guess. I do like hearing the report though, that it's something where they recognize anybody but Luka's on the available for trade, because it's a very subtle acknowledgement that the supporting cast is not good. We're literally willing to trade anybody and we'll listen on anybody, because you're not married to anyone. So for all of Cuban getting worked up about this is this disrespect to the organization and what we built.
Take down that mural. Wash away that mural.
Yeah. I mean, look, that guy just made a mural. You're talking about trying to actively trade people. You're more disrupting their lives than the mural was. Smart, come on.
Yeah, and to answer the question, what else you got to give up with Dorian Finney-Smith? Like a lot. You got to give up a lot of other things to get somebody of substance. You're not going to get a number 2 by giving up Dorian Finney-Smith and a 1. All right, you're going to have to give up Finney-Smith, Hardaway. I mean, and that's still not going to get it done.
Thanks to Ruben Portillo. He is our new Mavs insider. He cut up this audio, and the one name on this sheet that's kind of jumping out, DeAndre Ayton?
Don't know. It is interesting. He's a name that I've heard around the Mavericks, and again, I think that would have to be a later than right now type of situation.
Well, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah, and again, I think it gets down to this with going back to the Mavericks of, hey, they need to get a co-star, so who might be available? And, do we like him as a fit with Luka? You can argue about paying a center that much in today's NBA who's not a primary offensive option, but he can certainly serve as the backbone of a defense. He's proven that. He is a skilled center who can, he's not just a lob finisher. But again, I think that's more than likely a down-the-road conversation. They are both represented by Bill Duffy. I think he would certainly be happy to have those guys teamed up together.
Ooh. Oh, I love that. What? Why are we making a stink face?
Give me another, like you lost Brunson, and you were trying to find a better Brunson. Don't go find me a 28-minute-a-game center as this is our number 2. I'm tired of the guys they're associated with are always they'd have interest this offseason in Rudy Gobert, and they'd have interest in DeAndre Ayton. Great, yeah, improve your rebound and whatever else, but give me somebody who actually can create a shot.
DeAndre Ayton can score. Rudy Gobert
but he can't create
cannot.
A shot.
He can't create a shot, right. But you also, I think, have to bring someone in here who's okay with being DeAndre Ayton. I think showed in the playoffs he's fine being he's a beta. Right, I don't know if you bring in another true. Well, he threw a hissy fit towards the end, but I didn't hear anything. He wasn't demanding the ball during games or going off that we saw when the Mavs were eliminating them. What I'm trying to say is, do you have to bring someone in here that's okay with being a Robin, Choppy, a Robin personality versus another alpha?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I generally think that it's really difficult to have 2 of those on the same team. Now, I guess you could say LeBron and Wade were.
Yep.
And that Kobe and Shaq were.
Yep.
And now, LeBron and Wade lasted 4 years. Kobe and Shaq, they grew tired of each other. I think if you genuinely want to have that, you need a Jordan Pippen. I think in general, you need someone who's they're just whatever, okay. They have that, they want it, but they have that same attitude, okay, I'm not the alpha. I don't need it. So I think it's hugely important.
Who saw the cover of MLB The Show besides Choppy?
I did.
Peyton?
I did because RJ said something about it.
Okay. RJ, tell us who is on MLB. Is it MLB The Show?
It is MLB The Show. It dropped yesterday. Not the game, but the cover athlete dropped yesterday. And it is a 24-year-old. He'll be 25 tomorrow. So happy early birthday to Jazz Chisholm. Now, if you don't follow Major League Baseball, you have no idea who this is. If you do follow Major League Baseball, you're like, that's a really interesting and outside the box, and I think a really good choice for MLB The Show. But you've never heard of him. That's the problem. He plays for the Miami Marlins. He is volunteered. He goes, if you can't find anybody to play center field, I'll play. He's currently a second baseman and a shortstop listed as on Baseball Reference. Who's played both. He's a middle infielder. He goes, I'll play center. Need someone to play center? I got it. Dude's got blue hair. He is from the Bahamas. He is fun. He is flashy. The only thing he isn't is a household name. And, he's good, but, honestly, he's really good. His OPS plus, which is, basically the number's 100. Anything 100 is league average. So the number above that is your percentage above league average. So he's 39% above league average. That's fantastic. But he's not a household name. This is a sport that had Aaron Judge just hit 62 home runs. Bryce Harper was just in the World Series. Mike Trout was just in the Philadelphia Eagles game. This is a sport that's right with young stars that they can promote. They chose him. I like it. I think it's an outside the box choice. I think he's a really fun and engaging guy. But it's interesting because this is not going to move the needle nationally if you're not a baseball fan.
Is he the most unknown video game cover athlete ever? I'll give you the ML. Peyton Hillis. Peyton Hillis. Did less people or more people know Peyton Hillis at the time?
Ooh.
I think more people know Jazz Chisholm. He was in the news a lot last year. I was sitting here just now trying to think what's a comparison for in terms of just a personality and everything else in another sport. I can't come up with one. Somebody who's equal to just his how his personality, his ability, I mean the Marlins were holding team meetings last year to complain about how much they didn't like him.
Yeah, he's a bad boy. He's a bad boy.
He is. It's similar, and I know this is the second reference today, but not that he's got the same off-field issues. It's kind of similar to if you made David Irving the cover athlete of Madden when he was really good.
Ooh.
I mean, David Irving is nowhere near as good as this cat, right?
No, but he was really good, and he was quirky, and he was just kind of this big personality, and he wasn't necessarily the name in the sport.
I love how you take all these shots at David Irving, meanwhile supporting Randy Gregory so much through thick and thin. I mean, they're basically the same. They're basically the same person.
They are not
same exact thing, career, and you just loving. You love Randy so much and take shots at David.
Nope, not even close. One of them was coping. The other would, tell any sort of a practice injury lie to try and get a painkiller. So
877-881-1053 truckwreck.com text line. Bobby's nemesis over at the 4-letter says the Cowboys are making a mistake letting Mike McCarthy call these plays. Next.
But let's get you over to QC Candidates.
Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on your home of the Rangers and America's team. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Choppy, close your ears because your man crush Brandon Staley apparently is hiring Kellen Moore to try to run the ball more. Last year, the Chargers called a designed pass on 68% of their plays, second highest rate in the NFL, only behind Tampa. The Cowboys called a design pass on 54%, sixth lowest rate in the league. Here's the quote that will devastate RJ. Brandon Staley, in terms of the passing game, that's what we've been able to do at a high level here for the last 2 years. But to be more explosive, you have to be able to run the football more consistently to put more pressure on people. The Cowboys under Kellen ranked 11th in explosive play rate, 10%. The Chargers ranked 30th. So they want some more explosive plays, and Brandon Staley thinks they're going to have to run it more in L.A. after hiring Kellen Moore.
Man, you know, the interesting thing is that, and Brandon Staley is a very big analytics guy. Analytics will throw a curveball at you every now and then. Like Billy Beane, right, who was like really at the forefront of this in baseball. One year, he's like, I want to get a bunch of guys who draw walks. Well, 5 years later, he was like, I'm done with guys drawing walks. I want to get guys who are defensive-minded or whatever. And then 5 years later, he changed up because he's looking for the market inefficiency. What is the most affordable thing on the market? Well, that's not what this is. This is just a coach who's thinking we throw the ball too much. You know, I don't know what the right number is, the right number of pass to run. Is it 55%? Is it 65%? That's still something that they're working out. That's a very interesting thing for him to say. I don't hate it. I mean, you got to run the ball. I recognize you got to run the ball. I hate running on first down. But the only thing I hate running on more on first down than a run is a run on 2nd and 10. You want to hack me off? Run that ball on 2nd and 9. Oh, God, just kill me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, it's – I don't know that there's, like you say, Chop, they haven't come up with the equation, like run it this many times, throw it this many times. I think it's more frustration with situations. Like, are you running the ball on 2nd and 9? Are you running it consistently on 1st and 10? Are you putting your quarterback in 3rd and 7 positions that are really difficult? That's where I think it's frustrating, and that's where I think there's got to be a little bit better – feel. If there's one thing I can criticize Kellen Moore for, I felt it seemed like he never had a good feel for the temperature of the game. Like it almost felt like when we'd see them committing to the run, it's like, what are they doing here? Why are they not taking advantage of some of this passing attack? And then there were other times where they were just trying to throw without success, and it's like, you know what? They're giving you these light boxes. Why are you not trying to take advantage of this a little bit? That was my biggest thing, is it felt like Kellen Moore would come in with a game plan and say, this is the game plan, this is what we're doing, this is what we're executing. We're doing it in all these types of situations, and this is the way. And there's no adjustment to how the game is playing out and reacting to those circumstances.
So now is Mike McCarthy going to call the plays? Nick Eatman and Todd Archer sound a little hesitant in just saying that that's going to happen. Dan Orlovsky, Bobby Belt's favorite on ESPN, thinks that would be a mistake.
Let me say this about Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy's making this move because he thinks he's the only one who can fix Dak Prescott. That's simply put. Fix, get back to whatever we want to phrase it as. He thinks he's the only guy because he obviously doesn't think that Kellen Moore can take him to the next level. He doesn't think that anybody else who's available can take him to the next level. So it's the situation where my job is going to be dependent on how well the quarterback plays because the team is pretty darn good. And if the talent on defense stays there, and if the quarterback plays up to some of the levels that he's played at, well, this is a team that can play with anybody in the NFC. So Mike McCarthy's sitting there going, I'm the only guy who can get it done, and the pressure's on.
So there's Orlovsky. Meanwhile, you want to respond to that or just mumble?
Not really. I mean, he's stupid. Like I don't know. It's he just there's it's a little bit like I don't want to say specifics because then we'll get in trouble. But it's a little bit like a political individual, like any political individual, where it's like, in some instances, I may even agree with the argument you're making, but I know that you don't come to that conclusion the right way because you're dumb. And that's the same sort of thing with Orlovsky that even if I come down on the same thing, I go, I know you came to it by dumb means, and so I still don't respect it even when you agree with me.
Yeah.
All right, what about this guy then? Friend of the show, Ross Tucker.
Oh.
Putting the Cowboys on blast.
I literally LOL'd when I saw this. Mike McCarthy calling the plays? Does anyone, or hopefully everyone, remember what it was like in Green Bay the last time Mike McCarthy was calling plays? Kellen Moore is a top 10 offensive coordinator in the NFL. Kellen Moore had the Cowboys scoring all kinds of points, and they're not like loaded on offense. Kellen Moore is going to get hired by the end of the week by like the Chargers or the Bucks or someone. This is a joke. If I'm a Cowboys fan, I am absolutely terrified. I know a lot of you are glad Kellen Moore is gone because they didn't score very many points against the Niners. Guess what? The Niners defense is awesome. Did you see what Kellen Moore did the rest of the year? But this is the way fans are. I don't like the offensive coordinator. The play calling's terrible. Careful what you wish for, Cowboys fans. I can almost guarantee it'll be worse next year.
Ooh.
Well, that's strong.
It is. It is strong. The one thing is, like, look, of course, I mean, they scored almost 28 points a game. Like, the chances that it is worse next year are probably pretty good.
Yeah, and the chances that the Chargers' offense is a little bit better are pretty good.
Sure. Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. I mean, you got Herbert in an extra year.
If they can ever keep Keenan Allen out of the hospital, I mean, this guy can never stay healthy. If Brandon Staley decides not to put his number 2 receiver out there in a meaningless game and get his back broken, that could help as well.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a good chance they score 26 a game next year. The Chargers do, which would be, 3-4 points more than they scored this year? I mean, that's a big jump. That's a really big, that's a 20%, 18% jump almost. That's a big jump year to year. So there's just like with Tom and Bill, when Bill had to break in a new quarterback after Tom left and Tom was going to go to a good team. We knew Tom was going to win the early part of that divorce. We know Kellen Moore is probably going to win the early part of this divorce. He's probably going to have a better first year than the Cowboys have a first year without him. Chances are the Cowboys aren't going to score more than 28 a game.
Matthew Berry's not a big fan at all.
Oh, yeah, the fantasy guru, the Washington fan weighing in.
Matthew Berry had listed off Kellen Moore's resume and was very complimentary, and then he followed up and he said, in Mike McCarthy's final 2 years in Green Bay, Packers were 18th in total yards per game, 16th in points per game, checks notes with Aaron Rodgers. And Rodgers' next 2 seasons without McCarthy, Rodgers won the NFL MVP in back-to-back years. In fact, McCarthy's last year in Green Bay, here is who Aaron Rodgers' supporting cast was. Devontae Adams, Jimmy Graham, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Randall Cobb, Jamal Williams, Aaron Jones. It's a good group.
It's a good group.
I'm trying to find excuses for Mike in Green Bay. I'm trying to rack my brain and be a Better Call Chop, Better Call Saul defense attorney. But we'll start with Aaron Rodgers as a pain in the ass. Aaron Rodgers probably thinks everyone is stupid. Aaron Rodgers loved Nathaniel Hackett, apparently, and that looks really dumb. So that's my initial excuse. I just hope that McCarthy is up to date with the times. I'm more worried about that than I am him fighting with Aaron Rodgers and Aaron Rodgers questioning Mike's capability, because Aaron Rodgers thinks everyone is stupid.
It was the field goal on the 4th down from a half foot. It was on, I was at the gym, I think it was on Friday, it was on the NFL Network, and here's the game. They're showing it, and it was the first quarter, it was the first possession of the game. It was the NFC Championship game, Packers at Seattle, and they marched right down the field to the half-foot line, and he kicks a field goal. And I guarantee you, Aaron Rodgers, because they lost that game, because the Seattle fumbled the ensuing kickoff. This could have been a 14-0 game. I guarantee you, Rodgers never forgave him for that. I guarantee, and Rodgers will hold a grudge, and he will tune you out.
Didn't he call out LaFleur for a 4th down similar situation?
basically the same thing.
The other thing we've learned over the years, every single team has these problems. Andy Reid has these game management. Sean Payton has these game management problems. I just hope McCarthy is up to date offensively with what's going on and can somehow change or improve Dak a little bit. That's going to be interesting to see.
We'll see if he can. If he can do the same thing. Yeah, we'll find out. If he can have, if Dak can have, look, going to getting 2011 Aaron Rodgers is not going to happen. Right. That's not going to happen. He's not going to be 15-1. But if he can harness somewhere between the end of the line of Rodgers and like what he was in like 2014, this team will be just fine.
Is Brock Purdy going to be missing some time to start next season? What actually happened to San Francisco's quarterback, and why won't this team let this guy leave? Plus, the biggest joke of a Pro Bowl selection in the history of football. Just get rid of the whole thing. Sean, RJ, and Bobby continuing on a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
But let's get your carpet clean, the clean way, the green way, the zero res way, the RJ Choppy Fan Special 3 rooms.
Sean Sharif, not built like us, Chop. He couldn't make it. He couldn't make it the whole show.
We are built home tough right here. I got my blankie.
We're built different.
I got my blankie on that I'm using to cover my legs because I'm wearing shorts. And it's very chilly. There's a window here. This is not a drafty home, but this window is it's so cold.
Same.
Now. It's so cold out. This window's getting me. I got my house shoes on. These are like my old man slippers.
I have my blankie too.
Look at these things. My house shoes. Yep.
Oh, look
very
at
nice.
that.
So I'm rocking with that. Loving it. Loving it.
Just crushing it.
We should be working from home every day. Nobody should ever get in a car again. Ever.
Sean, Sean is on his way back because it was starting to look rather dicey. They're around 75 and fits you. But you know what? You know who made it in, Chop?
Well, let me guess. Mr. Employee of the Month.
Kevin Hageland. Better. You down
Hey,
there, Hagee?
guys.
How you doing, man? How's it going, bro?
No, it's not actually him.
He's putting his headset on. I threw to him at an awkward time.
You do that. No, but as we wait for Hagee to connect and before we go into Around the NFL, let's take a quick look at the weather map, Chop. As you can see here, there's a lot of, dang it, my hand. Okay, pink, a lot of pink here. This is some purple. This is some blue. The white, I think, is okay. I guess that's stuff that's not covered, but just a lot of colors is my main takeaway from
That's your weather breakdown.
That's my I don't know if you can see it on the fan cam there, Hagee, but as you can see, like we've got a lot of colors.
I can.
There's colors and then there's areas where there's not really much color.
Do you have
the colors is where you don't want to be.
Yeah, if you lived in the Metroplex long enough, I bet you are used to these colors since we lead the nation in freezing rain or cold rain or whatever.
Weird.
Do you know what the corresponding colors mean, or is that as far as we're getting? There's lots of colors?
So this is not great. The pink, and then the purple. The purple is even less great. And then the blue, I think, is snow, and then the white is just terrain.
Yeah.
Okay.
So green is rain. Like blue, I think is snow. Purple is freezing rain. I think pink is the sleet.
Can I ask
Look,
you?
see, Chop can do this.
Okay, well, can I ask you guys a question? If for whatever reason sports radio didn't work out or the NFL didn't work out, would you guys consider being a weatherman tandem?
Oh, that'd be good. Like we could be like back in the day, like when they were making the Troy Dungan to Pete Delkus transition.
Yeah,
like we can tag team on it for a little bit.
I could see
I think that would work out.
And basically, our hit rate would be about the same as our hit rate on our sports takes. So I think it would work out well for us. We're used to it.
Exactly. Perfect. Okay, so before we get into Around the NFL and let you go, Hagee, how was the drive in? You got any man on the street reports for us?
Yeah, actually. So I think it's going to be worse tomorrow once this all freezes back over. Sean leaving right now, probably not the worst idea because there's not a lot of people on the road, which I actually think is a good thing because while the roads stink and it's starting to get slippery, it is not, depending on which direction you're going. I came from Garland, so mostly on 30. It's not disastrous, and there's nobody else you really have to deal with. Like, you don't have to worry that someone's going to skid into your car because I think I saw a total of maybe 15 cars the entire way.
Wow.
Man.
There's very few people out there.
Well, thank you for that live report, Kevin Hageland. We'll return back to you later with further updates.
And RJ, I had to show up because I've missed 3 days of work, and that is like 17 months for me.
It is a long time.
Yeah, we hope you're feeling
that
better.
You're smart and you stay home tomorrow, or you get a hotel and you just right next to the
If they have a
station.
Comrex for me, maybe I'll do that.
All right. Be smart.
Bye, guys.
All right,
Be
love
safe.
you, Hagee. We'll talk to you soon. All right, let's go around the NFL real quick here, Chop. First story I want to touch on, we've got a report yesterday from Albert Breer that the Raiders still have not granted Derek Carr permission to talk to other teams about a trade at this point, which to me, I look at that and go, why? That just feels petty at that point. Why would you not, if you're ready to move on from him, everything he gave to that organization, why not just let him start the process?
Because they want to be petty. Josh
But why?
McDaniels, because Josh McDaniels is a jerk. That's why. It would not surprise me if he hangs on to Derek Carr until so late in the process that he's destined to have a bad year. The sooner Derek Carr finds a home, the quicker he gets into the playbook. But if you're Josh McDaniels, you want to be proven right. The best chance to get proven right is to dump him in the middle of August to some team, let him have no chance to learn the playbook, and having him have a bad year.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. As Pro Football Talk notes yesterday, Derek Carr's $32.9 million base salary for 2023 and $7.5 million of his 2024 salary become fully guaranteed if he's on the roster on February 15th. So we're talking about 16 days away, and it says plenty of speculation that the Raiders will try to put the framework of a trade in place ahead of that date. So if you're 16 days out, why are you not letting him get involved? He's got a no-trade clause. He's going to have to approve any deal. This just seems like pettiness. And at this point, are you not jeopardizing, hey, we can't find a deal that he'll agree to? February 14th, Valentine's Day, we're just going to have to cut the guy.
Yeah, and maybe they do. And if they cut him, I don't know if that does their cap, but if I'm Derek Carr, I'm like, heck yeah. Wouldn't you rather be cut? I guess if you have a no trade, it doesn't really matter. But if you get to be cut, then you're free pick of the litter. And if I'm Derek Carr, if I'm Kyle Shanahan, are you not calling Derek Carr immediately?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, especially with you still don't know about Trey Lance and Brock Purdy, which another around the NFL topic. We get the report yesterday from Schefter, out at least 6 months. If he does need, it's a full tear of the ulnar nerve. If he does need a Tommy John surgery, he'd be out close to a year. So, yeah, I mean, if you don't have Purdy and you still aren't sure on Lance, then, yeah, I think Carr makes a ton of sense there.
He's a good quarterback. I mean, like, he's what? He's below Dak, but ahead of Tannehill. Like, he's probably ahead of Kirk. I think he's better than Kirk Cousins.
He's as good now. Like, I would guess he would have close to the same success that Brock Purdy was having in the San Francisco offense. Like, I would imagine it's similar.
I mean, I like Carr, so I mean, I would take him. The Jets, could be in on him. New Orleans certainly needs a quarterback. There's a lot of teams out there that need quarterbacks. That go get him. I think he's an upgrade over Daniel Jones, given the Giants. A lot of teams could be in on him. But they've got to trade him. And they don't appear right now to be in any hurry. And it's a bad run. It's a poorly run organization, man. It just is. It's a really poorly run organization.
Speaking of the San Francisco 49ers, former San Francisco 49er great Joe Staley is going to be here in around the NFL headlines. What do you got, Chop?
So Joe Staley went back and forth with Kayvon Thibodeau. Kayvon Thibodeau, of course, is a very unique personality.
He loves to talk.
Loves to talk. So he tweeted during the NFC Championship game, the way this game looked, we might be better than the 49ers. Joe Staley, obviously just on Twitter. You're a flash player who gets bodied by average tackles. Don't let the New York media affect you too much. Now, he used affect, A-F-F-E-C-T. Is that the correct form?
I'm never totally sure.
I'm not either.
I'm terrible to ask about this.
I use impact.
But you were an English minor. You're supposed to know.
I don't really know. I use the word impact always instead of effect or effect. I can never figure it out.
Yeah, I've done that too. I'm like, I'll look for a synonym and just go, all right, let's try that one. And I saw it wasn't just Thibodeau. It was also
Lawrence Tynes.
Parsons went at him a little bit. And he had said yesterday, when he said the way this game looks like we might be better than the 49ers, Mike had tweeted some gif and came on and said, what country you in? Micah says, I'm in America getting ready for Pro Bowl. LOL. How about you? So Duncan, he's dunking on him right there.
Yeah.
Speaking of Pro Bowl, by the way, Josh Allen is not going to be competing.
No.
And so you would think, all right, what other AFC quarterbacks we have? You can't have Mahomes, Burrow. I don't know. Would Derek Carr maybe get a call, even though he got benched at the end of the year? I mean, would this be who would you have an option of even considering? I don't know. Chop, do you happen to know who they chose to replace Josh Allen?
I did see this. I went to look to make sure it wasn't April 1st because they put Tyler Huntley.
Excuse me?
Tyler Huntley.
Is that like that sounds like, isn't that like one of the like the opening acts for somebody like Luke Combs? Like that just sounds like somebody who'd open for Luke Combs.
It's not him. It's not him. He's not a comedian either. No, this is a quarterback who plays for the Ravens. Took over for Lamar this year after Lamar got hurt. So
an actual quarterback. Yeah.
Well, very, very nice. I see what you did there. So Tyler Huntley is going to be a replacement for Josh Allen in the Pro Bowl. I personally am shooketh by this. I cannot believe that they went down the Tyler Huntley road.
And this is something that I'm guessing, because the way it was phrased in the Ian Rappaport report I saw said that he's replacing him in the Pro Bowl games, but didn't like say he's replacing him in the Pro Bowl like you would normally hear. Tyler Huntley started 4 games this year. He had 67% completions, 2 touchdowns, 3 picks, 5.9 yards per attempt. His QBR was 41. Had a gutsy performance against the Bengals in the playoffs. We could at least give him that. But in general, the way he said Pro Bowl games, it sounds like he's going to be participating in this, but not listed as a Pro Bowler. It's like, dude, we just need bodies, but there's no way that we can call you a Pro Bowler.
Right. Yeah, you can't. Which is odd. I mean, like, if you're in the Pro Bowl, you should be in the Pro Bowl, right? You're a Pro Bowler. That's how I look at it. But I guess they're not going to go down that road.
What else you got there, Chop? You got an update on Joseph Ossai?
Yeah, so there was an article on SI talking about it's time to stop awarding first downs for non-malicious infractions. Now, they're talking about the late hit penalty that Joseph Ossai incurred on Patrick Mahomes. The ruling was correct. It makes sense. But what they're saying is, should the definition of a penalty, shouldn't change with 2 minutes left because fans and media would be annoyed by its impact on the game, yada, yada, yada. But they're also talking about other defensive calls, defensive penalties that are non-malicious, like not late hits, not unnecessary roughness, more like the 5-yard holding on 3rd and 18 that gives you an automatic first down. And that's
illegal contact, yeah.
Yeah, illegal contact or a hands in the face. And my first initial thought was, okay, that makes sense, but if you don't have that, because first of all, the defense is already at such a disadvantage. But if you don't have the automatic first down for defensive players holding, wouldn't they just automatically hold if they get beat and only get a 5-yard penalty and live to fight another day on 3rd and 12 instead of 3rd and 17?
You would think so. It's always been interesting to me that that the defensive holding is just 5 yards and the offensive holding is 10. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, you're still disrupting what somebody's trying to do, regardless.
Right.
And so I've always thought it was odd. Now I'm trying to remember, is holding's not an automatic first down, is it?
Defensive holding is, yeah.
No, but not offensive, I don't think. Like if you're in 2nd and 15, and or no, it wouldn't be that. It's you don't lose the down or whatever. Like I would think that for it to be even, you would have to incur the penalties and lose the down, I mean.
Yeah, you don't lose it down. You replay it. You just get 10 yards beyond. So if it's 1st and 10, now it's first and 20.
But to equal getting an automatic first down on defense, the equivalent for that on offense, I feel, would be like, hey, holding's a big penalty, so you would have to lose the down in addition to the yards. I just think it's interesting that in one scenario you get to replay the down and you get 10 yards, and then in the other scenario you get fewer yards, but it's an automatic first down. It's just a little inconsistent to me. I don't totally get it, but... Joseph Ossai, I'm sure that he would have valued that a great deal, not to have that penalty tack onto him, because it's been a rough week for the young man. He's a good,
I have
he's a good
no
kid.
idea. I have no idea how he walked into that locker room.
Oh gosh, I mean, especially with Jermaine Pratt walking behind him, screaming about like how do you hit the quarterback. I mean, his teammates held him up. BJ Hill obviously went viral for. Being there to support him, and there were some good moments that came out of that, some praise, and I guess there's a little bit of a silver line in that sense. Coming up next here on Sean and RJ, we're going to kick off a discussion that we had a little bit earlier that we just kind of had by accident. But we want to get your thoughts on it, too, on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Who are the most disrespected personalities in the history of DFW sports? That's next.
But let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford in Terrell. Stephen Gilchrist is the owner, and he is proud to announce that location, I-20 and Highway 80, located just minutes from the Metroplex. Worth the short drive to Terrell to save a lot more on that brand-new Ford at Platinum Ford. Of course, when you hop in there, Stephen Gilchrist is a Tolo. So is the GM, Adam Vinci. They're both huge Tolos. They're going to hook you up with a brand-new ride. That service department's got 41 bays. I mean, you barely have to wait. $7,500 right now off MSRP on remaining 2022 Ford F-150 XLT models. You got $6,000 off MSRP on the remaining Ford Edge and Ford Explorer from 2022. How about 0% for 36 months on 2022 Escapes, Edges, Explorers, and F-150s? Adam's got vehicles on the ground, man. Full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. They're all available. Go see them now. It's located in Terrell. I-20 and Highway 80. Customize it online, PlatinumFord.com, or just take what they got on the lot. They got tons of them on the lot, so you can drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Listen. Stream the Fan 24/7 all day, every day. Download the Odyssey app or listen live at 1053thefan.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment, brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Back here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt alongside RJ Choppy. Sean Sharif not built for this winter weather like Chop and I. And Peyton. We knew we could handle this. And Sean had to take off. So he's actually trying to get home right now. We actually stayed home, to be completely honest, Chop and I. We're warm in our homes with blankies, and Sean is in the process of trying to get home before the streets turn into too much of a skating rink. But before Sean Sharif left earlier today, we were discussing the news that Kellen Moore had taken the job with the Chargers. You know, it's funny, the old Rob Ryan quote, "I have a job in 5 minutes," that you mentioned yesterday, Chop. And you had said jokingly, like, I don't know if he'll have a job in 5 minutes, but it was pretty close. It was pretty close to 5 minutes for Kellen Moore.
Yeah, it was. It was 18 hours, not even. In 18 hours, he went and he got, arguably, I would say a better job, but, because it's the Chargers versus the Cowboys. But, he got a better situation. He got the best available quarterback on the market and, a coach that I think is really, really good. I love Brandon Staley. I know he rubs people the wrong way. He's kind of too radical, but I love the way that he runs the game, the fourth down aggression, and just we're going for it on because the numbers say you should go for 4th and 1 on every yard line of the field outside the 9, your own 9. Beyond that, because you can't have 4th and 1 anywhere else. You can't have 4th and 1 on your own 8.
Right. But other than that, just go for it each time. And look, I think that's something that we all generally were frustrated with, though. With this team at times is the conservative 4th down calls later in the season. Like the fact that in those 3 times they didn't go for it on 4th down against San Francisco. I thought 2 of them were really awful, and one of them was just kind of a debate if you wanted to do that or play field position. But Kellen Moore was part of that, so we'll see if there's any friction there. But it started this discussion about Kellen Moore's resume. And Sean had brought up the point that Sean had brought up the point that is Kellen Moore potentially, given his resume and all the kicking he took, is he one of the most disrespected personalities in the history of DFW sports? And so we started talking about it during some of these breaks, and it actually turned into kind of an interesting conversation. We got some feedback on Twitter. We want to get your thoughts, too, on the truckwreck.com fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Who are the most disrespected personalities in the history of DFW sports, and does Kellen Moore qualify? So I'll throw to you first, Choppy. Does Kellen Moore qualify as a disrespected personality in the Metroplex? And who are some of the names that you would throw out?
I think he does qualify as a disrespected name. I think he was really good. It's really hard to put up the offensive numbers that he did and not be really, really good. So I definitely think that he was a disrespected coach. I don't think he was I don't think he was like over the line in the disrespect. I thought he was still split. A lot of people did think he was good, but this is normal. Like people always trash the OC because they don't want to trash the quarterback or they don't want to trash the head. Like everybody's got their own sort of unique biases in there. But I think that Kellen Moore was definitely disrespected in terms of the production that he put up here.
And who would you say around that? We were I know you mentioned earlier when we were talking about this during one of the breaks, Doug Free is one that stands out for you. You got
he stands out for me, man. Like Doug Free stands out. Like he was a good player. He was a good player. He wasn't great, but he was good. And he got here basically. He took over from Mark Colombo, and Colombo was a tremendous right tackle for this team for a long time. And he took over for him, and at the end of his career, at the end of Colombo's career, and listen, Doug Free was a good player. He took over. He took over for Flozell as well. he switched over sides and such, and he was kind of all over the map. Wherever they needed him, he went. Wherever they needed him, he was a solid player. So he was one that I had, and then I went and the fan text, came up with a ton of names, not just with mostly with the Cowboys though.
Sure. And we've got we've got 972. Dak is hella disrespected. He has a strong fan base too. The volume of disrespect, yes. The percentages related to how much they're deserving, I think that there are others who skew a little bit more heavily. This is an answer I'm interested in. 817, Dave Campo. You think he was? Here's the thing about Dave Campo. He was in an unenviable position. They didn't have picks. They traded him away for Joey Galloway. They were making awful picks in the process. It was this awful rebuild time. He was a good defensive coach for them for a number of years. Came back a little bit later, coached the secondary. So I could see that as him being somebody that got a little bit more heat than he deserved. Some of the others that came to mind for me, Avery Johnson. I know that it was time to go, and he was not a perfect coach by any means for the Mavericks, but he was somebody I felt like who was just disrespected as if he never did anything, and I thought that was a little over the top. Greg Ellis, he will always be not Randy Moss to most of the fans, but he was a really good defensive end for the better part of a decade, and I thought that they always held him to some unrealistic expectations and standards because of who went ahead or who they passed over to pick him. And then two pitchers for the Rangers, Colby Lewis, who got ragged pretty consistently the last 4 years, I feel like, that he was here in Texas, 4 or 5 years. And then our buddy, Derek Holland. I felt at times that, people didn't appreciate how solid he was. I mean, I believe during his time in Texas, I think he finished with an ERA under 4 for his career. And I know that his FIP was always, his fielding independent percentage was always really good. And so, to me, I think Holland, Lewis, those are some guys that stand out to me. Greg Ellis. We had some interesting names sent to us on Twitter. Flozell Adams. It's a good answer. Brandon
Flozell's
Carr.
one. I mean, there's been, let's see, Byron Jones. Terrence Newman's another one. Anthony Spencer is a good name. Terrence Williams. Jason Garrett.
Terrence Williams is not a bad name because nobody thinks he was any good, and he was a decent receiver for them for a few years. And I think people just remember the scooter and they laugh at him and things like that. This one's interesting on the fan text, and I'll throw this over to you, Mr. Hockey, RJ Choppy, because I don't remember this being the case at all. 469 Darian Hatcher. I remember Hatcher being pretty like I mean, when he left, there were people that were hurt because he went to the Red Wings, but I remember people feeling like Hatcher was like the heart and soul of those Stanley Cup teams.
I don't remember him being disrespected. I thought he was tremendous, and I thought a lot of people loved him. I don't remember him being a disrespected player at all. Maybe I'm just wrong on that one. Let me throw a Maverick name out for you.
Let's get it.
Antoine Jameson.
Interesting.
He was 1 year here. His numbers, if you look at it, now he played about 10 minutes per game less here than he did everywhere else in that time of his career. Mm-hmm. He was in his prime. He only averaged 15 and 6 here. The 2 years prior, he averaged 20 and 22 a game. The 2 years after, he averaged 20 and 22 a game. His player efficiency, though, was the highest of his career in the 1 year he played with the Mavs. Fans he didn't fit for whatever reason. They couldn't figure out how to use him. I don't think the fans very much cared for him either. But he was a good player. And I thought he was getting undue hate that he didn't deserve here.
Yeah, and he won Sixth Man of the Year, I think, that year that he was here.
Yeah, I think he did.
And so he was a productive player. That was one of the biggest problems too, is just like he was a power forward essentially. He was listed as a small forward, but he essentially played as a power forward, and I think they just felt like, okay, gotta clear up some space somehow. You're not going to start here, and I don't think he wanted to just be a forever backup. And he went to Washington and had a really successful run there. Another interesting name here, Roy Williams from the 972. That's an interesting one because if that's the case, I'm probably guilty of it because I think this city turned on Roy Williams and I guess it depends on which one you're talking about. I assume they're talking about the safety, but I think the safety Roy Williams, the city turned on him. This fan base turned on him after like year 2, and he was a good player. Like I mean, he definitely had his limitations. He couldn't cover. Everybody remembers him giving up those 2 bombs to Santana Moss and Mark Brunell in Washington on Monday Night Football in 2004, and that was when it just kind of shifted, I felt like, for people, and they were like, nope, this dude can't cover. He's a waste. Bill Parcells had the line, he's a biscuit away from being a linebacker, and so he took a lot of heat that was probably unnecessary. I mean, he was a 5-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah, he was. I wonder how much of that was a Pro Bowler because of his name.
Sure. I mean, the first year was absolutely deserved. When
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he actually got. I don't think he got it that year, but he should have. But he was. I mean, he was a intimidating, physical, like really good football player. It's just he had his limitations. I would have loved to have seen. If you give Roy Williams to like Dan Quinn today, like give him that player, I think he'd be. We would be in love with that player. I mean, some people have. I saw somebody make that comparison recently. They felt Donovan Wilson is kind of that guy. I don't think he hits as hard as Roy Williams did. Roy Williams used to just like throttle people. That was all he looked to do, and he was big. He was like 225, just a big dude. Obviously, you remember he gave us the horse collar tackle rule.
He did.
It was him tackling T.O.
T.O.
Some other ones we saw over on Twitter. Shin-Soo Choo. You like that one?
Look, I was this is funny. I was a big proponent of Shin-Soo Choo. He was the analytics dream. Everybody loved him, right? High on base percentage, couldn't do anything else. That's what he was. I loved him. Listen to his on base percentages. Let's see.
It was absurd. The discrepancy between his batting average and on base percentage every year was insane.
Insane. So these are like, let's go with, from his age 29 season on.
Mm-hmm.
373, 423, 340, 375, back-to-back 357, 371, 371, 323. That's absurd.
All while hitting like 260 at times.
I mean, his career average was 275, and he was batting like 280. But he had a career, his career OPS was 820. That's good. His OPS plus was 122, which means like 20% better than league average as a hitter. And, man, you thought he was garbage. The fans thought he was garbage. But all this guy did, all he did was get to first base. And there are a lot worse things you could do as a baseball player.
I think there's some other good names. We'll have to continue this discussion at another point. We've had some Dwight Powell, Danny White. Danny White's a good name. Kristaps Porzingis. Eric Dampier is one that I was thinking about, and we just got that one in from the 817. So a lot of good names. You guys can keep those pouring in, and we'll be discussing it on Twitter as well. Coming up next here on 105 through the Fan, we will crosstalk with the what would we call it? So if it's KMC, I guess it's just the KM masterpiece. Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, we'll crosstalk next here on the Fan.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, located on the east side.
105.3 The Fan.
It is time for Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece.
Yeah.
Because I was led to believe erroneously by Peyton Russell that it was just the KM masterpiece today. But apparently it
Just
is
KM
the
in
KMC
studio.
masterpiece. Okay, but you didn't say that.
No,
Corey
yes.
Majors is live from the Boom Boom room, his bedroom there. And he is on the Zoom along with RJ Choppy and I. Mike Bassick, Kevin Hagelin, just manlier men. They drove into the station unlike us today. And so they get a lot of credit for that. Before I ask you what's coming up on the show, Corey,
I just lit a fire.
I need to.
What?
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I just lit a fire. How manly am I now?
Under your
That's
butt.
pretty. That's. Oh well.
I just rubbed
yeah,
two
that's
sticks
pretty manly.
together for my daughter. She was like, "Hey, I want a fire in the fireplace." I was like, "Done." Bam, fire. Look
Should
at
have
that.
told her you're working, not to
Well,
bother you.
I did it right before work, so it's okay.
There was a buddy of mine who wanted to do the fart flame thing. And so he said, "Hey, kids, watch this." And
God.
when he did it, the air sucked in instead of went out. And he burnt
Oh,
his
it's
butt.
backdraft.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. No, they had. Yeah,
That didn't
my
work out
dad
so well.
was. My dad was in the Air Force with somebody who was doing that trick, and they scorched the hair on the back of their legs. And caught
Thank
themselves on
God
fire.
you said legs.
Before we get into what you guys have coming up on the show today, I do need to give one final weather update. So as you can see here on the weather map, if you're on the fan cam, we've got a little more blue than we did earlier, Hagee.
And that's snow, you said?
In theory,
really
I mean,
know.
it's actually.
Are you
just
sure
a
that's
color
not Tim
on a
Hardaway
screen.
Jr.'s shooting chart?
That is so
Come
rude.
on.
What a
So
bum.
we got some purple. We would say this is pink, right? Like right here.
That's his hot area. Yeah.
Yeah, right
So
there
like-
in the middle. Yeah,
so
that
like,
middle area is pink.
So the middle or the inside part is pink.
Hey, why?
Yeah, so
Turn to
we've
the other
got-
side.
we got-
Go to
we
the other
got
side.
this
You're
right
blocking out
here.
Fort Worth. You're blocking out the real part of town.
Hold on. All right. Let me get to.
Move
let me
your
get
body
to
to the other side.
Town. That's,
So we've got.
You're wearing a Dallas hat.
yeah, what are you talking about, Choppy?
It was given to me by a Tolo, so I'm going to wear it.
So you just wear everything that people give you?
Basically.
So if somebody gave you a shirt that was like Hitler, I don't know. You'd be like, well, I was free.
I think it's a little different.
Okay. No,
I would
I'm
like-
just
I would like to see
asking.
an audio clip
You
of Kevin
asked,
saying
Kevin.
that, by the way.
Somebody gives you a Joe Biden shirt.
No.
Oh, yeah. All right. Back to the weather. We've got, as you can see here, as I show you with my.
I'm
my
sorry,
two fingers
Send
Corey.
here,
emails to
we've
Gavin
got-
Spittle.
I'm headed out.
We've got the heavy pink right here around Dallas. There's some purple up here. Fort Worth for you, Choppy, as you can see here.
Yeah,
Lot
for
of-
me and for a million people.
There's
Look,
the
as you
Tim
can see,
Bigger
Hardaway
than
Jr.
Atlanta.
chart right
Fort
there.
Worth's
The
bigger
blue.
than Atlanta.
Where Choppy lives, right here-ish, I think. I don't know. You can see a lot of purple, Choppy. You're going to be dealing with purple all day. So that's your weather update here. Corey, what you got coming up on the show today?
Oh man, so many things on the radio show today. Mike asked all the football questions at 11.
Ooh.
Plus, Kevin did a deep dive while also suffering a very severe throat injury on the salary cap and how it's affected by COVID still to this day, and how Dak Prescott has screwed over all of
Okay, I
football.
didn't say that last part necessarily.
Oh, okay, yeah, something like that. But yeah, how it's really affecting like the Cowboys with Dak's contract too, though.
So, Mike, we already heard Hagee's update. How was the drive in?
It was good, and what I mean by that is I went about 20 to 25 miles an hour max, so it takes a little bit of time to get here. Not many people are on the roads, but there were two dip S's who decided, hey, you know what? Over this bridge here, I would like to go 45 to 50 miles an hour and see what happens. And you see them in your rear view mirror, and you're like, please God, do not slide once you get close to my car, because there's nothing I can do, there's nothing they can do. And then one of them passed me while talking on their phone. Like you can see them holding their phone. And I was like, you're gonna die today or kill somebody.
Multitasking. It's multitasking.
And so for the most part, as long as everybody around you is going around 20 to 25 miles an hour, I feel like you're okay. I'm not saying get out. Do not get out. If you don't have to get out, don't get out. It is not good. You don't need to get out. But if you get out, please just respect everybody and go, there's no reason I need to go over 30 miles an hour.
Right.
Yeah.
Unless you're dying or somebody's having a baby in your car or something like that, then I understand.
I basically obey no like normal driving norms, right? Like I just go around people. Like if I'm coming up at a stop sign, I'm not completely stopping because it's too hard to get going again. Right? I'm just going to keep my speed.
You're saying in this weather, or that's
in
in
this
general?
Weather.
Okay.
In this weather, because there's nobody really on the road, so you're like, it's different, right? So you just always keep your speed, just avoid people. Like that's the best thing, because you're not going to get up hills if you don't have your speed.
We cannot see anything of downtown. Usually we can see downtown very clearly, Kevin, and you cannot see. That's how much it is, I don't know, sleeting, freezing rain. I know that there's a little bit of a difference. I don't know the difference, but you can't see downtown at all from our windows.
If you're beginning to watch a movie, like a drama set probably 100 years ago, that's what it looks like outside. Is they want to set a really low-key, dull term for you and be like, hey, this is what we're doing.
Yeah, it looks like a Westworld area.
Yeah,
here's one of our our worlds we've built for you. It's awful.
Yeah.
It's cold and
we're living in the dystopian future out here.
I don't know what that
feel
means.
like
What is dystopian?
Dystopian. Okay, so essentially, do you know what utopia means?
Like, isn't that supposed to be like perfect world or something like that?
Exactly. And so dystopian is essentially the opposite of that. Like if you've seen The Last of Us or whatever, it's like you're not screwed, but you're pretty much screwed, and you're going to have to work it and maybe find a spunky sidekick along the way.
So how was that? We were thinking of watching that. What is that like?
I mean, I've only seen the first. I didn't see the newest one, but I've seen the first two. I like it. It has some Walking Dead elements. I never played the game, but so far I like it, and it's got the guy from The Mandalorian, and you can see his whole face and stuff.
I'm kind of a wuss. I don't really like scary movies, so is it scary?
I don't think it's particular. There's a couple of thriller moments, but I don't think it's particularly scary.
It's like when you watch Tim Hardaway Jr. shoot. You know something bad's probably going to happen, but every once in a while he surprises you.
You didn't even need Corey to tease the show. You just needed Mike. That's what he's going to talk about today.
I promise. Right after this next question, I am just going to let Mike probably scream about the Mavericks for the last 5 minutes because I want to hear this. But I'm curious, Corey. What time did you make the decision? Yeah, I'm not going in.
Probably.
Was that a this morning decision?
2 p.m. yesterday.
Night? No, it was absolutely yesterday. It was absolutely
when
yesterday.
DJ handed you a Comrex, you're like, sweet.
Oh, actually, I'd already had one. I just kind of stored it last time, so I had one just kind of hanging around.
Let's talk more about that, Corey. You're smarter than everybody else.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that if anything ever went bad, I was prepared. So
people fibbed to me to get it bad.
But yeah, I had this, and it was yesterday. I was like, man, I think I got one at home, and then I confirmed that I did, and I was like, man, I just don't want to deal with it. Driving south on 75 is gonna be dumb. This morning though, when I woke up at 6, it was nice outside. Like the roads looked okay, and then right around 7:30 or so, 7 o'clock. Like it started coming down. Thunder sleet started happening and everything. And I looked outside, and right now, like I said, I told Kevin about 3 inches of ice right now, and it's coming down more. So yeah, it was yesterday.
How much would you say 3 inches is?
Right there, a lot.
Okay, I mean,
it's a lot.
Okay, yeah,
I feel like
right
it's
there.
8 inches if you last a lot of guys.
Yeah.
Whoa, wait, we were just talking about ice there, Choppy. Mike, why is Tim Hardaway Jr. the greatest basketball player of all time? And how thrilling was it to get a come from behind victory against the 13-win Detroit Pistons?
Those are the bad boys. They have 3 championships in the last 30 years, and to upset them and get that W was huge. I asked this question on Twitter last night, and I got response from somebody who's with the Mavericks. Whoa. And they said, you won't believe this, but we actually thought this last week. And I said, if Tim Hardaway Jr. was healthy, do you beat the Utah Jazz last year in the first round? And the Dallas Mavericks are like, we probably would have lost. They don't know. They're like, hey, look, we don't know. I mean, we had to hope he is hot, but they are kind of at this point going, wow. Like, he is such a bad basketball player and such a negative player in his percentages and his defense and his recognition of things that they're like, it might have been best that Jalen Brunson had the ball as much as he did, that other guys were getting shots off instead of Tim Hardaway Jr. taking bad threes. And so I think it's to that point where even now people within the organization are going, gosh, we might have got part of the luck last year, or part of like that, what elevated you to the Western Conference Finals was that Tim Hardaway Jr. wasn't on the team. That's how they feel about him now.
Would you, there was the report yesterday, Tim McMahon said it, I know Shams had a similar line about it, that the Mavericks would entertain trading Dorian Finney-Smith, but it would have to be for like a legit number 2.
I think for Mark Cuban, he thinks he's going to get Jokic for Dorian Finney-Smith, and he might say no.
Isn't this like the whole thing all over again of like, well, you know, maybe we would trade Rodrigue Beaubois on a sign and trade for LeBron?
This is the thing that bothers me, and Mike and Corey have both asked this question is, do you think that Mark Cuban's just BSing or he really believes this? I think the most dangerous thing is he really believes this. He really believes that they somehow have 3 of the most underrated players in the league, and everybody just needs to wake up and realize how good they are. And I'm like, right, but they're not. So
I said this yesterday, Bobby, and this is what I truly believe is Mark Cuban is an entrepreneur. That's what he's not a basketball person. He likes watching basketball. He can't evaluate a basketball player to save his life, but he is an entrepreneur. And entrepreneurs that I know that are multimillionaires, here's how all their brains work if you ask them. And this is how Mark Cuban's brain probably works too, is they don't like running a business. That is not fun to them at all.
It's boring.
Right. They want to
make moves.
They want to create something.
Yeah.
They want to build something. And once it's built and done, they want to get rid of it and move on to their next creation in their brain on like, what can I do now? What can I pursue? What can I help? What can I create? And so I think after Mark Cuban won in 2011, and it's been backed up by anybody who's like an entrepreneur for a life, is they say he has no interest in the Dallas Mavericks anymore. It doesn't interest his brain anymore. He's doing great things with the medicine and stuff like that, but he has told, I got to be careful on absolutes, but he has,
Sith Lord?
He has pretty much nixed a lot of moves that Nico is trying to make. Because he's like, I'm not adding salary to this team. I'm not doing that. I'm not paying luxury tax. It doesn't really interest him that much. He enjoys going to the game. He likes basketball a whole bunch. But he's lost his passion for running a great organization that is, their pursuit is championship. It's not there. It's not in his heart anymore. And it's because he's an entrepreneur. It's just the way that he was created. He does not, he climbed the top. He made it. He won the championship in 2011. The best thing for Mark Cuban to do for the Metroplex is to sell the team. He doesn't have much interest in making this the greatest basketball franchise in the next 10 years under Luka. It's like, hey, it makes me tons of money. I'm not paying luxury tax stuff. And so it's really tough right now for me to root for the Mavs, knowing that there's an owner that doesn't really care that much about trying to pursue a championship.
Really quickly here, has he become Tom Hicks?
Oh,
so now I will say this. I don't know. Tom Hicks was literally out of money. It had to go to auction. Like he ran himself out of all money. I do think Cuban has some financial issues, but that's all theory. But I do think he's come to the point in his life, and it's been for a while, but now we're really finding out. Now that Luka's max contract is kicked in, now we are starting to know factually that Mark Cuban has very little interest in making this a great championship franchise under Luka. He will pay the max as long as Giannis walks in the door and Ja Morant walks in the door and Jokic walks in the door. He'll max out all those guys for 5 straight championships. Unfortunately, he's not going to start trading for guys that have contracts that are going to push him into more luxury tax next year. He's trying to eliminate paying the luxury tax next year and is letting his front office know, do not trade for anybody that makes more money next year. And I'm not going to go sign guys and go over this number.
You'll get more of that coming up here next on the KNC Masterpiece.
You're listening to Sean and RJ on The Fan. Coming up at 10 o'clock, it's Corey Majors, Kevin Hageland, and Mike Bassick. The KNC Masterpiece on 105.
105.3 The Fan. Tolo, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on
all right.
105.3 The Fan. Whoa, did you say a bad word?
No, I said shoot.
Okay, because we were like, oh my God, we're 10 seconds back into this and it's all falling apart. KNC Masterpiece, Kevin Hagelin here. I'm decided to come back to work on what an opportune day to drive again. Is Corey Majors is at his house, his new house in Plano.
Yeah.
Mike Bassick's here. Joey Erickson is here, showing how much they love radio. Mike's commitment level continues to shock and amaze.
Thank you. I would just like to say my commitment to Odyssey, the company that I love so much, the commitment to the Tolos, the commitment to you guys, Kevin and Corey, Slim, Scotty, Carter. Carter's not here.
He's not.
He's working, though. He's at home.
I would just like to say my commitment is unwavering. And other words, and it's amazing.
Do you know the other words that you want to use, or was that just like you're like, well, I ran out of words, so
yeah, I only had one word. But I'd just like to say I'm big time.
Corey, I don't know if you're with me about Mike. I believe a lot of those things that Mike said, except for pledging his loyalty to the company. Like, I believe he supports us. I believe he supports the Tolos. I don't believe the very beginning part of that statement.
Believe they're in Philadelphia right now listening to our show because they love it so much.
Why don't you take more phone calls?
They're thinking to themselves, man, a little bit of ice, and those guys in Texas don't have a clue what to do.
I mean, that's fair. Just my biggest thing that I always think in that is when it's 100 degrees and people are passing out in the middle of the street, other places, I'm like, that's fine. Like, that's our time to shine. We don't know what to do with this.
That's a fact.
Even my mom is like, when I remember when she moved here, she would tell me the stories from Chicago and everything. And she's like, yeah, you guys don't do snow tires or snow chains or anything. And I was just like, I don't even know what those things are when she mentioned them to me.
Yeah, how do you put chains on a tire?
I have no idea.
You wrap it around the tire, and then you
have to get your car off the ground to do that.
You roll into it, Mike. You roll the tire into it.
That makes more. And they just stay there.
Yeah, you stick.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you have to take the nail and put it into the tire.
The nail.
Yeah. That keeps it secure the whole time. Pretty sure.
That feels wrong. The last part. The rest of it, I believe, if you're like, now you lay the chains out and you drive and they just stick to your tire, I'm like, maybe. I have no idea.
I remember my dad doing it once when I was younger. I remember like watching him do that. How old were we? What, second grade? Something like that, when we had one of these kind of big ice storms roll through, like spring break time. And I remember my dad was doing that, and I was watching him do it, but I had no clue what I was doing. And I don't think he ever did it again. He was like, I will never need these again and for the rest of my life. And he didn't. So, he's still alive. So
you can't definitively say that yet, then can you?
You know what? You got a point, Kevin. I can't, because he could be using them today, driving around the property.
Now, we were talking about this, Corey. You and I were talking about this before the show, and I know Mike touched on it. I guess I'm just really curious, everyone listening right now, 877-881-1053, did you have to go to work, and like, where did you come from? Because we were talking about the driving conditions.
My mom.
This
Me too.
Might sound...
Not his mom, but my mom.
This might sound crazy. Why would you be? Never mind.
You just need to make sure there are specifics there.
Yeah, that is a good point. Mike's always there to make sure we're staying on task. What was the drive like? I told you, Corey, I stand by this. I actually thought the drive was easier today than my normal commute. All right, now hear me out. I know that sounds like an insane hypothesis. Is normal commute up here during like still kind of rush hour and everything is you have to deal with a lot of unpredictable drivers who some get rattled easier than others. Driving up here, it's difficult, but there's nobody on the road. Like right now I can see across the entirety of the highway, there's like maybe 14 cars. And like it's a long stretch. Now people are ebbing and flowing in, but there are giant gaps of space between people. So
22.
Oh wow. Oh,
we have a little bit of a slowdown right here where there's a lot of cars.
Oh yeah. Ooh, and people are passing each
When
other.
I say a lot, like there's like 8 cars all near each other.
As opposed to usual in that gap, you could probably see, I don't know, 500 cars or whatever, because it's a long stretch of highway we can see since we're so high up here. You don't have to work against or compete against other drivers, because I would love that everyone worked together, but that's not really how it works. But it's Corey, it's you against the ice. Is like, that is, I would much rather deal with an inanimate object on the road that I have to outsmart or work with than a bunch of unpredictable drivers who get scared or reckless or whatever.
Yeah, I think, and one of the things that you probably had a benefit of this morning is it was still like grainy and crunchy.
Yes.
As opposed to like slick, just a slick ice top.
Yeah.
Because right now it's still kind of coming down. Later in the afternoon, what we're understanding is that it's going to kind of continue to do some other things. But
I think tomorrow could be a nightmare. I really do.
And I think you're right. I think, oh man, my son is currently shirtless standing outside.
Is he going to jump in your pool?
I think he wants to do a polar plunge today. He's like, Dad, I got to take an ice bath at some point. And so he was like really looking forward to jumping in the pool. He invited me to do it. I don't know if I want to do it though.
Corey, can I ask you a question? Would you and your wife be okay if we put that on the Zoom? Because that feels like it's going to be entertaining. Is that wrong?
You're talking about Avery getting in the pool, not him and his wife.
No, not what?
That's
what you thought. I just want to make clear, Mike. You thought my question was, can we videotape Corey and his wife? That was what you thought I was saying?
You need to be more clear, Kevin.
You need to be more clear. You threw a whole bunch of sentences together, and I was like, I think he means Avery in the pool. But then he threw in Adrian and Corey.
This is what I think when Mike reads a book. He goes, I don't know. That was a lot of sentences together. He writes notes in his book, and he goes, "Hey, Tolstoy, I need you to be more clear." That's like what he's writing.
Or he just makes up the story. Is like, I'll presume it was this. I'm gonna ask. I'll ask Adrian because I'm a parent too, right? So like, I can parent this sucker. I don't have to ask her, right? I can.
He's your kid too.
Yeah,
you don't need to make a call.
But yeah, I'm gonna check with her for sure, absolutely, because that's just kind of what we do around here. I check with her about a lot of things. I drove once, Kevin, to Fort Worth. This was whenever the Super Bowl was in DFW. And I was working as stage manager for ESPN TV. I did like Cowherd show and stuff, and he's just the worst, by the way. I just want to tell you that. Behind the scenes, he's exactly what he is in front of the screen.
What makes him so bad?
Do you want to hear the story about how he yelled at me?
Yes, I do.
So I was doing I was stage manager for his show, which meant we were in a little hotel room kind of thing, and he was sitting directly in front of me, 5 feet maybe. And I just had to stare at him the whole time while he talked to me, basically. And I couldn't answer back. And I was thinking to myself, one day I'm going to have my own radio show. And
it's already way better than his.
So what happened, Mike, is Tony Romo comes in. I'm like, hey, what's up, Tony? And he's like, hey, how's it going? And he sits down, and he has his microphone. If anybody's watching the Twitch, he has his microphone like this. And so it's up above his head. And the producer said, hey, we need to get a sound check on Tony Romo, please. So I walk up and I'm like, hey, Tony, can we pull this down? And he's like, yeah. And he pulls it down and he starts talking. And then he just puts it back up. And I'm like, Tony, you can't do that. And they're like, we're getting a sound check. And so I was like, Tony, we need to do this. And out of nowhere, Colin Cowherd goes, like, we're not going to get an effing sound check on Tony Romo. Come on, we're doing okay. And I was like, wow.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, man. Thanks for making me feel like a piece of dump here. So I was just doing the job that I was paid like $20 to do that day. And
Shout out to Joey.
I decided
the world of radio.
And that's when I decided TV, oh my gosh, hold on, guys.
Is he jumping in the pool?
I think.
Turn your camera around.
Hold on. He's walking to another side of the pool. I don't know what he's doing. Here we go. I'm going to go out the window here. Tell me if y'all can see this.
Oh, he has a ring thing.
Oh, yeah.
To brighten his face up.
Hold on. Let's see if we can see this right
now. Is that Carter out there with him?
Yeah. Can you see that? Is that working?
Yeah, I can.
He's going to really get in the pool.
This is a terrible idea.
Oh, he's scared. He's You're doing it.
Corey, do a chicken noise. See if it makes a difference. That's so rude. That is so rude. All right, we are bringing you live coverage of whether or not Corey's. Oh my God, there he goes.
He won't take off his
socks on.
Yeah, until he does that, he's not getting in.
Oh, he's in!
He jumped in.
He can't swim. He doesn't know how to swim.
What?
I forgot about that.
your body.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He doesn't know how to
Does
swim.
he seriously not know how to swim?
He knows.
Oh my
He knows how
gosh.
to swim. All his flip flops are gone. He's in the
His
house.
flip-flops are in the are in the water now.
And there he goes.
I think your body gets shocked so much, even if you can swim, your body's like, how do I do this?
You know, Corey, correct me if I'm wrong, but he made a bold decision. I couldn't see. It's like blocked kind of by one of the beams.
Oh.
Somebody had a blanket for him, and he ran right past.
He didn't want to get the blanket wet.
He was like, no. Yeah.
Adrian had a towel for him.
Oh, yeah, and he just ran right past them, and he's like, no, I'm going to go inside.
What a decision. That's a 15-year-old for you, though. You know? That's
I'll tell you what.
Goodness.
That was brave.
That was brave. I don't know if I have the bravery to do that, guys.
You should not. You hopefully.
That was awesome.
Mike is going to peer
Corey.
pressure you into this.
Corey.
Don't do it.
No, I don't want to peer pressure him into that. You want him to be with Adrian on the show.
That is not what I said. That's not what I said at all.
That was gutsy right there. Like, that was a lot of props to Avery. There's no way I would do that today. I don't know what the difference is on like 4 days from now when there's no sleet or whatever ice on the ground. It would still be just as cold jumping into the pool, but that was gutsy right there.
What's more brave, Mike coming into work or Avery jumping into the pool?
I think Avery jumping in the pool.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the person, though, I'm going to go with Mike on this one. Like, Avery's just that kind of person. Mike, every day showing up to work, pretty awesome. Like, we got to give him credit for that.
It's a gamble on day-to-day basis. But you know what? Actually,
every day I think, should I come into work?
Actually, Corey, I guess I can't really say anything because I haven't been here for 3 days. So who am I to talk about anyone's commitment?
I tell you what Kevin, here's the behind the scenes. Kevin was so furious with the 12 points against San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
He said, until that MFer, Kellen Moore, I was like, watch your language, Kevin. But he's like, no. He's like, that MFer. And I was like, stop saying that. And then he changed it to another two-letter thing. And I was like, we can't say that.
Yeah.
Started with a C. And then I was like,
my
you
gosh.
can't say that about him. And he's like, until he gets fired and leaves this organization, I'm not coming into work. And finally, we got the confirmation. Kellen Moore, I'm going to call him by his name instead of what you call him by, Kevin, that he went to the Chargers as the offensive coordinator. You finally are like, all right, now my protest is over. Jerry Jones has heard me because you said you're going to have to be interviewed by Mike Baskey all of these times if you don't get rid of Kellen Moore. And it finally happened for you, Kevin, so welcome back.
I'm really happy to be back.
Actually, Kevin had a chance to come back earlier, but he said not until Kellen Moore gets rehired somewhere else, because I won't even believe it.
He won't believe it
until he's hired by somebody else.
Why would I want him to get a different job then if I was so much
so that there
against?
was no chance he would be hired back by the Cowboys? You know how you feel about Jerry.
Well, don't put all of that on me. Or it could have been that I had tonsillitis and an upper respiratory
Eat a lot of ice
infection.
cream? That helps.
I did not. But when I told Mike that, he goes, you have to get your tonsils out? And I said, that is what I thought too. No, that is what I thought. When the doctor told me that, I was like, huh?
Yeah, I thought when you have that, you get your tonsils
No,
out.
that is what I thought too. And
It's like you have kidney stones. They take your kidney out.
That is not. You're married to a doctor, for goodness sake.
Don't have stones anymore.
Oh my God. Here's the good news. You don't have stones anymore. The bad news, we took probably just one of your kidneys, right? Because if they took both, wouldn't you die?
Yes, you would.
I looked at the doctor and he goes, don't worry. We don't necessarily have to take your tonsils out. And that looks hopefully unlikely at this point.
Can we not 3D print kidneys yet? Like, have we not gotten to that point where we can just create kidneys and just say, all right, there's your new kidney. Good luck. Is that not something that exists yet?
I don't feel like I'm a good authority to speak on this, but I'll say no.
Mike, your thoughts?
You can have kidney transplants.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. Yep.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah. Dude, you don't understand.
It's not a 3D kidney, but it's another person's kidney, and it can go inside your body and work.
From the Kevin, there
They
was
just can't
a
make fake
text I just
kidneys.
saw from the 972 guys. Let me tell you, this is Radio Gold. I'm 100% here for this.
Okay.
That's how today's show's going to be, man.
And then somebody from the 214, I'll leave out a couple of those words, Mike, since you told me to clean up my language. Waiting on the UPS CEOs to make the call. I will tell you, there are two words in between UPS and CEOs, but I have been told to clean up my language, so they're working on it. From the 214, Mike needs to get in all the jokes for all the days you missed, Kevin. But I know you still made jokes. You don't need to send them back to me.
No, we have a very serious show when you're not around.
What?
Because,
We actually stay on time and everything. It's, you'd love it.
To the point where we come back early. It's wild.
Like we're already 37 seconds over time here.
But did you hear what he said, Corey?
Yeah.
He said you'd love it. So he knows what my goals are for the show, and they only get instituted when I'm gone. When I'm here, Mike's like, not today, buddy.
You got a live coming up. You better hurry up.
All right, for the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Luka played great against Detroit. We asked the question, what's more likely? Mavs make a small, large trade or no significant move at all? We'll discuss that next and see how this live read goes next on The Fan.
All day, every day,
does. Dwayne Casey wants a timeout. 8:36 to go in the game, and Dinwiddie sitting up.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Mavericks victorious 111-105 over the lowly Detroit Pistons as Luka pours in 53 points. Do you guys let's talk about the game for just a second. And then Corey, I know you brought up the broader ideas about player movement and trades and everything like that. Do you look at this game as, hey, I'm glad I watched because Luka was amazing again and we got the win? Or do you say, hey, it was a home game against one of the worst teams in the league. I'm bummed that it took you all the way to the fourth to take it home.
I'm so frustrated with Mark Cuban and what he's doing to this franchise that I intentionally didn't watch. I have to I'll flip it on. The Mavericks are, I'm being honest here. They are my favorite team. People are like, well, I bet you don't do that with the Cowboys and Rangers. I don't have the same connection to the Rangers at all. I played for the Rangers. My dad played for the Rangers. But once you go through playing baseball with different organizations, it's not really like you can have the same love.
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain it except you just can't. So I do not have that with the Rangers. With the Cowboys, I've told you guys, they're still my team, but I've disconnected from the Cowboys. I have not disconnected from the Mavs. But I had to occupy my time. So we decided to watch a movie last night as a family. Then I got in a little Peloton boxing workout. And then when that was over, I was like, crap. Now we're watching the news, but my fingers want to go to Bally Sports Southwest, and I did with 7 seconds to go, turned on the Maverick game and watched all of the fourth quarter.
At least you picked the right quarter to watch.
Yeah,
probably.
So they looked pretty good in the fourth quarter, but I think at this point, watching the Mavs after that 7-game winning streak over Houston and San Antonio pretty much they are not a good basketball team.
Yeah, Kevin, I'm in this place with the Mavericks right now where I hate the fact that that Luka is doing so many special things.
Sure.
And that it's that much of a struggle to do it on a nightly basis against bad teams.
Yeah.
And so that's where like my trying to figure out what they did last year and how they did it. Was it just because there were teams that were falling apart emotionally, internally? That's the reason that they were able to overcome that last year? Or were they good last year and we're just not giving that enough credit for what they accomplished? Because it did, Mike, you were saying the other day that you said before the season that they wouldn't be this good of a team again. And
I thought that they could go to the NBA Finals. I was way too optimistic. So when people are like, you're always negative, maybe this is why I'm so disappointed too, is I thought that they could still do something special this year, and it's gone in a totally opposite direction.
Yeah, and that's kind of like, I think a lot of people were really excited about it, and then there were the naysayers out there, Kevin, that were like, they can't do it. They're like, they overplayed their hand last year. Sure. They did all these things. And so I think there were a lot of people that were like, I can't wait for y'all to be proven wrong. Now, again, we could be 30 games away from now and looking at a playoff spot that they're in the 6th spot, and they still can compete against whoever is, their opponent at that time. They definitely could, and they could go quite on the same run because if they get in the playoffs, they still have one of the best players on the court. It's just whether or not the rest of the guys on the team can step up into those roles the same way they did last year. Unfortunately, you don't have Brunson, who's going after a contract. You have Christian Wood, who's going after a contract, and you don't know what kind of player you're getting out of that.
I think maybe I need to ponder a little bit more. The only team that immediately jumps to mind that you can't automatically say you have the best player on the court is it Denver?
Yeah, I think if you're just going player for player
and that's
in
still
the Western
up for
Conference,
that's debatable. But I'm saying
it's very even.
Every other team, you step on the court, I'm like, I got the best guy.
Yeah, it's great. Ja Morant is great. Now I will say this: Steph Curry, when healthy, might be better than Luka. But I understand what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. Is that a lot of times we pick NBA basketball series based off of the best player,
right?
But every player that is an MVP candidate is 15 games over 500, except for Luka, who is, I believe they went to 2 games over 500 last night.
That is correct.
So, literally, if you have one of these players and you just have an average group or a good group around them, you're going to win 55 to 60 games at the end of the year. But the Mavs look like they're going to win somewhere between 38 and 44 games.
Because, here it is, Corey. Like, depending on who your MVP candidates are, I feel like it's safe to say Tatum, 21 games over. Giannis, 16 games over. Embiid, 15 games over. Jokic, 18 games over. The Mavs, or Luka, 2 games. Like, that is a giant disconnect.
I think, Corey, the tough part is I don't think our owner, I hate saying this, I want Mark Cuban to be better at this. I don't think he's smart enough basketball-wise. He's a genius in business and entrepreneuring. I don't think he's smart enough to know what good basketball players or good basketball teams look like.
Yeah, and one of the things about, Mike, when you talk about entrepreneurs, what they really should be doing, and a lot of them do this, is they turn it over to the people that love the job, that are really good at it. And then they say, hands off, just let my money make my money. Mark Cuban still wants to be part of the face of this thing. He understands the toy that it is for him and how much fun like that. Because it opens doors. I'm the owner of the Dallas Mavericks. I'm an owner of an NBA team. It opens doors for him anywhere he goes, other than the fact that he's a billionaire on top of that. But what he should be doing is then turning it over to people who have the passion, the desire, and want to make this thing a great thing. And that's something that that's why whenever we talk about Nico, like, we don't really know what his skill set is. We don't know what he's great at, what he's bad at yet, because we don't know what decisions he's made. And a lot of it goes back to, well, it's Cuban. I think he has to answer to Cuban on a lot of things still, Mike. Yes. And I think there's a lot of factors of Nico wants to do all these really great things, but he's handcuffed by a lot of what Cuban has left over. Mark needs to turn that part of it, run the basketball team. Let him do it. I don't know if he's good at it or not, but we know what Mark Cuban isn't good at right now. So let's see somebody else do it in a very good way and see if they can go win a championship by putting a real team together.
Yeah, I can't really add anything more to that except I agree. But I think Mark Cuban, because the status he gets, right? We hear from the Jones family. Now, look, they're making a lot more money off of their team than the Mavericks are, but still, Mark Cuban's making probably 9 figures a year off of owning the Dallas Mavericks.
You think it's that high?
I think it's right around $100 million, maybe, but 50, and that's a big number. That's 50 less million dollars. But I do think at the end of the day, he's putting in his pocket somewhere between 50 and $100 million a year owning a basketball team. But I think what really Mark Cuban, I don't think hurts too much for money. I do think there's owners that have way more money in this. But the only reason he's on Shark Tank is because he's the owner of the Dallas Mavericks. Now, because he wasn't a popular person until he owned the Dallas Mavericks. So there's a lot of status that goes into ownership. And then he makes himself known publicly, and then he gets into small little cameos in movies, and he's on Shark Tank, and he almost ran for president of the United States. And I think all of those things, the reason he'll never give up the Mavericks, not because he loves winning basketball games anymore. I don't think there's much passion in that anymore. But he knows, if I sold the Mavericks, would I still be on Shark Tank? Could I still run for president? Could I do, I think that all of a sudden, yes, there's a lot of billionaires in our world that are unknown. Does he become another unknown billionaire? How popular does he become if he doesn't own the Mavericks anymore? Maybe he's built up his popularity so much that it wouldn't matter anymore, but his popularity was built up by owning the Dallas Mavericks, and then it spun off of that. And so for me, Mark Cuban, he has a budget now that really Nico is having a tough time dealing with.
Now, Kevin, I guess I still have a bit of a question. And Mike, I know a lot of it is because of the talent that they have or lack. Where is Kid in the addition of process to, hey, is he like, hey, I guess all we can do is roll out Luka, and that's just what we have to run with? That doesn't feel like what Jason Kidd, like his idea of what good basketball would be.
So Mike, I think you and I are in lockstep on this, and so I'm not trying to step on your toes or anything, but I think, Corey, it's sometimes I bet people feel this way where they work, right? You can have ideas that you think are good. You can have ideas that you think are at least worth trying out. But at some point, you hit a stopping point because you ain't the boss. And I think the problem that Kid and Nico for sure, and maybe Kid run into is, hey, I got this idea. I get this idea. And you pitch it to Cuban. He's like, that's cool. Here's what we're actually going to do. So I think that is the problem that you run into. And what are you going to do? What is Jason Kidd going to do? Yeah. Is he going to have a press conference after the next game that they lose, and he's going to be like, you know what? I wanted player X, Y, and Z, but Cuban shut it down. Like, that would never happen for good reason.
The last time it happened was when Avery knew he was losing his job after losing to New Orleans Hornets in the playoffs when they were the New Orleans Hornets with Chris Paul and David West and Tyson Chandler. He's like, I never wanted to trade for Jason Kidd. I wanted Devin Harris, and that was a major mistake. Right, but he knew he was getting fired after that series was over, after they were not getting past the first round anymore. He knew he was done, and so he opened up and expressed that he was not in favor of that trade.
Yeah.
And so Jason Kidd, I don't think, was in favor of losing Jalen Brunson for nothing, but he's also worked with Mark Cuban before, and Mark Cuban started destroying the franchise in 2011 after the championship and doing different things. He thought it was going to be for the best. He thought he was smarter than 29 other owners and presidents because he read the CBA smarter than anybody could ever read it. And so he started letting go of players and letting go of draft picks and letting go of everything because he knew he was smarter. Part of that was Jason Kidd going, hey, I'm going to sign back with the Mavs. And then he got a better deal from the Knicks. And he said, screw it. I haven't signed the piece of paper yet. I'm going to the Knicks. And then he was like, Jason Kidd's written off of the Mavericks history forever because that's Mark Cuban. He's very emotional with this. Tim McMahon can't cover the Mavericks anymore ever again. You can't do a mural ever again. Right? I mean, that's Mark Cuban
does that. He's the worst at letting his emotions get in the way of a deal.
I'm never having a Bill Duffy client again. Well, guess what? Luka Doncic is a Bill Duffy client. So, I mean, it's just he goes through these things, and now Jason Kidd is back. But I think Jason Kidd does know what he's dealing with here. He's dealing with a budgeted team. He's not running the LA Clippers, or I do think like the Memphis Grizzlies here pretty soon are going to go into major luxury tax. And that owner, who's worth about 3 to 5 times more, I believe, than Mark Cuban, is going to be okay with that. There's a lot of owners that are okay with, I understand when I get a Luka, when I get a Ja, when I get a Giannis, like Milwaukee is paying multiple years of luxury tax because they know, look, I have Giannis. I have to do this. If there's any chance of winning, once I get to paying a player over $40 million a year, I have to now pay luxury tax until the run is over. And Mark Cuban saying, no, I'm not.
Well, and I saw somebody text in, like it seemed like they were kind of making more fun of Mark Cuban for saying this, but I do want to read it because I did some quick number crunching. Meanwhile, Cuban says he lost money every single year except for one. I'm assuming that's the year they won the championship. Here is where I will kind of dispute that. If you're talking about like liquid money, sure, totally. I haven't seen the books. I can't really speak to that one way or another. But here's what I'll tell you. In terms of asset value, Mark Cuban bought the team 22 years ago for $285 million. Forbes,
that's a lot.
Yes. Well, get ready. Forbes has now valued the team at $3.3 billion.
And Phoenix just sold for $4 billion. So if you wanted to sell it, it would sell for probably $4+ billion.
Exactly. So just keep that in mind. I'll just go off of Forbes value. Like, hear me out.
Right.
Is in 22 years, it's gone up about $3 billion. That's $136 million a year. Now, I know Warren Buffett will say, I didn't make any money or I didn't lose any money today because I'm not selling. But my point is, in terms of asset management, in the last 22 years, the asset that is the Mavericks has gone up at least $3 billion. So even if you lost $100 million of cash every single year, you are technically still ahead in terms of assets. So that's why I find the idea that they're losing money a little disingenuous.
And let's use common sense if you're listening here. Do you really think Mark Cuban is a million times smarter than me, than you listening, when it comes to money? Do you really think that these business people that have become the smartest business people in the world would own something that is losing them $50 million a year, let's say, out of their pocket, while they could sell it, to your point, for $3 billion and really, honestly, $4 billion?
No, you're right. You're right.
He's making money. The owners in the MLB just were like, I don't know what we're supposed to do with the COVID and everything that happened in only a 60-game season and no fans, nothing's going to happen. What happened this offseason? We're literally 1 year away from them saying, we don't have any money. How much did Jacob deGrom just get from the Texas Rangers? How much did all these shortstops just get from all these organizations? How much is Juan Soto is going to be $500 million? Shohei Ohtani might next year be $600 million. If they were really, they're the smartest business people in the world, would they really be handing out these contracts and losing more money as years go by, or are they really probably making quite a bit of money off of this? And that's why none of them really want to sell, because they're like, this is just a cash cow that I have here.
That's your homework assignment, Corey. Go break into the NBA offices and get a look at the books.
I'm stealing some of that liquid money you were talking about, man. I can't wait to get my hands on it. Do I just take like some milk gallons with me and then just fill it up? How do I do that?
You know what? I actually think they might let you into the
You're
NBA
drowned
offices.
in all that liquid money.
Yeah, if you said, I'm here for liquid money with big jugs, I think they actually might let you in. Either if you're holding big jugs or you got big jugs. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Pasek.
All right, let's talk about prospect lists and how well the Rangers are doing next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
One of the craziest weeks all year. Radio Row Week, beginning February 6th, right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, we know loyalty can't be bought, it's earned. Like with their classic loyalty pricing below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. One of the largest selections in America. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know we're not supposed to look back in radio, but I thought this was such a great point. Somebody texted in from the 260, wherever that is, help me out. You talk about losing money. I guarantee you they are talking about year-to-year projected increases that don't happen. In my job, which is retail, it's the same way. He is losing, just not making as much as he thought. That's what happened to us at the newspaper. They were like, ooh, our profit margins are lower than we wanted them to be, so we need to cut jobs. And I'm like, hold on. So you're still making money, but you want to make more money, so you need to make our job harder. And they're like, pretty much.
Yeah. That's how it happens, dude. Like, if we got to tighten our belt, and that means we got to start with the employees first, because why would I want to cost myself my trust fund?
Right, yeah, I might have spent a whole bunch of money on crypto and NFTs that aren't working out too well. So
what
we
do you
got
mean?
to figure out another way on how to do this. So.
Matt Damon told me that was the bold decision of the future.
Yeah.
Matt Damon also made a very terrible joke once whenever he was making out with Emily Blunt for a movie, and then he looked at John Krasinski and he was like, I just got done tonguing your girl.
Oh, my gosh.
And then he started crying and was like, I'm sorry, I can't believe I made that bad joke.
Wow. What a range of emotions for Matt Damon there. No wonder.
By the way, it's Seattle, Kevin, is the 206.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. All right. Now it's time. I know this is a natural transition for baseball nuggets.
Thanks.
Mike Bass.
All right, Seattle. As I look at the top 10 prospects in all of baseball, Seattle doesn't have any. In fact, it's interesting in the top 10 prospects in baseball, there is not one player in the American League West. In the top, I'll say 11. There is a local kid, though. Jordan Lawler from Dallas Jesuit is number 11 overall. But let me give you the top guys, and then I'll get into the Texas Rangers. So the new list of top prospects are out. Gunnar Henderson of the Baltimore Orioles is number 1. He made it up to the major leagues for a second last year. He's supposed to start in the major leagues this year. He is the guy. Corbin Carroll is an outfielder for the Diamondbacks. He should start. I think this is also important for if you're collecting baseball cards. A lot of people look at this list. If you want to know how do cards go up so much or go down at times, this list of top 100 prospects in Major League Baseball makes a lot of money go up and down in the baseball card world.
I remember there was a hot second there where Jason Dominguez hit the scene and everyone lost their mind.
And he had such a bad year, he is not in the top 10 anymore. Francisco Alvarez is a catcher for the Mets. He should be, I think he's going to be one of their catchers this year. I don't know how much responsibility. That's always the toughest position to break into the major leagues, because you're trying to figure out how to be a major league hitter and a major league player while learning your 14 pitchers on your staff, while also trying to learn the other pitchers to hit off of. So it can sometimes take, even Pudge Rodriguez, unbelievable defensive catcher, to start his career off. It took him a couple years to become a really good offensive player just because of how much it takes to do both of those things at that position. Jordan Walker is considered a big-time prospect for the St. Louis Cardinals. They think he might make the major leagues this year. Now, he's the youngest on the list so far at 20 years old. Anthony Volpe is shortstop for the Yankees. He's actually Jack Leiter's high school teammate. So they played high school baseball together. Andrew Painter is a right-handed pitcher. He's the first pitcher on the list for the Philadelphia Phillies. He's 19 years old. Grayson Rodriguez for the Orioles. So this is the second Oriole on the list. They have number 1 and number 7. Wow. And Grayson Rodriguez, they did announce yesterday that they expect him to be in the starting rotation to start the year. So if you're looking for a young guy to kind of follow, this is the second highest pitching prospect and expected to be on the opening day roster. Fantasy baseball, I think that's big too, as you start looking at veteran guys that go off the board, who's maybe a young guy can take a chance on that's going to be the next thing. Grayson Rodriguez might be your pick. Jackson Chourio, outfielder for the Brewers, number 8. Marcel Meyer, who we might remember in the draft of Jack Leiter, is number 9 for the Red Sox shortstop. Ellie De La Cruz, for the Reds, and then Jordan Lawler, I'll say number 11 because he's locally from here, shortstop. Now, before I get into the Rangers, I have this question for you two guys. I just mentioned Meyer at number 9, shortstop, and Lawler number 11, shortstop. Those two guys were considered possible number 2 picks for the Texas Rangers. If you had to do it all over again, do you still want Jack Leiter, or would you rather had one of the 2 high school shortstops that are now considered pretty much top 10 prospects in baseball?
I'm sticking with the pitching and trying to grow and develop that. I know he had one season. Mike, I did want to kind of discuss that further along with you at some point in the where should Jack Leiter be this year? What are the options for him? Did he go through his rocky patch in Double-A, and now this year he steps into it? Kevin, like what I'm saying is now this year he's like, okay, I've mastered Double-A, and I shouldn't have even been at Double-A last year. It's like when your 12-year-old is playing in a 14, 16-year-old league, and it's like, oh no, now he's mastering. He's grown up into that. So kind of that's what I'm hoping for right now, Mike and Kevin. That's what I'm really hoping. But we're good at shortstop for like the next 58 years. I feel like.
See, and like the numbers dictate very clearly you should have taken one of the shortstops. But I think I'm with Corey because it's not just right now. Historically, this franchise has struggled mightily with developing pitching. So I think I would still go the pitching route, even though logic dictates to me you pick the wrong one.
So Jack Leiter is number 78 on the list. So he took a big drop because of how bad of a year he had in Double-A. That being said, I agree with Corey. If he took all of the failures that he had last year, this is the first time he's ever failed in his life at baseball, and also having to pitch every 5th a day, which is very difficult. People don't understand if you're in high school or college and you're the Friday starter, you only pitch every Friday. Now pitching every 5th a day and then the travel that you have, it's a lot different. And he was not ready for that at that high of a level. I think if the Rangers had to do it all over again, which they do, his name's Kumar Rocker. Rocker, from what I understand, most likely will start off in A-ball. Why? Because of how much Jack Leiter struggled in Double-A last year.
I'm a little surprised to hear that. I think that's the right move, but I thought they just automatically bump him up to double.
Now, Rocker did not make the top 100 list, but that's not a bad thing because the Rangers have 6 guys on the list, and Kumar Rocker, the 3rd overall pick, is not on this list. What's interesting is Brock Porter is their 4th round pick from last year.
Purdy, I get it.
Yeah, he's number 94. But let's go in order from the best to, I don't want to say the worst, but on your top 100 list. The Rangers, by the way, finished, I believe, 4th in the amount of prospects.
Okay.
That's 6. 8 was the high, by the way. It's, I believe, Baltimore. Because Baltimore even has number 12 on the list because Jackson Holiday was the number 1 overall pick.
3 in the top 12?
3 in the top 12.
Since he hasn't really played, Josh Young still counts, right?
Yes, he is number 34.
Is that the top for the Rangers?
That's the top for the Rangers. So the only thing is you're not top heavy here. You don't have what people consider future stars.
Okay.
You have future major leaguers.
Gotcha.
Evan Carter has jumped into the top 100 list at number 41. So I think that's pretty big. A guy who I kind of talked about a couple of years ago. So 34 is Josh Young, who will be your starting 3rd baseman in the major leagues. Evan Carter, who will be your starting center fielder in Double-A this year at 20 years old, too. He was drafted at a very early age. You have Owen White, who on this list, they say projection. They project that he will make the major leagues at some point for the Texas Rangers this year. So that's the guy we talked about a little yesterday, Corey, on your depth and your rotation. I don't think April, May, or June that you're going to see Owen White. But I do think July to September, there's a chance to see him.
Kevin, I think the great thing, too, when Mike says maybe you're not top-heavy, you have more quantity. And when it comes to moving players, and like they couldn't trade anybody before. They didn't have anybody to trade. So now you have little pieces that you can pluck and move on from.
Luis Angel Acuna, who is Ronald Acuna Jr.'s younger brother. He is number 71.
How old is he?
On the list as I scroll down.
71, Kevin. He's
no,
71.
That's where he's on the list.
He's 20 years old.
Man, would you want a 71-year-old who could still play? Like, I don't know how they could still play, but
best story I could put on baseball.
I will say this. I do think Luis Angel Acuna doesn't play much for the Rangers in his career because of where he's at and what you have money-wise in your infield.
Right.
I don't think, like Josh Young, most likely you want to be your 3rd baseman for a long time.
But could be a valuable trade asset.
And so that's where I do think. I'm not saying he's getting traded next week or during this season, but I do think that Angel Acuna will be used more as a trade chip than a future Texas Ranger. Jack Leiter, as we said, number 78, and Brock Porter, number 94. And I'm assuming just off the list, number 3 overall pick, because he hasn't pitched at all professionally.
They don't have like an honorable mention, I guess, probably.
No, they just have your top 100. I mean, you can click on, I don't know if they've done everybody's top 30 list, which I didn't click on for the Rangers. But
I'll go check.
I do think here with the Rangers, you're in good shape prospect-wise.
Okay.
Yeah, some guys, Josh Young, going to be your starting third baseman. Hopefully this could be a really tough year for him, but hopefully he produces. I do think next year, not this upcoming season, but Evan Carter could be your starting left fielder or center fielder in 2024. And then Owen White is going to probably be part of your starting rotation in 2024, if not some point in 2023. Jack Leiter will be at some point part of your 2024 rotation. And I won't put it past him. If Jack Leiter starts pitching great, which he could, maybe by July through September, you're looking at Jack Leiter.
How much will that depend on also how good the Rangers are? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if
1,000%.
Yeah.
Well, I do think that, and I agree with Corey, is if you're in the race, you probably are having a healthy DeGrom, a healthy Eovaldi, a healthy Gray. Martin Perez is repeating something that he was able to produce in 2022. And then whether it's Heaney, whether it's a guy like Odorizzi, whether Glenn Otto or Dane Dunning step in for somebody, like that's your 5th guy. But if your top 4 guys are somewhat healthy, I do expect for you to be over 500. And at that point, it might be tough to say, hey, we're fighting for a wild card spot. Let's just bring up Jack Leiter to give him a couple starts.
Now, Mike, I know you agree with this from the 469. No, we need to keep him so we can get Ronald Acuna. That works every time.
Yes. Why would he sign here, Mike, if he doesn't have a brother on staff or
he
in
signed
the
an
system?
8-year contract like 4 years ago, so I think we're a ways away.
Got to wait it
Acuna
out,
Jr.
and then we'll get Giannis at the same time. Or I guess we won't anymore.
Yeah, he's cost too much.
For the KNC masterpiece.
Unless, I tell you what, I did hear Cuban is offering Dorian Finney-Smith in the 2027 first. He's hoping for an MVP candidate for that.
Coming up next, we didn't even really get into the trade part, Corey. We probably still need to do that at some point for the Mavs. Coming up next, Mike asks all the football questions right here on 105.3 The Fan.
35 minutes of commercial-free Fan. Holy mackerel. It's the Expressway with Sean and RJ mornings at 7:20, KNC middays at 12:20, and afternoons with G-Bag at 5:20 right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to tell you what, at some point, I think we have a Major's house update. I hope Avery is okay. But right now, it's time for Mike to ask all the football questions.
All right. So my first football question I thought about yesterday, as I think there's a lot of Cowboy fans that are worried about the number 2 receiving situation next year. And there's been a lot of people said, well, what did you want Dak to do with that receiving core? After CeeDee Lamb, he had nothing.
Yeah.
And so, hey, that's your opinion. And I get it. I agree that the Cowboys did not have a person who you would say is I know this is too high, but a Higgins for Cincinnati. But I mean, they did take him with the first pick in the second round.
Yeah.
So, that is what he's more of a number 1 than a number 2. But I think people want it all. And if you don't have it all, there's no way you could win unless you have the best team. And nobody even can say that, but
or the best quarterback.
Yeah, right. Because Patrick Mahomes won a game with 3 guys that I will say Sky Moore has a lot of potential, but I mean, he literally took a 4th, 5th, and 6th wide receiver in the second half of a AFC championship game and still figured out a way how to win. It wasn't beautiful. It wasn't like they're running up and down the field, but I mean, that's what he did. He pretty much took what, if you take CeeDee Lamb off of the team, and this is a shot a little bit at Michael Gallup, what he was this year.
Fair.
It's okay, this is what you have to do. If Dak would have never had CeeDee Lamb on the team. But anyways, here's my question based off of this. If you could only have one next year, would you rather have a really good number 2 receiver or a really good running back? Because the Cowboys right now, obviously, Zeke probably is going to get released. I think maybe Jerry steps in and gives him $100 million extension. But
oh my God.
Or, and then Tony Pollard is coming off of injury, but you could have to pay him a lot of money. I'm just wondering right now, he's a free agent. What would you rather have more, number 2 receiver or running back?
Well, I mean, we did see what happened when Tony Pollard was hurt.
Yep.
And if you're telling me that we get a really good running back and it's Bijan Robinson, I'm feeling pretty good about the fact that I can run the football. I'm very interested in knowing who the offensive coordinator is going to be, because if it is Mike McCarthy calling plays throughout the game, they're running a West Coast offense, and it's going to rely on a lot of slants, and you're going to have receivers out of the backfield getting a lot of passes. But I mean, the way that that Dak Prescott operates is you give him the ball to throw it all the time. It's not going to always turn out the way you want it to. So I'm guessing I would rather have the Bijan Robinson type running back than the number 2 receiver at this point.
You know what really sucks is I was ready to say the really good number 2 receiver. I think Corey might have listed the person that I would change that rule. So if I can carve out the Bijan Robinson exception, Otherwise, I'm going with a really good number 2 wide receiver, because I think Michael Gallup can be a perfectly serviceable, potentially really good number 3 receiver, seeing how he does a year removed from that surgery.
So based off of y'all's answers there, if this is going to happen all over the place with different people where they rate the biggest need going into the draft, if you had to rank the positions of the biggest need for the Cowboys, just 1, 2, and 3, right now, what would you say are the biggest needs of the Dallas Cowboys in order of 1, 2, and 3 going into kind of free agency / draft?
I think I go cornerback pretty high.
CB number 1. Okay. Number 2?
I think I have a linebacker in there. I know that it feels like you don't need that, but Micah's not a linebacker. He's your piece, but whenever you move him out of linebacker, what do you have? And Anthony Barr wasn't it. Now, Damone Clark did a really good job growing into the position. Can Jabril Cox be trusted at some point? Because
doesn't seem like they trust him.
Yeah, my understanding is they don't trust him to do what he's supposed to do on the field, and that stinks because I know what he can do in coverage. So I still feel like you need to upgrade your linebacker position a little bit there, and then offensive line, cornerback, offensive line, and that.
So Corey, do you have cornerback number 1 also?
I would say so. Anthony Brown's contract is up, correct? So the next deal, I mean, Deron Bland did a really good job. I would love to add another piece there.
And I think Lewis might have one more year.
Lewis does, yeah.
Yeah, I have to put running back on there because otherwise your starter's Malik Davis.
So you're
don't
cornerback
forget,
1.
I think so.
And where are you number 2? Are you running back 2? Are you wide receiver number 2?
I think
Are you linebacker number 2?
I think I go second running back and then wide receiver.
All right, so your list is cornerback, running back,
It's
wide
close.
receiver, 1, 2, 3. As
It's
of today,
close,
I know things
yeah.
can change
Yeah,
throughout the
yeah.
offseason. If you
like
sign
when they sign Odell Beckham Jr., then wide receiver goes out the window.
Yeah, I heard y'all talking about that yesterday. Do you think they'll make I'm sorry if I missed this part. Do you think they'll make another run at Brandon Cooks?
Yeah, if it costs too much in draft compensation, though, like there's no way. But isn't his contract pretty steep still too? Like,
let me take a look
for what we're dealing
And
with.
Corey, you were cornerback 1. What was your 2 and 3? I know you mentioned linebacker, but I haven't wrote it down where you
Yeah,
had
the linebacker still offensive line, just looking for the
So
future.
linebacker 2, offensive line 3.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. You didn't
Now,
have a
and-
wide receiver on there.
And I still think that I don't know how much money they have to work with. And I'm betting we get into that at noon today. But I think that they want to take a swing for a guy.
Can I answer one of your other questions real quick? If you traded for Brandon Cooks, it would be essentially a 1-year, $10 million in the first year, and then the second year you're down to $5 million.
Okay.
Not bad.
Not at all.
Now I go away from the Dallas Cowboys and go to what I've kind of been asking, I believe, for a month, and I'm going to ask it again because Brock Purdy just tore up his elbow, and he is done for, they say,
Lordy.
6 months.
He might need Tommy John, right?
Yes, and so they said that is, in football terms, they think a 6-month recovery.
Okay.
So you're looking at right around training camp, him being possibly able to play. What do you think of the San Francisco quarterback situation? What do you think it will be in August? Because they're going to be a great team.
I now think there will be a legitimate competition between Trey Lance and Brock Purdy.
I agree. If they're smart, they do everything they can to trade Jimmy, but Mike,
He's a free agent.
he's a free
Oh, yeah,
agent.
that's right. Yeah, no, I absolutely
Man, he got
agree.
in trouble for laughing.
Well, that's what I was saying. Re-sign him, then trade him is what. Yeah, re-sign him to a Dak deal, then trade that deal,
That
so you
could
can
be
get the money back.
difficult. Uh-huh.
But yeah, no, man. I think you go into a competition for sure. I think that Trey Lance is obviously going to have the most advantage because his arm's healthy right now. Yeah, I mean that's going to be a key factor when it comes to camp and everything that they're doing there. By the way, somebody asked, how is offensive line not the major impact? You can't run the ball against any good defenses. I think when Terrence Steele comes back, that really does help a lot. Do I want upgrades in certain areas? Absolutely I do. But Terrence Steele and Zach Martin were a dominant duo that once he got hurt, that's when you couldn't run the ball anymore.
Okay.
I agree with that 1,000,000%.
So 50-50? Do you have, okay, so if I put I don't want to put a gun to your head. I don't even have a gun on me right now. But
that's good.
If I did, and I couldn't do it to Corey because he's zooming.
Yeah.
Who's the starting quarterback week 1 for the San Francisco 49ers?
Trey Lance.
Yeah. Then he'll get hurt, and then they'll see. I think that's what they're going to tell him. I really do. I think they're going to be like, "Hey, I know you didn't prevail. He's going to get hurt. Be ready."
How is a Tommy John surgery like a full year, maybe and sometimes recovery, and this completely torn UCL? It's like, nah, he'll be back in 6 months.
Throwing a football is easier on your arm than a baseball.
Okay.
So that's one thing. That's why in football, if you have practice and you did want to run 200 passing plays, you're not going to throw the ball hard. But how many times does a quarterback throw the ball as hard as he can in a football game? 5 times?
I don't know. Dak did it once in training camp and then couldn't throw for the rest of camp. So.
But I mean, in a game, if you throw the ball 40 times, I believe there's only 5 times where you're really airing it out, either throwing it as far as you can or as hard as you can. A lot of it is, I'm throwing it firm, but I'm not doing what a baseball pitcher's doing, and that is I'm unloading that thing 35 times in the bullpen and 95 times in the game.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Next question. Will Justin Herbert be better with Kellen Moore?
Yes.
Oh,
I'd love to know why.
But I still think you're going to see moments where you're just like, what is this offense doing? I thought that the Chargers offense underperformed massively. And I think that there were some moments where it was on Dak versus on Kellen Moore. I think some moments where Kellen Moore drew up a dumb play, and that one didn't work this time. But he has a lot of plays in that book. And I think and this is going to get argued because everybody's like, he's a social media quarterback, right? Like, they are down on Justin Herbert. This dude has more arm talent than Dak. That's a fact. Just watch him throw, and I think that you can utilize that more. I think that Kellen Moore is going to walk into that room and go, wow, I can do things with this quarterback that I never could do with Dak just simply because of the arm talent. Now, is decision-making there? Is the nuance of the game there? That's something that I've still not seen from Justin Herbert, but I think you're going to see some amazing plays. And again, sometimes you need to move on so that you need to learn what you can grow into with other people around you. And that's what I think that Kellen Moore might get. I also think that Dak might get the benefit of learning from new people as well.
I just think about, like, I think about Rashawn Slater coming back. I think about overall health as the wide receivers as being the key to Herbert doing better as opposed to Kellen Moore.
Next football question. I don't think you guys are going to like this football question, but you have to answer it because it's like truth or dare here. Okay. Or you have to jump into a swimming pool.
Crap.
If you could change being a Cowboys fan to another organization, what organization are you following the rest of your life?
I'm following the Chiefs because in the short term, you have the stability of one of the better coaches we've seen in some time, and you have the best player in the game. And then also, you still have the local connection with the Hunt family owning it. So
I used to be the Texans.
Yes, I think I'm picking the Chiefs.
Okay, the Chiefs are now Kevin's favorite team,
and it
besides the Cowboys.
Plus, it doesn't feel like an FU to the Cowboys. You know, like if you pick the 49ers or the Eagles, that feels like an FU to the Cowboys.
Man, this is weird because I want a nice weather place. You know, that's kind of what I'm going for.
Yeah,
you know, like Miami. Miami sounds like a lot of fun as long as McDaniels is there. Cincinnati's just too cold. I can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what, Mike? I think you and I are hanging out in Jacksonville, baby. I think that I'm going with you, and we can call Kevin up at Burrowhead or whatever and be like,
they
hey,
said not Burrowhead.
How cold is it up there? We're doing great on our boats right now in Jacksonville.
You know why I thought of this question?
And my response is going to be, I still live in Dallas, y'all idiots.
I'm a big Bobby Witt fan.
Okay,
and
yeah.
I'm assuming this.
Are you picking my team then?
Well, I think I would. If I had to pick a team, I'd pick Kansas City because
he's on my boat.
Because of Patrick Mahomes. But he got to change from the Cowboys. I don't know if Bobby Witt Jr. was a huge Cowboys fan growing up. He obviously did grow up here, went to Colleyville Heritage for high school and everything like that. But now he's a big Chiefs fan. And it makes sense, right? He's a Kansas City Royal now. And it's like, dude, I mean, Patrick Mahomes, awesome. Like, I'm going to follow the Chiefs. And I was just going, man, he kind of like got a little bit lucky. Maybe not the best lucky in going to Kansas City as a baseball player, but really lucky in going to Kansas City and picking up a new football team. All right, my last question has nothing to do for Kevin because Kevin sat out on us trying to do the Zeke Elliott, DeMarcus Lawrence. You watch if I get that surgery if you don't give me that contract I'm asking for type of deal.
It came in on a snow day.
It was intense.
I need to know, Corey,
Yo.
How is your son, Avery?
Oh, okay. Avery's actually doing fine. This is actually less. Avery got out. He took a warm shower. He's back in the game. He's actually making some protein pancakes right now.
Did he admit it was a mistake?
No, he loves it. And he's like, why are people saying go Carter on y'all's Twitch stream? And I was like, oh, that's because Carter is our video guy. And they were like, oh. So
wait,
I think
that was Carter who did that? Sorry.
No, it was Avery.
Yeah,
but some people, I guess maybe they thought that it was Carter.
Yeah.
Or maybe they saw Carter. The big thing, the big update that's going on, though, is I just walked through the living room and I heard Adrian say, no, I told you you could only say mom once this hour, and you've already used that. So I think that there is a little like concern right now going on in the other rooms of the house where there's some tension building.
Is it because of work things, or does she have really strict attention and love guidelines?
I think that there's 3 kids going, mom, mom, mom,
Okay.
mom, hey mom, mom, ma, and I think it's driving her nuts right now. And I'm like, I'm just going to stay back in this room and talk to my friends.
You can drive up here if you want.
I'll talk to you guys. I'm good in here. I can lock the door. Everything's fine, guys. Don't worry
There's
about
11 cars. I count 11 cars on the road right now.
I'm telling
outside
you.
of this.
From the 214, if you want to pass this along to Avery, bro, nothing about a cold plunge is a mistake. The mental health benefits are huge.
That is one of the reasons he's been
Can I
talking
do
about
it
that
today?
a lot.
Can I do it today?
You can't.
I don't have the guts.
But can Corey do it today?
On
the show.
You can do it on Zoom. Don't wear the Comrex in there.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, please.
Maybe I'll
don't.
do a video. Maybe I'll do a video of it later and post it up.
Just make sure at the key moment you don't have one of your kids move the camera away and then come
Yeah,
back.
then you're like, I dunked on a 10-footer.
You know what we think, Corey. We're the KNC masterpiece. He's gonna be like, he's gonna be kind of wet, and he's gonna be like, I told you guys you could do it. And be like, your kid moved the camera away, and you just like threw a rock into the pool or something.
Man.
Coming up next.
The vanity of you with that ring on you right now.
We'll give you.
I turned it off.
We'll give you a little bit more of a Mavs update. Plus, our question: when do you start planning for a vacation? 877-881-1053. We'll do it all next, right here on the fan. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And I think tomorrow we really might need to get it back into the trade conversation that we wanted to have, but we just got caught up with a bunch of really other interesting things. A couple more interesting things for you. Mavericks signed Chris Silva to a 10-day contract. He joins Dallas after starting the year with the G League's College Park Skyhawks. He's 6'8". In the G League, 14.2 points, 7.6 rebounds, 2.3 assists, and a block in 22.4 minutes per game. So, Corey, we can talk about that if you want, or we can talk about the fact that why do we still do temperature? Because Mike goes, it's 27 degrees outside, but it feels like it's 17 degrees.
That's what the app just told me.
We need to pick one. Because if the wind chill factor is what it feels like outside, that's what I want to know. I don't want to know, well, theoretically, if it was snowy or if it was sunny or there were no clouds, it would feel like 27 degrees. But it's not. And I'm like, well, then what difference does that first number make?
Yeah, the windshield factor is very difficult to understand, Mike, because how do you know what it feels like when you're driving 70 miles an hour in the road and what the temperature your windshield is?
It is
very
the
difficult to
wind
understand.
chill factor, not the windshield factor.
And then, Mike, in summertime, it's the heat Windex. When you spray Windex on your windshield,
you have to know that one's
how
wrong,
fast
right?
does it dissolve and go away? So these are two
the
things
alcohol
that
content, yeah.
Yeah, this is
What?
science. Yeah, come on, Kevin. This is science. Maybe it's a little
Alcohol
advanced
burns.
for you.
No,
But
that's
yeah.
heat index. Not
Windex.
heat Windex.
Yes.
And it's not the windshield factor. That is wrong.
Now, who did you want to talk about? Gal McKell or Dominic Jones or Mo Ager? All the crap that Mark Cuban's drafted in the years. Who did Mark Cuban go out and sign and tell me he's the next whatever thing he's going to say?
I don't know if he's saying
AJ
that.
Lawson, isn't he on our team now?
But they did
like
sign.
he misses every shot he takes in regular season basketball, but he can lay it up in the line.
Who's the dude? Whoa, was it Antoine Rigaudot who they said is going to change how you look at shooting because he's just so accurate?
He's so pure. Yeah, he's a pure shooter.
Yeah.
Every time I looked at that guy, this is the most random thing. I go, I bet that guy orders calamari all the time. I don't know why I'd look at Antoine Rigaudot and go, that guy probably likes calamari.
I mean, calamari. Do you like calamari?
As long as it's cooked good. You know,
Okay.
if it's rubbery, it's horrible.
Little remoulade sauce.
Yeah. But I don't know.
What kind of sauce?
Maybe because, Ramelon. That's maybe why Rigaud, for some reason, I don't know why I related him to calamari, but maybe it's because of Ramelon sauce. But who cares? We signed a bum. That's all we do is have undrafted free agents and second-round picks.
Facts.
My God.
But
can we get somebody who is actually considered good at 20 years old?
I will say, though, and Kevin, I don't want to veer too far off of the topic that we're still questioning.
Well, don't worry. Then we're going to get into vacation planning, so I think you're fine.
Like the fact that we have Luka is awesome, and I don't want to overlook and overstep that part of it. Okay, like I don't want to miss out on having the conversation about what he did last night. And 53 points is fun. It's an absolute blast, but it's less about the points for me. And it's more about the attitude that he plays with that I'm just not really used to in DFW Sports. Dirk did it like 1 year, right? Like Dirk said, I'm going to be unstoppable. Nobody is going to keep me from doing what I want to do on this court. And it was that one run that he absolutely was the man. Luka last night, the Pistons are chirping at him. Their coaching staff starts chirping at him, and he was like, I got to put them back in their place. But he's not one of those guys that just talks that way and then goes out there and lays a dud. He talks that way and backs it up every step of the way. And it's awesome to see that as a fan in DFW where I'm not quite used to that being the thing.
Do you want to hear his...
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to go to cut number 1 right here. This is Luka about what you were just saying, Corey, about the trash talking during the game.
I mean, since the first quarter, he was chirping, but I chirp back. I don't have a problem.
What was he chirping about?
I don't know. That was from the first quarter. He was just chirping. I don't want to say the words, but I have no problem with that. It's basketball. Gets me going for sure. I don't have no problem with that.
Do you enjoy it?
Yeah. I do sometimes no.
It was that follow-up question basically not understanding Luka saying it gets me going sometimes, and they're like, oh, do you enjoy it? And I was like, did you not understand that phrase that he just used? But to your point, Corey, he's like, fine, let's do this. Check it out.
Yeah, man. And it's just you were trying to get him to elaborate a little bit rather than, it being a redundant question. But, yeah, man, it's just name an athlete that we've had here. Michael Irvin, Troy. Michael Irvin might be the last one I can really remember that he's going to jaw just as much and deliver every time.
Do you count? I know he wasn't here as long. Did you feel that way about T.O.? Because T.O. was really good when he's here, and he'll talk some crap on you.
Yeah, he did disappear, I guess, in some playoff games and stuff like that. So that does. But there was an era where T.O. didn't disappear a lot of times. I guess
my favorite one though is when T.O. talked crap because the Cowboys were 11-1, and then he's like, "I'm not getting the ball enough," and Tony Romo and Jason Witten are making up their own plays. I was
and
like,
then they did. They ran the play that he was like, "Look, that's the one I'm talking about this whole time." They just drew that play up in their hotel room together.
By the way, Corey, if we're assistant coaches on an NBA team, I think I can get the Mavs to lose every game. You immediately stand up and you tell Luka you can't pass. I guarantee you cannot get 20 assists in a game. And then the Mavericks will score 67 points because the Mavs will go 14 of 83 from the field. And you're like, yeah, guess what? I got the dumbass to pass to all the dumbass teammates he has, and they can't make a shot. Guess what? Tim Hardaway Jr. can't make a shot. And then I don't know. Luka might be like, "You're right," but
you kind of lost some steam at the end of that, Mike. But that was really good.
I'm trying to get if I'm on the bench, I try to get Luka to pass the ball to all of his teammates, especially number 11. And I know I'm getting a victory if I can get him to pass the ball to open teammates all the time.
That's really interesting because, when you listen to former players talk about playing against Michael Jordan, and Mike, you were out front saying this is the Jordan of our era in Luka and what he is capable of. Whether or not the team can get built around him is a different question. But when you hear those guys talk, they're like, guys that had to defend him are like, I didn't want to say a word to him. My teammates would say stuff to him. And that irritated me because I knew he was about to go off. I couldn't stop him. And now I'm going to look like a fool for it. And you said last year, Draymond Green wouldn't say a word to Luka.
Yeah, he's helping him up. If Luka was on the ground, he's telling me, "Hey, you're doing great, man. You're a great basketball player."
He didn't want to make him mad.
Right, yeah.
He wanted him to be like, you know what, I kind of like that guy. I don't want to beat him today. And that's where Luka is, and his mindset is once it's gotten put on the line, now Luka wakes up even more.
I do think this, talking to people around the league, is that Luka does need to share the ball more. But, because think about Michael Jordan. Phil Jackson came in and said, I know Doug Collins is running the Michael Jordan system. I want to run a system where guys touch the ball more. In the last 5 minutes, I want you to take over. Obviously, once Kobe lost Shaq, Kobe did the same thing. Michael Jordan, starting in 89, 90, when Phil Jackson took over, had to believe, because he was furious, right? He was talking crap about his own teammates on the court, how mad he wasn't getting the ball anymore like the Doug Collins system. But Phil Jackson knew you're going to have to trust these guys if we ever really have a chance of winning a championship. And look, they drafted Scottie Pippen, they drafted Horace Grant, other guys came along, and they proved that they could handle the responsibility of touching the basketball during the game. I do think the Mavs have to get to that. But there's no way in hell that it's going to be proven to Luka with these guys on his team that he actually has Horace Grants and Scottie Pippens and Paxsons and BJ Armstrongs. Like, they don't have any of those guys. And so I do agree that to the people that are like, he's a ball hog, he needs to pass the ball more. I agree. The problem is he has such trash around him that it's really tough to then ask him to keep doing that.
Agreed. I absolutely agree, Kevin. Your thoughts?
I definitely get what y'all are saying.
Wow, you think Christian Wood's trash?
No.
I can't believe that you just said that.
With the exception of Christian Wood. But sometimes,
and Dinwiddie's a solid
Dinwiddie
player.
Dinwiddie has actually been playing really well.
Yeah.
I just not win you a championship well versus these are good players. Also, I have questions about what the Mavericks think about Christian Wood. Those remain, don't they?
Yeah, I don't think they like him. I don't think they want. I don't think Christian Wood, even if he's not traded, which I don't think he will be. I don't think he's a Dallas Maverick next year. I think we're just going to let him walk and just say we just take another asset loss.
That'd be so stupid.
I mean, I just think that's where Mark Cuban is financially with the Dallas Mavericks, and so I just think it's all going to play out that way. The other thing too is, and Josh Green, last night, I don't want to lose this. Josh Green, watching the fourth quarter, Josh Green had a major impact on that win. He did have a major turnover late in the game, but then he got it back by turning them over. So, it's like, all right, I made a mistake with the ball, but he ended up making a great defensive play to get the ball back. So I'm just kind of I know Jason Kidd won't do this. Just sit Tim Hardaway Jr. on the bench the rest of the year. Just say you can rot. And then just play Josh Green 30 minutes and play Jaden Hardy 15 minutes. They can't be worse than that guy.
We've talked about this before. You know how I feel about that philosophy. If your team isn't going to be in the mix to win it all, and I do not believe this Mavericks team will be, I think you should check out stuff like that a little bit more, because you you are going to lose some games with Hardy playing 20 minutes and with Green playing 30 minutes. But that's part of the process to figure out what the hell do we have. And if you come out of this season, just hear me out. Let's say you're Luka, he's got to be part of our team. So does Dinwiddie. So does Wood. So does Green. So does Hardy. I know that doesn't win you anything next year, but at least you're I know about all these guys. And then if you decided to move off of Green and Hardy, they probably have more value. Whenever you see these trades, it's the draft picks a lot of time, but usually there's a couple of good young players in there that you're those aren't world beaters, but that's something I want.
Yeah. No, and I guess I shouldn't say I apologize for saying trash, because I do like Dinwiddie. I think he's a solid role player. I like Christian Wood. I don't think the Mavs are that high on him, but I do like him as a nice role player. I like Josh Green. He's improved tremendously this year. Dorian Finney-Smith, he's not having the best of years. He's had a down year this year, but I do like him on any team, on whatever team you put him on. Milwaukee, Boston, Denver. These are, high contenders. He's going to play 20 to 25 minutes off the bench for those teams. If he starts, he starts. But then you get to, wait a second, but who's your number two? Who's your Jaylen Brown? Who is your Jamal Murray? Who is, who's your Drew Holiday or Chris Middleton? You're we have nobody anywhere close to those guys. And so that's where the Mavericks run really short. So I just at this point, I don't want to see Tim Hardaway Jr. play anymore. I can't take it.
I want to see Jason Kidd get back out there. Him and Luka running this thing together. I want to see that.
I think Jason Kidd knows what he's dealing with because he's like, man, I'm really happy with Jalen Brunson. I'm happy he got his money. That's great. You know, it's like, I mean, I think as a former player, he's just like, look, I get it. It's about making money in this league. You want to win championships, but I think Jason Kidd deep down knows that he's not winning championships here.
Not yet.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here at 105.3 The Fan. I'm really excited for this next segment because it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where Mike Florio continues to show us he is the greatest journalist of all time. Please tell me you saw that headline. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. Man, Joey, I don't know if this is easy to think in your head or go back and figure out. Has there been a single segment so far without some sort of Mavs or Tim Hardaway Jr. burn?
Definitely not.
Yeah, that's probably what I think as well. All right, let's talk about a little bit of ratings to start things off. We said Cowboys 49ers 45.7 million viewers.
Yeah, and we told you because you were feeling bad on Sunday. Don't worry, you don't have to rewatch the 49ers and Eagles game. It was horrible.
Yeah, so because we have a show chat going. I fell asleep for 3 hours, and I woke up, and I just saw the final score. I was like, holy crap.
Doctors suggest at least 6 hours, Kevin, of sleep per day.
This was in the middle of the day.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, no, this was like while the game was going on. I legit fell asleep. I fell asleep before Brock Purdy got hurt, and then woke up after he was already back in the game. So I missed all things Josh Johnson and everything like that. So I saw the score and I was like, holy crap. And y'all, I think Corey, you were like, don't watch the game.
Yeah.
And then Mike goes, it was a high school team versus an NFL team. And
it was the worst.
That probably has something to do with the numbers here. But remember, Cowboys 49ers, 45.7 million viewers. NFC Championship game, 47.5 million. So 45.7 versus 47.5. That means the NFC Championship game drew 1.8 million viewers more than the Cowboys 49ers. I know the game sucked, but that just shows you, because the Cowboys were like almost 8 million above every other divisional game. This could have gotten to 58.
And I wonder, Corey, sorry to interrupt you, is when you got midway through the third and you realized all they can do is hand the ball off.
Yeah.
If, like me, I was like, I'm not watching this. I'm not watching high school football plays versus an NFL team.
In addition to that, that's one of the reasons I don't believe the NFL is rigged for the Chiefs fans or for the Bengals fans that are really upset right now. Like, Kevin, you've talked about this a ton. Why would they never always make sure that the Cowboys are there? It just makes sense. So there's no way I believe it's rigged. I think there are some things that happen, but that's more coincidence.
Yeah, but the selective rigging of getting the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, like, I understand the Chiefs with Mahomes might feel like a bigger draw than the Bengals for now, though I think the Bengals are absolutely coming up in the world. But it would be the Chiefs against the Cowboys, or it would have been if the NFL was rigged, why in the blue hell would they not have wanted Cowboys Eagles? Bitter rivals, division rivals, humongous markets with the biggest draw in all of professional sports.
Yeah.
Why would that not be? And for the first time in 27 years, that would have been your game.
What is the highest rating of anything ever? Do you have a number there, Kevin?
Do you like in North America or in the United States?
Not just our show ratings.
Sure.
But like the highest rating, of I
Maybe
guess
OJ.
It's so the reason it's not OJ is because of how splintered that
there's
coverage
so many
was. Like, if you did a combination of that, I'll have to check on that. That very well could be the answer. But I know for the longest time it was the MASH finale had like 108, 110 million viewers. I think there were a couple of Super Bowls that surpassed that, but I'll go double check. But MASH is like right in the mix with the highest rated Super Bowls of all time. And then I know the Cheers finale had like 90 million viewers, but that Cowboys one would have gotten to probably 58. By comparison, Bengals and Chiefs, which let's say it was a competitive game, not the best game, but it was super competitive and it was in the primetime slot. 53 million viewers. If that's the Cowboys, that's 60 to 65 in that spot. And if the Cowboys drew that afternoon spot, they would probably get about 58 to 60 million viewers. The Cowboys in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs would have shattered all viewership ratings, even with the newer system and so many people streaming and everything like that.
I stick by my opinion that the NFL doesn't want to do that. They don't want to rig it in the favor of the Cowboys because they know once they do that, then that's the number.
Yeah.
Now they're like trying to figure out how do we get back to that number again, and they're like, I guess we have to just go on bended knee to Jerry Jones and tell him we need your help every year.
And I appreciate the people texting in as like the NFL is still punishing Jerry Jones. The punishment is disproportionate to the ratings bonanza that they would get by taking the Cowboys 2 more rounds. you would add, my estimation would be you would add approximately an extra 30 million people. The ad dollars that you could inflate the Super Bowl commercials for all along if you knew the Cowboys were going to make it. Because you could tell Nabisco or Bud Light or whatever and be like, hey, the Cowboys are going to be in this one. I have to charge you 10% more.
Okay, so that's the thing. They say, hey, we got to charge you 10% more. You know, Jerry's hearing that from probably Nabisco. Sure. Nabisco's going, hey, Jerry,
Congrats.
they're saying they want 10 more. And he's like, well, now I need to figure out how to get me 10% more of that pie.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that's a deal worth making. Look, if you're going to be a crooked business, go all the way in. Don't be a real business, which again is that's my preferred thought.
Yes.
Is you're a 100% up and up business. But if you know you're crooked, go crooked. You know, like Walter White tried that, right? He was like, you know what? I'm gonna be like a little bit of a drug dealer, and then he realized that doesn't work. You either be a science teacher or you be a drug dealer, and he was like, okay. Yeah, I'm making my pick and eating my bacon.
He decided to be the man who knocks.
That's right. All right. You know, Corey, I always sing the praises of the great journalist that is Mike Florio.
And Urban Meyer. You love both of those guys.
I will say for the record, I definitely hate Urban Meyer more. I just think Florio's a hack. I want to take you to, I'm going to have to change my opinion. This award-winning headline from last night on Pro Football Talk came out at 7:29 p.m. Central Time. You should note it for posterity. This is an actual headline. I swear I'm not making this up. Raiders could be planning to squat on Derek Carr. That's the actual headline. The Raiders could be planning to squat on Derek Carr. I get what he's saying, Corey. Before you try to excuse this, I get what he's saying. He means in terms of holding him for leverage, and I get that. But in your mind, did you not just think about the big conglomerate known as the Raiders just going like, yeah, and Derek Carr is underneath them?
Oh, my God.
Tell me that's not what you thought about.
I mean, yes, that's the only thing I thought about. But I appreciate Florio for trying to expand our vocabulary, Kevin, and for saying, you know what, let's use words that make creative thinkers rather than dirty-minded individuals like our audience.
Or he just didn't even. He needs to pick his words better. Why would you not say Raiders could be planning to hold on to Derek Carr for now?
Oh, that sucks. That's
because they don't want to use them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, hold on. You just said used, and I feel like there's a used car headline in there somewhere. I really do feel like used car has got to be involved in
Okay,
that.
so you wanted it to be like Raiders not ready to send Carr out of the lot just yet. Like that's the headline that you wanted. Okay, fine. That's still better than Raiders going to squat on Derek Carr.
I'm okay with that. Yeah, no, I agree. That gave me the wrong. But I wonder how many more clicks it got because of that. I wonder if people were like, "Whoa, I got to see this picture."
Yeah, and like usually I wouldn't click on that, but I was like, you know what?
You did, didn't you?
I did because I was like, that's a Florio. Like that is a Florio for sure. All right. Speaking of people who maybe aren't doing their job well,
Tim Hardaway Jr.
Yes,
Gallo.
Tim Hardaway Jr. And I don't know if y'all already went over this, but did you see that the New York City mayor did have to apologize for lighting up for the Empire State Building being lit up green?
Yeah, come on, dude.
They do that. What was the reason?
I mean,
he's got an answer.
Is it that he gave the key to Michael Vick for the city too?
I don't know if that is the case.
Anytime Michael Vick wants to come to Dallas, he's got the key.
So he said that one got away with us. By the way, their Twitter, the social media account for the Empire State Building tweeted out "Fly Eagles Fly."
Oh no! Really?
Yes.
Did he get hacked?
And so here's what they said. They said, well, we did the same thing for the Chiefs and lit the Empire State Building up for them after they won. And you're just like, right. But you have to see how the Giants fans don't give a crap about the Chiefs. They care a lot about the Eagles. And he said, Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City, said, unfortunately, someone did not get the memo at the Empire State Building. And he goes, that one got away from us.
got away from us is what he
from him.
said. You know what? We can't pay attention to everything in this city.
He said the blue should have been there. He said, no, it still should have been blue. So that one got away from us.
How many times are we going to hear? Do you understand how crappy covering this Super Bowl is going to be?
AJ Brown tweeted out that he still has to learn that fight song, so even he doesn't care that much.
You just
about
have to
that.
spell Eagles, I think.
You know what? I usually don't like when you spell that out, but if you do it like that every time,
big up!
I support that. Corey, don't you support that as opposed to the regular way that he...
Yeah, I think the problem I have, though, Kevin, is I might be wrong. Did I see a tweet
Kevin's
from
rooting for the Eagles, yeah.
Did I see a tweet from Micah that's told Lane Johnson to go win one for the division?
Yes, he did do that.
What?
Yeah, he did. He's like rooting for the Eagles because it's like, if our division wins, the Cowboys win. And the Giants win, and the Commanders win.
Look,
we're the
Here
winners.
Here it is.
Oh my gosh.
Here it is, Kevin. Micah said, I don't think people realize what Lane Johnson is doing, RN. Freaking heroic, one of my favorite players in the league. Lane Johnson tweeted back the handshake emoji, and then Micah said, love you, big bro. Keep going. Not many like you. Definitely not playing like you healthy or with a torn groin. Go win a bowl for our division. So now your thoughts on Micah.
I mean, I still like Mike a lot. That wasn't my favorite message. I would have gotten it if he was like, love you, man. Can't believe you're doing what you're doing with your torn groin. And like, I would have got that, but win one for the division, stop it. We've had this argument, and people are like, well, you got to root for the teams in Texas. Not if you hate the team in general. Like, if you went to A&M or Tech or whatever, it would be like Oklahoma State loses, and you're like, well, just cheer for Oklahoma. Well, what the hell kind of sense does that make? If you just live in Texas and you love Texas, I get it. But if you went to, like, one of the rival schools, why in the hell would you cheer for them? Unless they were playing Tom Brady. And I get it.
Yeah, so there you go. Like, I think
nobody gets it except you. Nobody rooted for the Eagles except you.
Do you know multiple people texted me? I was really surprised. And they said now they're going to root for the Eagles in the Super Bowl because of how rigged they thought, to your point from earlier, Corey, because of how rigged they thought the Chiefs-Bengals game was. They were like, they wanted the Chiefs in that game so bad. Now they're rooting for the Eagles, which I have to admit, I was surprised to learn.
I just want Andy Reid to destroy the team that ran him out of town. I want him to be like, you know what? We're running right over these guys, but I bet Sirianni.
I have a bad feeling about that one. I think Jaundice is going to get it done.
That is Nick Sirianni, in case you are newer.
That sounds like a disease is out to kill somebody.
Yeah.
I think Jaundice is going to get it.
Lock the doors. Jaundice is coming.
Yeah, Jaundice is a disease that is trying to kill you.
But wouldn't Jaundice like be able to? Man, I'm going to tell you, I know this isn't football, but you guys know I am terrified of bees and wasps.
Yes.
One of the scariest moments in my life, and I realize that means I've lived a very charmed life, is at my old house, there was a wasp in there. I shut the door, and no part of me fathomed that the wasp could just climb underneath the door. And when it did, I definitely said a curse word and ran out of the room to regroup because I wasn't ready. It climbed upside down underneath the door. My tiny brain.
It was after you. It really wanted you.
My tiny brain could not have conceived that could have happened. And when it did, so like if you lock your door, the jaundices could still make it through.
I will say this. I'm not going to media day at the Super Bowl because there's 3 zillion people there and it's miserable. I would, if I could ask the question, I'd say, what is it like coaching with jaundice? And that would be my question, and then I get escorted out, and I'd be like, thank God they're escorting me out of this place.
Well,
I don't want to be here
instead
anymore.
of not going, why don't you do that and get escorted out quickly?
Corey's right. You could be like, I was there. I went like y'all asked me to, and then they booted me out.
And then we can play the audio, and you're the guy. You're the guy. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, that guy. I love it. Finally, somebody with some cojones asking the big questions at this station.
Sure, they might be yellow, but they're there. We're the KNC. I feel if that offended anybody, that felt kind of wrong. We're the KNC. I apologize.
Think about it during the break.
I will. I'm sorry.
Or you can just let it go. Tim Hardaway Jr. hasn't even remembered he's missed a shot.
Coming up
Short memory.
Coming up next, you got to have that short mentality, short memory mentality.
Oh my God,
Kevin missed him.
Shots at short people.
You know what? This is
Oh
the
my
real.
gosh.
This is the real reason I've been out for 3 days. I wasn't sick at all. I never get sick. That was sensitivity training I had to go through. I might need a re-loop on that one.
Tim's always like, I got to get him back for scoring on me. How about you play defense one time in your life?
Coming up next, all things NFL salary cap, including Dak, how COVID money overruled TV money, and would you keep these 3 players? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation.
and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. If you see the beautiful face of Corey Majors in the Zoom, he is live from his comfy bedroom in Plano. I can't tell you. Well, I could tell you where.
We can perfectly see downtown now, too, Corey.
My wife is currently
that's
brushing
true.
her teeth for the first time today.
Oh, dear. Is she going to like you telling us that?
What time of day? Like,
Oh, my
when
God.
should you brush your teeth?
Before I head off to work?
Yeah, I drink my coffee and have breakfast before I brush my teeth,
Yeah.
and then I brush my teeth, and then I come to work.
Yeah. I think that's
What about on Saturday? How do you do it differently?
whenever I wake up,
Yeah.
pretty much, because I don't know what the day holds. You know, the rest of it is very structured. And then sometimes when I wake up, it's at 5 in the morning because of the baby. And I have an excuse sometimes with the job. But if I wake my wife up on a Saturday morning when I don't have to go to work to get the baby, that is a bad marital decision.
Yep, I agree with you.
I'll tell you what, the roads here on 75, there's not many cars. There's literally 3 cars going south on 75 right now and about a dozen cars at most going north on 75 right outside of downtown Dallas. It seems like enough people have driven on the highway
With
that
the salt.
Yeah, that it doesn't look that bad.
My personal philosophy.
I'm not saying go out and start driving around, but
my philosophy was I drove mostly in on the highway because those streets are just significantly more salted than or brined than your just regular
turkey
street.
for Thanksgiving.
Yes. Just like a regular street where I feel like the conditions are probably worse there.
What do you think is going to happen tonight then? So now that has now turned into water. You're saying or dry? Is it dry or just kind of wet? You think?
Right now it's dry, but there was like a 3-hour period where it was coming down. So I think my concern is I think tomorrow is going to be bad because it's not going to get above freezing. And what's the problem we run into time and time again is I appreciate the hell out of everyone who goes out there to salt the streets. But if it doesn't ever get above freezing, is it refreezes. And then it feels like traction at times can be almost impossible. And so I am concerned about tomorrow.
All right. Well, you know what, Kevin? You know what they say.
What's that?
Oh, I don't know. I thought you would.
I thought you were going to go in the
really,
Garth Brooks song.
Yeah.
Tomorrow never comes.
Oh,
no
yeah,
dream
right.
is like a river.
I do
Something
like
that.
Garth Brooks. And they call the thing rodeo.
Mm-hmm. Those are 3 different
The
songs.
rodeo's
Nice
still
work.
going on, too, in Fort Worth.
Oh, my gosh.
Because, I mean, that's a big draw that has to kind of stink for these next few days.
Man, that is a great point. All right, so I put together a salary cap report for you guys,
this is
okay?
for Cuban. He loves salary caps.
Yeah, well, I kind of want to, I would love a shot as a capologist. I really, really would. Because the more, I'm going to ask Steven if I could like sit in with one of their meetings with the capologist and stuff. All right. So I'm sure you guys went over this. You saw the new cap for the NFL year, $224.6 million. And I know people immediately were like, oh, it's the highest it's ever been. What a great party. False. I think that cap is $30 million lower than what it should have been. All right.
Okay.
So I take you back to, I'm going to need a few years to describe to you. So give me just a minute.
I was going to say that's going to be a little bit of
No,
tough.
no.
Give you a couple of years on this.
And then I've got 3 Cowboys players as I want to know. You always ask, Corey, what are the switches to flip? I have the switches for you. Let me know if you want to flip for these particular players. All right. So the salary cap was $188.2 million in 2019. Obviously, would have remained the same. $198.2 million in 2022 would have remained the same. Now, I did some math at where the cap was trending beyond just that 1 year. If there's no COVID, I believe the cap would have gone up to $211.3 million in 2021. Instead, it was $182.5 million. Because remember,
down?
Yes, because they took a huge hit in 2020 off of revenues, right? And so by the time you got to last year, 2022, it went back up 10 million over 2020. Well, that's all fine and well, but that's way lower than it should have been if there was no COVID. I have the cap coming in at $224.6 million last year.
Okay.
And instead it was 208. So now you're down $16 million. But in the meantime, what did NFL teams do? NFL teams deferred benefits and other payouts. Otherwise, that cap in 2021 would have been way lower. So the agreement, I don't know how many people know this, the agreement in 2021 is we will not go below, I think it was $180 million. And they settled at 182.5. But the reason they made that deal is they're like, we're going to defer a whole bunch of stuff. Now, the things they deferred that count in all of this, performance-based play, Pro Bowl pay, tuition assistance, those are all things that are like, believe it or not, factored in to the salary cap and how they cut up the revenue. And what did you hear when the Dak contract got signed? It's okay because his contract is going to jump, but it's going to jump when all of the TV money comes in.
Right.
Do you know why they just announced the salary cap?
Because the TV money is about to come in?
Well, because not only the TV money came in, but they were still waiting for the Sunday ticket. Well, they secured that deal with YouTube and refactored all of their numbers. So now all of the TV money came in. The TV money should have bumped up the salary cap $30 million. So the cap right now is 224.8. If there's no COVID, I believe it should be at $254.6 million. So that's about $30 million high. It's actually 29.8. But just for purposes of moving this along, I think it should be $30 million higher. And guess what? You know another reason it's not higher? The revenue loss from that season is being spread out all the way to 2024.
Okay.
Here is why that's particularly relevant. If I've hit you with too many numbers, I apologize.
How do they spread out that loss, Kevin? Like that doesn't, for me, it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
They just go, we're going to tack this onto what our budget should have been, and we're just going to add, $20 million here, $20 million to that year.
So essentially what they do is the players argued for 48.8% of all revenue. It used to be 48. And I know you're like, ooh, 0.8%. That's a lot of damn money considering how much the NFL brings in. You could be talking about like $100 million, right? Okay, but that's all revenue. That's TV revenue, live gate revenue, merchandise revenue. And so when COVID hit in 2020, you lost a ton of live revenue. I get it. The NFL's fine without their live revenue, but it doesn't continue up the trajectory. That salary cap should have been moving up about $13 million per year. And instead, it went down and then it went up $10 million from where it was a couple years.
Okay.
So that's the problem, is they couldn't accelerate. And since they're still spreading out all the money they have to pay back, I don't think the 2024 cap is going to jump as much as people think either. Here's why that's problematic, not just for the Cowboys, but who cares about those other teams? Let's focus on the Cowboys. So this is the highest salary cap ever, and what happens? Cowboys are $7 million over the cap.
Stupid.
How can that be? Because Dak's salary cap jumps from $19.7 to $49.1 million next year. But think about it, Corey. Why do you think his cap number jumps about $30 million?
Because they were expecting the TV money
Exactly. Even in the aftermath of COVID, they thought they would make up all of that money. So that's the issue that the Cowboys run into. If you're frustrated about why they're 7.4 million over the cap, they should be 22 million under the cap is what they calculated at the time they did the Dak deal 2 years ago.
Dang. So it was, Kevin, what you're telling me then is that the Joneses had the most terrible timing in the history of sports twice with this contract.
Well, I think the other thing is, I think they did not appropriately. I have not done research on all the other caps for all the other teams. I do not think they appropriately factored in how hard it would be to overcome the COVID losses.
Yeah.
And either that or they didn't know the NFL was going to defer all these payments, right? Like maybe they thought everyone was going to get the shaft for the cap in 2021, but then it would quickly build back up. I don't think they knew that they were going to be like, hey, let's just flatten out the losses across like 4 years.
But not only, Kevin, did they not sign him to the $28 million contract when they had the chance.
Yep.
they gambled on him being a more expensive quarterback later.
Yep.
And then said, we'll defer those payments to later on when we hope that money comes in, and it didn't come in. And still, I mean, like, there are all these weird, like, how does that keep them from, adding other players here and there? How do they not have a better grasp of what what the salary cap's going to look like, and those things too, man? That is poor. That is bad. Is it bad luck or bad planning?
No, I personally think it's bad planning. There's a little bit of luck, so I'm going to try to turn their luck around with you guys. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Let's press our luck.
Okay, so check it out. You always ask, Corey, and I think this is a great question, and I believe it's Todd Archer who put this out, so props to him for that. Cowboys are $7.4 million over the cap. If you flip the switches on Dak, Michael Gallup, Zach Martin, and DeMarcus Lawrence, then you can be $45 million under the cap.
Okay, Dak on those 3 players, right?
But I gave you 4. Dak's non-negotiable because you can't get out of that one, so I think they're stuck there.
Okay,
so,
but it's just those 3 players.
Zach Martin, DeMarcus Lawrence, and Michael Gallup. You have to do what you have to do on Dak.
My question for you, okay, let's just presume that's going to – how much does Dak give us a loan? Do you have a number there?
I think I've done the number crunching from here, so I think that can get you about $25 million.
Okay, all right. Man, that's a significant number.
Just remember – go ahead.
So I guess my question then is on – I'm perfectly okay doing it with DeMarcus Lawrence too.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen a number of people say I kind of just want Michael Gallup to play out the contract and move on from him. Now, that could change next year, right? Like, that could change everybody's opinions next year as whether or not to keep him around a lot longer. But I guess my place of concern is the Michael Gallup contract based on his performance this year.
I'm glad that you said it. Let me start with Michael Gallup then. All right, Michael Gallup's playing for you in 2023 no matter what. Just accept it and move on. All right. So one more season. You want to get out of Michael Gallup after that? He's got a $6 million dead cap. You split that up over 2 years, $3 million per year. Not a bad deal. You can save $8.5 million.
Okay.
Or if you want to save the money now, you need to commit to him for 24 and maybe 25. That's the deal.
Yeah, I don't. That's tough because I don't know what kind of performer he's going to be in the next couple of years. I know what I had beforehand, and I honestly, Kevin, I wasn't signing him to that contract before. I was moving on, letting him go be a Jet or whatever he needed to go do. And then when they did it, I was like, all right, well, you got that guy. He's your second guy. But then when you saw him come off that injury this year, it was like, man, why do the Cowboys love what G-Bag has named the Blue Star Special so much? Why do we love to pay guys that have been injured and we say, you know what, you'll just be fine after that? That's frustrating to me. So I don't have an answer there. I know I will do Dak because that's just the cost of business. Like, you have to. I also, man, I'll totally do DeMarcus Lawrence too. Like, there's that guy there. You're getting effort. He is putting himself out there. You know, he's laying it all on the table for you. Every single.
Come on.
What?
I was with you until that very last one when you said he's laying all on the table. I think, okay, and you want to keep Zach Martin, right?
Yes.
Okay, come on.
Hall of Famer, sure.
You keep Zach Martin before you keep DeMarcus Lawrence, don't you?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah, I asked the question, Kevin, while you were out, how much more you can squeeze out of DeMarcus Lawrence's contract. Or just the player himself, because he played so well, and Mike was right. You got the best of DeMarcus Lawrence recently, not just as like all the pressure and everything, but his run defense as well. You got the best of those things because he wasn't the only guy on the defense. Okay. You had other people flying with him.
Okay, let me present you with the numbers for
Fly, Eagles, fly.
No. Okay, Mike. DeMarcus Lawrence is another one who has to play next year, and to quote Mike, deal with it. All right, but after that, Corey, I know you said you'd keep him, but here are your numbers for DeMarcus Lawrence. After this year, you can cut him with $9 million of dead cap. You split that up over the 2 years. It costs you $4.5 million per year. His cap hit is 16. You save $11.5 million if you get rid of DeMarcus Lawrence after this year. If you want more cap space now, you have to commit to him through at least 2024. Same thing with Gallup.
I can commit to him through 24.
Okay.
I'm probably not doing the same thing with Michael Gallup, though. I
Okay.
probably will do it with DeMarcus Lawrence because I think I can get a couple more years of real physical play out of him.
Okay, so you say yes to Dak. Well, Dak, I'm telling you, you pretty much have to. I can figure it out without him, but you're going to not have a lot
Is there
of
a
money.
manageable time when you can move on from him, Kevin?
Yes.
And then you're going to be, free of that. And because I want to go ahead and draft or add young quarterback to develop now.
Can I just throw this out, Kevin, since you're out? Jerry Jones is not cutthroat with the head coaches, and he's not cutthroat with the quarterbacks. Once he kind of is okay
You're
with
right.
one, I know that people keep going, if Dak doesn't do this, he's out. He's never been cutthroat with any quarterback. He's never been cutthroat with any head coach. So why all of a sudden is he now going to be cutthroat with, well, Dak only won 10 games and made it to the playoffs, I'm moving on. Or Mike McCarthy only won 10 games and made it to the playoffs, I'm moving on. Never in his life has he ever been cutthroat with those two positions.
Okay, so let's focus on what he just said and what somebody texted in. Why can't Dak's contract term be adjusted like DeMarcus Lawrence's was? DeMarcus Lawrence had to do that because he did a cost-benefit analysis. Do you think if Dak Prescott was cut free, I mean, I know it wouldn't happen like that. Why would Dak Prescott do that? He could still absolutely get $40 million. Even if I don't think it's the best idea, I think DeMarcus Lawrence looked at it from a simple dollars and cents point of view. But, Corey, you asked. Here's a bold way you can go if you want on Dak.
I like bold.
You can cut him or trade him if you want after this year. Here's how it would go. It's a $40 million dead cap hit. Now, if you want to trade him, you can lower that number, but believe it or not, it's not by as much as you might think. Then it's $20 million per year. But Dak also counts against the 2024 cap, $52 million. So then my question is, do you have a rookie? Because if you find a rookie in the second round or third round or whatever this year, you can save money if that rookie's good by straight up cutting Dak. That's a big, ginormous if in terms of what Mike said about we don't cut quarterbacks. I don't think we're going to draft a quarterback in the second or third round. So that's a lot of ifs. But I'm saying you could move on from Dak after this year if you do a good job of developing a quarterback, or you could say, I'm going to see if I can get Derek Carr or whoever, and I can probably manage the salary cap if you trade Dak with all of that going.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to find, and I'm sorry, I'm looking at the clock right now. If you're trying to figure a way out to do that, Kevin, a good team, one of the good teams is sitting there looking at it going, how do we acquire the assets?
Yeah.
To put us in position to add a quarterback, but also keep our team in good shape. And then whenever that time does come, our money is invested in the big-time Micahs and those guys, not the quarterback.
And just one more quick issue for you guys is let's say you do want to do that. You do want to trade or move on from Dak. Here's the bad news about that. Remember when I told you Todd Archer said you can have $45 million in space? Now you're down to about $13 to $17 million of space because you can't restructure Dak's contract.
Stupid.
I know. So there's a lot of tough choices.
Let's get rid of the cap, Kevin. What about that? Why don't we just get rid of the salary cap?
I mean, we have one of the people who started the cap, so I don't know if that's going to happen. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you guys rocking and being really interested along the way. Coming up next, it's time for the lunch rush and the expressway. We will do Mike Likes It, of course, but also the combo platter. It's National Hobby Month. Give us a sports or weather opinion. And then, what is your favorite hobby? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Listen. Stream the
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Franklin Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when they hurt you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. The consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Even on a tough weather day, the Mavericks are listening. It might have been because I accidentally renamed the station 105.3 The Mavs for half a second. And Josh Green's like, I want to get involved in your conversation. So it looks like hopefully at some point in this hour, we will now have Josh Green on as part of our uninterrupted content. And we start with this. It's the combo platter. It's National Hobby Month. Today is the last day of January. So the last day of National Hobby Month. So give us a sports or weather opinion and tell us your favorite hobby.
From the 720, Kevin, hearing all these people on the radio say the big game makes me realize you guys were right all along, and Kevin's been saying the wrong as a violation. So
did they even star out Super Bowl in that text?
You dump that, Joey.
No, you do not.
That.
You do not dump
it is
that.
The big game.
That is if you're doing a commercial. Hey, Emmett Smith here. If you need a big crunch for the big game, like that's what they do. We're in regular content. Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl.
If you need a big crunch for the big game.
No. Like you need a big chip like Doritos. Like I don't know what they're selling right there.
Man, I can't wait to have maybe Emmett Smith one day on our show so he can deliver that line for us. Do you think we could ever get him on the show, Kevin?
You know what? I say we do it in the next 2 weeks or we just stop doing radio.
Yeah, all right. Deal. Hey, man. I like what you're saying there. I like what you're saying there.
We're gonna be in so much trouble.
Yeah, during big game radio.
No, it's the Super Bowl. All right, Corey.
Well, Mike, I'm going to let him be alone on that one.
Okay.
Because I don't want to get in trouble with him.
That's fine. That is fine.
So you said we can have hobby hot takes, or we can have weather hot takes.
No, sports or weather. I need a sports or weather opinion, and then your favorite hobby.
Corey, would you like for me to start while you
go
think
ahead,
about
Mike.
it?
Yeah, I wonder what this is going to be about.
I had this hot take before on, one of these things, and I'm going to stick with it. But this was a month ago, but I'm going to repeat it. I do not think the Mavs make a trade. I know there's 10 days left till the trade deadline. I do not think they make a trade. I just don't think anybody wants anything they have. And if they want something, then the Mavs ask for Giannis or Jokic. And they're like, we're not giving you Jokic for Dorian Finney-Smith. We're sorry. And they're like, well, I mean, your loss. We get to keep Dodo. And Dodo's a solid player. But I don't think they're going to make a trade. I think we're going to get to the deadline, and it's going to stay as is. And I think this team is going to be, I will still think this, they're going to be in the play-in and not make the real playoffs. So they're going to play in the one-game do-or-die situation, and I think they could, I just don't think they're going to be in the real playoffs this year. I don't think that's going to really matter too much to the future of the Mavs, and Mark Cuban be upset about that. I think it is what it is. Hobby hot take. Obviously, I think I like sports cards. So that's my major hobby.
What are you collecting right now, Mike?
I'm still pretty big on Bobby Witt Jr. right now. I've been buying quite a bit of his cards. I did buy a pretty big Patrick Mahomes rookie card before the playoffs started. So those are kind of the two players right now that I've been buying the most of is Bobby Witt Jr. And I like Luka cards, but they're so expensive. I know he's not winning anything. That's the tough thing about Luka if in the hobby that I do. Hey, Luka and his cards. I'm like, dude, good luck with guys that never win in the NBA and their cards being super valuable at the end of their career.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go with weather take, Kevin, instead of sports take on this day. I think that this type of weather is stupid, and it's the worst. Look, I can look outside in 115-degree heat and be like, it's too hot to get in the pool. But I also don't feel miserable when I look outside, And and you know what I know is going to happen after this is all said and done with? Everything's going to be drippy, soppy, wet, and muddy, and it won't dry up for 3 months because the sun, won't really hit until June. All right, so it's just going to be, and then you're going to find some bowl or some saucer that you accidentally left outside that's full of water, and you're like, where did this water come from? oh yeah, the stupid ice storm that we had a couple months ago, and then there's mosquitoes growing in it because that's what happens with mosquito larvae. So yeah, I think this is the dumbest weather, and anybody who's out there talking about how Texans, I appreciated what you said, Kevin. There's not a single person out there talking trash about Texans right now and this whole ice situation that we're dealing with that could handle a summer in Texas and be able to live like that.
Can I give you my example of that? One of the last times, it was probably 2 times ago, when I was up in Chicago, I went to a White Sox game. I had a long sleeve t-shirt on and it was 80 degrees. One of my cousins goes, "Aren't you dying in that?" And I thought, what? And his son goes, "Dad, he's fine. What is it where you live right now?" And I was like, let's see. It's 103 degrees.
Yes.
So I was like, I'm fine. And he goes, "Oh man, I would die in a long sleeve shirt at 80 degrees. And I was like, well, see, that's the difference.
I don't even want to step out. I love being barefoot, all right? And I can't go barefoot outside on ice right now. You know what that's going to do to my feet? It's going to give me death, all right? And I'm not looking for death on today. My hobby.
It won't death you. It will just make your feet messed up.
Uh-huh.
It'll give you frostbite.
Like Mr. Deeds.
So it'll kill my feet, huh?
Yeah, but not your whole body.
So it'll death me. It'll death part of my body is what I'm saying.
Part of your body will die, but
What
not
a
your
weird,
whole body.
What a weird way to put all of this.
As for hobbies,
Mm-hmm.
I do like to do some carpentry.
I thought video games for you.
Video games are a lot of fun. Me and my buddies get along with some video games for sure. But yeah, me and my dad we've made some cutting boards. I got some cutting boards that are really awesome. I've built some things with him, tables and stuff like that I really enjoy. And I have found, I think my grandparents were at a point where we're probably about to sell their house. And I get this is actually a joy for me. I get to go into the house now and update things and be the handyman around there. And I'm kind of looking forward to it. Whenever they needed me to do stuff, I lived with them for a little bit. Whenever they needed some stuff, I was always willing to, help paint part of their house and stuff. So that is kind of a hobby for me that I do enjoy part of that. So it's a lot of fun. I've gotten more into cards because of you guys, but I'm not nearly as in deep as you guys absolutely are.
877-881-1053. This one hurts my feelings. From the 214, the NFL is rigged. And my hobby is being Kevin's nemesis.
That is a good
That
hobby.
person does listen a lot, and I really appreciate that. From the 817, wow, this is a bold weather opinion. This weather is awesome because my 4x4 always pays off. And my hobby, I wonder how many people are just like this part. My hobby is secretly hating the Cowboys, but acting upset over the last 25 years. Hold on. So they don't like the Cowboys, but they pretend. They're like, "Oh, can you get rid of Amari Cooper? What are we doing?" And they're like, "Good. I'm glad." That's
a weird
what they
place
did.
to be. That's a weird space to be in, is to secretly hate the team, but also act that way. Are you just trolling? Because am I wrong, Mike? You worked with Dawson for a long time. Was he one of those guys that would go troll on message boards and just laugh about it sometimes?
I think he's admitted to doing that, but I don't think it was with the Cowboys.
Okay, all right. But
he
even
was in his
still-
olden days with the covering the Blazers. I think he's talked about that, but
we need to do more of that.
Yeah, now the segment I want to do is what. Maybe we'll do this tomorrow. What fan base would you troll then? Based off of that text. Think about that, Corey. We can do that tomorrow. What fan base would you troll on the message boards and stuff? For me,
and I'm getting close to not loving any teams anymore.
Okay, yeah.
Because the Cowboys, I don't love anymore. I still like them. They're my team. The Rangers, I like, but I played Major League Baseball. It's weird to it's hey man, you guys do good, fine, no problem. I also kind of root for this team and that team, and it's not a big deal if they win or lose. And now I'm getting to the point with the Mavs. I'm I don't know how I can keep rooting for this if it's going to be run this way.
Interesting, man. I'm sorry about that because if that happens, all you'll have left is Team USA baseball, because
oh yeah,
you got a bronze medal with them.
Yeah, but I'll still be I'm excited to watch Team USA, but I'm excited to watch the whole thing. If Team USA loses and it's the Dominican versus Japan in the finals, I'll be excited to watch that.
Okay, part of this text is accurate. I do not believe the second part is factually accurate, though. You know what? I remember a Mike Likes It where maybe you did say something like this.
What did I say?
From the 720, Mahomes will destroy the Eagles, and their hobby, ever since Mike recommended it, my hobby has been LSD. I don't think you
How's it going?
Do you remember that, right, Corey?
I watched the documentary on it.
Mike said he wanted to do it, but only if it was in a doctor-safe environment.
Doctor supervision, like in a hospital.
Yeah, not one of those. Like he didn't want to do it where in a place where like his kidney could get taken or something like that, because we haven't created 3D printing kidneys.
Yeah,
yet,
and I don't want to go to Deep Ellum and get LSD down there. I don't know if it's good LSD.
Yeah, nobody knows that hasn't done it like that. So yeah, I mean, I don't know that you recommended it per se,
Let's
Mike.
say
but
you did
had
not.
You had lots of questions and you wanted to know more about it, and I
Yeah.
appreciated that.
How's the LSD thing going?
Yeah.
Is it a positive or negative?
Why are you laughing, Kevin? This
Yeah.
is a serious life update
I'm
for a lot
sorry.
of people,
You're
man.
right.
Yeah, the dude's taking up a hobby of doing, or the woman's taking up a hobby of doing LSD, and you're laughing in their face.
No, I'm
What if
laughing.
it's changed their lives?
I think I'm laughing at the boldness of which Mike, like, you can tell when Mike is actually like really excited about something, there's no doubt about it. You could tell he is 1,000,000% invested in if you are actually doing LSD, and he's like, hey, let me know what you've learned, because he's still not ruled out the possibility of maybe
I forgot. Now I'm
microdosing.
interested again. I forgot about the LSD thing I talked about.
So
from the 214 opinion, if Kellen Moore was the problem, why didn't McCarthy start calling plays earlier in the season? And their hobby is guitar playing and singing. Their new hobby is hating while acting like they like the Cowboys. So yeah, that's still a consistent hobby. I guess I have taken up the hobby of also playing guitar and singing with the band. Everything's going well, by the way.
Are you guys going to have a show?
We're planning a barbecue in April where we're going to invite some friends and family over to watch us play for the first time. And if they say, you guys suck, then we will never play again. Or we'll get better from the hate.
Okay. Very interesting. Very interesting.
But I think we're good.
Okay.
I also think this show's good. What does that tell you, Kevin?
You're overconfident.
See? I'm telling you. I know you guys are way different, but level of attention and concentration sometimes just a little bit reminds me of Jerry Jones, because there's sometimes you ask a question and he's like, I'm going to answer your question with a story about when I grew up. And you're like, what? And then there are other times if, like, let's say you bring up some report that some governmental group did, and he's like, ba-bam! I am ready to talk about that. It's the same thing with Mike. And he was like immediately like, it means you're overconfident. So he was ready for that. And my weather opinion is going to be, and Mike,
weather opinions.
Yeah, that's right. Mike, you brought this up earlier, is I think right now the roads, like I can just speak on the roads between Garland and Dallas because that's what I dealt with. So if you're in any of those general areas, are certainly manageable if you use common sense driving.
Yes.
Don't be on your phone. Don't be going 50 miles an hour or whatever. If you want to pass somebody, do it with caution as opposed to driving on dry roads. Maybe you feel like a little bit more emboldened to go around a person. Just be careful.
To your point, I just watched a person go from the right lane to the left lane. A lot of water sloshing up when he did that, or she did that. When you're just in one lane, there's not much precipitation at all coming off the tires, right? It looks like it's dry if you just kind of stay in that one lane.
Or find the ruts if you're driving. That's another good thing. If you find the ruts and stick with it, there's not enough people on the road to get mad about where you are.
Yep.
And then what do you think is my favorite hobby?
Either Legos or cards.
Those are the two options. I think in this moment, I'm favoring one a tiny bit over the other.
Cards have gone down a lot.
Yeah, and plus you were at the
Legos.
house, so you had time to build Legos.
That's true.
You
And Kevin,
coughed all on them. You diseased those Legos.
do you have a man cave at your house, Kevin?
Yes, I do. And in fact, Corey, if I can Comrex this thing up tomorrow and you got to do it near the router, it is in the guest bedroom / Kevin room. All of my Legos are in there. Some of them are mounted to the wall. It's a whole, it's a scene. So I think I'm going to give a slight advantage to Lego building because it's something my whole family gets involved in. Like Brandon loves collecting cards, but my wife is not like super big on cards. She'll listen to my stories because she's a lovely lady. But Legos, she'll get involved too. Like she wants to build them. Brandon wants to build them. I want to build them. So I think slight edge to Lego building as my hobby of preference.
Well, you know what? How many guys do you think you can get in that man cave, Kevin?
I mean, we could do the whole show in there, 100%.
Wow! All of us could get in there.
Wouldn't that defeat the purpose of you not driving? If you're like, I can't drive to the studio, but I'm gonna drive over to Kevin's house.
Yeah, I guess so. You know, you got a really interesting point. The other night, Adrian came home, and me and Carter, I was playing the guitar in the living room, and he was playing the piano. And we were like playing real songs together, and it was a lot of fun. And Lucy was dancing around the house. And so maybe that's it, man. Maybe that's the one that brings me the most joy, is being able to do that with the kids and have some fun. Avery was out with friends.
So it looks like people on Twitch are talking about your Legos.
Okay.
And they're not bringing this up, but they're kind of saying, you know, Noah's going to destroy your Lego kingdom when he grows up. But what I'm wondering is are you concerned or worried once Noah can move around and crawl and walk and not know the difference between a Jello and a Lego, that you're going to have to be a lot more careful with all your Legos?
We have started to make some of those considerations because he's not crawling yet, but he's like trying to get the motion together. So I have no idea how he'll be able to read in like 8 months. And so one of the most difficult Lego things I ever built was the International Space Station. If that breaks, I might cry because it was so hard to put together. We have already moved that to an unattainable shelf. And like I said, in my guest room, a lot of my Legos, that was one of the things my wife did as a present, are mounted to and coming out of the wall. And so that will be, it will be impossible for Noah to reach. And I wanted to read this one, because it ties into something we've been talking about throughout the day, and then something we talked about last week.
The big game.
No. From the 469 weather/sports opinion, Mavs will shock everyone in the playoffs come rain, sleet, or sun. Their favorite hobby? Watching MILF Manor. One of the guys hooked up with his best friend's mom on episode 3. I stopped watching.
No, I'm
neither.
not watching.
What happened
you're
in
doing,
episode 3?
You're doing wrong things by watching that.
Joey, are you watching MILF Manor?
Absolutely not.
Okay, good. I was a little worried about that.
Yeah, it was rough. Episode 1.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now it's time for a little Mike Likes It.
All
And
right,
maybe
so-
some Josh Green soon.
Yeah, hopefully Josh Green joins us in a little bit, but I have a few kind of questions based on sports in general. And
Okay.
you can take it to any sport here. The three major sports for me, football, basketball, and baseball, is last night Lucas scores 53. There's an article out on MLB.com about 40-40, which has happened 4 times in the history of baseball. And I'm wondering to you, what stat do you really still care about? And you look at somebody and go, that stat means a lot to me. That means that guy's a great player, and that is a stat I still care about or want to see.
I feel like, yeah, this is a great question. One of my stats is...
Because 53 doesn't really do it for me anymore.
I think the stat that immediately jumps to mind is I still care a lot about ERA. Because
I do too.
I know people factor out batting average, because you can go with OPS and OPS plus and everything like that. And I know you can look at WHIP or any number of different metrics, but I still think ERA matters a lot.
I probably over care about that. I would say that 3-point percentage is a massive stat in basketball for me, because that's where the game's gone. Like, it's not the same game that we grew up watching, where Kawhi's 2-pointers matter, even though they actually in fact do. But I think ERA now, I guess I'm going for like completion percentage and catch percentage, because as like numbers can be big, but I want efficiency. I want, whenever you do get it, what are you doing with it? And so that's where I think ERA is definitely a number that I'm like, I may overhype a little bit. Batting average, Mike, you know how I feel about getting runners on base. But that, you can have a guy who has a really good batting average that doesn't hit for any power. So you do kind of have to include that a little bit, but the power numbers don't overdo it for me. It does always go back to batting average a little bit.
Yeah, I like the baseball stats. I think have always meant more in the history of sports than other stats, because here we are. LeBron is about to pass Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Now he's dealing with an ankle, so I don't know, how many games he's going to play up to the All-Star break, but he's within 3 to 5 games of breaking the record and becoming the all-time scoring leader. But I don't know. I know in a weird way, Bonds obviously broke it off of me, Hank Aaron's record, and it's tainted now. But going up to that moment, like when Barry Bonds got to 750, help me out if I'm wrong here. Maybe it's because I was playing at the time. It was a major deal that he was getting closer and closer to being the home run king. Do you feel right now that it's a major, major deal that LeBron is getting closer to breaking Kareem's record?
No, because every time it gets updated or somebody mentions it, I realize I forgot about it. Like there was no time when I forgot about Barry Bonds. Even if I don't agree with all the things, there's no time I was like, oh yeah, what's he at? 730, 740?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how close, what's LeBron, like 150 points
I think
away?
he's 117 last I looked.
Yeah, and I don't keep track of that.
Okay, here's another thing with that, though. And as hated as Barry Bonds could have been, I don't think he's as universally hated as LeBron is. Like, LeBron he has a bigger audience of hate, at least social media-wise, in my opinion. The other thing, too, though, is I guess he was trying to catch up to Hank Aaron in this kind of world of things, but, like, LeBron and Michael Jordan. And nobody will, and like the old heads will always say, well, it's Michael Jordan. It's never going to be LeBron. So no matter what number he gets, it's just, oh, whatever, dude. You did it for so long. You did all these things. It's just that. So I still think that people want to hate LeBron James and just always will peg him below Michael Jordan. And that's the reason maybe that it's not as big of a deal. Or maybe it's just because people don't love the NBA as much either.
And I know LeBron can't help this, but Bobby Portis put out a tweet that made me think about this, because you kind of forget this, is Kareem couldn't play basketball his freshman year. They didn't allow freshmen to play basketball in college his freshman year. Then he went all 3 years and averaged like 30-something points and won 3 national championships sophomore through senior year. And Bobby Portis was saying, can you imagine if Kareem would have came into the NBA at 18 years old and given him 4 more years of most likely complete and total health like he had at UCLA? So he's averaging 30 points a game for another 4 years where the record would be. But back then, no three-point line. He only shot 1 3-pointer his whole NBA career, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Wow. Did he make it?
I don't think so.
Oh.
But it's just interesting.
Corey's really invested on that.
With just stats and what goes on there. Do we have a phone call or no?
I think
you're getting
we're no.
Okay. So I'm looking at baseball, and there was an article on the 40-40 situation, and I do think that Bobby Witt Jr. has a great chance to get something like that. They also put Julio Rodriguez as a guy who has the ability to do that. And obviously now with the new rules, you can only pick over twice. The bases are a little bit closer, and by inches that they're closer. It's not by a lot, but they are a little bit closer. You can only pick so many times, so it gives you a better chance of stealing bases. I'm just wondering, I don't see 50 as a big deal for Luka, because when Luka was out, this is a one-man offense. Dinwiddie scored 35 and 36 points. Now, I get, Dinwiddie scoring 50 is probably close to impossible, but it's the whole offense in the NBA is now, can one guy score 80 points in a game? And he'll probably fall short and score 40 a game. That's it's just weird to me now that 40 isn't a big deal. He had 40. Who cares? Everybody has 40 every night that's a good player.
It's really interesting how many of these responses have focused in on baseball. I know I said baseball, and Corey was talking about that too. It doesn't have to be baseball, but I see it from the 817 ERA is complete games. Complete games I see because you look back in the 60s and 70s. I get it obviously happened before then too. There was a time when if you don't pitch all 9 innings, you might as well get cut that moment.
Yeah.
But still you see times in the 60s, 70s where it's if you don't have 20 complete games or whatever, what are you even doing pitching in Major League Baseball? You're a
what do you think the most career complete games is?
In a season or for a career?
Well, he did say career complete games.
550.
I'll say 400.
749 by Cy Young.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Followed up by 646 by Pud Galvin. By the way, Yeah, Pud Galvin. The top
Not enough kids are named Pud, are they?
Mike, the top 15, complete games list, all right-handers. I just thought that was an interesting little addition to that.
How many did you say for Cy Young?
749 at 7,356 innings pitched.
He started 815 games. So like there was a handful there where they're like, he might have had the flu or something. But other than that, he's pitching a complete game.
But for the 40-40 deal, I didn't realize there were only 4 guys the other day talking to Derek Holland. I thought there were a few more. I thought there were 7 or 8. Not like I thought there were 20, but I was like, man. But with the new rules, would you look at, let's just say, I'm hoping this happens. Let's just say Bobby Witt Jr. has a 40-40 year this year for the Kansas City Royals, which it's very tough to hit home runs in Kansas City, which I think he could fall short of the home runs more than the stolen bases.
Canseco, first one to get that, yes?
I believe so. So you have Canseco, A-Rod, Alfonso Soriano, and I'm drawing a blank on
Bonds do it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure, but Canseco, A-Rod, and Soriano.
Canseco, Bonds, Rodriguez, and Soriano.
Yeah, so those are the 4 in the history. Do you find that as a historical season? If that happens this year, would you be like, oh my God, that's a historical season?
I don't think I care enough. I get your question. I don't think I care.
I know, it's interesting because there's a big article on it, and I'm like, I wonder how many people actually care about a 40-40 year.
Yeah.
You know, because it used to be, well, there would be 40 guys with 40 stolen bases in the league, and there would be, I don't know, let's say 5 guys maybe that would have 40 home runs, you know. But you're just like stolen bases. Hey, but now getting 40 stolen bases, you might lead the league in stolen bases. So I was wondering, football-wise, I don't know. There's so many things that Tom Brady holds, but I don't really look at his records of yards or completions or touchdowns as a big deal. I look at his Super Bowls.
Yeah. There are about 10 other occasions when there were like near misses of 40-40.
Yeah.
Bobby Bonds twice, once for the Giants, once for the Angels. He missed home runs by a total of 4 home runs. And then the most recent is Acuna, who had 41 home runs and 37 stolen bases.
And he got hurt right at the end of the year, or he would have easily got it. All right, so now I have a question for Kevin. Corey had a question for you where I left out Kevin. Now I'm leaving you out.
Dear.
But I think you're going to like this question, Corey. I was watching a comedian the other night on Netflix.
Oh, Mike, I'm pretty sure today there's a new Nate Bargatze special on Amazon.
Really? Okay.
See you later.
I think so. Sorry, I know that's not your question.
No.
Go ahead.
That's a good. That's something that I can watch. I'll try to watch that instead of the Mavs. Is this guy was talking about? He's like, I have problems in my life, this and that. He's using comedy to kind of talk about his issues.
Yeah.
And he said his therapist asked him one time, "Would you rather be right or happy?"
Oh, man.
And he said that was such a tough question.
It hurts.
And I know that I think they both, if you're right, if you know you're right, I think that does give you happiness. But if you took out the happiness with being right, would you rather be right or would you rather be happy?
I would 100% rather be happy.
Lies.
No. Hold on. No. Hear me out. I don't know if that's achievable without the first one. And so, I actually talked with Gavin Dawson about this a couple weeks ago. I have a lot of flaws, One of my
all do.
Sure. One of my major flaws, I feel like it's a good thing I at least know what my flaws are. So I'm like, hopefully not a sociopath. One of my major flaws, and I was talking to Dawson about this, is I run into times when I can't just be right. I need you to know and acknowledge that I'm right. And that is not a good personality trait. Like, who cares? What's the point? Like, if you're right, you're right. Otherwise, why are you like potentially ruining a friendship or whatever because you have to prove you're right? I shouldn't say hate. I very much dislike that aspect of my personality. So that's why I say, Corey, I'd rather be happy. I just don't know if I have that in me. But if I could, hell yeah, I would rather be happy all the time. I struggle with all kinds of issues because of the flaws that I don't know how to overcome, hence why the talking doctor.
I told Mike yesterday almost the exact answer you just gave, Kevin. I was like, I've known this guy for a very long time, and that's just kind of how I feel about it. But I think we made a very strong concession on this show a long time ago, is does being right matter? And like, does arguing radio really count? Like, does the audience like that? And I think we made the decision of, I think let's just be more entertaining than being right. Let's be correct about some of the facts, but let's be more entertaining in our discussion.
Because you want the shine to be on your show, not like the one of the discussions Corey and I had was like, hey, if you win, who does that make look good? You. Like, so we try to help the whole show win. That's a great question, Mike, and I will readily admit that is an aspect of my personality.
I thought of you during that question. On like, I wonder how Kevin deals with that question if a therapist asked him that question.
What are other times that you think of Kevin, Mike?
I don't know.
You can get back to us on that. Believe it or not, I swear, I actually did talk 2 weeks ago with my talking doctor about that exact thing. About like, I don't know why I do this.
Mike knows your talking doctor, and he's giving him information on you.
He had a lot of insight about why that is. One of his main concerns is like, because your dad will never be there to give you the validation that you wanted all along. And I was like, that's a good ass point.
I'll be there for you.
Thank you, Corey. We're the KNC masterpiece.
Like Michael Jackson.
Right here. Oh, my God. What?
He did that song.
Man. Well, Josh Green was probably going to be on the show. Not anymore. Not anymore. He's like, I heard that. Coming up next is time for the C Block starring Corey Majors. Good luck.
Well, it could be Josh Green. It could also be some Senior Bowl questions we'll get into next.
At 105.3 The Fan, we love a Tolo.
Fan. Tolo, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
All right, guys. So we'll keep an ear out for potential guests that are going to be on the show. We'll see what goes on there.
And by the way, if you're interested in school closings, those are going to start to come down. Garland ISD, which is notoriously slow on this, has canceled school tomorrow.
Did they canceled school today?
Yep.
When? Yesterday or
yesterday at 4 o'clock, and they promised they would have a decision by 4 today. And I just got word school's canceled.
Man, that's impressive, though, for Garland.
It really is.
I've lived in Garland. I know how long it takes to do things there.
All the percentages have gone down on precipitation later this afternoon.
Wow.
So it doesn't mean it won't. It's just gone from more like 50% down to 25 to 30%.
I still think the refreeze is going to be.
By the way, we might have a former Garland basketball player on with his son here pretty soon. His name is Trey Johnson, the number one junior in the nation.
I was
going to say
Mookie
Highlands High School. Okay, Mookie Blaylock. It's I'm sorry, but it's Trey Johnson's father.
Okay, very cool.
But he plays at Lake Highlands. And he's the number one high school junior in the nation.
In the country.
Yes.
That would be cool.
Are you excited about that, Kevin?
Yeah,
you seem very like.
I can talk about recruiting process, NIL, training to possibly kind of play NBA basketball versus, there's a whole bunch of G League stuff versus going to college. I mean, I think there's a whole bunch when you're talking to a player of that caliber.
Yeah, absolutely. We were lucky enough at the paper. I got to cover lots of people who turn out to be pros as Kyler Murray, Julius Randle, Marcus Smart, time and time again.
Keenan Robinson.
Yes, Keenan Robinson is right. But you would get excited for the matchups against Myles Garrett. I went out to an Allen scrimmage because they were going up against the Fighting Myles Garretts. Sorry, Arlington ISD, I know what's up. And so I was like, holy F, this kid is awesome. And so you get excited for greatness that's in your backyard. I think you'd be excited. Someday that kid takes off and you're like, yeah, no, I saw him play in high school.
All right, guys. I wanted to get into some Senior Bowl questions. These are on NFL.com, but I think this is a good time to do it. You know why? Senior Bowl practices start today at 1:30, I believe, on the NFL Network. You can check them out, and they go through Thursday. So actually, I'm sorry, it's 12:30. So they've already started, and they go through Thursday, and then the game is going to be on Saturday. Now, for significance there, the Cowboys typically pick somebody they saw in the Senior
Bowl. Right.
They love themselves some Senior Bowl, and I bet Broadus is going to have, or if he hasn't already, has a list, and if not, I bet Bobby has a list of players they've drafted that they've seen at Senior Bowl that they were like, oh man, that's a guy that we're going to take. So keep an eye on some players and some players you might want at certain positions to know what's going on there. But yeah, again, check it out if you want to on NFL Network and NFL Plus. You can watch all the practices if you have one of those subscriptions. The first question, and I think this is significant if you are in the camp that having another backup quarterback isn't a bad idea. And are we bringing Cooper Rush back? Guarantee? Do you guys want him back?
I can't guarantee it, but I think they're going to try. It just might get too. Same thing with Donovan Wilson. It just might get too rich for them.
Mike, would you rather have Cooper Rush come back or draft and start grooming and cropping one?
Well, my true answer is both. I do agree with the Ron Wolf philosophy in Green Bay, even though they had Brett Favre. Let's just keep drafting quarterbacks here and there, and then if they end up looking really good in preseason, you trade them for higher picks than you took them, whether it's Mark Brunell, whether it's Aaron Brooks. They just kept taking quarterbacks in the draft somewhere between kind of rounds 3 through 7. And then they would look good in preseason, or if they had to fill in a game or two, they're like, look, we're still going with Brett Favre. And then New Orleans would say, well, how about a second-round pick for Aaron Brooks? And they're like, all right, we'll turn it into a second-round pick, and in the 4th round, we're going to take another quarterback. So I do like that philosophy, but the Cowboys don't, right? They're the history of Jerry Jones. He could care less about quarterbacks in the draft.
Yeah, you're right.
So I'm pretty sure you're going to bring back Cooper Rush and not draft a quarterback.
All right, now what I like about this is there are lots of options to look at. Some of these guys go all over the board. Kevin, the other day we were having a discussion about we did kind of do a mock draft board kind of idea. We went through that a little bit.
Okay.
There's a linebacker from Arkansas I want you to take a look at.
Okay.
Bucky Brooks just came out with a new mock draft. I bet
There you go.
Kevin wants to know who the Cowboys are taking.
Mike, send that to me. We'll do that tomorrow during the
all
C
over
block. The one name that kept popping up
By
yesterday.
the way, is just real quick. Is that linebacker Drew Sanders?
Yeah.
Or am I okay?
Yes. The one name that kept popping up though was Hendon Hooker. Obviously, the year that he had with Tennessee this year. Obviously, he has the ACL tear that ended his season, and he will not be able to participate. He's on the Senior Bowl roster, but not able to participate because he's healing from that. You have Tyson Bagent from Shepherd, Malik Cunningham from Louisville, Max Saw from TCU, Jake Hayner from Fresno State, Jaron Hall out of BYU, and Clayton Tune out of Houston. That's this year's quarterback crop. And an NFL scout said, "Is there one you'd bang the table for? I don't know. I don't know. You have a clear-cut starter projection right now, but that could change." And obviously, seeing how a guy like commands the huddle, commands the offense, like they don't know everything, but how do they go up to the line and get everybody started and get like that's how Baker Mayfield moved up. You go back and watch Baker Mayfield. He steps off the plane late for the Senior Bowl, walks up, and everybody's like, can't wait to see what this guy does. Commands the offense, and then all of a sudden the Browns are like, man, this dude's rocketing up the board for us right now. So this is a really good opportunity for some of that to happen. Who do you think, Kevin, because you're a big college football guy.
Yeah.
Out of those guys, is Hendon Hooker one of those guys you're really interested in like later on?
I like Hendon Hooker. There's a couple of things to consider right there is – I don't know if I should fairly judge it like this, but he is coming off an injury, one. Also, his Tennessee team beat the brakes off of Clemson without him in that bowl game. And then also, he's already 25.
Yeah.
Like, again, those are just things to consider. I do think Hendon Hooker is very, very good. I like him better than Max Duggan. Like, I'm sorry to the TCU folk. I'm not trying to run him down or anything, but I would take Hooker over Duggan for sure.
Would you take him over Stetson Bennett?
They could take Stetson Bennett to jail.
All right, this is. I'm going to skip question 2.
Did he go to jail or?
Probably not. I just, it's just.
He was arrested.
I know.
Here.
Yeah, but I don't know if he actually like went to jail or Stetson Bennett III bailed him out or whatever.
Is he the fourth?
Yes, he is.
The second question was about tight ends, and I think we're solid at tight end right now. So
Okay.
I'm not really interested in that. I'm sure that's going to be a player at some point in the draft because it could push other players down to you because tight ends might be of interest for other people. But number 3 is something that I'm a little concerned about. Is
Okay.
it a down year at wide receiver? And like I'm starting to see people already say this, and it's starting to concern me a little bit because we've had lots of very deep wide receiver drafts over the last 3 years now, where the talent level is pretty elite. So they say among the buzziest names coming in this week, SMU's Rashee Rice, Virginia's Dontavion Wicks, Ole Miss's Jonathan Mingo, and Nebraska's Trey Palmer, and Princeton's Andre Iosiavas. So I don't even know if I said that right, but there are lots of names.
Wrong.
Yeah, it all sounded wrong as I was saying it. That's
so
for sure. Rude. Wicks entered this season as a dark horse top 50 prospect, and he had some impressive skills. He had 1,203 yards and 9 touchdowns in 2021. And then there's some other names in there, but I'm like Christian Watson was a guy who he was a guy that you got eyeballs on, and then you were like, oh, are you pairing that guy up with Aaron Rodgers? Like that became a big deal, and they did team up for some pretty special games this year. It's just not quite as deep in this range as I'm looking at yet, but that could change a lot here in the next few weeks and months.
So we need to scout wide receivers harder to see if reality meets just the general thoughts so far?
Yeah, I mean, with the Cowboys too, Kevin. Like Mike and I've been talking about this a lot. What are you doing if you don't? If Jalen Tolbert doesn't work out, Jalen Tolbert's a big mystery for us right now. And you're like, because the guy that I saw on film last year, I liked a lot, but I don't know what to think because the Cowboys couldn't get him on the field for whatever reason. Which running backs can improve their stocks the most? I don't think, Kevin, you're going to see Bijan. All right,
he's not a senior though, is he?
Yeah, he is not.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why that you're not going to see that guy. But you're seeing a lot of different running backs names. Here are some names that have popped up out of the Senior Bowl over the last few. You got Brian Robinson Jr. Have you ever heard of him, Kevin?
Yes.
He was shot. I don't know if you know this. And then the NFL would not allow him to be comeback player of the year despite being shot at one point and then playing again in the NFL.
Look, I thought that was an incredible story. I really did.
Yeah. So you had Brian Robinson Jr., Rashad White, who was very good for Tampa Bay this year, Damian Pierce with the Texans, Khalil Herbert, who tore it up with Chicago, Trey Sermon, Ramondre Stevenson, who's doing his work up there in New England, Michael Carter, who was doing really well in New York with the Jets, Elijah Mitchell, and Najee Harris. Those running backs have all come out of the Senior Bowl the last 2 years. So, keep an eye on a number of these guys. Eric Gray out of Oklahoma, Rashawn Johnson. There's a number of different names worth checking out this weekend.
Do they have Kenny McIntosh?
Kenny McIntosh was one of those names out of Georgia as well.
Yeah.
They said one AFC scouting director said, there's no Najee Harris, no round one guy in this Senior Bowl. I mean, obviously, you said you'd give up the farm for Bijan, but there might be 3 or 4 difference makers, and Kenny McIntosh was one of those names that was thrown in there with Eric Gray and Rashawn Johnson out of Texas.
Corey, in other mock drafts, they also have the Alabama running back going in the first round, but he's a junior too.
Okay,
so another gotcha.
Yeah, so he wouldn't come out of the Senior Bowl crop for this one. And then which prospects should we be keeping an eye on in one-on-one drills? And they go back to Terrence Steele struggled badly in one-on-ones 3 years ago and went undrafted, but now has started 40 games in 3 years for the Cowboys. And so, this is kind of one of those where if you have a scout's eye like Brian Broaddus, you can watch and say, okay, can he grow into his body? Can he learn some of the leverage techniques when he gets to the NFL? Can I take that piece right there and add to it despite watching him maybe get beat by another senior across the ball from him and trying to figure out what they got there? You look like you have a question, Kevin. Did you want to ask a question?
Well, it's Gibbs, the running back, part of the Gibbs family tree.
Yeah, Barry Gibbs.
I was thinking the football Gibbs, not the musical Gibbs.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, let me ask you real quick.
Joe Gibbs.
Better football and racing Gibbs or the music Gibbs?
Ooh, man. Didn't Saturday Night Fever, didn't that song blow up the world forever?
I mean, they had a lot of songs that blew up the world.
So I'm going to have to go with the musician family, rather than the Joe Gibbs racing family. Also, he was the coach of a Washington team that we don't like that much.
That is a very fair point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will rank the NFL playoff losers. Plus, this time, we might really have Josh Green. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truck.
big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Shotgun snap to Joe. He throws it down the left sideline.
Oh,
A leaping catch for a touchdown.
Yeah.
T. Higgins, full-grown man, leaps at the goal line and reels it in.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, ranking the playoff losers. Now, Corey, quick question about the NFL there. Are we going across all the teams that are eliminated from the playoffs, or are we just looking this last weekend?
This is NFL.com ranking the playoff losers, teams 11 through 1.
Okay.
So they went back and they looked at all the playoff winners and actually, Kevin, I want to be very honest with you about something, all right?
Oh, no.
I accidentally copy and pasted the wrong link. So I have no clue where that went. And I'm going to have to find something else. You know what? Hey, let's talk about grocery shopping carts. Because I don't know where this. Give me a minute. I'll find it. You talk amongst yourselves.
I was actually really hoping that this was going to come up in the C block because he asked us that off air, and I was super intrigued.
Do you want to do that instead? Like we could, hey, radio listeners out there on the radio and other places, other devices. Would you rather have a conversation about fun stuff, or do you want to hear about playoffs winners and losers? You text in 877-881-1053 or Twitch right now.
We definitely should get feedback from the listeners because I'm very intrigued by your question. And I want to say grocery cart all the way. You know what I think we should do? Look, we're supposed to have Josh Green here. I think we go grocery carts until Josh Green calls in. Until Josh Green doesn't call in. Well, guess what? We already passed that threshold.
Okay.
And if Josh Green doesn't call in, that just means it was meant to be.
Okay. All right. Here's the question. 877-881-1053. I love this because everybody treats it differently. Is the shopping cart a good barometer of whether you are a good or bad member of society?
Oh my gosh.
Now, I will say this. When it comes to me, and Mike, I asked you this question a couple days ago without you even knowing that I was going to turn it into a topic at some point. But I already know your answer a little bit. I will always put the shopping cart up. If I don't put the shopping cart up, I will have one of my kids do it, as I feel like that it's
But why, Dad?
Well, they actually like it. They love it. It's their chance to be away from Dad and do something like on their own. And they also like to jump on it like it's some sort of bicycle or something and ride it all the way into the cart corral or whatever. And so that's what I am a big fan of making sure that it's there. Now, here's the reason. I don't know why. I just feel like it's the nice thing to do. There are people that work that have to go collect them, and I feel like it makes it easier for their job. There are people driving around in your parking lots, right? And you don't want to accidentally. Have you ever pulled into a parking spot and been like, why is that there? Yeah. Why is that in the parking spot, like right in the middle of it? I can't park there now.
No. I was with you until that last part. If the spot is good enough, put the car in park. And if it's a single cart, like I obviously get if it's where you put all the carts, well, you're screwed. Mm-hmm. But if it's a single cart and the spot's good enough, you get out of your car. I'm going to move that cart. And I'm like, well, now it's my spot.
Yeah. And so if I pull up and I see that, okay, I got you. Okay, go ahead, Kevin. You do what you want to do. Right
we will pick up shop. No. It's what we all want to get into.
Let's ask Josh.
Okay, that's a great point. Right now, we bring to you Josh Green with the Dallas Mavericks. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, how you doing?
We're doing great. Is it okay with you if we ask you a non-basketball question first?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. We were just having this conversation. Do you think how people act with their grocery carts is an indication about what type of person they are in regular society?
Well, it depends. What do you mean? You like the guy who just jumps from aisle to aisle, or
no? I think maybe, but I think we're thinking more outside.
Put it back in the cart corral.
Outside of the store. Like they don't bother to put it back in the corral, or they just leave it by somebody's car. Do you think that's an indication that might not be a great person?
Oh, 1,000%.
Yeah. I mean, think about this for a minute, Josh. Like, nobody's making you do it. There's no law that says you have to do it. It's just whether or not you want to be productive in society. And by putting it back, everybody's job functions well and everybody's happy because there's no surprise cart in a parking spot, right?
Exactly. That is very true. I was never come across my mind, but hey, hearing it here first, yes, I believe it does.
See, do you think you're going to focus now more on that when you see somebody? You're going to be like, I remember talking with KNC. That's a bad person.
Yeah, I'm going to be on the patrol now. I'm going to be on the lookout.
Do they have shopping carts in Australia, by the way? I've always wondered like what it's like in Australia.
Do they not?
Yeah, they're called trolleys.
Oh, okay. All right. That's awesome.
I really like the idea that, different name or not, Corey thought they might not have shopping carts in Australia. I'm really intrigued. I want to hear more about that, Corey.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I've never been to Australia. I really want to go. It's always one of those places I wanted to visit. I just never had the opportunity yet.
So I'm so glad that you could jump on the show talking about last night's game. I'm really curious. Are you big into social media, and how do you react after a game on social media? Because, like, obviously you guys got the win last night, but then there are still some Mavs fans on Mavs Twitter that are like, yeah, you shouldn't have struggled so much with the Detroit team like that. Like, how do you process social media, or do you kind of stay away from that in the midst of the season?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of stay away. I mean, everybody thinks, everybody has a master plan to everything. I play the same way I play, watch soccer, play soccer. I have my, and how I think about stuff. So everyone is entitled to their own opinion. People can think what they want to think. At the end of the day, for us, it's going out there and playing basketball. However the team is, whatever the team is, they're all NBA players. I think people don't realize that. They might not be the best team, but every single person in this league can hoop. And then there's a reason why they're in the NBA. So. Same as a backseat driver, Mom used to tell me never to tell her to drive. So, yeah.
Josh Green, you've made huge strides this year. I would love to know, what did you work the most on in the offseason? Was it the corner three? Was it the ball handling? Was it the passing? I know you worked on all of it, and they've all become better. I'm just wondering, what was the one thing you're like, I have to get better at this?
I think just like, I wanted to play. I wanted to play every time. Every time I got an opportunity to play in the off season, I wanted to get on the court and go. Whether it was 1-on-1 or 5-on-5, and then holding myself to high standards. If I had to make 40, 3-pointers from the corner. If I missed 2 in a row, I'd start again. If I missed too many, if I missed over like 5 out of the 40, then I start again. And it's just like, having a certain level of discipline or whatever. And I feel like that helped me out a lot.
How do you balance that with, like, I know you talked about a lot of offensive stuff right there, but how do you balance that with making sure your defense stays at the level you want it to? Or are you just like, I already know how to do that?
I think playing against guys, like other NBA guys, I was lucky enough to be able to work out with Lowry for most of the summer. And, playing defense against him is a challenge. So every day, I came in with the mindset like, I want to work on my offense, but, for me to work on my offense, I'd have to get stopped. So, for anything, I was the annoying guy in pickup, I'm the guy I'm ready to defend, I'm not just there to work on my offensive game. When I was starting to get closer to season, I was actually picking up full court and pickup just so I could stay in shape. So, I was definitely that guy that nobody wants to play against. So.
I was about to ask you if they were like, hold on. No, I will not play against you. Or are they like, yeah, whatever, dude, come on.
Look, at the end of the day, I don't really care. I don't really care what they think, to be honest with you. So however they think, I think most of the time people respect it, Most people just want to play offense and whatever, but my goal was to make sure that I'm ready for actual game shape. So I was like, you know what? It's not going to make everybody's day, but I'm going to have to pick you up full court, man.
When it comes to your game, who do you like watching or taking things from NBA style wise?
I've always really liked watching like Andre Iguodala. He's just always had a big role for every single team he's touched, and he's helped out a lot of these championship teams. And he's a good guy on and off the court. I really like watching Jimmy Butler is very competitive. But I think there's just so much. I think I've been able to learn from from a lot of people around the league. I just think just taking aspects from everybody's type of game and realizing, what I feel like I can do well. Westbrook has, great gather steps going to the basket and is really able to finish around the hoop. So I watch him a lot, and, it's there's a lot of players that are always good to study on.
Mike asked you the great question earlier about what you were working on. I'm kind of curious because Mavericks fans are super pumped about the progress you've shown. What is your judgment about the progress you've shown? Are you feeling like, hey, we're right on track? Or are you thinking, I still got to do X, Y, and Z better?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously it's a great step, and I'm really happy with the progress that I've made. Me and my trainer, the people around me, and we know that it's just going to continue to go and continue to come over time, and it's just one of those things now. It's just continue to work on my game and see where it takes me. But for me, I always try to be better, and I try to do better every game. So just a steady increase, and yeah, I think it's a lot more to come.
Now that you've been here for 3 years, I'm always curious about this. Is the next week or so a tense time, not specifically for you, but just around the locker room and everything with the trade deadline approaching? Does it feel tenser in the locker room, or do you have to say, look, that is not my decision and I just got to keep doing what I'm doing?
Yeah, I mean, I've been through 2 trade deadlines, and I think it was a lot harder for me last year because I was like, damn, I haven't even touched the court, so shit, like, excuse my language, but I'm like, it's hard, it's hard. Like, I don't know what's gonna happen. But for me now, it's just like, at the end of the day, it's just part of being in the NBA. It's part of the business. Obviously at the end of the day, you don't want to be traded at all. Love being in Dallas, but it's part of the business. Like all my teammates. But you kind of grow with it. The first 2 years was very, I was very nervous about it and whatever. And I still will be, but at the end of the day, like, I'm trying to win games, and whatever happens, happens.
Are you comfortable with the ice situation we have here in DFW right now? Is this something that you're like, I don't know, I don't want to drive on ice?
Well, yeah. So actually, currently, I'm actually locked out of the practice facility. My gate's not opening. So
hold on. So you went to the practice facility and it's not open?
Yeah. So I guess I'm just gonna hang out here for the day. Nice air conditioning. But it's whatever. It's always good to see snow every once in a while. Let it go over in a day or so. So
you don't have the code? They didn't give you the code? Like 1, 2, 3, 4?
It's more of the gate's frozen.
Oh no! We got to get somebody down. Cubes, I'm sure you got somebody that can go unfreeze this.
It should be good now.
So go ahead, Corey.
Josh, I heard the Cowboys head coach say something last week that I've never really taken it this way, and he said, we don't get to carry over 1 year to the next. We have to start over this year, and we have to rebuild every season. And a lot of fans were just expecting, man, y'all made it to the Western Conference Finals last year. We're going back, and that process of it. Where is the difference within this locker room and with this team from what they were last year, maybe around this time and through the playoffs, to where you are right now, what your focus is turning to?
Yeah, I mean, I think first, like, a lot of people forget, the start of the season we had last year. I think we were, I can't remember our record, but I'm pretty sure we were below 500 by like 7 games. So, or I don't know, but we didn't get off to the best start last year. But at the end of the day, I feel like the NBA is a lot of like hitting at the right time. Making sure that we're able to produce wins when we need to. And we're above 500 now. We're in a good position. Western Conference is obviously very tough, but and we've dropped a lot of games that we should have won. So although it is bad, it's also a good indication that we're right where we need to be. And now that it's the second half of the season, that's when it's a little more serious now. We need to start taking it and making sure that we don't drop those games.
Josh, as a team, I'd say the Mavericks' 3 biggest weaknesses right now are defense, rebounding, and free throws. Which one would be the easiest one for the team to correct?
I think all of them are very easy to correct, and I think it just comes down to will, and I think we need to do a better job at all of that, at practicing free throws, rebounding, and defense. It's a team effort, and I think we'll all buy into that and, help each other out.
We have discussed many times we are not the most cultured show in the world. So when we have people that can add culture to our show, we try to get something done. Is there a fact about Australia that you could share with us that would help educate us and help us become more cultured right now?
A fact about Australia.
And I just want to let you know, every time you're on, we will ask for another Australia fact.
Every single time.
Oh, man.
They have shopping carts.
Does that count? Yeah, you did tell us that.
Damn. I don't know a fact. I think sometimes people are very they think Australia is very small, kind of, country or continent, but it's actually it's actually pretty big. It's nearly the same size as America.
For
I don't
real?
know if I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but
I did not.
There we go. That's a fact, I think.
I got one for you, Josh. I'll throw this out there. I'll help you out every once in a while if you want me to. Australia has over 60 separate wine regions. There's multiple different wine regions in one continent right there, Kevin, in your face.
Wow. Well, I apologize, Josh. Apparently my co-host was already cultured, and it's just me who needs to work on that. Well, congratulations on the win right now. And I don't know if you want to accept this or not, but congratulations on what's been a hell of a season. We appreciate you jumping on the show with us.
No, thank you guys very much.
All right, there you go. Josh Green
Best
here.
of luck with the Frozen Gate.
On 105.3. That is crazy.
That's wild, yeah.
Drive through it.
He went, don't do that. He went up to the facility. The gates are frozen. And he goes, I guess I'm just going to go hang out inside or whatever. That is amazing. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what say we chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan. KC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Iggy. How are you?
I am doing much, much better and glad to be back. Now, clearly I picked a really smart day to come back to work when the ice is on the ground.
You did.
But
that's what you texted me. You were like, I'm not sure tomorrow's the best day to come back 100%, but I'm doing it anyway.
Yeah, and that's why I was like, I can't anymore. But
he finally got his wish on Kellen Moore. He was boycotting radio until Kellen Moore was gone.
Actually, the main reason I wanted to be back today is I wanted to stay in Broadus's good graces of people who come up to the office regardless of weather or COVID. It's me and Broadus were here by ourselves for like a year and a half, and so I knew if I wasn't here, I would be labeled a quitter.
Well, it was very smart of you. I know he's judging me at this very moment.
100%. 100%.
I'm judging you because you look like you're in the witness protection program.
It was a little dark in there.
I see, I hear the voice. I wish I had the voice. I don't know. I can't see the face.
I would
that's kind of
blinds a little bit.
How much would you love it?
It's sunny in your neighborhood. Why are you not at work?
I want him to modulate his voice, and it just sounds like he really is. It's like,
I'll tell you this: when I saw the Gambino family,
yeah.
Well, I went out on the roads today a little bit to run a quick errand, and it was like deep, slushy, sleet just piled up, and I was like, I can make it into work no problem. It will just take an hour and 15 minutes. And I didn't want to do that. So I had this handy-dandy device here. And, Brian, I think what's really going on is you're intimidated by the technology. You can't operate this equipment, Krusty.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I'm intimidated by, the internet that I don't have very good at my house.
There we go. The truth comes out.
Like I'm worried about you guys. Like, what is the device keep crapping out on Broadus at the head?
It's Krusty's corner, and there's no Krusty.
Exactly. It's like talking. It's talking into cans and strings where I'm at. But yeah. So no, good to be with everybody. Good to see everybody safe. By the way, Majors, why was your son jumping into the pool?
That's a great question.
Wait, what?
He became a big health nut a few years ago, and he's in fantastic shape. And he's been talking about doing 1-2 minutes a day. He's into
the cold plunge bit.
Yeah, the cold plunge stuff. He wants to do the ice bath every day.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh wow, that's interesting. And so he's been talking about it for obviously the mental part of it more than he doesn't need it like the football players do after practice. He wants to do it for the mental purposes. So he decided to jump in the water today out in the pool, and it was cold. It got him.
Does that cold plunge work if you're only in there for 3 to 4 seconds?
I have no clue.
Okay, I'm just curious. I was going to try it too if that's the case. Yeah.
He also blew by a towel that was made available to him. He's like, nope, going inside.
Yeah. It was a lot of fun to watch. I mean, he said he wanted to do it. I didn't expect him to immediately go out there, and we had just started the show, so I had the stream up, and I was like, I'll video this out the window, and it was a lot of fun. I'm really happy that he got to do that and excited for him. So good luck to him in the future.
Okay, so the Twolos right now are making bets. Am I wearing pants? What do you guys think?
No,
0%.
0% chance.
I'm gonna say it's not 0%.
It's no pants.
No pants?
No pants.
You wearing shorts?
He's gonna dramatically stand up. I can tell.
He probably doesn't want to do that.
Bum, bum, bum. I got pants on, boys. Look at this.
Look at that.
Oh, wow.
I'm wearing pants.
Sure those are pants? What are those?
Oh, they're sweatpants. They're
so
sweatpants.
proud of you.
It's cozy weather.
You're a prisoner? What's that?
I am a prisoner in my parents' home, but this is a pretty nice office setup I have here. I have multiple screens. I kind of feel like a kid in a candy store over here. I can have the Zoom up, the Vibes logins up. I got all kinds of things going on. It's pretty cool.
You got like a Martha Stewart mom?
No, she's actually. Yeah, I mean, my mom's kind of Martha.
Why? Because all the pictures in the background? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
All the pictures in the back? Yeah.
Nice.
She's very proud.
Is that the sister of yours that you pushed her face in the poop?
Yeah, that's her back there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's her back there. She's got her shrine.
Yeah.
Now,
hold on, Kevin. Before you go further here,
you're so hated over there.
You sounded very bitter about the shrine. What's going on there?
He's not successful. There's no reason to have his pictures up.
He has afternoon drive radio show to top 5 market.
His mom and dad really don't care.
No, they just
they're
have to
gonna
make
bother him
sure
during the show because they don't think it's important.
she's had to live in my shadow her entire life. So when she comes to the house, she needs to feel extra loved, and I understand it. I support that. So go ahead and leave my pictures off the walls. We don't need them up there. I don't like looking at myself.
Wow. I think I think there's a lot of bitterness there.
Yeah, I'm actually really bitter.
We'll get
I think
into
it's
that at
ridiculous,
2:40
Ryan.
today. Yeah,
You've struck a chord here.
Yeah.
Before the end of this show, I'm expecting that you're going to scratch all the faces out of on and put your own.
Like
face
they
in the
broke
eyes.
up or something? Yeah, cut her head off of the picture. Now, Corey asked a very intriguing question that we were talking about, and then we talked with Josh Green, and he got involved, is how somebody acts with their grocery cart, do you think can be an indication if they're a good or bad person?
Like putting it up?
Yeah.
Or, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a 100% indicator.
What percent do you think? 85, 90?
I think you nailed it about 85 or 90.
Okay.
You know, there can be some extenuating circumstances. Now, you know, I think that you got a sliding scale also. You know, if you don't put it in the corral, but you also don't leave it in the middle of a spot, like maybe you pop it up on a bark dust, area, that's different. You know, maybe you don't get 100%, but, that to me is a C. So there's a couple different things going on here as far as how you judge that.
Would you ever punish the establishment? You're like, your corral is 68 miles away. Like, that's on you for not thinking this through correctly.
You do need multiple corrals, but I tell you what, as a former courtesy clerk of the year.
That's right. I knew that.
I knew this was coming.
We don't mind it.
You were a bad guy. You weren't a cart guy. You were a bad guy. You said you were a bag boy.
Why are you making assumptions?
We bagged and carted. And
did you?
What, I much preferred, as more of an introvert, being out in that parking lot, just kind of cruising around, picking up carts.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Did you talk to people out there? You just kind of like mind your own business. There's no way you talk to anybody.
Well, sometimes I would.
Just a wave, just a hello.
Than awkwardly standing next
Hi,
to a
Mrs.
person
Davidson.
back in their grocery.
Nice day. Yeah,
What you
thanks.
selling out here?
Don't talk to me anymore, ma'am, please.
Hey, what you drinking? What you thinking? Like, I like that is the evolution of G-Bag Nation. You just trying out segments on people.
Cart general, see me, beer me out here.
I got pretty good. I was a good third baseman, so I'd throw items from my right hand to my left hand, and then kind of finesse them into the bag. And some of the ladies didn't appreciate that kind of handling of their goods.
Was there a certain age? It was like 60-year-olds. They were like, "How dare you, sir?"
No, it was more the middle age.
Oh.
The really strong.
They call you Gabby, like your mom?
Well, Gabby.
Shut
no,
up.
They never did.
I don't know if I knew that or not.
It's called Gabby. Yeah, you told the story.
There might have been a checkout lady who had been there, because it was just a few miles from the house I grew up in. There might have been I forget, it was so many years ago, but can't rule it out.
Hey, speaking of throwing something into a bag or something like that, guy last night at the game had a toss, a cornhole toss.
Oh yeah,
at 60 feet for a pizza oven and just went straight in.
Nice,
awesome.
Yeah, it was military. It was military night. It was a military.
Hardaway Jr. who did it.
No, it was not. It was not.
Every segment on the show, do you get like overly excited for those people when they win things at the games?
Yes.
Me too.
They tried not to give him the pizza oven.
Why?
They tried not to because it's like a 60-foot toss. He literally standing on the foul line and tossed it past midcourt into the bucket. Then it went right in, and I'm like going, dude, that guy deserves 2 pizza ovens.
Mm-hmm.
We all deserve pizza ovens for watching him do it.
That in the NFL, pure scripted.
Yeah,
Mike, where do you rank Tim Hardaway Jr. being out as important things that happened to put the Mavs in the conference finals last year?
I think it's very important. I don't think they get out of the round against the Jazz. And I asked that question to certain people, and there's been discussions amongst people in the building that have said, yeah, it might have been a blessing in disguise that Hardaway Jr. was not on the playoff team last year, because the first 3 games with Luka out, Hardaway might have shot the ball 30 times, and that would have taken the ball out of Jalen Brunson's hands and out of other people's hands who made big plays, and Hardaway would have taken upon himself to take 30 shots in those games. And there's a 20% chance he's really hot. 1 out of every 5 games, that dude is a difference maker and a good player for your team. It's Joey Gallo. It's the other 80% of games that you have to live with that he's a negative player on your team.
I hear you, man.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. Right out of the gates here, we're going to talk about that story that maybe Mike and Kellen didn't like each other.
Wow. Okay. Looking forward to that. Rolling home with the G-Bag Nation, or staying home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say 105.3 The Mav, Kevin.
Man, I already did that once today because I'm stupid.
Good to have you back, bud.
Where you going? Your day gets better with the G-Bag Nation.
HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's a remote broadcast Tuesday for a couple of us. General at your service, live here, Studio G in Sunnyvale, Texas. You do have Brian Broaddus and Lucius Alexander, 75, and Fitzhugh. And, of course, Zach Wolchuk is at his parents' house, and Carter Freeman is still coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. For a second day in a row, there is no Eric Chiafalo, but we do have a lot of great sports to talk about. Gentlemen, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. How the heck you guys doing? I mean, this is a pretty sweet setup. I'm not going to lie, Brian. I don't envy you. I really, really don't. I kind of enjoy this. I enjoy this very much. I'm trying to soak in the last week or so I have left here at Mom and Dad's. As soon as we get back from the Super Bowl boys apartment,
moving out.
It's out. We're out of here. So this is nice, and I didn't miss the drive-in. I'm just going to be honest with you guys.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing to me is I just don't want to take the time. Yeah, it's that safe driving out there. I mean, good on you if you've made it from destination A to destination B, but I don't have to prove anything. When I was home for the holidays, I drove over a mountain pass. With pretty big inclines and declines all the way through. Ooh. About a 7-hour drive from the Portland area over there to Bend, Oregon. So I checked that off. When it comes to hopping in a canoe or heights and stuff like that, I still need to pass. But I got these roads whipped pretty good. It was just a move out of convenience for me today. You know what I'm talking about?
It's the heat. It's the heat issue in the vehicle. It makes the drive-in a little bit of a pain in the buns. So, Brian, if you want to call me a quitter today,
I'm not saying anything to anybody, but hey, man. We're happy we're doing broadcasting.
But you might call Chiafalo a quitter, right?
I'm here. Yeah.
I think Chiafalo figured it out way before we all did. I think he was ahead of the game.
Yeah.
I just think he was ahead of the game, and if we have to give somebody some credit, I'm going to give him some credit. He knew.
Don't do that.
He knew it was going on, but you know what? We've done this before. We've done this radio where we've all been apart and stuff like that, and. Yeah. So, was it the best thing in the world? No, but
and we all learned from it.
We learned from
Chiafalo.
it. Yeah, Chiafalo didn't learn anything.
Now, I guess he does live in a part of the Metroplex where
Oklahoma,
it's kind of hilly.
Yeah, Oklahoma, where he lives. Yeah,
it is quite a far.
He's right there on the border, right there by the casino. Matter of fact, he might live in the parking lot at the casino for all I know.
But I think if I had to do it again, I would have said, man, just go into the office and pick up a remote broadcast unit and get back to the house.
Who? Chief?
Yeah. That's probably what I'd say.
He knew what was about to happen. He's like, well, if I don't show up.
But it didn't happen until like 8 o'clock last night.
Oh, no. Yeah, when we got the text yesterday
he was
in the morning, I was kind of like,
he was listening to.
Is it bad?
Brunoff was sending you like every 5 minutes, so you were getting these emails that hey, and he even said it in one of his emails, stay home. He said he said, stay home. So, hey, by the way, they're doing a great job of covering all this storm stuff out there.
I think it would have been super entertaining, though, with the home broadcast, and he's got the 3 kids everywhere.
I think that would have been fun.
And if you're not used to driving in it, you're not quite aware of the power of just slowing down,
Yeah.
Once you brought that baby under 40, it's going to take a whole disaster in front of you. And then if you bring it down to 25 because the roads are extra treacherous, I don't know if there's a single road in DFW that should intimidate you unless you have bald tires.
Yeah, I don't know, that high 5 area and stuff like that.
Sure, you got bald tires. I wouldn't go up that.
Yeah, I'm not looking at that as being very much fun for anybody. I'll tell you what's hard out there right now, coming down 75 and actually living north and coming south, is the ice and the slush, as you mentioned, Gavin. It kind of makes ruts, so you feel like you're kind of like on the cobblestones of Roubaix in France, doing the Tour de France. And the bikes are bouncing on those cobblestones. That's what you kind of feel like you're on right now. But once you got past Mockingbird, everything was really kind of clear coming out. So,
that's good.
If they get that part gets taken care of, I think we'll be back to normal here.
I don't know what it's like downtown right now. Like out here, farther on the east side, it's just like a thick slush that won't melt and run off that's sitting in the roads. So if you got going, I don't know, maybe over 30 and then had to break, you would just kind of coast over this really weird icy slush that like hasn't melted. Maybe it'll melt if we get above 30, but I don't know if it's going to totally disappear until like Thursday.
Yeah.
Because of what the temperatures are looking like.
Yeah, we got some snow this morning here in Plano. And then it started to rain a little
Thunder
bit.
sleet, man. We had some thunder sleet.
The thunder sleet.
That was awesome.
That was awesome, man.
There was a big boom that woke me up this morning.
Yeah.
There were some intermittent ones. But, yeah, so the weather phenomenons are definitely happening. Maybe the top story or the top story is Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore did not get along. Brian, I understand you've been tracking down the reporter on that, Albert Breer.
Yeah, he's going to join us at 6 o'clock.
Oh, great. 6 o'clock, Albert Breer.
Yeah.
He was on the Dan Patrick Show this morning talking about it, right? Had you heard anything like this?
No, I'd heard that there was there were some issues that they had, but it wasn't to the point where I felt like, coordinators and head coaches, coaching staffs do have problems. They do have. I'm interested to hear what Albert has to say about it on his end, because I'm just, from my own personal experience, coaches do. Some of those meetings are pretty heated between, okay, we need to do this or we need to do that. And, there were some couple of times here, if you look at body language on the sidelines when things would happen, a play would happen, whether you could see Mike kind of grimace a little bit, like, he'd shake his head, grit his teeth, and I'm sure that, but he has that opportunity to click over and tell Kellen, hey, let's not do that one again, please. Just take that one off the call sheet, So, those things have to happen, but I am interested. That's why I reached out to Albert Breer, because I was hearing some of the similar things that he was talking about.
Bully, it's exciting to me because I want it to be true that Mike McCarthy's watching Kellen Moore screw up the play calls, and he knows he can make this better. So there's opportunity in that to be optimistic, isn't there?
I'm kind of thinking the same thing you are, right? Because Coach kind of had little subtle jabs throughout the year. Like, I don't like the option routes. I don't like this. I don't like that. And so that's clearly what you're running within your offense. So he didn't like some of the terms in some of the decisions that Kellen Moore went with. But yet, to your point, Brian, you're the head coach. You'd think that you have say to go and overcorrect those
You do
issues.
have say. You do have a lot of say in what happens.
So maybe he's just kind of, all right, fine. You know what? Kellen is somebody that the Jones admire. When I took the job, clearly they had an affinity towards him. And maybe that was one of those coaches where when he took the gig, he kind of had to just take Kellen Moore on. And maybe at the time he did like Kellen Moore as well. But over time, he realized this isn't going to work, and I'm just going to go ahead and let Kellen make his bed and lay in it. And ultimately, things moved on. And the two have gone their separate ways. Now Mike will have the opportunity to have the offense how he wants it.
All right, so that's a big story we're tracking. And, again, we're going to have Albert Breer coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll get Bobby Belt's thoughts on that. Cowboys Insider coming up at 5:30. The truckwreck.com fan text is open for you at 877-881-1053. And, Kellen goes and gets a quick job with the Chargers.
Yeah, he was setting up. He knew.
One thing you got to consider is that the offensive line wasn't great. Say what you want about the quarterback. People are split on that. The skill players this year, it wasn't deep at all. Maybe really just two guys that can make a play for you. And he led the league in offense twice, in his real 4 years of being the OC. I just hope that, this isn't something that, it's going the other way. I can be optimistic about it. But Mike McCarthy, this is a quick evolving league, and right now, young guys are the ones with the clear vision of what to do, in my opinion, overall. There are some older guys, like maybe an Andy Reid, who are able to stay with the times, but those guys are few and far between. So I just hope that my optimism about Mike McCarthy being more involved, being annoyed with some things that Kellen Moore was doing, is a good development for the Cowboys and not going the other way, Brian. You know what I'm talking about? I just turned the page on Mike McCarthy. I don't want to go back to doubting this guy.
No, but this is what you have to look at, Gavin, and I think everybody out there has, that Mike McCarthy is take this opportunity to bring in a new line coach, bring in a new running back coach. He's going to try and some of the things you were talking about, maybe some of these you'll have some different ideas, maybe some different plans of attack. I do know this, though. If Mike McCarthy doesn't get it done with him and Dak Prescott, regardless, this is going to be, we're going to be talking about a new head coach here. This is where Mike McCarthy, and I'll give him credit for this. If you're one of those guys that is kind of seeing which way this might go, back-to-back seasons, winning 12 games. For most people, for most teams, for most organizations, that's like, man, hey, let's have a parade. But to this organization, there's so much in the past of them having to live with lack of playoff success. And Mike's probably learning, like, listen, if I'm winning 12 games, I'm getting to the playoffs, it's not good enough. Maybe I have to do this myself. Maybe if I'm going to fall on this sword, I'm going to go out on my own terms. I'm not going to let somebody else take me down. And so I applaud him for if that's the attitude, because you win another, you win, you get in the playoffs again, you get bounced in the first or second round. They're going to be looking at another coach. They're going to be looking at another coach. And, regardless of how, hey, we had 12 win seasons. We did this, we did that. Nobody cares. Mm-hmm. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
And I think he sees that. And I think that's why he's taking the reins right now.
I agree with you. I think most teams would. I just wonder if making the playoffs is going to satisfy the Joneses.
No, that's what. Oh, you're saying that in a way that, like, we're in, we're okay.
We made the playoffs.
We made the playoffs. We sold tickets.
Let's get you a different play caller. But you're our guy. You've brought us turnovers. You've brought us toughness. You've brought us team building in a way that we hadn't been thinking about under Jason Garrett. That's at least brought playoff consistency back. And it's my theory that they value the playoffs so much that they don't take big swings at the Super Bowl because they don't want to risk their chances of making the playoffs in the future.
Do you think the removal of Kellen Moore was on the Jones family or on Mike McCarthy?
I think it was Mike McCarthy's idea.
Yeah, me
I
too.
do too.
Me too.
I do too.
So with that now are you kind of looking at Jerry and going, okay, you got rid of Joe Philbin. You got rid of my right-hand guy, Rob Davis. Okay, so I'm going to get rid. I've talked about this.
Yeah, I hear you on that.
Man, I think there's some, like, okay, you're moving on from my guys. I'm going to move on from some of your guys.
So look at the power that Jerry gave Mike to get rid of one of his guys. That shows the commitment. And I don't think that if you make the playoffs and then, like, lose in the divisional round again, that belief in Mike McCarthy is going to be shaken. But I definitely trust your instincts. I can't say that I'm 100% on this, obviously, and things can happen. I just think the Joneses are so satisfied with making the playoffs. I think it just tickles them, and they make so much money off of it.
I could see them moving on from Mike, and then Dan Quinn getting this job.
Yeah.
Now, Dan Quinn making damn near $5 million a year coaching.
Right,
now,
that's what Todd Archer told us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hey, this is not. They've got their next coach in mind. This ain't okay. We'll do the Rooney Rule, and then here we go, and then Dan Quinn will get this job.
Right, but McCarthy's got to know that, right? McCarthy.
That's why he got rid of Kellen Moore.
Exactly, and that's why he's now saying, you know what, I'm going to take the reins and take the play calling duties. Well, and this is going to be on me now.
Kellen Moore could have been Jerry Jones's guy. That's right there. He's like, oh, you want to? Mike McCarthy took this job with Jerry Jones likely telling him, "We'd like for you to keep Kellen Moore." Mike McCarthy can spin it any way he wants.
Sure,
that he could spin it like, well, the continuity with Dak and the offense. No. That's it. Most guys that come in that are offensive minded head coaches would want to put their own system in. Mike didn't want to do that.
Yeah,
he didn't want to do it. Now he's realizing and goes, okay, I might lose my job because of this, of a guy that I didn't hire. I'll take the responsibility if we have to. If he could see Dak, did Dak really get better with Kellen Moore? Did the interceptions improve?
No.
I mean, you can talk about the offense and the stuff like that, but now, it's really Kellen. I mean, the quarterback's not going anywhere right now.
Right. Yeah. And I think now is the time to do it, because at first you took over the continuity. You said, all right, let's keep this in place. You've seen that. And ultimately you haven't gotten to where you want to go. Now's the time to make the change. I do want to ask you, though, Brian, if you know anything about Jeff Nixon.
Yeah, I've reached out. I've got, I was hoping that before Krusty's Corner I was going to have some stuff for that.
Good tease
ahead.
No.
I couldn't get my guys to get back. I trust me, I will have a full report on Jeff Nixon, who they're going to interview either later today or tomorrow for sure.
Okay.
Right on, yes. Co-offensive coordinator, running backs coach at Baylor under Matt Rule. Athletic reporting he will interview with the Cowboys tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, we're off and running, G-Bag Nation. Thanks for joining us on this this wintry Tuesday. Big night for Luka. A win for the Mavs. All the details and the speculation of what's next. Then the G-Bag of the day right here on The Fan.
Listen. Stream The Fan 24/7 all day.
Street. Go online to truckwreck.com. Hopefully, not too many vehicles out there, but everybody is being safe. Sometimes accidents do happen. You're going to want to call the Frankels. Okay, Luka descended upon the Pistons last night, 53-point game. Trash talk the Pistons bench. It was quite an eventful and at times surreal closing moments. Luka says they started it with assistants chirping at him throughout the game. He said he's not scared, and so he chirped back. It's always, to me, a little bit uncomfortable, Brian, when players and coaches start arguing. It just shouldn't happen one way or the other. Either you have respect for the coaches or the coaches are above it. So it's always a little bit weird to me when coaches and players are getting after it like that.
Yeah, and and being in the arena last night, and the Pistons are coached by Dwayne Casey, which surprises me. A former assistant with the Mavs and all that, highly respected guy. But Detroit went after him really early. And I know that as you were watching the game, you'd see Luka was making his shots. I think he had 20, 24, after the first. I mean, he was on a good run, but they were just blitzing him. They were running guys at him. They were trying to be physical with him. All these things that, their bench was standing up the entire time. Constantly, trying to. Anytime that Luka had the ball, you could see the assistants jumping up and telling the guys to move up, and they were picking him up in the backcourt, and he was having to kind of navigate that, and to the point where the Mavs had to bring back an extra ball handler to try and get the ball in. They were just not going to allow him. Yeah, I mean, Luka went off with the points and stuff like that, but I think it started from the jump and the way that Casey and that Piston coaching staff was going after him. And I think he was reminding him, like, okay, you can keep throwing that junk at me, and I'm gonna keep scoring. Just keep, you want to keep after me, I'll just keep scoring. So that's just the vibe that I got sitting in that seat watching how they were trying to play Luka in that game.
It's a very young athletic team, which a lot of building teams are, and their one chance is to try to trap and turn it into an up and down type of game where their athleticism can really take over. But in order to beat a player like Luka, you have to be athletic and very organized and have him on an off night, and clearly that was not an off night for Luka Doncic. What do you think of Luka as a trash talker? He is so calm, and then he cracks that smile, almost like a schoolyard bully, and it's not very often that you see a European guy coming over and taking, the initiative, and maybe being the best at it and reveling in it in a way. Like, some people get nervous, some people get really aggressive and lose control that way. He's just like right up in your face. He's calling everybody an effing P word if you can't read lips. And then when you talk back, he laughs at you and is like, who's this guy? What's your name? He gets on a roll there, and it's entertaining for Mavs fans. I think if he's not a Mavs fan, it would absolutely make your blood boil.
Yeah, to me, that's not a guy that you want to talk trash to. You're not trying to give him any added motivation. And I feel like we've seen this several times where somebody chirps at him, whether it's a coach or a player on the bench, and he goes off. And he's already a guy that is putting up triple-doubles at a historic pace. This is, his fifth 50-point game of the season? I mean, the dude it's his fourth 50-point game of the season. And what he did in the fourth quarter, I think he had 18 points in the fourth quarter. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's something where, one, he's coming off of the ankle injury. So I think last night's performance was already pretty Luka legend-like in itself. But that's the kind of thing that really fuels him. If he's a guy that shows up, and we've seen this where he usually plays up when he's playing against a Jason Tatum or a Kevin Durant or a LeBron or somebody else that's already going to raise his level of play. A Detroit team, maybe not so much. Maybe you get a little bit of a dud, slow, lackadaisical Luka performance. Last thing you want to do is wake up that bear and start chirping at him and talking that bleep. And he showed Detroit exactly why you don't want to do that.
Yeah, he grew up in a time of playing basketball, pro basketball overseas, where he was a young man playing with men. And, I'm sure that it wasn't easy for him. I mean, I'm sure it was
you can't do that unless you're born with that heart.
You have to have skill to make those cigarette smoking guys overseas respect you, and I think that's where he got it from. I think that's where he got that edge that, because last night they were, like I said, they were throwing a lot at him and he was just hitting shot after shot after shot, and getting rebounds and stuff. And it was one of those games where the more that they attacked him, it's like the stronger he got. Like he's like, no. And I looked up at one point, he had half the points going into the third.
Oh, he was.
I mean, I looked up at the five that were on the floor, and his number was huge, and everybody else's number wasn't. And I'm like going, this son of a gun. I know it's a bad Detroit team, but he is now in takeover mode, and they're going to remember how he played this night. That's what he was doing. He was on a mission with how they came after him. I used the word hounded on Twitter, and someone goes, "Oh, I've never heard the word hounded before." And I'm like, it's, dogging, go after, that kind of thing.
Well, you're a crusty.
Yeah, I'm a crusty guy, but they did. They hounded him last night. They tried to. They tried.
There. I do want to give love to Dinwiddie, though, as well. Dinwiddie struggled early, and Dinwiddie's been great, but in the fourth quarter, when they needed him, Dinwiddie showed up and performed.
Yeah, he's having a great stretch again. It's really fun to watch him play. Josh Green had a couple of moments as well. I know he didn't have all the points, but his defense, he's kind of a glue guy on offense, which is weird. But his decision-making and his poise and presence, I think Josh Green's about to break out, and I want to keep saying it. I don't think it's going to be like a regular breakout to a normal starter. I think this guy's going to be a star player.
He had a slam last night in the game that just completely changed the flow of the game.
His athleticism is something you can't match up with.
He wants to play fast, and everybody else is walking.
He'll find opportunities to use that, and he's using it on rebounds to get way up and then knock the ball into space to where a teammate can get it. He has a level of awareness about everything with his game that's next level, and it's what allows him to jump in the air and make passes that shouldn't work for any other player. There's signs as you watch him closely that it's like, oh my goodness, he's doing things a lot of other players don't do. It's just a matter of him getting the experience, and now he has a huge opportunity to get all that experience the rest of this season. Y'all talk about the trash Mavericks too much, says the 319. It's really just about Luka, because it's a generational type of talent, and the Mavs are along for the sports radio discussion ride, That's really what's going on here as far as how much, because we used to not talk about the Mavs if they were anywhere, below 500 or even close to 500 to be like, well, whatever, they're not going anywhere. But with Luka, it does make it a topic-worthy discussion.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bogdanović, I was watching him last night, just kind of, he's a really good defender, he's really smart, and he knocks down every time there's a hand in his face. He's the guy everybody's talking about as a trade piece, right? I tell you what, though, there were several times where he got late in the shot clock, and he turned and just fired it at it, and you're like, that's going in.
He's had two really good games.
You talk about a super, super smart player, the way he passes, the way he moves on the court. Very impressive with his game last night.
Yes, sir. Okay, we'll talk more about the Mavs coming up at 3:20, because even better than Bogdanović, there's a Western Conference superstar the Mavs reportedly targeting. We'll have audio and discussion on that coming up at 3:20 MFFLs. It is time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has your G back of the day.
Yeah, what's up, man?
How you doing?
How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing?
They're great, man. They're great
now.
Yeah, my drive was fantastic. I usually drive a truck every day. I did not drive the truck today. I drove my girl's Honda CR-V.
Oh yeah.
It went fantastically well. It was okay. Only because the truck of my driveway is at an incline, and I didn't get enough gas last night. So if I had the truck to warm up,
back in,
I probably would have ran out of gas trying to warm up the truck. I know about the loose back end situations too.
Yeah.
I would have felt safer in the truck, but the Honda CR-V got me here. Texas drivers are driving fast on this sleet.
Yeah.
They were driving safer last night than they were driving today.
I learned that coming home from the game last night about 10:30 coming down the tollway. I just moved over a couple of times. I saw lights coming. I thought I was running in one of those 24-hour races I talk about. They flash those lights at you. They tell you to move over.
Yeah.
There were a lot of people driving a little weird last night.
These people, man, they are wild. Texas is wild, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't know how close they are to death.
They really don't.
Really. Any corner, any stop. Woo.
Yeah, I drove a Honda CR-V to work. So my colleagues, where are you? Draft Booty is our G-Bag of the Day winner. What is Draft Booty? We're about to find out right now.
Second thing, so if you love Fields, do you trade down to help your draft booty and, take more picks? Or number 3, do you think the Georgia quarterback is so great? I used the wrong word here. The Georgia quarterback is so great. Look at him laugh again.
What happened?
Can I finish the interview? Can I finish the question?
What you meant?
Well, capital, draft, all the stuff you get with the draft and everything else. Assets, picks, things like that.
Why'd you say
I don't know. It came to me. Stupid. Anyway.
Pirate booty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Treasure.
The treasure. It made sense.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
It's funny, though. I get it.
It is funny.
I liked it.
It is funny.
Oh, it's a great clip. Yeah.
He did forget the word.
Yeah. Anybody know any good snow boots to rock? Snow boots? Any good brands out there? No? I'm rocking Doc Martens right now, but I know this ain't the best thing to do.
UGG snow boot.
Nike makes some great hunting boots.
Okay.
I think I found them in a Cabela's catalog.
Yeah.
That's what I'm rolling with.
I know rainy, I do rock the duck boots or something like that, some Sperry's or whatever.
Yeah, that's to me when you're talking about your boots get wet. Are they waterproof, Lucius?
Doc Martens? No,
yeah,
no, they're
see,
not.
that's what I'm saying. If they get all wet and then your toes get cold.
Yeah,
it's bad.
Wetted.
Let's see here. What we got for you boys? Oh, how about Megan? Megan had the wrong house. This is amazing. They just do house calls nowadays. You just tell somebody what's good and they pop up and there's like a secret code and everything. But she had the wrong house. So if I was the guy who Megan was supposed to show up on, I want this free.
Hello?
It's Megan.
Megan who?
The one with all the awesome stuff for you.
What kind of stuff?
Coffee, and juice, and cigarettes.
Next door, honey. Next door.
Oh, she just goes,
Yeah, I
she
want it
lights
for
up
free.
a cigarette.
Megan does not sound cute.
Who called for all the loving?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Marge Simpson's sisters out there.
Yeah. Megan might hurt you.
Yeah, I want it for free after that. Because you just put me out there with my neighbors. I don't know who they are like that.
I'm with you.
The neighbor goes next door.
Next door, honey.
Like he knows what's going on.
Oh my gosh, it's Fred. Yeah.
Happens every Tuesday.
Fred. He's going to freak himself to death. Let's see. How about this game of password? The game of password that was online. You guys know how to game of password, right?
Yeah, the clue is.
Oh, basically. Okay, check this out.
It's right above us. The country right above.
First of all, the first hint is wrong. I'll let you know that. The word is Canadian.
Oh, okay.
First hint is wrong, but you'll see where she's going with this.
It's right above us. The country right above us. The language they speak.
Spanish.
The country right above us, not below us.
Bitch, I don't know.
You got Mexico, U.S., and skip. Oh my God.
I'm not gonna do
All right,
this.
it's not Chinese. It's
Japanese.
okay. It's not German. It sounds really fancy. Tendresse, calesse.
Spanish.
No, sir. It got a lot of oui.
Chinese.
French.
Oh, jeez. I tell you, she's got some terrible teammates.
Chaos, bro.
I'm not doing this.
Hey, yeah, you go get drinks for everybody.
I don't know.
Chaos.
Bleeping quitters.
Quitters.
Let's see. What did I say? Boots, tall rubber work boots. Yeah, that's what I go to with the duck boots. But that's usually like during the rainy season.
Sorels are really good too. Speaking of Canada, there's a boot called Sorel.
Sorels?
Yes, that are really good. But you'll probably wear them one time a year.
Okay.
They're that kind. They'll make your feet sweat. Trust me.
Somebody said pulling out the old military boots. Yeah, I remember my cats on the ship. They used to rock their military boots so much. We used to work 12-hour shifts, right? In those boots, where they would put Kotex at the bottom of their shoes because your feet would hurt so bad.
Yeah.
You know,
spongy.
For the ladies time of the month.
Yeah.
You got a whole box in your locker.
Yeah. Hopefully they upgraded those boots over the years. Did they?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Helmets
like
got
hooping
better.
to Chuck Taylors.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God. How many careers cut short by Chuck Taylors? Oh, my God. We got a lady harassing a delivery driver. He's dropping off the truck around 7 o'clock. He's dropping off stuff around 7 o'clock. And he lets her know by trolling her, but the time.
You leave it right. It's not about the noise.
It's 7 o'clock, ma'am.
It's about you turning your vehicle off.
7 o'clock.
According to your law for your commercial license for driving it.
It's 7 o'clock.
Leaving it on for 10 and 15 minutes every time you're here.
It's 7 o'clock.
What do you keep saying 7 o'clock for?
It's 7 o'clock.
What is 7 o'clock about,
It's
dude?
It's 7 o'clock, baby.
Are you that stupid?
It's 7 o'clock.
Oh, you're stupid. You're just wanting to...
It's 7 o'clock.
Nothing to do with the time.
It's 7
Your
o'clock.
diesel engine running and you can't be running after 3 minutes.
It's 7 o'clock. Oh yeah, it's going viral.
Go viral.
It's going viral, boo.
Go viral, boo.
7 o'clock.
You're insulting me with vulgarity. How's that?
It's 7 o'clock.
You're breaking your commercial license
It's
law.
7 o'clock.
Is this the lady that was having a problem with the dog? It sounds like the same lady.
It does,
Did she
doesn't
go
it?
down 2 houses and start bothering somebody else? Yeah.
She's neighborhood watch.
Yeah, what is she? She's problem with the guy with the dog in his yard, and now she's got a problem with the
lemonade
guy.
stand.
Yeah, well,
The diesel engine.
same lady.
Your shrubs, your
Yeah.
flower
Same
beds.
lady.
Now she's mad about him dropping off stuff at 7 o'clock in the morning, unless it was her stuff that she
her
was looking
stuff,
for.
yeah.
He was like, "Oh my
Yeah.
God, you guys are so on time."
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank
you.
you for waiting.
Yes.
Probably needs a louder fan in her bedroom, just drown all that out. Probably. You got Draft Booty with the Mad Dog, Chris Russo.
She's built like she sleeps with the fan on. That's for sure.
She's
Sorry.
probably knocking on that house.
You got a hooker that had the wrong Ring camera. You had a game of Password Online. Got chaotic. Ooh. And you have a lady harassing the delivery driver. It was after 7 o'clock. Apparently the commercial driving rules don't apply after 7. That's what I got from that. Anyway, I'm going to go with Draft Booty with Mad Dog. That's right.
I'm gonna go with Megan had the wrong house.
Man, Megan did. Wrong profession, too, if you ask me.
Hey!
Woolchuck?
I got all the fun stuff for you.
What are you looking for?
I'm going with Megan, too.
Broadus?
Megan all day.
I'm on a tight schedule, man.
Sorry.
Oh, wow.
Can I use your restroom?
By a score 3-1. Your new G-Bag of the day. It's Megan. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are we going with that?
Yeah, I got some Cowboys questions for my guys. We'll answer those next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, how would a Mike
Oh,
You're
man,
a Hall of Fame
I
player,
would-
and the players.
You're
that
a Hall of Fame player. You're a Super Bowl winning quarterback. You're a multi-time MVP. How would you feel if you were that player and the players of today don't know who you are?
Oh, okay. Okay. I feel I would just accept it for what it is. You know, those younger guys, I played before some of them were born. You know, and that happens. Like, we're not really all that familiar, my generation, of who, like, Jack Youngblood is, and, you know, these guys are freaking legends. And they, you know, Johnny Unitas, who was one of the great quarterbacks of my dad's generation, but I struggle to remember his name, you know. So it comes with the times, and it's another reason that you got to make the most out of your life while you got it. And don't overestimate your impact on the world, because within a couple of generations, nobody is going to know who the hell you were. So 20 or 30 years after your prime and in your playing days, if the world doesn't know who you are, that's just the way it goes.
How about you there, Zachary?
I think that's well said. I would feel old, because it means now that we've got a whole generation that just never saw me play and doesn't know who the heck I am. But I'd also be a little bit sad. I think some of this with these young kids that come into the league is they need to be taught the history of, one, their organization, and then two, just the NFL in general. You know, I think that we lose a little bit of that appreciation of those that have come before us. I think some of the organizations do a good job of that. We've heard about it with some of the players that have talked, but it would definitely, my first thought would be like, damn, I'm old. We have a whole generation of players now that don't know who the hell I am.
Yeah. It happened to Kurt Warner. And it's interesting because he goes, you know, you're old when you've done some things in the game and still cover the NFL, but current players have no idea who you are when you come up to say hello. He says, it's always a humbling experience, but it reminds me it's time to make my mark in another area.
Yeah, he's got a good perspective on it for sure. And it's crazy because he was just in a Super Bowl like 15 years ago.
I know. Yeah. See, that's the thing. I think there's the one thing that I found when I was working with Green Bay, is that we used to have the honorary captain program where they would bring back a former player from the Packer, the championship era or something like that. And our players had no idea who these guys were. And I Bart Starr and, the famous Packer players.
You're talking about the players they were in Green Bay at the time and didn't know?
On the team.
That should be a requirement. You should know a little bit more about the team history.
Yeah, see, that's why I was super impressed with Tyler Smith when he understood what wearing number 73, Larry Allen's number, meant. Because he's like, this is Larry Allen's number. This number means so much in Cowboy history and what a great player and all that. But I think that teams do miss the opportunity to try and educate their players on the history of the pillars of their franchises. So I just find it, because Kurt Warner to me, he's a great player. If you walk up he's doing the radio, say he's doing the radio broadcast, he's going up to talk to somebody. Somebody's going, well, who was that guy? That was Kurt Warner, bro. You don't know who Kurt Warner is? It would be.
Couldn't you?
How could you not? How could you not know that's
what's
Kurt
wrong
Warner?
with you?
Greatest grocery baggers of all time.
But you were the best, Gavin. You were a better grocery bagger than him.
Yeah,
much
paper or plastic or both.
Courtesy clerk of the year.
That's what he used to do when I was in Green Bay. Paper, plastic, bag. It's just me, bag. You want a bag? Yeah,
we got lots of cheese for you.
Bag.
Is there a reason they don't teach history of the NFL or at least the franchise?
I don't know, Lucius. And I tell you what, if I was a general manager, I tell you, it would probably be a good class in college, the history of the NFL, and you could kind of go back. But if I was on a team, if I was a general manager of the team, I would have something set up in training camp or the off season or something where you were educating our team on who these guys were.
Yeah, so you get to understand why your fan base screams a certain way and why they do certain things, and then you understand why you're there.
Well, I guarantee you that Charles Haley walks into Cowboy practice, and there's some guys that don't know who the hell Charles Haley was.
It's a crime, man.
It is, or Drew Pearson or somebody like that.
Yeah, my cousin does that. He was like, "Yeah, I don't know who Andre Rison is. I don't go back."
I tell you,
he said that while he was wearing a Star Wars shirt, by the way, too. These kids are crazy nowadays.
I'll tell you what, I wear a Super Bowl ring because of Andre Rison. I know who I tell you what, he's one of the best players I've ever been around. That guy was for real. All right, I told you guys I have some questions for you. Hey, Zach, I'll start off on this one with you. How about that?
Okay.
What if Kellen Moore had enough of Mike McCarthy and just decided to move on from his own? What if it's not Mike McCarthy? What if Kellen Moore has forced his way out of here? We learned that.
You know what? I'm fine either way. I think that there needed to be some type of change. The definition of insanity, right, is just doing the same thing over and over and over again. And the result, even with a change, might end up being the same here. But I do think offensively they needed to move in a different direction. I think Kellen Moore, like we've talked about, is a good offensive coordinator. I just think that what he was doing here staled, and the last two postseason performances were failures, and you had to make a change. I think he's got a lot of talent there to work with the Chargers. He's got a good quarterback in Justin Herbert. Good for him. If that came out, I'd be a little bit surprised, but I wouldn't be upset about it.
Gavin?
My first instinct would be for us to thank him, because the Cowboys needed to try something new, that would give them an edge, hopefully, against teams that could really line up against them physically. And I think I'll go with that. But there's this thought in the back of my head that Kellen Moore is oftentimes the smartest guy in the room when it comes to football offense. He knows what it takes to play that position cerebrally. He knows what you got to be able to see in order to make bigger plays. And I just wonder if more of a simplified passing game is what would work here. And we're about to find out that if you ask for more, that it's not necessarily going to be better. I think the best Dak was when you didn't ask much from him in 2016, and he got to take advantage of a defense that was worried about the running game. And since then, the efficiency has come close in a couple of stretches, but never really gotten there for a sustained period of time like it did his rookie year. And this is while he's become a better player. He's become a better player since his rookie year, but he can't impact the passing game as much because they're asking him to do more, and there's a very quick diminishing return on that. So I think it's possible that we're going to look back on Kellen Moore's time with the Cowboys and be like, wow, that guy really knew how to get the most out of it. Because look, it's not a good quarterback. It's not a good wide receiver group. It's not a good offensive line, but it's the number one offense for 2 out of the 4 years that he's calling plays. Both of those ideas can't coexist at the same time, So I think he's done a great job of bringing together some ingredients that, could really be messed up by some other people.
Definitely.
I was going to add the question I had for you, and Gavin, you had a great answer to this question. Then I had, if Mike McCarthy calls the plays, will Dak thrive? And I think you gave the answer right there. You seem to feel like that they'll go back to some things that can help him.
Yeah. Yeah. And the frustration is Kellen Moore didn't try to grow Dak because I think he knew there were limitations there. And I think Mike McCarthy is more comfortable with those limitations. Mike McCarthy isn't trying to prove to the league that I'm an offensive genius. He's just going to optimize the game plan for Dak. And, I think Kellen moving on might really blossom into something special with, a head coach who comes off the McVay coaching tree and a quarterback that might be able to throw with a little bit more imagination and anticipation than what he had with the Cowboys. So, I don't think this story is going to, go off in the next 5 years to something that's going to leave Cowboys fans excited that Kellen Moore moved on like they've been this week.
Zach, do you think that Kellen Moore is going to get a better opportunity to head coach being the Chargers OC than the Cowboys OC?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think ultimately, yes. My gut says yes. I think his offense has already put up good numbers. They're going to keep putting up good numbers. And if Justin Herbert's able to take another step with him, which he might do, and it's not a result of Kellen Moore, but Kellen Moore is going to end up getting credit for that, which is going to help him get a better head coaching opportunity.
Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, man.
Thank you, Brian. Those are good questions. It is the G-Bag Nation. We have hour number 2 coming up. Playoff losers with the best chances at winning the Super Bowl next year. Wolchuk's going to take you through that. Where do the Cowboys rank amongst the playoff losers when it comes to Super Bowl chances in 2023 into 24? That's next in the G-Bag Nation.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com. secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great afternoon and staying safe and warm, dry. Wolchuk has a ranking. Playoff losers with the best chances to win the Super Bowl. Where should the Cowboys rank? Text in on that at 877-881-1053. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. NA. Brian Broaddus is at 75 Fitzhugh, along with Lucius Alexander and Carter Freeman. You have Zach Wolchuk at his parents' house broadcasting. And now, joining us from the frozen tundra of Roanoke-ish, through the power of broadcast technology, it's Eric Chiafalo. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Gentlemen, I'm fantastic. Am I coming through loud and clear right now?
Oh, it sounds terrific.
Sounds terrific, man. Good job.
That is exceptional quality.
Thank you, DJ.
How's everything going out there?
Man, I'll tell you what. Stuck in the house, 3 babies. Just a nightmare, Yeah. It's been great. It's been wonderful.
This is like a tap out for you to join the show for a couple of hours. Thanks for making it happen, and thanks to DJ Pridemore, a founding father of the G-Bag Nation, for rigging this up for us.
Bleeping legend,
Man.
Deej.
Thank God for DJ. He saw me throw up the bat signal, and he came to rescue me. And by God, when I got that phone call about an hour ago, biggest smile came on my face. I said, let's go, baby. Let's go, DJ. If there's a will, there's a way. And gosh dang it, here we are.
Right on, man. Well, you're jumping in on a good Cowboys discussion. I think Wolchuk, take it away.
Yeah, so CBS Sports went ahead and ranked all of the playoff losers and judged them by, all right, which loser has the best chance to make the Super Bowl next year. Now, I think the top 2 teams, I think we'd probably agree, based on all the teams that made the playoffs and lost, would probably be the Bengals and the Bills. Is there any objection to those 2 squads being at the top of this list?
I mean, I would put the 49ers tied with them,
Okay.
They have to get through Kansas City. So maybe I'd have the Niners 1 and these guys tied for 2.
Yeah. I think it's going to be interesting where the 49ers are. Now, the big question is, where are the Cowboys? Well, CBS Sports has the Seahawks at the bottom of this list. They are the Super Bowl loser with the least likely chance to make the Super Bowl, or the playoff loser, I should say. And the Cowboys at number 11. Number 11. CBS Sports writes, every year we give them the on-paper hype they're due, and every year they remind us of their big stage failings. And now they're entering an offseason in which they won't have extra cash for clear needs, like a true number 2 receiver. Dak remains a good quarterback with an aging line and play-calling uncertainty. Mike McCarthy set to take over in the wake of Kellen Moore's departure. His setup suddenly feels like it's years past its championship expiration date. Now, are they putting the Cowboys criminally too low with teams like the Dolphins? And how about the Bucs? The Bucs being ahead of the Cowboys here, I think, is the biggest shocker. I'd have them
trolling
at the bottom of the list. If they lose Brady, I don't think the Bucs are a playoff team. I think the Bucs have to be the team that lost in the playoffs this year that have the least likely chance to make the Super Bowl next year, because they probably won't have a quarterback. But the Cowboys being next to last, and you have the Dolphins ahead of them, you have the Giants ahead of them, you have the Ravens, which if you have Lamar Jackson, okay, I get it, and the Vikings all ahead of the Cowboys. Look, I don't know that we believe that the Cowboys are a team that's going to be in the Super Bowl, but some of the teams that they put ahead of them, it's basically saying they think the Cowboys might not even be a playoff team next year, boys.
That's crazy.
That,
I mean, how many teams should be ahead of the Cowboys? I would say 3 for sure, and then after that, you're kind of having to reach to put some of these teams over the Cowboys, aren't you, Eric?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely. The Buccaneers one is a little bit crazy to me. The Seahawks being behind them certainly makes sense, but is this one of these, Wolchuk, is this where they're just throwing the Cowboys very, very low so they can get the fan base a little bit riled up? Or is this just how much respect Kellen Moore seems to have amongst the NFL community? What are they going to do without Kellen Moore?
It could be. It could be that. Now, to your point, they've got the 49ers at 6 because of the uncertainty at quarterback. So they've got the Ravens, the Vikings, the Jags, Bills, and Bengals all ahead of them. So they're not giving the 49ers a lot of love either. But, I mean, look, there's a ton of question marks about the Cowboys. I think all of us are starting to wonder, because we do this dance every year, and is Dak the guy that's good enough to get you to the Super Bowl? I think we all agree if he's got a roster like Jalen Hurts has in Philadelphia, or like the San Francisco 49ers have put together around a Purdy or a Trey Lance or whoever starts, if you have a good team around Dak, he's good enough to maybe get you there. He's not good enough to carry a team there. So, yeah, sure, there's holes, there's deficiencies, but this is a trolling job by CBS Sports, in my opinion. To have some of these teams ahead of the Cowboys, while it's fair to question them, I don't know what the hell they're doing here.
I think it's inaccurate. It's not an aging line. Sure, but you were a lot of the season without Tyron Smith. Jason Peters isn't a real member. Other than that, you have Biotish and Tyler Smith and Terrence Steele. That's 60% of your line. Plus, you're going to add another young guy, I think, in the first 2 days of the draft. So, sure, Zach Martin's no longer a young guy, but I would say he's still somewhat in his prime as an interior offensive lineman. Gallup is a number 2. I don't know why we're pretending like the ACL hangover that happens to some guys isn't a real thing. That's real. He'll be back. And they can restructure a lot of deals. And I'll tell you what, Brian, I don't think Mike McCarthy would want to take over and be the play caller if the Cowboys were about to tighten the belt and send him and Dak out there to try to make the playoffs with a skeleton roster.
Well, I think Brian's been so angered by this list, he just took off. He just said, you know what, I'm done with it. I'm over. I've left the studio. That or he's got a very important call and he's finding out about the Cowboys' new offensive coordinator. It's one of the
very
two.
possible.
But
we'll get this little one's joining Chiafalo on the video stream. That's awesome.
Is
that the oldest one, Maya?
This is the middle one. This is probably the most well-behaved at this point. She could actually sit here and maintain some level of being quiet and respectful. So, she's joined me now. Got a little Julesy cuddles going on right now.
Oh, there we go. Okay, we got Brian's putting his headset back on.
He's
okay,
back.
Let me reset this point for Brian as soon as he gets his headset back on. Okay, headset's back on, Brian.
Yeah.
The Cowboys can restructure a bunch of contracts. I don't think Mike McCarthy would be that excited about calling plays if he felt like Jerry Jones was about to slash this roster and leave him with a skeleton crew for Dak and him to try to drag to the playoffs. I think they're going to get aggressive team building. You buying or selling that?
Man, I don't. That's a great question, and I'm trying to think of a really good answer because I don't have a really good answer. I think they're going to have to slash some contracts just because of the way they are with the cap. I don't feel like that it's one of those things that, I don't think really Mike has much of a choice. I'm sorry I left you there. I was getting the information about that Carolina offensive coordinator potentially.
I knew you'd come through.
So, but we'll catch that another time. But yeah, I don't know. I just think I think Mike is kind of like, just give me who we have. Just tell me who I'm supposed to coach and I'll coach those guys. I don't think he's stressing about this. I don't think he's stressing about, okay, well, we're going to lose Tyron Smith and we're going to lose Zeke and we're going to lose this guy and that guy. I don't think he's stressing. I think Mike's one of those guys like, whatever 53 guys or I have 58 guys I have, that's who I'm going to coach. I don't see it as one of those things that, I do think there was a problem between, and that's why I asked you guys this question. I think there was a problem between Kellen and McCarthy, and I think that really both parties agreed that they just needed to move on. And Mike just took it as an opportunity, like, okay, maybe I could find maybe I could find a guy to help me with play calling stuff. And I think that's what he's just doing. I don't know if it's anything to do with the salary cap at all.
I also
the other thing I'd love to get your thoughts on, Brian, and Wolchuk set it up pretty good, is should the Cowboys be second to last when it comes to Super Bowl chances of your playoff losers so far? Is that a troll, or could you see the Cowboys falling that far compared to all the other playoff losers so far?
Man, and I think that's more of a troll myself than it is them being that bad. I just, to me, if they make plays, we've talked about this, guys. We all watched the game. We all probably watched the all 22 when it was done. They missed some plays. They had them beat. They gave up 19 points. They got to win that game. So I don't know. I think that's more of a troll than it is anything.
I'm wondering, and Eric, you asked about, is this CBS Sports and the Kellen Moore? You lose Kellen Moore, and maybe the rest of the league has a ton of respect for Kellen Moore. Very possible. I wonder if it's also now a lack of belief in Dak Prescott is growing amongst outsiders. And look, we've always seen that within the fan base. There's a divide between Dak believers and those that have always been out on Dak. But I wonder now, back-to-back years in the playoffs, which has gotten even me, who has been a guy that has stood by Dak, but now I've even had some doubts creep in. I wonder if, the author of this from CBS Sports, but even public perception is the Cowboys just don't have a quarterback. They don't have the guy.
Well, that's just it's an over-exaggeration to put them in dead last in the playoff. You still have, and this is what people do 100%. You lose in the playoffs, the sky is falling. But when you really step back and look, you're still going to have a really, really dominant defense. Dan Quinn, Micah Parsons, Trayvon Diggs, the whole defense that you have set up right now, those guys are going to be there. DeMarcus Lawrence, it's going to be a strong defense. And then you still have with Dak, you still have the 10th best quarterback in the league? Even if you want to be cynical and say he's the 12th best quarterback in the league, okay. 14 quarterbacks are making the playoffs. So you're and consistently over his time, you win regular season games and get to the playoffs. So that's just unless he's getting injured and the season goes spiraling down and there's COVID. But otherwise, hey, dude, they're probably making the playoffs no matter what. So to put them at 11 is a little bit insane.
Yeah.
They're a regular season machine right now, and I think maybe Dak struggling 2 playoffs in a row is for outsiders that aren't paying attention, and even some local people, some fans, maybe they're that convinced that Dak's not the answer to get you to a Super Bowl, but that is a huge difference from being bad, not being able to pile up regular season wins. And history tells us half of these playoff teams aren't going to make the playoffs next year. Right. I think the Cowboys are going to be set up pretty well to do that. And Dak has been dunking on a lot of these quarterbacks for his career. It's not like he's fallen like sub Derek Carr or anything crazy like that. Still, a very good quarterback, very good defense. Now, 903, the Cowboys are that bad, y'all. I mean, back 12 wins?
13, actually, if you count a playoff game.
Yeah. Martin's actually older than Tyron. He is, and Tyron's not old for an offensive lineman, is he? He's not young anymore, but it's just the fact that Martin's holding up and Tyron's physically apart.
That's the thing about it is the older your linemen are, really the better they are. Look what Lane Johnson's doing. Look what our guy Williams is doing with San Francisco, 2 of the top linemen in the league. They're going to, that's kind of where I think the older you are, I always talk about the whole trip and clip guys. Once they kind of learn that, and it usually takes them being a little bit older guy, a veteran guy. And Tyron Smith was drafted very young. Was he 20, 21 years old? Yeah, when he was picked. So, the problem with Tyron Smith is he just can't stay healthy. That's really the biggest issue with Tyron Smith.
His body's failed him. That's the issue there to where, Martin.
For somebody that physically looks as good as he does or as great as he does, he's had a lot of problems with that.
And those injuries, they have a collaborative effect where they just start slowing you down, and your quickness and your suddenness goes away every time you pick another one of those up, especially if it's the back or the legs. 817, they're being realistic, almost 30 years of futility in their logic. So that would be the idea that no matter how close it looks like the Cowboys are, they actually have no chance of finishing it. And I just don't buy that.
I think we're all becoming the prisoners of the past. I don't want to live my life as being a prisoner of the past. I really don't. I just in life, I don't care if it's sports or not, man. I think there's things that we should all be, thankful for, or things in our life that made us better along the way. But I think too many times as a sports fan, you, and especially Cowboy fans, you are becoming a prisoner of the past. And that's not a way to lead your life. I'm sorry. It just isn't.
Don't watch. What's the point of doing sports talk radio? If that's how you want to act and live, then just don't be plugged in. That's fine. If you just want to be super negative about it, that's okay. But eventually, there's going to be the year where they break through and it happens. And I don't want you sitting there celebrating the parade if that's the negative attitude you want to have.
It's a That's a good call, Walchuck. That's a real good call. And I plan on being shirtless with you at the parade, Walchuck. I don't care if it's going to be December. I don't care if it's going to be Ice Apocalypse when we're doing our Super Bowl parade. I'm ready for this. You and me.
Be a very proud parade.
See what you're going there.
It's gonna be crazy.
See what you're doing.
The truckwreck.com fan text is open for you at 877-881-1053. We don't need fans like that. Tear them up, says the 210.
Well, I understand. Hey, I'm not going to tell you how to be a fan. I'm just saying you probably shouldn't. I mean, me personally, I understand. 28 years, I get it, but I look at every team differently. I look at, this team coming up will be different than the one you just competed with. It's not going to be the same. For the Philadelphia Eagles, it's not the same. They got bounced. They got bounced in the first round of the playoffs last year. Mm-hmm. It looked bad against Tampa. And all of a sudden, like everybody's like, oh, geez, this Eagles team, they'll never get this quarterback. They can't throw it with this quarter. Okay, fine. You're in the Super Bowl now. I tend to look at every year and every team differently in that regard.
Things can change quickly, and coming up at 4 o'clock, we do have the top 50 NFL free agents. If the Cowboys want me to believe in them for real, I think they got to get a couple of those guys, and we'll talk about that coming up at 4 o'clock. Ooh. Mavs are reportedly targeting a superstar. We have audio and a discussion on that coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs each afternoon beginning at 5:20 on The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. We are going to go around the Mavs and talk about some juicy trade ideas, but there's breaking news from Adam Schefter. Saints and Broncos finalizing compensation in return for head coach Sean Payton. Sources telling ESPN it clears the way for Payton to sign with the Broncos to become Denver's next head coach, and so Payton is expected to head to Denver as its next head coach. All right, so congratulations to him and I guess the Saints for getting some compensation. And if he is going to be the next coach of the Cowboys, definitely going to be some time between now and the next opportunity to do that. And then, maybe it's another reason that the Broncos decided to not go with Dan Quinn. So a lot of different tie-ins with that story that are interesting talking points here. Gentlemen, what's your reaction?
Well, first off, Gavin, breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Yeah, I just sent him a text message.
Right on.
I told him, I said, hey, I guess I've become a Broncos fan now. So, yeah, we'll see if he gets back with me on that. But I'm happy for him. I think it was going to come down to him and that defensive coordinator in San Francisco. And once that looks like the Texans are all over that one. Mm-hmm. But Sean, he even came out and Sean defended because there were some people that were kind of putting out there that Sean and ownership were having some issues. It's normally like not for Sean to comment about anything going on with any negotiations. But when Sean came out and said, this is absolutely false. I have no problem with the ownership with the Broncos. The one thing that the ownership of the Broncos can do is they've got billions of dollars. It's different when you go and work for a team like that. When you have owners that have deep pockets, they could pay them what they want. They can go get free agents. They can make moves. They can do whatever they have to do. And so that's where I think Sean looked at the Broncos situation as a very inviting one. You look at some of these other teams like the Chargers. Chargers ownership are billionaires because they own their team, but they don't have deep pockets. Sure. They don't have that ability to, like Jerry Jones, very deep pockets to go out and do whatever he needs to do or whatever. So I think it's a great opportunity for Sean, and I think that he's going to sitting out for a year, probably recharge his battery a little bit, and he's going to be ready to go.
You think the Broncos become a contender, Wolchuk?
It's going to be fascinating to see him and Russell Wilson work together. And he's talked about during his analysis on Fox that he thinks that he could fix Russell Wilson. But he's not taking that job if he doesn't, right? I mean, he has the ability, one, to either sit back, not take any of these jobs for this year, stay at Fox, earn money, wait till next year. Sean Payton was never not going to be a hot name. It's like we've talked about with guys like Bill Cowher or even John Gruden when he was with Monday Night Football on ESPN. When you're as successful as a coach as Sean Payton's been in the league, you're always going to be one of the top guys in the market. So if he didn't believe in what they've got going on with that roster, which has a really good defense, and honestly, they got a lot of good pieces on offense, the big question is that quarterback. Is Russell Wilson washed, for lack of a better word? Sean Payton must believe he can find a way to get the most out of Russell Wilson, and it's going to be fascinating to find out this year.
What do you think his priorities are going to be in emphasis, Brian? I could see him really wanting to run the football there in Denver and take a little bit of the pressure off Russell Wilson. Do you think Wilson still has enough that if they played complementary that he could at least be efficient?
Yeah, I think so. I think I think with Sean, Sean always loves the challenge, and Sean is, Gavin, you made a really good point earlier about coaches like Andy Reid and Sean Payton and guys like that who are older, but they study the game, or they get guys around them that have the ability to go and pick ideas off. I talked about a guy like Andy did it when he was in Green Bay. John Gruden did it when he was in Green Bay. Those younger coaches trying to make a name, trying to kind of get, build a little bit of credibility with the head coach. So all of a sudden you're stealing plays. You're bringing in plays. Hey, we need to try this. What about that? Sean and Andy and those guys, that's how they grew up. So yeah, I think that he'll have to figure out a way to work. He's already got a great defense. That is not a question at all, man. That is a great defense there. And so now he's got half the battle done. So he's going to be able to work with Russell Wilson. I think that you're going to see them, they're going to try and fix things with that offensive line. That's really, really big with Sean. But it's going to be about, trying to scheme ways for these Broncos, for Jerry Jeudy and Sutton and those guys. Fant, the tight end. Fant they sent him off to Seattle. But the tight ends that they have there that they could sure use and in the scheme. Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like the Texans, according to Schefter, have also finalized their deal with DeMeco Ryans. So all the dominoes now falling.
That's it.
6-year deal. 6-year deal for DeMeco Ryans to be the head coach where he
Well, it means
played.
he'll last one, because that's the history of the Texans. They fire their guys after 1 year. No, I mean, DeMeco Ryans, that's a great hire for them. He's a former player there, and, sometimes these former players, when they do, we saw with Jason Garrett, he had a long career. He had some success. We'll see if DeMeco Ryans can do the same thing.
I think he's exactly what a team building needs. Get him a good foundational defense, but like his energy and his enthusiasm on the sidelines has got to be incredibly contagious to play for. And when you're getting kicked in the teeth, I think that that can be a guy to kind of change the energy and maybe the momentum down there in Houston. But that is a huge job ahead of him. In Denver with Sean Payton, I always think of the guys that you talk to that have worked with Sean Payton and how they all glow on his ability to recognize things and teach the game in a way of looking at the game that kind of sets him apart. So I would not be one bit surprised at all if, he turns Denver into that team that a lot of people were expecting them to be when they did get Russell Wilson. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. The website, truckwreck.com. Unfortunately, it's treacherous out there, and some people think that it's okay because one part of the pavement is okay, everything's okay, and we can just go 60 again. And those people are a terrible accident waiting to happen. And if it finds you, hopefully everybody is okay. But go to the Frankels, go to truckwreck.com. They'll make sure you don't settle for less. Tim McMahon on the Low Post podcast here. We have some audio. We're talking Mavs. Their next game is Thursday. They'll host the Pelicans. Then they have the Warriors and Jazz and Clippers. Fun stretch is coming up for the Mavs. And a chance to make some hay against some of the other contenders. And there's also great trade deadline chatter. And this one's awesome. We're talking about trying to get a Bogdanovich or a Levine. And yesterday came the news that the Mavs are making everybody available, and they're looking for a superstar. We're not looking for little upgrades. If we're going to make a trade, we're trying to go to the top. Who could they target? Tim McMahon here on the Low Post podcast, Cut 6.
Don't know. It is interesting. He's a name that I've heard around the Mavericks, and again, I think that would have to be a later than right now type of situation.
Well, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah, and again, I think it gets down to this with going back to the Mavericks of, hey, they need to get a co-star, so who might be available? And, do we like him as a fit with Luka? You can argue about paying a center that much in today's NBA who's not a primary offensive option, but he can certainly serve as the backbone of a defense. He's proven that. He is a skilled center who can, he's not just a lob finisher. But again, I think that's more than likely a down-the-road conversation. They are both represented by Bill Duffy. I think he would certainly be happy to have those guys teamed up together.
So I should have set it up better with the question, but he was talking about DeAndre Ayton with the Phoenix Suns.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Would that be a name that would excite you guys to join Luka in the Mavs?
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a guy that, to me is certainly a player that I thought Phoenix was going to be building around, and Devin Booker turned out to be the absolute superstar there. But he averages a double-double basically every game. I don't think he's been the type of rim protector that some thought he might be, but to Tim's point, I mean, he can play decent defense. I think he'd be a great fit with Luka when you talk about pick and rolls. And I would like the name. Now, I think the Suns, didn't they just give him a big deal this past summer?
Yeah, they kept him away from the Pacers is what they did, yeah.
So you'd be taking on whatever that salary is, which I think was like a 4-year contract is what they signed. I'd have to double-check and look up the exact numbers on that. But it's certainly a name that I'd be interested in, and that's not one that we've heard being linked with the Mavericks before. That's interesting for Tim McMahon to name drop that.
That'd be a big swing. He wanted to go, and I think it's genius. It's a good player at a major position of need for the Mavs that doesn't want to be where he is. I could really see it, just with the next bump in the road for Phoenix, he has felt like they haven't given him the opportunity to be a superstar. His efficiency numbers are through the roof. If you give him 10 more shots, he's going to be in consideration for having the best numbers in the league up there with Jokic and Embiid. So, him wanting out, I think, is a big possibility. And I don't know what the Mavs could offer. Maybe that's why Tim is saying it's something that you could maybe pull off in the summer when your full complement of draft picks will be available to make a big trade like that. Brian, would getting Ayton be good enough to give up like four first-round picks to get?
Well, I'll tell you what, man. It seems like all we've been doing is chasing first-round picks. It felt like we've given 100 of them to the Knicks. In this deal. I mean,
just give it to the Suns.
I don't know. I mean,
you don't want another Porzingis deal. That's for sure.
Let me ask you guys this question, and I appreciate you give me some latitude on this one. How do you beat everybody in the West? How is it? How do you handle the teams in your conference? I mean, that's going to be the trick. Is having Ayton? Is that the thing that's going to put you in a better position? And I know he's better than anything the Mavericks have got. Don't get me wrong, but are there other pieces that you would rather have to help you try and win the West than adding Ayton to the mix?
I think he's skilled enough as a big, and he can shoot threes, and you need to contend with the Warriors probably for the next 3 years. Kevon Looney is a game changer. If you don't have a center, he'll dominate you. And he dominated teams on their way to a championship last year. I don't know if they win it without Kevon Looney, which is crazy that he's that important, but he is. Obviously a 6'8" wing who can create shots for himself and make threes would be the ideal thing to get. But if that's not available, and it's not, I think Ayton qualifies as a premium championship type of asset.
Yeah, to me, fits also well with a Nikola Jokic. If you're looking at, competing against Denver, he's got that athleticism and the size to go ahead and at least challenge Jokic, right, with his length and his mobility to try and keep up with him, and both guys can stretch the floor. So if you're just kind of looking at how the West is constructed right now, adding a guy, he's going to help you with rebounding. 2, to Gavin's point, he can stretch the floor for you. But I think the athleticism allows him to compete with every single big in the West.
See, the thing about it is, and I was doing some research on this, just looking at trade possibilities, this sounds like a deal that Portland needs to make, because Portland's one of the smallest teams in the league. You know, I mean, that if and I'm not going to sit here and act like I know what Portland's situation is with their trade, with their picks and all that stuff. But the more I was kind of diving in, looking at players, I was sitting there thinking, and they mentioned Portland as being one of the smallest teams, and then maybe this
Similar
is a
situation.
Yeah, maybe this is where Portland all of a sudden says, well, we've got the assets ready to go. We're going to go out and get a guy like this that can help us win the West. Or be more competitive in the West. Being a smaller team.
Okay, the other players being discussed today. Gary Trent Jr. in Toronto. There's talks about better players with the Raptors, but Gary Trent Jr. is the one they're interested in moving. I think that would be an excellent fit. Tough guy, son of a former Mav. He's a guard, but playmaking, creating, and he can shoot threes, and he likes playing off the ball. He played off Damian Lillard incredibly well for a couple of seasons before he got traded a few years ago. 24 years old as well, and he's averaging 18 and 10 while playing 29 minutes. Like, that's a guy I would want more than a Bogdanovich. Fred Van Vliet, they're not really interested in trading him.
Wait, Gavin, can I circle back? What do you think, and again, it's probably putting you in a bad spot, what do you think they want for Trent? Could you give them a player? I mean, are you going to have to give up multiple ones?
I'm not that familiar with what Toronto wants. Do you know, Wolchuk? Like, I don't even know why they're trading guys away that are quality. They're close to contending. I'd be hoarding talent.
Again, looking at their team, they're in a situation where they were talking about that they don't defend the three very well. So they're looking for players like wings and stuff like that. So they now, okay. And is this where Dodo makes sense there? If you're going to give somebody that's a defender that can shoot, but I mean, am I going down the right path
I think
there?
Gary Trent Jr. is a better overall player, but Dodo is the 3-and-D, prototype that the championship teams aspire for.
They don't have, looking at their situation in Toronto, they don't have problems in the paint. Their stuff is all on the wings. that they deal with. So I was just thinking, if Gary Trent was, to get 8, you'd have to give up a lot. I don't know what you have to give up.
See, it's probably not worth giving up resources that could go for a bigger player like Ayton. So I don't think the Mavs would do it. But like, if you could get him for Bullock, you would just be absolutely ecstatic. Okay, coming up next, Wolchuk has 3 NFL trends that will carry over into 2023. Let's talk some NFL football here with you in the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
You can wait 24 hours. Or you can find out Cowboys and NFL insider info immediately by listening to Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus, part of the G-Bag Nation, afternoons 2 to 7, right here on The Fan and our Odyssey app. Cowboys news begins on the Fan. Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Mike McCarthy, DeMarcus Lawrence, and Michael Irvin. Oh, not to mention our Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus and insider Bobby Belt. Our competitors listen for the latest news, and so should you. The place to be for Cowboys coverage is 105.3 The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, classic Chevrolet would never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is classic. Find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan coming up at 4 o'clock. Top 50 free agents. And some names here that if the Cowboys pick up, I think you'd be pretty anxious to buy into what the team's doing. We'll see what those names are and if I can convince you that maybe the Cowboys should target them. But right now we have 3 NFL trends that'll carry over into 2023. And here is your host, Zach Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. These trends that could carry over, I gotta say, they fit pretty nicely with our Dallas Cowboys when it comes to building this offseason. We start with number 1, some trends that we saw from teams that will carry over, and it is invest heavily in that offensive line. Now, this is a trend that I think you could probably just say from the test of time, that should always carry over, but we saw teams definitely do that this offseason. The Bengals certainly come to mind as a team that allowed 51 sacks last year. They went ahead and added Lyle Collins, Ted Karras, Alex Kappa. Now, yes, Collins injured, but they definitely put a lot of focus into improving a weakness, and they improved a lot in terms of their sack rate decreased from where it was a year ago. The interception rate from Burrow decreased from where it was a year ago. Most of those are in a correlation to the offensive line improved. You can look at the way that the San Francisco 49ers have gone ahead and built as well. It's the offensive line. Look at the Kansas City Chiefs. Joe Thuney, Orlando Brown. That was a weakness for them when they lost the Super Bowl to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now they're back in it this year. So there's definitely ways in which you look at the Creed Humphrey pick was another one that they did. And then the Eagles that are in the Super Bowl this year. Their offensive line, maybe the best in the sport. And they went ahead and took Landon Dickerson in round 2. They've taken Cam Jurgens in the second round as well. Even if they have guys right now that are starters, they know Jason Kelce eventually, every year. This might be his last year. They've got a plan in place to go ahead and replace those players. And if there's injuries, then they have some of these young, high upside draft picks that can plug and play right away. So these 2 teams that are in the Super Bowl right now are good examples of it, but also other playoff teams that have made deep runs, also a good example of make sure you are investing heavily in your offensive line.
I mean, the most important thing is to get good players. So if the offensive line isn't there and you end up going defense and you make your defense significantly better, that would be great. You go find guys like Parsons and Diggs, you're going to be good for a long time. But to me, I think it makes a lot of sense to say, hey, we've invested in our defense. We're there. We have Dan Quinn back. We can hold the line here. We're not losing a lot. Let's spend some real draft picks here and maybe some cash on really souping up this offensive line and giving us a chance to have that ham sandwich pocket that Dak played in 2016.
Yeah, the whole thing, the one thing that this scouting staff has proven is if they go out and they're evaluating offensive line, especially first-round offensive linemen, they seem to have a really good feel for that. Now, we'll see what happens with, let's go Ball. Farniak's still here. I mean, they've got some guys that some depth pieces, but do you go ahead and just say it, at 26, is that best player going to get another offensive lineman? They've done it now with, like I say, with Tyler Smith and Travis Frederick and guys like that. At the bottom of the board, they've worked that out pretty well when they've went out and identified somebody. So I'm never, ever against adding offensive linemen. I just think it might be, too, if you get enough offensive linemen and you have to move on from your quarterback, at least your quarterback that you bring in will new. And Dak benefited from that in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
That their offensive line was experienced. It was ready to go. It was just kind of a plug and play. You put the quarterback back there and away you went. So maybe if you can you develop some of these young linemen, and then all of a sudden they're 2, 3, 4 years in, and now you're not having to worry about a rookie quarterback having to make starts for you.
And one of the best stats that came from this that supports that case is during the regular season, you had 12 qualifying quarterbacks that managed a passer rating over 75 while under pressure. When kept clean, you had a whopping 39 passers have a quarterback rating over 75. If you are able to protect even a below-average quarterback and find a way to have success in the NFL, according to those numbers. So a Brock Purdy gets thrown in there. If you can protect for him, and it's not to say Brock Purdy's not good, but it's going to be able to make it to where you can still maintain and be competitive even if you lose your starting quarterback. That's a great way to team build by solidifying the front and making sure that you're solid there. Now,
yeah, you want Dak to be accurate. Give him some protection. You'll see that anticipation and accuracy
absolutely
pick way up.
Speaking of the quarterbacks, the other trend is when in doubt, take flyers on quarterbacks. And this goes to the trend that we're seeing where teams are moving off of guys. You know, the Eagles took Jalen Hurts, and they were able to move on from Carson Wentz. The 49ers moved up, took Trey Lance. They also still drafted Brock Purdy, even with having Jimmy Garoppolo. So you've seen other teams now, and I think the Cowboys need to fall into this category because you might be in a position where you're going to, one, have to talk about giving Dak Prescott another contract. Do you want to do that? And if you don't, then what's the future looking like? And I think you should. If there's a guy on the board, and it doesn't need to be necessarily in the first or second day, but go ahead and take flyers on a guy, and who knows, maybe you'll hit on him.
Yeah, the Cowboys talked about in the third round, even when they were doing stuff with the wide receiver, they were talking about Howell from North Carolina. They really, really liked him. They were looking at him more of a third-round, fourth-round player. I think there's some absolute value. It was something that we did in Green Bay. You know, if we go back and, you think about the guys, I know trading for Favre, drafting Mark Brunell, drafting Ty Detmer, we got Kurt Warner off the street after the draft. I mean, there's ways of doing this. So, but it was always about trying to take a guy, whether it's at fourth, fifth, and especially if you've got those compensatory picks.
Right.
If I've got it correct, I think Dak Prescott was a compensatory pick himself.
Yeah, he was their second, fourth.
If they're going to, and it looks like Dallas is going to have 2 5s and a 6 on these compensatories, and you could take those 2 5s and move that thing forward. And maybe grab somebody there in the bottom of the fourth. Maybe you get up in the third round with those picks. So I'm all about trying to find those quarterbacks. If you really, really like a guy, if your staff, if your coaches said, hey, we've kind of identified, that's how they got Dak Prescott through Wade Wilson. Wade Wilson's the one that stood on the table for Dak Prescott and said, hey, you need to draft this guy. This is the one you need to go after. So any kind of gut feeling like that in the third, fourth round, I have absolutely no problem with.
Yeah, I think that's genius. Who knows what you're going to find there. And the thing that it comes down to, Wolchuk, is it's just so hard to tell who the good quarterbacks are, and
right,
especially in college.
Yep, and take a flyer, and who knows, maybe you hit gold. Otherwise, it could just be somebody else that you move on from, but just keep throwing those darts.
They drafted Mike White, and I kind of moved on from Mike White. Mike White didn't last here, but there, you've seen Mike White play in NFL games and have some success. So you wonder, could Mike White been better than Cooper Rush? If they would have kept things around. I mean, maybe they had the right idea with Mike White. It just didn't work out here the way you thought it would.
The last one and the final trend that will carry over to 2023, it's be aggressive. Be aggressive, boys. And, yeah, you can take a look at the Rams last year, but you definitely can look at the Eagles this year. With what they did, you trade for A.J. Brown. You trade for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. The Giants let go of James Bradbury. All right, 9 days later, Eagles go scoop him up. How about the GM, Brett Veach, of the Kansas City Chiefs? We're going to move on from you, Tyreek Hill. So what do? You go ahead, you sign Juju Smith-Schuster, you draft Sky Moore, you make sure you go ahead and you spend a lot of high-premium draft picks on that defense. They sign Carlos Dunlap. They sign Justin Reed. These are all examples also of a team that paid their quarterback, by the way, and they're still adding talent elsewhere on their roster. So There's nothing that infuriates me more than the myth that you can no longer spend money and improve your football team after you've paid your quarterback. It is a load of BS, and teams are just going to throw it out there as an excuse. It ain't true. And the Kansas City Chiefs are a prime example of it, as they are now making their third Super Bowl appearance in 5 years.
Hey, man, you got to get after it. You know, there's two different modes in the NFL. You're either building or contending. And, you know, the teams that don't spend enough time in the building mode never quite get to full contention, in my opinion, unless you have Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. Drop the mic. Am I still on?
You got it, man. You hit it.
Good. Drop
you
it.
hit it.
Drop it like it's hot.
Thank you, sirs. Great segment, Wolchuk, and we look forward to talking more about the trends and storylines that will continue on from this year into next. We have the top 50 free agents. If the Cowboys want me to believe in next year, they got to get one of these guys, maybe two. I'll tell you who I'm looking at and ask Broadus and Wolchuk about them. Then top 10 at 420 is right around the corner here on 105.3 The Fan. We have to chat about D&M leasing, though, because, you know, this is a perfect example right here. Your vehicle is not good enough to handle this weather. Maybe you want a four-wheel drive. Maybe you're a Subaru kind of guy, you know, or maybe you just want a new car with new tread on the tires so you can handle stuff like this without slipping and sliding all over. Whatever kind of vehicle you want or need when it comes to navigating in this kind of terrain, D&M Leasing has got you covered. It's any make, any model. Call up D&M from any area code 35 lease and tell them what you want. Now, it's not only great and convenient, and you can trade in and out of new vehicles every 2.5, 3 years if you're like us here in the Dawson household, but currently with this rising interest rate environment, you know, what you're looking at is the difference between a lease and a purchase payment continues to get bigger and bigger and bigger the higher the interest rates get. And, you know, the economic people are celebrating because maybe tomorrow they're going to stop raising rates a half point and only raise it a quarter point. But they're still going up. You know, they haven't even stopped lowering them yet. So the gap continues to get bigger. It's more important than ever to become an Easy Lease a member and save yourself a ton on your monthly payment. It's up to 50% less now. And they'll throw in no payments for 90 days on top of that. So if you want or need a new vehicle right now, you don't have to go to a dealership. You can call them. They're going to get to work for you, and they'll deliver it as soon as things thaw out. It's D&M, any area code 35 lease or dmautaleasing.com.
35 minutes of commercial-free fan. Holy mackerel. It's the Expressway with Sean and RJ mornings at 7:20, KNC middays at 12:20, and afternoons with G-Bag at 5:20 right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Eli Apple appears to be public enemy number one because he has multiple fan bases coming for him. Not only that, but multiple NFL players coming for him. Starting with the Chiefs, who could not wait to pile on the Bengal after they got over on Cincinnati. And they're far from the only ones. Saints fans still can't stand this guy. I'm Jim Rome.
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Could the Cowboys get in on these free agents? We have the top 50 coming off a NFL Insider story, ESPN.
No chance.
And we'll go over
Signing
some
them all,
of the bigger
baby.
names and I guess fantasize. Brada says no chance.
Stop
Wolchuk, do
wishing.
you have hope?
Gosh, hell yeah, I have hope. Are you kidding me? That's all I have. That's all I have.
How many of the 50 are on Dallas's team currently? That I will say yes, because they're going to look at their signing their own as bigger than going on the road.
Signing your own doesn't count.
To them, it does.
I really want to look at the guys inside the top 10, and maybe that's fantasy land. There's 2 guys, I believe, for the Cowboys, Tony Pollard and Dalton Schultz, and neither one of those guys are in the top 10, but one of them's fairly close, so we'll get to those in just a moment. General at your service, live from Studio G in sunny Vale, Texas. Very cold and windy out here, very sleety as well to pull a Romo. You got Brian Broaddus there at 75 and Fitzhugh, along with Lucius Alexander and Carter Freeman. And Wolchuk's across the county there at his parents' house. But
We got the Dallas Stars practicing out on 75 right now.
How they looking?
They're looking good. They got a game going right in the middle of the highway.
Perfect.
give us a road report. Is it just totally dry?
It reminds me so much of pandemic radio when we used to look out the window. There is right now there's 3 cars going north. I have yet to see a car come south. Or send me back. Flip that. 3 cars going south. Nobody coming north. So
wow,
it's amazing. Yeah. There's nobody on these roads right now.
It's very interesting how it can shut everything down, and what other towns or other cities, other parts of the country would just consider normal. Like, yeah, everybody's going to work.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to experience, and especially with the road crews and the salting of the roads and the plows, the scrapers that they can get out there that we just don't have. That makes us uniquely vulnerable to this, but it's kind of nice. Take a little time off, a little change of pace. It is kind of nice being able to get around without everything being so crowded. But anyway, maybe I'm just fantasizing, and maybe I'm crazy for even thinking about this with Catboy still in charge.
Well, we know you're crazy. Yeah. That's 100% accurate, but you're not alone.
I just imagine the Cowboys have a YOLO offseason where Jerry says, this could totally make sense to me, guys. We have Dak for 2 more years. We have McCarthy for 2 more years. If we want to be fair to them, we got to build a really awesome team around it. Not a pretty awesome team, a really awesome team. And Jerry's like, guys, I'm in my 80s.
Yeah.
If we don't do it now with Dak and we move on from Dak, I might not get another shot. This is my best shot right now.
Sure.
So we're going to build a great team, and we're going to start by restructuring everything. Dak's getting restructured. Everybody's getting restructured. We're going to let a ton of our other free agents go. We're going to try to keep a couple of them that are key, but there's not a lot of guys on that free agent list that are catalyst type of guys. Right? Is it Terrence Steele? Is that about it? Terrence Steele, Tyler Biotish?
Well, he's restricted, so yeah, you've got him under really kind of control there.
And Biotish you've got for 1 more year.
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay, so he's not a free agent yet. That's great. Then there's one guy who's kind of crucial, and he's a restricted free agent. So we can restructure. We can let the jobber free agents go, and maybe we got to make like one tough decision on Donovan Wilson or Leighton Vander Esch, stuff like that, or maybe both their numbers are so low and that we get to keep guys like that. That would be great. But what we really need are catalyst type of guys that can change an entire position group from being a bunch of tryhards to a bunch of guys that'll stomp a mud hole in you. And the guy that came over Snacks, at midseason in the trade, the big guy, that gave you just this guy's way past his prime, and he changed your dynamics in a very significant way because you got real beef down there on the defensive line. So I'm looking to that's Jonathan Hankins. I'm looking to apply that kind of deal to other spots on the roster, Brian.
Yeah, I kind of to me I think of this time of year always with the Cowboys as that when the season ends, the next thing you know, the Senior Bowl's here, and they switch into scouting mode. I just always think that they're going to draft, and there's nothing wrong with these guys drafting.
Sure.
There's nothing wrong. And Gavin, I love the fact that you're playing Jerry Jones and walking in there 81 years old and saying, "Listen, guys, I don't have many more rodeos." Stephen Jones has even come on our station and said that. And you wonder if it's one of those things where Jerry has just kind of said, you know what, Steven, you and Will handle this. You Mike, you guys handle this. Whatever direction you go in, we'll be fine.
It might be Jerry's last wish to just have them operate it for maximum profit and TV ratings. You can't maximize TV ratings and profit and also go for the Super Bowl really hard. And that might be what Jerry's most proud of. Boy, we got this thing figured out,
He could also, but he could also, to your point, he could wreck this thing too. He could wreck it and say, he could wreck it and put, money on the cap in the future and things and just tell Steven and Will and them, hey, listen, I don't care. I ain't going to be around to see you fix the cap. That doesn't bother me. If we can go out and add 2 or 3, quality free agents, sign one of our own and add a couple that we weren't planning on, maybe that's what this team needs to do. That's going to have to come from Jerry. Because if it does, if he doesn't say a word, Steven and Will are going to keep doing what they're doing. They're going to go to the Senior Bowl. They're going to go to the Combine. They're going to have their pre-draft meeting, and we're going to be covering the draft for 3 days talking about, well, that's a really good pick. Well, that's a solid pick they made. Man, they did some good thinking with that pick right there. Got some great value. That's what we're doing right now.
6-figure signing bonuses.
Yeah.
Just little chin stuff. So here's some of the names. If they would flip the switch, I think it would be a great offseason to do it. The guys going out, the money you could free up are on non-star players. Now, number 1's Lamar Jackson. Good on anybody that gets him. Number 2 is Orlando Brown Jr. He's been playing on the tag this year for the Chiefs. Mm-hmm. I'm not totally sold on his athleticism, but if my scouts were telling me he could make the team a lot better, you sign him and you put Tyler Smith at left guard, that could make the left side of your line very powerful. Javon Hargrave is a 30-year-old Pro Bowl defensive tackle with the Eagles. He dominated this year with 11 sacks, third best player at his position for pass rush win rate. You want to drop an absolute star, not a hopeful star. Like, nothing against these Gallimores and Osas. They make a play every month, and you want a guy that makes a play every quarter or every month. Deron Payne, big body defensive tackle with Washington, 26 years old.
There's your guy.
Now we're talking.
There's your guy.
He's the fourth best free agent on this list, according to the
take away from a division rival, and you're adding a premium type of player to the middle of that defensive line that they have not had here.
That guy's been a pain in the ass to the Cowboys ever since he's been in the league. I mean, you just watch him play. I mean, if you just for signing him, he'd be great for you, but just not to have to play against him anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That would be a big help.
I mean, in the impact that he has against you and what you just saw Hankins do, imagine getting a guy 7 years younger in his prime who's got a better overall ability. That's something that you throw that money around, and now the idea of not running or not stopping the run just kind of goes away. It disappears instantly.
I'm gonna go on record and saying that he is going to be one of the top 3 highest paid players.
Wow.
In free agency.
Wow.
When it's all said and done.
One-tech getting paid like that. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Number 5 on the list is Geno Smith, a good quarterback with the Seahawks, free agent. Do you think they're going to try to keep him?
Yeah, I think so. I think the Seahawks do go ahead and give him a deal. He was good there. It fit, and I think that he's exactly kind of what Pete Carroll wants as a bridge quarterback there for them.
I think I'm going to try and draft if I'm John. I know John doesn't. When he goes out of the room, sometimes they have better success. When he goes down the hall, goes to the men's room, or goes to get a turkey sandwich, they throw a pick in and it works out for him.
They're not taking a running back?
Yeah, John will let him. John would take a running back. If John was on the radio with us, Gavin, he would come through the screen and choke you about Bijan Robinson. He would. He'd fly through the screen and grab you and try and
love it. They might take Bijan in the top 5.
Yeah, that would be John. John would love that. But I think this is the time where you talk about bridge, but do you pay a bridge, or do you just go ahead and say, we got our offensive line, it's going the right direction. But
maybe isn't Geno worth like at least 25 or 30 million?
Oh no,
put up some really good numbers.
No, that's what I'm saying though. It might be John might be forced to be doing that, but is that good enough? Was Geno Smith good enough?
I think you could win a Super Bowl with Geno Smith if he played great defense and ran the ball. He's going to be accurate. Yeah. He had a really strong year.
Man,
number 6 on the top 50.
You pulled that one from your rear.
You're looking at the Brad Johnson, Trent Dilfer.
Man, no, you said it with confidence, but deep down inside, you're like, boy, what am I doing right now saying that? You're like, Jim.
No, I think I'd
You
be.
did. You said it with confidence, but deep down inside, you're like, gosh, I'm going to regret just saying what I just said.
I think he just had the best year he's ever going to have. Personally, I don't know that he's going to be able to duplicate this again, boys.
Okay, well, there's other guys on the list that maybe the
Gavin will
Cowboys would
prove
be
us
interested
wrong.
in.
Get ready.
Number
Yeah.
6,
You want
Mike
Geno or
Mike
Dak?
McGlinchey, the Niners right tackle, basically Terrence Steele. So you know
Yeah, you're going to do it, Terrence. Still.
you don't
You'll be
need
fine.
him.
Yep.
Yeah, you're good there.
Number 7 is Tom Brady.
Wait,
Maybe next year.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
The thing with McGlinchey, are you guys all saying no because he just got hip tossed by, that one play against Micah?
No, I think McGlinchey's really good, but I just don't think that they're going to go sign it. I think they'd look more at guard than at tackle.
Okay.
Yeah, I
thought you guys
I'll
were
be
saying
honest.
the last image you had is this number 69 flying through the air, and
not on him.
like a linebacker that really is not a defensive end,
It's
just
not on
hip toss him. Yeah,
Micah's going to do that to a lot of guys.
That was impressive, but I didn't hold that against him. I RJ Choppy this thing, and his pass rush win rate is like 32.
Yeah.
So he doesn't pass protect.
He's also
well.
got an injury history, Gavin, so I think
does
you'd
he?
be out on him. Yeah.
Number 8, top 50 free agent Saquon Barkley. That would be the worst signing we've seen in 20 years. Hopefully they don't do that. Number 9, Jamel Dean, Tampa. It's a zone corner. Cowboys play a lot of man, don't they?
a lot of
I'll
man.
pass on that.
Yep.
Number 10, Daniel Jones, quarterback.
God, what a player, man! If I was the Seahawks, I'd go after him.
Yeah.
I said that just like Gavin just.
All right.
Hey,
Gavin, you can win a Super Bowl with Daniel Jones, too.
Sure.
It's just him not playing in the game. Is that what you're saying?
Just how the Eagles did it with Carson Wentz.
Yeah, exactly.
Number 11 is Jesse Bates, Bengal safety, no need. Good player, though.
Good player. Wilson, I like Wilson. I hope they can get Wilson back myself.
Jesse Bates would be a massive upgrade.
He would be a
over
massive
Malik Hooker,
yeah.
man. He'd be huge.
Yep.
But I don't think they'd do that either, Gavin. I'm with you.
Top 50 free agents here. Number 12, your first Cowboy, Dalton Schultz. Do you guys want him back?
No.
You know what? I tell you what, they've had some magic here, drafting tight ends 3rd, 4th, 5th round.
I think you just keep growing that pipeline.
Keep trying. Yeah,
Just you got 2 guys that can hold it down.
I know in the end of February, early March, we'll get into draft talk here, but we're going to give you some tight ends to look at. We will.
It's a good class, man. It might be one of the best tight end classes I've ever seen.
I spoke borderline disrespectfully of Dalton Schultz. No, make that over the line disrespectful of Dalton Schultz last year when the Cowboys franchise tagged him. I thought it was a big mistake. I still wouldn't have tagged him, but he did earn a lot more of my respect this year. So in a perfect world, I think you could keep Schultz, but the NFL is all about drafting guys that can do most of a veteran's job for a lot less money. Mm-hmm. And Ferguson and Hendershot proved it. I mean, they've been looking for other tight ends for 5 years. They finally got 2 of them in the same draft.
Yeah,
sure.
So I think
they'll
you
find
gotta
another
go with
one.
that.
They'll find.
I think
another
Schultz
one.
is really good. I don't want to take anything away from Dalton Schultz. I think he's a very good football player, and he's going to go get a contract somewhere else. I just don't think the Cowboys can afford to spend. I'd rather them put that money somewhere else.
Okay, number 13, here's the guy they need. James Bradbury, press man corner who can play zone. He's 30, so he's not going to get a huge contract. Maybe if the Cowboys had signed him instead of Philly, maybe that would have changed the East. If the Eagles do have to make Bradbury available, and they have a number of guys on this list, hopefully the Cowboys will be in line this time to pick up his services. What do you say?
I'm not opposed to a Bradbury signing. Yeah, I don't think you can have enough good corners. That's why, I'm out on moving on from a guy like Diggs. Now, if he starts being a pain in the rear with negotiations, we'll see how much money he starts to make. But when you're talking about moving on, I felt the same way about a Byron Jones. It's just hard to find really, really good cornerbacks. And if you can get a guy like a James Bradbury, that'll depend on the contract, though, as he's going to be north of 30. But he signed a pretty affordable deal because of the Giants still owing him money. That's how the Eagles kind of lucked into that thing. That'll be an interesting name to monitor.
Were we asleep at the wheel on that one? Somebody owing somebody money and we didn't jump in on that one?
I think in the offseason, we often talk about that with this organization. Yeah. There's trades that are made, there's signings that happen, and we're like, were they on vacation again?
Yeah.
Was it spring break?
what we were doing there.
Yacht life's awful good, I guess. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, 3 of the top 14 free agents, Eagles. So that's just another.
That guy's turned into like a nickel player, an intercepting machine around the ball. Yeah, man, he would be. I mean, there's some with him, Bates. There's some good players in this thing that way. The guys that are always around the ball, good tacklers, can play at a lot of different spots. I wouldn't have any problems with this guy.
19's TP, Tony Pollard. 22 is an inside linebacker with Tampa, Levante David. He's 33 years old. I would be surprised if the Cowboys look at that, but if they did, you talk about a guy that could bring together a defense and give it that veteran there in the middle who still made a ton of tackles and at 33 years old might not break the bank, but I don't think that's very realistic to think of it. But I just wonder what Dan Quinn will want, to really tie that thing together. And, veterans that cost less, stars past their prime, that seems to hopefully be in the range of something the Cowboys could make a little bit of cap space for if Leighton Vander Esch doesn't come back.
Yeah, and it's one of those things on defense, I kind of buy into, hey, if you go bargain bin shopping, Dan Quinn's earned that trust. I trust Dan Quinn to make it work. On offense, you better go get some legitimate horses here.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. Odell Beckham Jr. is 26. I don't think that's happening or Brandon Cooks is happening. I think those were, hey, there's no other options to make the team better. But now that you're in a full off season, you're looking to draft somebody or find somebody that's going to hit your cap less than either of those individuals, right? Are we in agreement on that?
Yeah, I think you're on there. But I'll tell you what would be interesting. If free agency goes along, we always have those first 2 or 3 days that are frenzied. Yeah. And then, but if we get into like the second week and he's got no team, I'd circle back with him.
Sure.
I would circle back. And just because the money for him, maybe he'll always have an inflated value of himself, but I would circle back and say, listen, you got nobody sniffing right now for you. Why don't you try and come with us and we'll pay you this.
Ooh,
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That could be fun.
Yeah.
All right, there it is. A look at the top 50 free agents from ESPN. Wooly Bully, the top 10 420s coming up next. What are we looking at today, sir?
Found a fun article from Yardbarker, the top 10 Super Bowl matchups we wish actually happened. Is there a Super Bowl matchup you wish actually happened next on The Fan?
I wish everybody would go to Men's T Clinic because you can get your edge back.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by Golden Chick.
Welcome back, Nation. It is time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Some important things been developing this afternoon. D'Amico Ryans, the new head coach in Houston, goes to 49ers defensive coordinator. Congrats to him. Sean Payton, the new head coach in Denver. Okay, so a couple of NFL dominoes are falling. More to come. Paper footballs will be falling on Saturday. Register for your chance to win a slot to play in Fan Bowl 2023. Paper football tournament is back at Revolver Brewing, Texas Live. $3,000 in prize money is up for grabs, and you just go to 105thethefan.com, click on the contest page, and sign up for your chance to win a slot in that Fan Bowl tournament that is coming up this weekend. Okay, about Saturday at 3 o'clock, Texas Live. Segments brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it is not your fault, call the Frankels roadside. Go to truckwreck.com. That is truckwreck.com. Salute. Here's Wolchuk, Top 10, 420.
Let's party, boys. Can't wait to party with the Tolos. Fan Bowl out there at Revolver Brewing, Texas Live on Saturday. If we don't see you out there, well, then you're missing out because you're going to hear about what a party it was. And hopefully you do come out and party with us. It's going to be awesome. Now, I've got the top 10 Super Bowl matchups that we wish would have actually happened. We'll get to that in just a moment. But Aaron Andrews and Carissa Thompson, they do their podcast. It's called Calm Down with Aaron and Carissa. You guys know I had a little bit of a slip-up last week.
Yeah.
We had to dump it. Well, it just so happened that these two were talking about their biggest on-air fears. And what happens to be their biggest on-air fear? Well,
cursing.
Ladies, take it away.
How do you keep from dropping the F-bomb during a game? That's you.
No, and it's you. You're during studio. It's a massive fear. Massive.
Really?
Massive. Yeah.
I don't even think about it on air. I think I don't know. That's so interesting, though. I mean, maybe I say that now and I'll probably do it. Have I ever done it before?
God. Oh, my God.
Oh. Have you ever done it on accident?
Oh, my God. No.
Oh, don't talk about it. Okay, we're moving on. We're moving
on everything.
I can't say that I haven't done it either.
I did it on purpose.
You did?
It was fun, yeah.
Mickey?
After the 2010 LCS strikeout of A-Rod, we all came back, and we did a late show. Lucius was there, and Grego starts challenging people to be just like, F yeah, we did it. So, we started saying we were going to the World Effing Series.
You get challenged. I understand that.
Yeah, didn't want to be a chicken.
I'm not going to be you're not going to test my manhood here. I'm going to say it. Bobby actually did that to me once, and I also got pulled off sides. I have a history of this. Now, I'm going to make sure moving forward I'm nothing but perfect, and we're not going to have these issues, and we're going to make life easier on Lucius. We also have this story that as soon as the Eagles were going to the Super Bowl, we had a restaurant owner in Arizona send out a memo to all of his employees that said, ladies and gentlemen, the first team for the Super Bowl has just been decided. Philadelphia and their fans will be in town to represent their city. With that being said, if any of you are from Philly, please don't take this the wrong way. But Philly fans are some of the most obnoxious, rude fans in the country. They're blue-collar, hardworking people. They're very passionate and love their sports, but they stink. And as hospitality professionals, we need to make sure we show them a great time, but we do need to make sure we prepare ourselves for the brashness that they're probably going to be bringing into the restaurant. So they're going to be challenging, but just hold your head up and show them a great time. Sincerely, Bob Mayo, who was the owner of said establishment.
Bob Mayo. Mm-hmm. Last name Mayo owns a restaurant.
Last name Mayo, first name Bob.
I think we're making up stuff now.
I don't think so.
Yep. Bob Mayonnaise owns a restaurant.
Bob Mayo. You're telling me some guy can't have his last name Mayo, Brian?
OJ
Mayo?
OJ, Gerard Mayo. I mean, there's been guys. Yeah, sure. But a restaurant owner named Mayo, last name, I'm calling you out.
You don't think so?
Calling you out on this one.
All right. Well, I'm going to find out where this restaurant is. When we are in Arizona, we're going to it. And we're going to say,
It's
Bob,
almost-
get over here and introduce yourself to Brian Broaddus.
It's almost like establishments in Arizona need to decide this week, are we going to be a Chiefs place or an Eagles place, and market accordingly. Because once the Eagles go there, not many other fan bases want to stay there unless you are like relish in the opportunity to fight people, that cheer for other teams. That's you. It's Eagles fans or that.
I wonder who.
Take their money.
Yeah, who's going to spend more money? That's the question I'd have to ask myself. Who's going to drink me out of beer and appetizers and burgers and all that stuff? That's what I'm looking for.
I think the Eagle fans probably will drink more.
I think the Eagle fans will drink more, but I think they'll complain about the prices and stuff like that. Yeah. So I don't want to hear, like, oh, that's too much. A bucket of beer. Whoa, I mean, I don't know. It's a bucket of beer. It's a Super Bowl. Pay the tab. Enjoy.
I imagine like Eagles fans, like, they're getting together with like 3 buddies in a car. It's going to smell like farts and BO the whole way there.
Driving.
They got like an $18 budget to get beer.
Yeah.
And, maybe that's unfair, but I think of the Kansas City fan with a little bit more high esteem.
All right, let's get into our top 10 here. The Super Bowl matchups we wish would have happened, and we got a lot of love for some Cowboy Chiefs. That'd be fun to see that. And really, we got from the 214 Dream Super Bowl matchup 2012, Rodgers versus Brady instead of Eli would be one. I think the 214 hit a great one that I'm sure should be featured here. 98-99 Vikings Broncos instead of Atlanta.
Yeah.
In there, that would have been a
Came
fun
down
game.
to a missed field goal there. The Dirty Birds.
Was there a game that maybe popped into your mind?
Yeah.
That you definitely wish we had seen?
Yeah. The 95 Packers played the Dallas Cowboys in an NFC Championship game, and we got beat 38-27 in that game because then we would have played the Pittsburgh Steelers. So it would have been that Super Bowl, and then we would have gotten back the following year. But yeah, I trust me, the 95 Cowboy Packer game. I wish we had won that one for the chance to play the Steelers. I think we could have beaten the Steelers. Yeah. I know the Cowboys did. The Cowboys looked good against them, but that's when I felt like that one got away. The other games that we played, like 93 against Dallas in the divisional game, we couldn't beat them. 94, we couldn't beat them in the divisional game. 95, we had a shot. They were 11-5. We were 11-5. We honestly had a shot in that game. It's sad to this day that we didn't get that opportunity to go in there.
I would say I wanted to see the 2022 Cowboys and Eagles. Yeah. Unfortunately, Brock Purdy got hurt a game too late for that to come to reality.
Right.
The ultimate deciding
should have
factor
still won that game, man.
Should have.
I mean, to me, just watching, I know should have, could have. I get it, but man, there were plays to be made in that game. Yep. You were probably 2-3 plays away from winning that football game, and you just don't know when you're going to get back in that situation like that.
14 was one that comes to mind. Cowboys Patriots would have been a fun one because if you end up Dez catches it and then you go to Seattle, a team that you'd already beaten.
You'd smoke Seattle early in the year running the football against them. They couldn't stop DeMarco Murray. Yeah,
that one's set up. You could also go back to 07, which I think would have been you instead of the Giants in that game against the Patriots as well. That the Giants ended up beating you. Those were two that always kind of stood out to me. Number 10 on the list.
That team would have had a chance.
They would have.
Yeah.
Number 10 on the list, 2000, the Rams versus the Ravens. The actual Super Bowl ended up being the Ravens just blowing out the Giants 34-7. Yeah. But what a fun matchup that would have been. One of the best defenses ever against the greatest show on turf in the Rams.
Mm.
Number 9.
Still the Kurt Warner Rams team?
Yes.
Wow, yeah, that would have been exceptional.
Number 9, this one's a bit of a weird one, but it's 1994. So, Brian, you might be able to give us some more insight on these teams.
Yeah.
But the Browns against the Lions. And the actual matchup was the Niners and Chargers, where the Niners just blew out San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
But this was Bill Belichick in Cleveland and Barry Sanders in the Lions.
And you said in 94?
94.
Because I was just talking about us playing Dallas in the divisional game.
Right.
So what was the championship game that year? Was it Dallas and
San Francisco?
San Francisco.
And San Francisco beat Dallas.
Yeah.
But
how did the Lions – because, see, I don't remember the Lions' fate. I remember the Lions
I think they must have lost in like the wild card round that year to one of those teams.
Okay.
But they like the matchup of Belichick.
Hell, they didn't lose to us, did they?
They might have. I'd have to go back and look at the Lions' postseason run that year. But just an interesting chess match there with Belichick. And kind of, we know the staff that he had in place there with Cleveland. My gosh, that thing's ended up becoming legendary before they moved to Baltimore. So that'd be interesting. Number
Their final
8
game was the wild card loss to the Packers.
Yeah, we lost.
year.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was exactly. Yeah, because we were a 9-7 team that year, and I remember because the thing about that was the game when Sterling Sharp didn't play in the game, and we took a safety. They had a guy named returner named Mel Gray that was just really, really good, and we're backed up to our own end with limited time left in the game, and we're trying to figure out what we were going to do in the game. And I'll never forget this. Sterling Sharp walked up to Nolan Cromwell and Mike Holmgren and said, "Take a safety. Don't risk a block punt here. Just take a safety. Punt this thing out of here. He's not going to get it. We're not." Barry Sanders, I think, got held to minus 13 yards in that game. It was incredible. He had negative yards in that game. But yeah, I remember Sterling Sharp, like the coaches didn't know what to do, and Sterling Sharp just said, "Take a safety. Don't let him block this and get the ball." And we took the safety and ended up being able to hold on defense to win. But yeah, that was an interesting Lions team for sure.
Number 8 Super Bowl matchups we wish we had seen. Patriots-Niners in 2012 ended up being the Ravens who knocked off the Patriots to get to that Super Bowl, and the Ravens won it. But the Patriots, having been there for Brady, his childhood team, San Francisco, could have been an interesting storyline. 7 is our Dallas Cowboys against the Patriots in 2016. Instead of the Falcons, and if the Cowboys knock off Green Bay, then they end up playing Atlanta. It would have been Dak. It would have been Zeke, the rookie sensations taking on Brady and the Patriots in 16. That would have been an absolute blast to watch.
Yeah, that year all they had to do was beat Green Bay and Atlanta, and they were in. And the funny thing about that whole thing, let me ask you guys this. Do you get all these New England-Dallas matchups? Could that have been this modern time? Could that have been the Dallas Steeler type of matchups?
Absolutely could have been.
So, yeah, I was just kind of thinking that, to me, there's so many of these matchups because Dallas and the Steelers in the 70s, those were legendary matchups. In every game you're kind of talking about, Dallas versus Patriots. That could have been like very similar to what they used to have back in the day against the Steelers.
6 is 07. You could have had the Manning Bowl it ended up being Giants over the Patriots. But what if the Colts had beaten the Patriots and you would have had Peyton versus Eli in the Super Bowl? 5 is the Colts and Vikings, which is, I think, what we were all kind of wanting, unless you're a Saints fan, with Favre and the Vikings. They ended up losing to the Saints. Yeah, you get Manning versus
Bad
Favre.
interception with Favre.
It would have been fun.
Yeah,
Number
pants on the
4,
ground.
1975.
Did we just say Brett Favre?
Nope. We'd only said Favre.
We'd only said the last name,
Brian.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks. Said, Mama, take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide. Number 4 is Cowboys and Raiders. 1975 ended up being the Steelers over the Cowboys that year. But what if the Raiders had been able to finally knock off the Steelers? Could have been the Cowboys and the Raiders in the Super Bowl.
Somebody must have got hurt for the Raiders.
Yeah, probably. Number 3, we got Patriots and Bucks. 2021 certainly would have been a blast to see Belichick versus Brady. Of course, that was the only year that we've seen the Patriots make the playoffs with Brady in it on the other side. So this is the only year that that could have happened, which is why they're going with that one. But that would have been absolutely juicy. Number 2, we've got Vikings-Broncos from 98, which ended up being the Falcons who got blown out. But number 1, the Super Bowl that we all wish could have happened but didn't, 2014, Patriots-Packers instead of Patriots-Seahawks, and it is Rodgers versus Brady, not in a conference title game, but in a Super Bowl.
Would have been epic. Thank you, Chuck. It's time for the C-Note, Cowboys News of the Evening. How could a bad coordinator have had so much success? That's the question for you. Truckwreck.com fan text, fill it up, and we're back to discuss it next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat D&M Leasing before we do that, though. Look.
news with even bigger hijinks thrown in. Our coverage is also brought to you by Window Nation and A1 Air. Turn it on, leave it on. One of the craziest weeks all year. Radio Row Week, beginning February 6th, right here on The Fan.
All right, time for the Cowboys news of the evening, and we have a couple stories that if you Google up the Cowboys today, you will find them quite interesting topics, and we'll share them and give you our analysis or opinions on them here in just a second. DeMarcus Ware is going to be on with Sean, RJ, and Bobby Thursday at 9 a.m., so tune in for D-Ware Thursday, 9 a.m., right here on The Fan. Fan Bowl is Saturday. Still time to sign up for that and take your shot at $1,500, 105thefan.com, and the contest page right there. You register for your chance to win a slot. So we're not exactly sure we're going to have room for everybody. So that's the most we can guarantee right now. But you got a pretty good chance to win that slot now if you jump onto 105thefan.com. And yes, the winner is going to get $1,500. Fun starts at 3 o'clock Saturday at Revolver Brewing inside Texas Live. I love that Bacon Plumbing spot that we have running. It just ran at the end of that stop set. Everybody loves bacon, but it reminds me at the station I worked at before coming to The Fan, it was The Game in Portland, and we had the best time tormenting our intern, Wolchuk. You really got lucky that I'd gotten all that out of my system, because we made this dude take on the alter ego of Bacon Boy. And one day he dressed up like he was a pig mascot, kind of like, one of the hogs that would attend an old Washington Redskins game, except we put a cape on him, and we put him on like a beach cruiser bike with a basket in front that was full of bacon. And he just rode his bike around downtown handing out bacon to people. It was freaking hilarious, dude.
That's amazing. I would have embraced that. That's fun. Otherwise, I really just had to do whatever Mike needed. Go make runs for Mike.
Yeah.
And
were you like Mike's intern? Is that what you were?
Pretty much. I got to spend a lot of time with Lucius, which was awesome. And Lucius got to, I got to know him the best, which was great. But otherwise, it was like Mike needs McDonald's. Go get it. And Gavin just didn't ask for much.
Yeah. If I would have known how much of a research beast you were, I probably would have asked for more. But I just thought, most interns will end up disappointing you, so don't even ask. But yeah,
no, that's fair. I was like a don't ask, don't speak unless spoken to kind of person for the most part. And
you were doing a hell of a job in my book.
I was trying, man. I was trying. Yeah. It worked out okay.
It's always legendary when you can have a guy go from intern to talk show host. And it's freaking sweet when it can happen. I remember there was a guy in Seattle that pulled that off, and it was so cool. And Wolchuk is just the latest. Okay, David Moore in the morning news. Cowboys' struggles weren't all Kellen Moore's fault, but here's why it was time for a change. I think Cowboys fans kind of owe it to Kellen to consider an alternate reality where maybe Moore was holding things together and actually made it to where the sum was greater than the total of the parts. Like, I don't know how many other teams would have tied all that together to have a number one offense in so many statistical categories. Now, you know how I feel about stats, and they can be misleading, but still, that's pretty dang impressive. And David Moore writes, the backlash to Kellen has always seemed disproportionate. The Cowboys led the NFL in offense twice, never finished lower than 11th. Dallas was among the highest scoring teams in the league in that period, ranked outside the top 8 in passing only once. Is Moore the best OC in the league? No, but he's much closer to the top than he is to the bottom. You guys buying or selling that idea that I've teased a couple of times today already?
I don't know, man. I was sitting there, to me, I kind of struggle with that one. I really do. Yeah.
What's the biggest thing you struggle with it on?
The whole thing, I don't know. It to me, when, like I say, I'm really looking forward. I'm really looking forward to Mike McCarthy and all this stuff calling plays. I really am.
Yeah.
And I worry if this guy is. I wonder if Kellen Moore is you're giving up on a guy, or he just gave up on you, and it's not going to be good. That's my biggest concern right now.
Very, very possible. More though comes around and says, here's why you got to move on. Even if you want to give Kellen Moore all the benefit of the doubt and say, wow, this guy really did a nice job. He says, if you started out as Prescott's teammate and don't have a commanding presence, which Moore doesn't, Are you demanding enough of your quarterback on a daily basis? Are you as forceful as needed to get the most out of a player? I thought that was really interesting when Kellen came in. He was Dak's backup. Dak's a very natural alpha leader.
Yeah.
And oftentimes you need to get your quarterback out of your comfort zone. And that's been a theme of the morning news pieces that, people inside the Star feel like Dak needs a new voice. He needs to get out of his comfort zone.
Yeah.
And maybe Kellen wasn't a strong enough leader to create that.
I think that, to me, because, Dak defended Kellen on the option route stuff.
Yeah.
Remember, that was a big question. Like, Mike was asked about option routes during a press conference. And then he's like, well, I'm not used to that. That's something I'm not a big fan of. I understand. And then they asked Dak on a Thursday, and what did Dak do? No. Please don't get rid of the option routes.
Right.
Please don't. So to me, maybe that's where I'm kind of like, I understand why they did what they did, because I think when we have Albert Breer on at 6:00, he is going to paint a picture that there was some real discourse between Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore.
See, because Kellen would give Dak what he wants. Dak likes the option routes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mike's like, you can't just give the guy what he wants. We got to do what's in the best interest of the team. And oftentimes what a quarterback is comfortable with, like play action, no play action, under center from the gun. There's a lot of examples, particularly with Aaron Rodgers, where Mike couldn't get him to get out of his comfort zone. So
yeah, that's the thing about. I think Mike learned a lesson is, I gave this quarterback a lot of leeway in Green Bay, and I got run over for it. And I got blamed, and I'm not very good at this. I'm lazy. I'm not. A lot of things happened because of Mike allowing Aaron Rodgers to pretty much do what he wanted to do.
It does sound like, the more we've talked about it, there was some friction between OC and head coach.
Yeah.
Certainly there was. And just a fundamental disagreement on maybe where they should be going as a direction with the offense. I do think, to the initial question, the stats bear out Kellen is closer to the top than he is the bottom. And I would say overall, probably I agree with that. Where the frustration is, when you've watched Kellen Moore and you've watched the Cowboys offense, it's just the blatant inconsistencies week to week. There's 1 week Kellen Moore, and we've talked about this, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but we have new listeners every day. 1 week Kellen Moore's doing something, and it's, my gosh, this is fantastic. Personnel groupings, motion, design. It completely disappears the next week. So if he can find a way to just be consistent in that regard, I think he can have a phenomenal career as a coach in the league.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited about this change. And again, as Brian mentioned, we'll talk with Albert Breer coming up at 6:00 that might have the details on McCarthy and Moore not seeing eye to eye on a number of things. And if that's the case, it does provide an opportunity that maybe Mike McCarthy really had the right answers. And if he can do that now without Kellen Moore screwing it up, maybe that's exactly what this team needs to go even further in the total being more than the sum of the parts. Okay, we're going to get to these Cowboys topics with Bobby Belt coming up at about 5:30. We go around the rim, and Wolchuk has your Mavericks and NBA news and talking points coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Window Nation, though. They have the coolest deal ever to keep you warm. Pay $0 down, make $0.
Dolo, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, boy, it is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes. We'll have 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Bobby Belt's going to join you coming up at 5:30. We'll talk to him about the big Cowboy topic. And then we're now 1 hour away from Albert Breer, who Brian Broaddus has booked for us, the longtime NFL reporter, who was on Dan Patrick earlier, talking about maybe some tension between Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore. We'll investigate further coming up in 1 hour. Here is Zach Wolchuk to take us around the rim.
Thank you very much, General. We've got some Maverick news of note, and I want to ask you, who do you think are the top 5 best players in the NBA, and where would you put Luka? Because right now, let's go ahead and put the kids to bed and go all the way around the rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
So the Ringer likes to update their top 100 players, and I really only just want to focus on the top 5. We're not going to go through all 100. We'd be here all bleeping day. But where do you think Luka is? They've got a new number 1. I'm going to tell you that. They got a new guy at the top of the list. Could it be our guy? Or do you think he's just off the top?
Shoot. I think he's third right now behind him. Well, no, I'm gonna say he's third. He's fourth behind Embiid, Jokic, and Giannis. I'm gonna say he's third behind Giannis and Jokic.
Okay, I like that.
Sorry.
I'm going to say he's fourth.
Fourth.
I think they're probably going to have Giannis, Embiid, Jokic, and Luka. That would be my guess.
Okay. By the way, if I got to win one quarter, I'm going with Kawhi Leonard still.
Are you?
Yeah. He's so damn impressive when he gets
Kawhi, not one of these guys.
Yeah, not on the list. I get it.
I can't
he
tell
said
you
one
this.
quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, one quarter. You're right.
Come on,
and I
pay
hear
attention,
you.
Man.
Hey, Kawhi.
Like I wasn't earlier when he asked me a question about.
Kawhi's still really good. Kawhi is a very good player, but not in the top 5 here. They've got Luka at 5. Might be a little bit disrespectful if you ask me. They've got number 1. The new number 1 player in the NBA right now today, Nikola Jokic. So both of you had him ahead of Luka. There's no problem there.
Yeah.
Giannis, number 2. Relentless competitor, selfless leader who develops, who just keeps developing, getting better and better. He is an absolute stud. If you want to give Giannis the MVP, not going to fight you. Number 3, though, they've got Steph Curry. Still putting Steph ahead of Luka?
Yeah, you can if you want. You know, he's the best player on the reigning champion. I just don't think that if you put him on the Mavs, they would be anywhere close to where they are.
Okay.
So that's fair as a piece of what they do, and I think they're rounding back into form. Steph Curry's incredible, and as part of that machine, he wins championships as the best player. So I wouldn't do it. It is a little weird to me that you would. But at the same time, it's within range of being somewhat acceptable.
Kind of feel like that Ja Morant's a better player myself.
Ooh, okay, that's interesting. And the other guy that they've got at 4, so they've got Luka at 5, is Kevin Durant, KD. So those are your top 5 players in the NBA right now. By the way, you mentioned Joel Embiid, who I do think is in the conversation. He's at 6, and we got a couple texts about Tatum. He's at 7. LeBron's dropped all the way down to number 8 right now. But Luka, in their top 5, he's just sitting there at 5. Now, when you're talking about
KD, but he belongs in there too.
He does. He certainly does. When we're talking about MVPs, to me, I get it. Nikola Jokic is fantastic. Giannis is fantastic. But I do believe this year right now, Luka should be the MVP. Now, if you don't want to take it from me, let's hear from Kevin Garnett, KG, who was making the podcast rounds, and he was asked, all right, what do you think about Luka Doncic? And here's Kevin Garnett's take.
What you think about Luka? I love Luka's pace. I love Luka's maturity. You see his maturity. You see how he's been playing with older men or older people in this life. You see it. He's not afraid of anything in the league. He goes at some of the best defenders the same way and makes them look like they're not that great of defenders. He has a pace. You can't speed him up. And he's figured out the league.
He also went on to say he thinks he's the MVP right now. And he's right. People will watch Luka and be like, this guy's not a great athlete. But it's just almost as if he's in slow motion constantly. I get it. He's not an up and down the floor type guy like we talk about Josh Green. He's a half-court savant.
He sees possibilities is what he does.
Amen.
He's a great athlete.
Yeah.
He's just not a speed or quick athlete.
No, he's not. That's the thing. But
you could be a great athlete.
Just because you're not Ja Morant doesn't mean you're not a great athlete.
No, but the thing when you watch Luka play, especially live, which is it's so much fun, you can see as he's calculating passes. He's calculating how to get around somebody. He's calculating how to give a ball fake, get them to move one way, and then go back. When he's under the basket, the way that the angles that he plays with, the calculations that he makes on the move, and the execution of all that, I don't know, man. I mean, like I say, it's just like watching a guy that you're just totally amazed because like you're thinking, oh, he's going to throw it away. Now he made some reckless passes last night, but he threw a couple of passes. One of the passes, I don't think Green even saw it. You know, Green, you got to be alert. But the way that he plays on the court, you talk about the vision, the calculation, the finish, the execution, all those things about his game is what makes him hard to defend.
Steph Curry, we mentioned him, and last week there was the load management debate that came back up. Richard Jefferson talked about it. I think Charles Barkley was asked about it as well, and certainly it's a good conversation to have. I loved what Richard Jefferson said. I know KMC played the audio, and Mike and Corey went back and forth and had a great segment about it as well. But Steph was asked about it last night. He played fantastic, had 38 and 12, along with 8 boards in a win over Oklahoma City for Golden State. Now, Steph has missed 15 of the Warriors' 50 games this year due to a mix of both injuries and load management. So afterwards, the media asked him about the back-to-backs coming up and about him possibly playing in the load management situation.
Will you campaign to play both games on Saturday?
I usually campaign to play every game, so that's the misconception about load management and how it goes. It's never the player that's usually saying, hey, I want to sit. So for all those people that are worried about that part of our league and all that, it's usually not the player that's going to the training staff and saying, hey, I don't have it tonight. It's usually the other way around, and there's a lot of science involved. So, yes, I will campaign to play, but we'll see how it goes.
That's the question. Do you anticipate being successful?
I do actually.
Okay.
I do, so we'll see.
Right.
So I thought it was an interesting response that that he is campaigning to play, and the players usually don't decide this. Usually it's decided for them. There's a lot of advancement when it comes to the medicals and the different stats that show, hey, maybe this is the time for a player to sit. versus workload. They can monitor all kinds of different statistics for this. Personally, I don't love the load management. I did think that some of the, if you want to say the Crusties, had great takes on this. But I think this is a clapback from Steph saying, like, dude, this isn't on us. This isn't on the players. We're not trying to sit out all 82, boys. We could have played if we want to. This is just the way that the times have changed.
Yeah, it's interesting. The teams are armed with a lot more information, but Brian, I thought when we were talking specifically about the Mavs, see, what I want to say is this might vary team to team, where with the Warriors, it's more the team saying sit down. There are teams, and you know, maybe the Mavs have had a couple of players that fit that bill in the last couple of years that are like, oh, no, I can't go tonight. You know, so I think it kind of varies situation to situation whether the players or the team are the ones like pushing the envelope on that. But I always love it when players want to go and the team has to hold them back, because I do feel like when the team is saying don't go, they have data that says if you're this fatigued and your blood looks like this, you're more likely than usual to get hurt.
Yeah, this is. I asked a guy in the league about this because I was curious. I mean, we were talking about it the other day, and I never got back to it. This guy said there's some merit to the actual data that impacts a guy's ability to perform. It's the same as stats. Some matter more than others. As in with basketball, I think it's an art and science, not just one or the other. It's really important to pace the team and make sure guys don't break down. I err on the side of conscious practice and minimal contact with games being every other day for a month. So the way that they can manage these players is more about, you know, how they practice. And they don't get to practice. They really, really don't get to practice. So, like, I was looking at the Mavs, they're not practicing tomorrow. They play in a game. They play Thursday against the Pelicans. Mm-hmm. So, you know, does load management, to me, it might not be so much about, you know, the games itself. It might be about, hey, when are you going to, how do you give guys days off? But there's people that say the data. They follow that data really, really close, and they just don't want their team to break down, and they want to manage their team so it doesn't break down. That's just kind of the direction I got from a guy in the NBA who does this for a living.
You mentioned, you know, being up close. And when you go watch a game from, you know, down closer to the court,
right,
you can see how much force they're putting on and how big and fast they are. Watching that Shaq documentary, they spelled out that because of his size and athleticism, he was putting 6 times the force on his knees and ankles as even the average NBA player. So, you know, average NBA player compared to average human, we're out there running around at 175 pounds and saying, hey, what's the big deal? But imagine doing that at 240 and being able to run a 4.4 and jumping 40 inches into the air, and the amount of stress that it's putting on their joints and their muscles, we can't imagine it.
I've learned this going to these NBA games. The most important person on the sidelines is the guy or the gal that has those heat packs, because the players are constantly, when they sit down, they're handing them heat packs and they're putting them on their legs or around their calves or, you know, on their knees or something like that. They're always, you know, you see the players looking for them, you know, like they sit down, boom, give me the heat pack, put it on my legs, and then they go from there. So, yeah, I think that, to me, it's very, 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 very much a situation where they're trying to manage these guys even during games, you know, trying to make sure that they're healthy enough to make all 48 minutes if they have to.
I mean, fatigued and cold sounds just like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
Oh, not good at all. Finally, we've got the Lakers' Russell Westbrook, who passed Gary Payton last night for 10th place on the NBA's all-time assists list. So congratulations to Russell Westbrook. And how about the Wizards? This happened, I believe, yesterday as well. But they had the NBA's strangest losing streak that lasted 8,451 days. They had not won a game on the road against the San Antonio Spurs in that time span, and they finally went and did it. They got a 99-89 victory, or excuse me, a 127-106 win. Yes, the last time they did it was December 11th of 1999 when they won 99-89. So congratulations.
And the Spurs won the title that year.
To the Wizards, yes, for finally going to San Antonio and beating the bleeping Spurs.
How many years?
20.
23.
23,
They hadn't won a game in. I'm sorry,
from
I was,
December of 1999 until
I got to learn how to
yesterday.
do my show and text at the same time. So 23 years they had not had a win in San Antonio.
In San Antonio.
Jeez and Pete.
That's how long it
Almost
took
9,000 days
for the Wizards. All right, let's go ahead and cut the lights back on, wake the kids up.
Hey,
and,
get up.
Thank you for this edition of Around the Rim.
Hey, it's time to hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content is coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. But I have to chat with you about my friends at Diamonds Direct, guys, because –